Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome along to Simply Race and our live coverage of the Simply Race Endurance Series. Our third round of the 2023 campaign takes us to Bahrain for the first time. 8-hour race coming up for our teams in the Glickenhaus. The 007, which is a fantastic car. It looks beautiful. I'm very happy we're using this instead of the van wall that we had for the first round back at Daytona. But Bahrain, a circuit that, as far as I'm concerned, we haven't visited before in Sres. So that's we have visited before in Sres. It was a while ago. So there will be a new challenge for the drivers. We've never done it in hypercars, that's for sure. And qualifying is getting itself underway. We do still have Interlagos for the main season finale. And then we've got a 24-hour race at Yas Marina, which is going to be very interesting indeed once we head there in November. So as I said, qualifying is underway. We've got a lot of time left in that session, just under 28 minutes, so plenty of time for the drivers to get a good lap in. Absolutely no room for excuses. And we are, as you can see, under the lights. So that won't remain the case once we head into the race. We will have a day-to-night race. But qualifying here under the lights here at Bahrain, one of the newest additions to R Factor 2, and it is looking fantastic. We're already having a couple drivers having some issues out on the circuit at the moment. As we take a look at Team Purple Helmet, fastest in practice by over a second, so it was a big gap and a very quick time that Jack Ashton managed to put in the practice session. We'll see what they can do in qualifying as the first times will start to come in. Coming to the end of Sector 2 now for most of the drivers. As through 11, 12 and 13, the number 98 machine will go. Very striking purple livery on this one.
Purple sector for the Boo Barracuda car in Sector 1, but then had a very, very squirrely Sector 2 where they basically half spun the car, so I don't think they're going to be a threat for a really fast time on this attempt, but cool to see two different teams looking very fast, especially with the gap in the practice session from first to second, which was over a second. And that's a 144.141 as the entry benchmark for qualifying. That is a very high speed time, considering that car has a full tank of fuel as well.
Yep, the time in practice that we saw was into the 142, so still plenty of pace for the drivers to extract out of their machines.
So P2 here for the Napa Racing UK cars. You can see 7/10 off of the ultimate best at the moment at 144.925. They've just set across the line. Not sure if they're going for another fast lap or if they're just planning on burning some fuel. They did have a purple sector in the final sector of the lap, so I don't think it's all going to be plain sailing for Team Purple Helmets today. I think there is going to be quite a few challengers to their throne, which should make it quite interesting today. Boo Barracuda with Martin Buchan behind the wheel, I think are going to pose a very serious threat for pole position today. He is quite notorious for stealing pole position at the very last second, so we will keep an eye and see how his qualifying gets on. So a little further down the order, we have Orange Apex Racing Esports, Orange Apex Esports, they are making their debut in the Simply Race Endurance Series. There's one driver, Adam Locke, who has done the Simply Race Endurance Series before, but their other two drivers are brand new to the series. Their main driver that wanted to race, Stanley Donaldson, he did a session at the venue, and we saw how ridiculously fast he was after doing one session, and we recommended that he has a look at the championships because he was that naturally fast. He is a very fast driver. His practice times have been very competitive compared to those of Jack Ashton in the Purple Helmets car. So we could see an underdog victory here as Quatermass 63 has just done a purple sector in the second sector.
Yeah, not what maybe a lot of people would expect, but very quick in that middle sector. I do believe it is an outlap for that car as well, because no first sector time has been set, which is quite an odd one. But they're making their way through the circuit and now into probably the most difficult corners on the circuit. I think it's very fair to say. Curved braking zone, downhill, turns 9 and 10. 10 being one of the tightest corners on the circuit as well. And then a pretty important traction zone on the exit as well. You've got really bumpy curbs on the outside, so you want to try and avoid those as much as possible. And then into the final few corners on this circuit. Little bit of a wiggle there. Has just about held on to it. But going through these final couple of corners, that is probably not going to be the quickest third sector that we will see all day from this car, because yeah, that was quite a moment there.
Yeah, it was a little bit squirrely for them. An interesting outlap for the Quatermass 63 team. Maybe just trying a little bit too hard to get those tyres up to temperature. Now, we are having Martin Buchan starting another attempt at a fast lap, and because he was so competitive on his initial attempt, let's watch this one on track. We'll keep an eye on the timing screens with the other cars going around the circuit, so if Quatermass puts in a really hot sector, we will cut to those. But let's just watch Martin's lap as he exits turn 2. Now, going on to the short straight. Really tricky braking zone for the next one. You really have to get the braking just right, or you can very easily overshoot it. And some people brake too early and get way too early of an apex and not carry the speed. Martin looked a little bit squirrely mid-corner there, but nice line overall. And he's put in a purple sector in sector number 1. So looking for a good lap here for Martin Buchan.
Yep, looking clean, a little bit wide on the apex there for turn 7, or turn 8 even.
Yeah, and just to update on the timing boards, Team Purple Helmets have improved on their own lap time and done a 1 minute 44.0, so they've found even more lap time. Napa Racing UK 4/10 off of the leading car at the moment. So quite close to the front, but let's see what Martin can do in the second sector. He's coming through the long right-hander where the car just wants to fight you the whole way, and it's a purple middle sector as well from Martin. It's saying on my timing screens that it wasn't a purple first sector, but it is showing as a purple middle sector, so we will keep an eye on that. I'm not sure if that's just our software playing tricks on us or not. I'm a little bit confused by that one, but we will keep an eye on it as he comes through the final corner onto the start-finish straight. A very short sector 3 on this lap, and he's going to cross the line, and he's going to go P1 straight into first place with a 1:43.5. That's an absolutely astonishing lap time, Dane.
Yeah, that's a solid almost half a second quicker than the next fastest time. Of course, Team Purple Helmet, we're expecting them to be right up at the front. A couple spins around the circuit that we've been seeing, especially through the first few corners. It is really bumpy down there. The curbs are quite big as well, and the whole time you're on the limit of traction trying to get the car going up to speed again, but you've also got to navigate a pretty tight turns 2 and 3 with bumpy curbs and the circuit going uphill. It's just not a great combination for traction. These hypercars, not the easiest things in the world to wheel about, especially not at low speed, where that downforce that they give you at high speed is just simply not there.
So we're looking at Avanti Racing at the moment. Now, Avanti Racing were really like underdog stars in qualifying Estoril. Today, that is not the case. Down in 9th position, and they are very off the pace. They are nearly 2 seconds off on what Martin Buchan did in the other Glickenhaus. So they've got a lot of time to find. It's very strange to see the Avanti Racing team that low in the car at the moment.
Jack Brewer.
Jack Brewer. Okay, so I don't know that name, so maybe they are allowing Jack to use qualifying as a little bit of an extra practice session then, and maybe they'll put Will Richardson into the car or Edson into the car a little bit later on.
Who else have we got in the cars? No surprise to see Jack Ashton in the Team Purple Helmets car. Martin Buchan doing the race potentially solo here for the 8 hours. Does not have a teammate with him. However, does have a sister car with 2 other drivers who may end up helping out depending on how Martin feels throughout the race. It could be a little bit interesting if he does decide to try and make the full 8 hours work. Seeing crazy things. Seen 24-hour races done solo even. Definitely would not recommend doing that. I gave it an attempt last year. Didn't quite go to plan. But yeah, it's definitely something that we'll have to keep an eye on. Qualifying pace, obviously very good, but can he keep that up as the fatigue starts to set in during the race?
Yeah, it's a really tricky thing to do, these endurance races solo, but I know he did speak to Matt Webb, an actual member of the team at Simply Race, and Sres driver himself, and asked him to potentially come and do a stint for him in the race, so that could happen, we can see that. And the team did ask, as a whole, the Barracuda team did ask as a whole if they can use drivers from the Barracuda car, so that has been cleared. So then you may see people like Sean King and Nathan Burton in the Barracuda car as well. So we'll see how that plays out as the race goes on. As Dane said, it'll be really interesting to keep an eye on. I mean, Martin is an absolutely rapid driver, so if anyone's going to get them in contention for a victory, it's definitely going to be him. So in third place, we've still got the Napa Racing UK car. They're still a good 4/10 off of the Purple Helmets car, let alone the leading Barracuda car, as we see the 63 Quatermass car spinning once again and coming to a stop, just waiting to rejoin the circuit. I know you can't see that, but we're just keeping an eye on things around the track as well. We kind of want to, for qualifying, we want to focus really on these fast lap times and see who's doing what around the track to give us a really good idea of who has the biggest advantage. So we're going to ride on board with Jack Ashton in the Team Purple Helmets car. Now, I think at the moment he's literally just focused on fuel burning. As you can see, he's doing 1 minute 45 as we speak, so he's just burning some fuel, getting ready for the end of the session. Now, this is a really good strategy because those drivers that are constantly coming into the pit, putting fresh rubber on and going again, they're burning less fuel than Jack Ashton is right now, just pounding around the circuit. Like, just go through the tyres, put a set of harder compound tyres on and see how you get on. I think it's a good plan.
Yeah, we'll see the difficult braking zone there in corner number 4. Nice crest on the apex as well, just to make things nice and challenging. All of the corners here do have their own challenges, and that through this middle sector with the S's, the curbs there will just push you wide. You've got to really avoid them. Tight turn 8 there, and now up towards 9 and 10, which is of course probably the most difficult of all of the corners that we see. Heavy on the brakes, try not to lock up, a little bit of an oversteer moment there on the middle of the corner. Gets out of it nicely though, and is still making his way through the paces now. Through the left-hander here at 11. A little bit of understeer right there. The car didn't quite turn as much as I guess he would have liked. And through 12 here, the right-hander got to get a bit of a lift through this one. Massive oversteer moment. Around he goes. Is he going to keep it out the wall? Yes. There's loads of runoff out there, thanks to the endurance and the short layout of this Bahrain International Circuit, having their rejoining massive amounts of runoff, and I think that's going to be a new set of tyres needed for Jack Ashton there, because those ones are not going to be the happiest.
No, and that puts a little bit of his strategy in the toilet there a little bit, because now he's got to pit anyway. But I'm sure, I've got a feeling that maybe because he's using that harder rubber in these cooler night conditions, maybe they're just not giving him the temperature and performance that he needs, because I'm assuming that Jack's gone straight onto the hard tyres for the rest of this session, and we'll switch to the softs again. So we're just seeing the Barracuda car on a personal best lap. They've set a personal best first sector of 31.435, which is a very competitive first sector, to be fair. That's not far off of the best that we've seen. So we're going to see how we go through the middle sector, through the long right-hander, where you feel like you should be flat out, but the car just will not do it. It just refuses to do it. 46.6 in the middle sector, so that's another personal best for them as they're coming down the little straight, coming into the final corner. Really tricky final corner, getting your braking point spot on, and then being able to just carry the right amount of speed through here to make or break a lap. If you mess up that final corner and you've had the most amazing lap in the world, you can chuck it all away in that one turn. It's a purple final sector for the Barracuda car. That puts them into P3, so they've now jumped the Napa Racing UK car. So Napa are going to have to then respond to that. A 44.032 for the Barracuda car.
You mentioned the final corner as well. That is such an important exit. It's curved on the exit as well, with pretty bumpy curves that will upset the car if you run over them on the exit. But you carry that speed the entire way down the main straight, the longest straight on the circuit, in towards turn number 1. So not only does it ruin your last lap, it ruins your next one as well. So that's a really important corner to get the exit right.
Yeah, it's the same with a lot of racetracks, obviously. You know, the longest straight of the circuit. The corner before that is usually the most important. but it's also going to be really cool how to see drivers messing that up when the car's following them, because that will really lead into a very exciting overtake into the first couple of corners. Very easy to overtake around this circuit.
Yeah, plenty of opportunities to do so. You see it in every racing series that goes here. It's personally one of my favourite circuits for racing. I definitely rank it as like an S-tier circuit if we're doing like a tier list sort of thing. But yeah, there's plenty of opportunities. You can even dive into turn 10 if you get close enough to drivers. We saw Fernando Alonso doing that a couple times earlier this year as well. So yeah, definitely something that's possible. You got the long second straight as well in the middle of the track, as Barracuda have a purple second sector and a personal best first sector as well. They're green and purple. We'll see. Oh, big oversteer out of the final corner. The 35 is in the barriers, and we'll see if they're going to have to pit for maybe some damage repairs. But across the line, up into P2 for Barracuda with a 143.825.
And that was a really messy final corner.
It was.
Lost a lot of time in that final corner, and that was the second lap on those soft tyres, second hot lap on those soft tyres. So that's really impressive from the Barracuda team. Is that Nathan in the car at the moment?
It is, yes.
It's Nathan in the car. So Nathan finding some time. He's been really frustrated with himself during the practice. So he's definitely found something today. The practice session this morning, he's woken up and he's ready to go, as you can see. Wind him up and he will go really fast. Now, I definitely think he's got at least enough attempts with that final corner mistake.
Oh, for sure. And he's only 2.5 tenths off the pace of Buchan as well in the sister car. So we'll see now as go for the gap. They have they're currently in P6. They've set a purple first sector for 31.256. So that is very quick indeed. We'll see if that lap materializes. They're currently about a second off of the Barracuda that time. In that car currently is Aiden Carter. It is
46.3, that's very competitive. So Aiden is a really fast sim race, to be fair. So the lineup for the Go for the Cap team today is Hamish Eisner and Aiden Carter, both very, very fast drivers. So we should see a very competitive race for those today. Apologies if you're not seeing the full team name on the screen. I'm not really sure why that is, but we will try and get that fixed for you. That looks like that's all fixed now. Yep, there we go, lovely. So you can see the gaps between all of the times and all the cars. We're just going to keep an eye out for any personal bests and stuff like that. But the Go for the Cap car,
they've gone top.
P1 with a 43.4. Wow, they snuck that out of nowhere, didn't they? This is a lot more competitive than I thought it was going to be. I don't know about you, but I thought qualifying was going to be a pretty much done deal with Team Purple helmets. But it seems like everybody has found a lot of pace.
They're in P4.
Yeah, Team Purple helmets P4. But remember, they are just burning fuel at the moment. We've not seen a personal best from Team Purple helmets for a very long time.
And they did set a 142 in practice.
Oh,
so
was it a 142? I thought it was a 143.
It was a 42.
Oh, wow.
It was a fast lap in practice. So we'll see if Ashton has a little bit more to say a bit later on into this qualifying session. Still 10 minutes left in it, so plenty of time to get a good couple of laps in.
I mean, it's a very mixed grid at the moment. We have the Quasar 63 car up in P5, out-qualifying the Napa Racing UK boys as well. Team Purple helmets, as we speak of them, have just put in a purple middle sector.
And a green first sector as well.
Green first sector, yes. On my screen, it's not showing that as green, but we will trust the in-game overlay over the timing screen, because sometimes it's incorrect. So we're going to keep an eye on that as he goes on to the final start-finish straight. What's he going to do? A 143.1. So that puts him into first place and finds another 3 tenths to P2. So the rest of the field groans. But saying that, the Barracuda car's just done a 30.894 in Sector 1.
That's the first 30-second Sector 1 that we've seen.
Very fast for Sector 1. So Martin Buchan is saying, no, you know what, Jack? I want pole position. So we're seeing some very quick times now. Dane, you look very confused.
That's a full 2 tenths quicker in Sector 1 than anyone else has gone so far.
Yes.
What's the Sector 2 time going to be?
Well, we're about to find out as he's going through the very tricky left-hander and coming into the long right-hander. Martin's least favourite part of the circuit, he told me earlier, is literally this corner here. So let's see how he handles it in Sector 2. He's going to go through and he's going to get a... I thought the sector line was already. I'm obviously getting too early on myself, too ahead of myself.
Has he invalidated
end
it?
of the sector. Maybe he has invalidated
I think he has, because there's no Sector 2 time coming up, and he's definitely finished Sector 2. We'll see now.
Because, yes, this is very odd. I've got a feeling we've got a little glitch going on here. But let's see what he does across the line. It would have been a 1 minute 42. That, it cut off at 1:42. So we think he had some track limits there. So
yeah, he doesn't. He hasn't got a last lap time, so that's what's happened there.
Let's ride on board with him for this one. So that would have been a storming time though. Like, let's see if we can do another 30. We've seen him improve on his second hot lap before. I'm not sure if this one looks particularly fast. Let's find out.
He did have a moment in the section of corners of 11 and 12, 13 that we were talking about. He's saying he wasn't his favourite. Wow. But
I think so it's a 31.3. It's 31.2. That doesn't include the 0.0, and I don't think that is purple. I'm pretty sure that's faster than that in Section 1.
We have, but not on a valid lap time.
Ah. But Barracuda has just done a 31.1 in Section 1 as well.
It is no longer purple. I don't know, R Factor 2 doing R Factor 2 things. What else is new? 31.1 for Jack Ashton in the Team Purple helmet car as well, so we'll keep an eye on that as the times are coming in thick and fast here.
Yep, we're getting rapidly towards the end of the qualifying session, so fuel load's really coming down now. The car's getting lighter as it's in purple middle sector for Barracuda of 46.0. That's a really competitive middle sector for Martin Buchan. He's coming through into the short final sector now. Let's see what he can do. Can Martin Buchan get this car, which is now in P4 because of how competitive this session has been, out of the final corner onto the start-finish straight? He's going to go across the line. He's going to set a 1 minute 43.3, loses some time in the final sector, goes 2-2 though, which is only 2/10 off of P1, well, just under 2/10 off of P1. So Jack Ashton is also on a good lap, a 31.1 in Sector 1, as Dane said, and let's see what he can do in the middle sector. It says it's an out lap, so I think the timing screen has gotten very confused there.
I'll tell you what's happening with the colours and why we're getting confused, by the way. It's comparing on the overlay, it's comparing to the fastest lap of the session's sector times, not the fastest sector times.
Interesting. Shouldn't be doing that, but sure. Well, Jack's now in the pit lane, so maybe he was just lumbering up a little bit, getting ready for his hot lap attempt. Let's see what this Barracuda lap unfolds with. A 31.4 in Sector 1. Nothing too massively impressive there. I think this will be an in-lap for Martin, and he'll put some fresh rubber on and go for one more assault. 6 minutes left of qualifying, so I think that's enough time to quickly have a quick pit stop, put some new tyres on, and maybe get 1, maybe 2 laps in, but I don't think you'd have time to pit again, because pitting's about 1 minute 30 seconds, so it'd be a bit risky at this point. So I think Jack's hot lap will be his big attempt, so still showing him as on an out lap. Pretty sure he's been on an out lap for a while now.
Did he invalidate the time?
I think he might have pitted again. I'm pretty sure he went back into the pit.
Oh, he has, because Sector 3, there's no time for it. So he is just deciding to spend as much time in the pit lane as he possibly can in the last few minutes. We'll see what exactly... Maybe he put the wrong tyres on. It wouldn't be the first time.
Easily done. Very easily done. So just going to go through the order super quick before the really hot times come out. So we've got Team Purple Helmets in first. Barracuda second, Onid Go for the Gap Racing in third, Barracuda fourth, Napa Racing UK fifth, Quatermass the 63 car in sixth, Onid Cam Sport in seventh, Orange Apex Esports in eighth, Quatermass Motorsport the 35 car in ninth, and Avanti Racing in 10th position. I really was not expecting to see Avanti Racing in 10th position. I really hope they have a strong race with us today, but that shows how strong the middle field is, well, how close the middle field is. The fact that they've got to really push hard to get a 145 in. They have just put in a personal best for Sector 1, 31.6. We'll cut to them as they are the only team at the moment on a flying lap. So let's see if they can improve on that position. Now, at the moment, that is a lot faster than the other cars around them in that part of the field. So I think they're going to jump up a few places. Have they had a driver swap in the car, or is it still the same driver?
It's still Jack Brewer in that car, unless they haven't updated our Google sheet.
Of course. So we'll assume it's Jack because that's what the screen says. I think he might have just found a little bit more time. Obviously, in this session, the car does get lighter, and you get more and more used to it the more laps you do. And to be fair, with the practice session, I would imagine he's pretty much up to pace now. So we're coming towards the end of the second sector now. So let's see what he does there. It's a personal best in the second sector as well, 47.1. That's not too bad. Very squirrely coming out of the second to last corner there. Probably lost a tenth or two as the 35 plate NASCAR spins out of control. Into the final corner for the Avanti racing car. Onto the start, finish straight. Let's see what he can do. 1 minute 41, 42. I think it's going to be a 44, maybe a high 44, and it is a 44.7, which puts them into P9. Right, only go for the gap on their first attempt going for pole position with these final fuel runs. It's a purple sector 1 with 31.162. Let's see what he can do in the middle sector, but we already know that Martin has a 30 in him, and I think Jack definitely has a 30 in him as well. So, you've not seen the last of the times changing in this session. I think the order is going to shuffle all over the place. Although saying that, Team Purple Helmets, their sector 1 is a 31.2, so they are actually down on Only Go for the Gap, and their middle sector's not great either, a 46.185 from the Team Purple Helmets car.
Warm-up lap?
Not a super quick. It is a good middle
sector. It's a good time.
But a 46.0 in comparison to the Only
is better,
car, which is a purple middle sector. So this is very close for pole position. We'll see what Jack Ashton does as he is coming across the line. As you can see, he lost a lot of time in that middle sector. It's a 43.0 for Jack Ashton with a purple final sector. It's 25.6, which is absolutely rapid. But what's the only going to go?
Whoa.
It goes pole position with a 42.935. We're now into the 42. Let's go to Martin Buchan, who's also gone purple in sector 1. What can he now do? It's a 31.0, so not the absolute fastest we've seen from him, but the last time he did this, he made quite the fundamental error in that final sector. Let's see what he can do in that middle sector. Fascinating qualifying so far, as Team Purple Helmets going again with a new personal best in sector 1 of 31.104. Not as fast as Martin Buchan though, so this is going to be insanely close. So coming through the middle sector, it's a purple middle sector for Martin Buchan.
Oh, that's fast. That is fast.
Insanely fast. I think we're going to see a 42.7 at this rate. This is going to be a super fast lap as he comes into the final corner. Will he get it right this time? Yes, that looked absolutely bang on, if not a little bit too cautious, I would say. Coming out of the final corner now, across the line, it is a 42.6. Look at that, an absolutely astonishing lap from Martin Buchan. Really fast times coming in now, as the Barracuda car does a 43.4 as well, crosses lines to go P4. We've got Only Go for the Gap in P2, and Team Purple Helmets in P3. On two personal bests in sector 1 and sector 2, but Only Go for the Gap have just done a purple sector in the middle sector as well. Orange Apex Esports go up to P5 with a final sector, 25.5 final sector for Orange Esports. Across the line for Jack Ashton, it's a 42.8. It's not enough for pole position. 42.8 is about a tenth of a second, 2/10 of a second away from Martin Buchan. What a lap from Martin Buchan. We're definitely going to have to get him in here after the session. They do have time for one more lap. Barracuda going again with a 31.1 in sector 1, which isn't the fastest we've seen, but all of the cars, if they cross the line, they do have time to put in that one more lap. Do they have enough fuel though? Let's find out. Martin, I think, has used the best of his tyres on that lap though. I can't see him improving on this one, but surely not.
Go for the Gap have also just got themselves back up into P2 because Ashton's time was good enough for the front row very briefly for about 5 seconds, and Go for the Gap have got back in front. The first sector times for everybody are pretty average. I will say that Buchan's first and second sectors are not too much slower than his fastest lap time. They look slow in comparison because his first few sectors were really good. But we said that the third sector looked a little bit cautious. We'll see around the final corner what can he do. He's not too far off.
No, he's not at all. As we go across to the checkered flag, Will he improve? I don't think he needs to. He doesn't, but it's another 42.8, which would have been well, it would have put him P4, that would have put him, so that wouldn't have really improved much, but a second 42 in a row, very impressive. Right, is Only Go for the Gap improving? No. Our Team Purple Helmets improving? No, they're not either, so going to be super interesting to see if they can find anything. I don't
12 seconds off.
Yeah, that's a really slow middle sector for Jack.
Spun.
He must have spun, yes. So let's see if Only Go for the Gap can take the throne from Boo Barracuda as they come through the final corner. It's not a great lap, but it's not super slow. I'll be shocked if they get anywhere near it, to be honest. It's going to be a 43 mid-time for that one. Yep, they've really backed off for that one. So it looks like we have got Martin Buchan on pole position. How about that?
Well, after practice, we had some teams saying, what's the point of even doing qualifying if Team Purple Helmet are getting into the 42s and no one else was? No one else was even in the 43s.
No.
It was a ridiculous gap at the front. Turns out, all the teams just hiding their pace because they've all come out and qualifying with fantastic lap times here. Brilliant qualifying session.
Yeah, absolutely thrilling. I was expecting a bit of a whitewash after practice, not going to lie, just like you, Dane. To see Boo Barracuda and Only Go for the Gap. Only Go for the Gap, that is their best ever qualifying result. So, what a session for them. We're going to very quickly try and get Martin Buchan into the studio so we can get a quick word from him, because our gap between now and the race has been significantly shortened. We will be getting him as soon as we can. So I'm going to rush out, go grab him. Dane's going to talk you through the rest of the grid.
Yep, so of course Boo Barracuda, they had a fantastic lap time up at the top. Buchan doing a brilliant job, and we'll start on pole position as we look at a couple of other drivers here. They're making their way back into the garages, as you can see, and we are just getting ready with our pole sitter. No one knows how he's done it. We'll ask the man himself as soon as he's ready. He has. So we've got mics that no one seems to know how to put on their head, but it's fine. We'll wait for him to be ready, and then we'll get a little chat with our pole sitter. He joins us now. Martin, hello.
How you doing, Dane? You alright?
I'm pretty good. You must be pretty good as well. You're going to be starting pole position. Were you expecting that when you got in the car?
It was going to be close between me and Jack, I think. Aiden's done a great lap, to be fair. I don't know where he's come from, because I was like, oh, bloody hell, where's Only for the Gap? I was like, they've gone from bottom to top. But yeah, I've got to do 8 hours of this now, mate, so I'm not looking forward to that.
So do I.
Yeah, but I've got to drive for 8 hours. You just got to sit and just go blah, 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 blah.
Is that confirmed then? And do you have no drivers with you for the race? Because I've been asked for clearance for the Boo Barracuda boys to join you at some point. And I know you were talking to Matt Webb yesterday. So is that confirmed you're definitely doing 8 hours by yourself? Or is it a case of we're going to see how it goes?
Yes, we'll see how my left leg gets on after 6 hours, because it's already in a bit of pain because of that brake pedal.
Fair enough. What about Matt Webb? Do we know if he's going to...
Don't think Webby's coming.
You don't think Webby's
and
coming?
And he's too slow anyway. Matt, if you're watching, too slow.
Wow. Not harsh at all. Okay, cool. But yeah, that was a hell of a lap, Martin. I have to say, like, we were quite staggered by your first attempt, let alone the second attempt. That sector 1 on the first attempt at the hot lap was the only 30-second sector 1 that we saw. And that middle and final sector as well on that hot lap was absolutely perfect. So, really good. I don't think you could have found any more time out there, if I'm honest. I think that was almost the perfect lap.
I think there's a 10th in it.
1/10?
Yeah.
Where do you feel that you...
now you're making me count.
Was it
turns.
your favourite corners?
The
long ones?
No.
Is it the really annoying braking zone in the middle?
The hairpin, the right-hand hairpin down the bottom of the hill.
Oh, before the two...
That's
okay.
one.
That's a tricky braking zone.
And I got track limits to that left-hander as well, when I was about 7 tenths up on that lap.
Yes, we saw that, because we got really excited by that sector 1.
I might have sworn at the computer a little bit.
We saw that sector unfold, and then we saw the middle sector not appear, and we were very confused for a minute. But
and then also I've mucked up the last corner as well in a lap. That wouldn't have got pole, but it would have been close. Would have been close, and because Sean was watching, he's like, "How did you go from 3 tenths up to 6 tenths up in one corner?" I went, "Well, I kind of went really wide one lap before."
Race strategy wise, are you happy with what
Peg
you've
it.
chosen?
Just peg it.
You're just gonna go
Just
for
gonna
it,
go
just
for
see
it.
what you can do.
I can't do the arithmetic in my head. I'm just going
Do you
full.
think that the Team Purple Helmets guys are going to be a more significant threat in the race than they were in qualifying? Because I'm shocked to see them in P3.
Yeah, oh no, yeah. I mean, Jack's going to probably steam up the inside in turn 1, leave us all for dead, because he's probably in some absolute mega strategy that I've never even thought about. And then, yeah, we'll just see how it goes. But turn 1's going to be very interesting, I think.
Yes,
I mean,
especially a rolling start, because the slipstream's going to be strong.
Yeah.
So, I mean, obviously, you know, there's not a huge amount of time for the cars to form that slipstream, so you should be okay.
That's not what I'm
regards.
worried about, though. It's more the braking zone or
Cold brakes.
cold brakes
And ascend up the inside.
yeah, I mean, let's just put it this way. I've already seen it in practice. Cars come out the pit lane, they're off straight away. And, yeah, someone's going to do it.
It's going to be a race of attrition.
I've already
definitely.
marked the wall where I'm hitting.
Yeah,
That's what I've already
it's-
marked it.
It's going to be a race of attrition,
Yeah.
I do think. So keep it out the wall then.
Easier said than done.
You'll be fine. Relax.
I've already spun it in qualifying as well.
I did see that. It wasn't.
that
It
was
wasn't
good,
on
wasn't
the.
it? Yeah.
It wasn't
I
on the
mean,
live feed, thankfully
I think
for you.
most
Stop.
drivers spun.
Stop looking at me in the stream then, Dane. Stop putting pressure on me like that. If I know you're watching, I'll just spin.
But
So
the
put
viewers
tally
want
lights.
to see your laps.
what? And the car that I
The
painted.
viewers demand to see your laps.
Yeah, your paint is beautiful,
They say the next word.
beautifully fixed by Grant.
Don't know what you're talking about. Nah, don't know what you're talking about. He didn't do nothing.
No, I never do. So Martin, we're going to let you have a little break before the
I
race
need it.
because we're not far away from the start of
Oh.
the race, to be honest. So get yourself some drinks, get yourself some liquid in you, do what you need to do before the race. And,
Warm up and then
Good luck. I mean,
proceed
I
to
would
dive.
say we'll talk to you in the race, but we're not
you
going to
come
be
and
able
chat.
to.
You come and chat to me if you want. Stick a microphone in my face.
I
I'll
don't
chat.
know if that's a great idea.
I'll chat.
Fair enough. I mean, if we get a chance, we'll give that a go. If
Code
not,
80.
and you get too tired and you do get a driver replacement, feel free to come and see us and let us know
Yeah.
how tired you are.
But I'm not
And-
bringing food like I do for.
No, don't bring
Dane.
food. It's fine. We'll sort that out ourselves.
Oh, too
Awesome.
kind.
Well, thank you, Martin.
Cheers,
Good
Grant.
luck.
Thanks. I
It's
will
gonna
need
be,
it.
It's going to be a tough race.
It is. Cheers.
That's your pole sitter. Who? Where did that pace come from?
I don't know.
Because practice, you were quite far. Everyone was far off from Ashton. Everyone was. We were all thinking, what's going on? And suddenly, there's the top four all close together. So we'll see how it ends up in the race. I'd like to see it. Says you proved me wrong. We'll see. We'll see what happens. As we end up our qualifying session coverage here, we will go for a little break before we get started for the 8 hours of Bahrain that is approaching us, and it is going to be a very interesting 8 hours indeed. The 10 cars, they are going to be going at it. We'll see how many of them manage to keep out of the walls. We've already heard that the cold brakes coming out of the pits is going to be an issue. Are they going to all survive the race start? We will be finding out very, very soon. But Grant and I are going to go for a bit of a break before the race starts, and then we will be back with you very, very soon. Welcome back to Simply Race and our live coverage of the 8 hours of Bahrain here for round 3 of the 2023 Simply Race Endurance Series. It is bright and sunny. You can't see that because the grandstand's blocking out all of the sunshine, but it will very soon be bright and sunny as the cars make their way down towards the first corner for the formation lap. There's a rolling start here for the Simply Race Endurance Series. And here is the grid rolling through your screen. We had qualifying, a very interesting qualifying session about half an hour ago, and now they'll make their way through the first couple of corners and around on their formation lap. It's going to be a very important one. They're going to have to get their brakes nice and warming, and maybe a little bit of weaving we might see just to get the car up to temperature, because as we've heard from the drivers, that is going to be a key talking point, especially as we head into the first corner of this race. It's a long start finish straight into a very tight and slow first corner. Often does cause carnage. We've got 10 cars on the grid in the Glickenhaus 007 machine. So we will see how they manage to fare, as they are single file for the time being here for the formation lap, making their way through to the S's. We'll see how they all get on. It's Boo Barracuda on pole position. That is the solo driver of Martin Buchan. We'll see how he gets on. 8 hour solo might be a little bit too much of an ask. He has got a couple of drivers in the sister car who are able to help out if needed. We've also got Onan go for the gap and Team Purple helmet. They are definitely going to be posing some threats, especially in these first couple laps when everyone is bunched up. But don't count out Barracuda and Orange Apex Esport making their debut and getting it onto P5 at the end of qualifying as well in the top half of the field. Very impressive start to their campaign. As I'll bring in co-commentator, race director, very famous here at Simply Race, of course, it is Grant Lyman. Hello Grant, how you doing?
Yeah, not too bad today. Really looking forward to commentating and taking you through this race. Just want to say a good shout out to our race control team. They've got the grid nice and condensed for this start. Martin did have a bit of a rocket start for the formation lap, and he pulled out quite a few car lengths. So good to see that is nice and bunched up now. So looking forward to seeing the start of this race. We're just rolling through on the formation lap, so all the drivers just have their pit limiters switched on, and then when we get to the 8 hours remaining, they switch off their pit limiters, and then the race will be underway. So that will happen down the start finish straight, so we will go racing at a decent amount of time. So it's going to be really competitive. It's going to be really interesting into turn 1, seeing the cold brakes. Now I think we're going to see an attempt at a dive bomb going into turn 1, because it always happens here. With those cold brakes, you have to be extra early on those brakes going into the first corner. So will the drivers take that into account as we start to ramp up the speed a little bit now, coming through into the final sector? We're getting ready for the start of the race. We are 35 seconds away from the start of this race. Going to be a long and tough race. The drivers really struggling with these cars. In practice we saw a lot of spins. In qualifying we saw a lot of spins as well. It's definitely going to be a race of attrition. Who can make it to the end? So just under 20 seconds away now. Getting very close to the start of this race. R-Factor getting very confused by the fact that cars are going slow around the circuit. Keeps on saying that we've got yellow flags. So we're getting very close now. So we're about 5 seconds away from the drivers going fast. I think that's a little bit early, but that's completely fine. We get underway now, so the drivers will switch off their pit limiters. No, they've not switched off their pit limiters. Okay.
Waiting for the word from race control.
Here we go. The speed. No, they're still not speeding up. I think they're going to wait until we get to the line then. Okay. Or Martin is just controlling the pace potentially.
Yeah, there he goes.
Here we go. He has dived, and we go off into turn 1. And Onid goes for the gap and got to run onto them into the first corner. Some of the drivers still not really going that fast yet, which is interesting.
Almost some contact a bit further back, and I've just heard Jack Ashton complain from him there that that's probably the worst start that he's had for a while. He did drop back quite a bit. A couple cars smoking a little bit as they may have overheated a little bit on that formation lap, but we will continue along, and hopefully the air rushing through them will get them cooled back down again. Some big gaps through the field a little bit further back as well, but Boo Barracuda and Martin Buchan in that 666 car will make their way through. Turn number 8 now, still in the lead of this race. Go for the gap, starting to drop back slightly, and Jack Ashton in that Team Purple Helmets car is back catching up in that 3rd position.
So we'll see what happens in terms of the start of this race. It wouldn't surprise me if we have a sort of a code 60 scenario come into play as we see the Cam Sport car battling with the 63 Quatermass car and driving past very easily at the exit of the corner there. Does that Quatermass car have a problem? Yeah, overtaken by the Avanti car as well. I wonder if they've had a little off, but it looks like they're trying to go back up the inside of the Avanti cars. The Cam Sport completely missed the braking zone, going into the long left-hander. I think there's a lot of cold brakes coming into play here, lots of cold tyres. Drivers really struggling to just get to grips as we see them swapping positions constantly here, like just left, right, and centre. Really good racing for the first lap, but I think a lot of this is just down to the tyres themselves. And we've got a safety car on the circuit for some reason.
Oh, around they go, bit of contact. So what is the safety car doing on the circuit? Why is it going so fast?
I'm not sure why there's a safety car on track.
The lights are off, so we are getting ready to go. It's stopping on the circuit. It is stopping on the circuit. Okay, we have a rogue safety car driver. Right.
Okay, so let's try and find out what's going on from race control. I have a feeling that they've now called a code 60. Yep, that looks like that has now happened.
Yeah. Well, look how close that is up at the top. Are we maybe doing a restart? What look at the safety car. The safety car's overtaking them.
Yeah, it will.
On the other screen.
Okay, right.
What is going on?
I'm going to go find out what is going on here.
Yes.
I'm going to pop on the code 80 banner. We'll go find out what's going on, and then I'll be right back.
The safety car is currently incredibly confused and is making its way around the circuit. I'm not entirely sure what's going on. We've got Grant running off the race control to figure out what exactly is occurring. As it seems that maybe a couple of drivers have had some issues. We also do have all the drivers going slow. It seems that the safety car has decided to come out onto the circuit. So we will figure out what exactly is going on. But look how close it is up at the front between these 4 drivers. Once we do get back going again, it will be very interesting to see how they manage to get around things here. As in the background, you can see the safety car just making its way up. As through they go, and we will just wait for race control to confirm, but I am hearing discussions that we may have a restart on our hands here. We may have to restart this race, so we'll see exactly what is going to happen here. But through they will go. Everybody has made their way out of the circuit, and I think we are getting ready for a restart here of this session. And that is exactly what it seems that we will have. So we will be back in just a bit whilst we work on how to figure all of this out. But we will be back here for the 8 hours of Bahrain. Well, welcome back to the Simply Race Endurance Series, and welcome back to Bahrain International Circuit. We have had some tech issues, and by tech issues we mean R Factor 2 doing R Factor 2 things. And basically what has happened is, if you did watch the start, or the attempted start of the race, what happened was we started the race, and the way that our formation lap worked is that the race had already started 8 minutes and around 8 hours and around 2 minutes on the timer, and then by the time we get around to the start finish line, it will be 8 hours to start the race properly. That's just because there have been bugs with the formation lap and rolling start feature built into R Factor 2, so to try and avoid those issues, we decided to do it that way, and it's worked for the first 2 races of the season. However, this time the safety car driver really disliked everybody driving around the circuit at 60 miles per hour, and so decided to take it upon himself to fix that, and they deployed the safety car before our race had started. That caused some confusion amongst the drivers. It also meant that we had a rogue safety car driving around the circuit, and so obviously that was not a good way of starting the race. The race start itself also then did have some problems because of this, and race control trying to sort out all of the issues. So we're going to restart, and we are not going to go for a rolling start. We are doing a very straightforward standing start, no formation lap, no nonsense, just straight onto the grid, and away they will go for 8 hours. If you are new to the Simply Race Endurance series, we have already had 2 fantastic rounds in hypercars at Daytona and GT3s at Estoril. Here we are back again in the Glickenhaus 007. At Bahrain International Circuit. We do also still have the season finale at Interlagos, and then the 24-hour event in November at Yas Marina, which will be very interesting indeed. It has taken us a little bit of time to sort out these issues, so apologies for that. Our race start time has been delayed by quite a bit, but it is good to see a lot of people watching. Let us know what you're expecting in the chat. We obviously did have a very interesting qualifying session, which didn't go how many of us thought it would, Grant.
It definitely didn't, with the Boo Barracuda Glickenhaus getting pole position with an absolutely storming lap, and with Team Purple Helmets qualifying P3. Very shocking qualifying results there. I think just while we're waiting, because we did the special announcement for everybody in the venue, but we haven't done the announcement for those on the stream, and we've got plenty of time to talk about that now. So Dane is obviously a lot younger than I am, so I don't think he's going to be as excited about this.
No, I am.
Oh, he is. Okay,
I'm very.
Good. Awesome. So we've made a decision as Simply Race that the final 24-hour race will not be run with GT3 cars. Instead, we're going to run them with the GT1 cars from 2010, which means we get things like Aston Martin DBR9, Chevrolet C6, the Maserati MT12, the Lamborghini, the Nissan R35, and the Ford GT as well. So a very interesting mixture of some very, very cool retro cars with awesome engines, all limited to 750 brake horsepower. I say limited.
Limited.
That's the rule in the championship, was you maximum power was 750 brake horsepower. If I remember correctly, Maserati struggled to get to the 750 in terms of they had too much power. So it was still a limit for them, but those were very cool cars, not massively aero dependent like a lot of GT3 cars are these days. So it's a lot more down to the mechanical grip of the cars. So I think for the 24 hours, that's going to prove to make the race absolutely fascinating, because there won't be really much dirty air whatsoever. The cars are a lot nicer to race. They don't have any form of downshift protection either, so they're just a really nice car to drive in general. Would love to see your thoughts on that in the chat, because I know there's some of you that have driven those GT cars before and you absolutely love them. Easily the best cars in terms of in my opinion. Other people might have a different opinion on that, but whenever I've driven them, I've had an amazing time. I don't know if you've driven them yet, Dane, in the venue, or have you given them a go?
I have not, but I do really like GT1 cars, so I'm excited for that. That's going to be good. And Yas Marina, a circuit that didn't exist when these cars were racing in the real world, so a bit of an odd combination, but the new layout of Yas Marina is amazing. and in GT cars especially, it's amazing. So it's going to be good. But these cars are going to be in very unfamiliar territory.
When you say Yas Marina didn't exist, do you just mean that layout? Because it definitely did in 2010. Because Formula 1 season finale was there. You're thinking a bit further back.
I'm thinking of COTA.
Oh, wow, okay. You're thinking of... That's a very different track. A very different country as well. Interesting. So Dane's had his first moment of the day.
It's not my first.
I think it's the last live moment.
First live
moment of the day. So feel free to roast him in the comments for that. It looks like we've got some reaction already. I can't really see.
Aaron Daly has said, hell yes, GT1s with 9 smiley faces. So I think Aaron's pretty happy.
Just to emphasise happiness. Now, I've just heard race control tell the drivers to go to their pods, so I think we're about 2 minutes away from getting this race underway. But yeah, these cars are absolutely astonishing to drive. I love driving all of them. They all have their own... Oh, you've got a question?
Are you going to limit the amount of Aston Martins allowed for the 24-hour?
I don't think everyone's going to go for the Aston, if I'm honest. When I listed the cars to the teams earlier, a lot of people got very excited when I said numerous of the manufacturers.
Nissan.
So, yeah, there was a lot of hype for the Nissan. There was a lot of hype for the Nissan.
It's a very cool car.
It is a cool car.
It's a very cool car.
The original Godzilla.
Yes.
Before the GT3 Godzilla, there was this Godzilla.
Yeah.
It's interesting, like, we are limited to the 2010 season, so we don't have, like, the Audi R8 and stuff like that. But that's fine. We don't need the R8. We're happy without. Oh, Dane has another question.
No, R Factor 2 man has said, attention, I can't remember what the exact line is, but...
Which means we're about 90 seconds.
We are very close to getting underway here at the Bahrain International Circuit. Now, there's a lot of things that these cars are built for. They're not built for standing starts. On top of that, none of the drivers have practiced standing starts because we haven't had to do standing starts. So this is going to be a very, very interesting race start.
Yes, it's going to be really quite frightening into turn 1 with those cold brakes in particular. Cold tyres, cold brakes. You know, okay, the formation lap that we provide normally doesn't really give you a huge opportunity to get temperature in, but you can get a little bit in if you need to. So it looks like we are pretty much getting ready to go, so very soon we will be cut into the live action. We're 50 seconds away. Thank you, Annabelle. That's our race director, just giving me a nice handy update there. So we're very close to the start of the race itself. So we'll just pan to the leading car. There we are. The lovely Boo Barracuda car, which despite looking plain does actually look quite nice, I would say.
Whoa.
I think it's quite good. Okay, looks like we are pretty much good to get going then. So, Dane, I'll let you lead the way, start the race.
Well, we'll get ready for the klaxon that will tell us when we are about to get going. It should be any second now, but you can see on the right hand side of your screen, pole position, Martin Buchan in Boo Barracuda. Only go for the gap on the left hand side of our screen. On the front row, here we go. We are ready for the 8 hours of Bahrain. And we get going, and who is going to get the best start? Oh, look at behind. It's a massive start from Team Purple Helmet and Jack Ashton. He has definitely got a good getaway and is already miles out into the lead. 3 wide, 4 wide. Further back for second position, and oh, it's the Napa UK car that has really bogged down through that first corner. A little bit of contact. The bollard's gone flying. That's one of the Quatermass cars that's been cycled back to the back of the field. Meanwhile, Jack Ashton out in front doing a fantastic job there. 3 wide further back once again as our cameraman does some trickery there. And we look at the Cam Sport car, and there's Napa again getting into some trouble. Side by side now through the S's with one of the Quatermass cars. Unfortunately, the Quatermass cars both cycled back to the back of the field. They had a very impressive showing in qualifying. It's all kicking off at the back of our field as they're going 3 wide on the exit now of turn 8. It's not going to be able to be 3 wide down and towards turns 9 and 10. The heavy and tricky braking zone here for this left-hander, and Napa get going once again, but definitely some troubles for some of the drivers in the back early on in this race. Love to take another look at that start from Team Purple Helmet, because that was a beautiful launch, and from third on the grid, just absolutely miles out in front by the time we reached turn 1. So a brilliant job there from Jack Ashton.
Yeah, it was a really perfect start, perfect getaway. I mean, Martin just didn't seem to move at all, and I think that just caused a lot of confusion at the further pack down to the grid, because it was spread out into 24 wide, trying to avoid the slower starting cars. Obviously, like Dane said, these cars are not designed for that sort of getaway. So, Team Purple Helmets just rocketed into the lead. There was a 1.5 second gap at the end of the first lap. It's all feeling a little bit Max Verstappen at the moment, but if Martin can start to replicate the pace that he showed in qualifying, I think that gap is going to come down. We're going to see a much closer race. Interesting that none of the teams going into the pits damage. We did see a lot of contact on that first lap. And one thing, we saw a lot of bollards being wiped out, which is going to really frustrate some of the drivers who use those specific bollards as their braking zone. One lap and they got.
This is one of the things that I do love about R Factor 2 is, and then there are a few things that I do quite enjoy about it. But the bollards being like collidable is definitely one of them, which adds to the realism a little bit. But when you go to a circuit like Donington Park, or a circuit where, or even Le Mans, where you've got quite a lot of different markers that you can use, and then after a couple of laps they are all literally no longer on the circuit, they don't get replaced either. The marshals are a little bit lazy like that. But yeah, it can be quite frustrating when suddenly after a couple of laps you have no more brake markers. So you've got to try and look at other things, try and find things that are definitely not going to be moving whilst you're in the race to use as your braking references, otherwise you're going to have a little bit of a hard time. And a lot of the times those little 150 meter boards that you see, they will be gone by the time you end a race. So Bahrain's quite nice, it has most of them suspended from the barriers, which obviously they're not going to get hit, but yeah, some of them not so lucky. And here we see a little bit of side-by-side of Napa Racing and Avanti Racing, I believe. They're going side-by-side, is it? Yes, it is, and right up behind only Camsport as well. Napa to the inside of turn number 1. They're not going to be able to make the move this time by almost a little bit of contact, maybe even a small touch there from Avanti onto Camsport, but they all get through cleanly.
I will say the Avanti racing car definitely the big winners of that lap 1 drama. They came from 10th all the way up to previously 5th, now dropping back down to 7th place. So they definitely did have a really good first lap. They obviously nailed the start and made the most of all of the crazy shenanigans going on in front of them, because there was a lot of very random action going on. Lots of cars going a little bit crazy, seeming to forget that this is an 8-hour long race. Now, I tell you what is hotting up quite nicely. The Onid Go for the Gap car is only half a second, in fact, there you go, onto the rear of the Boo Barracuda car in second place. So the battle for P2 already livening up quite nicely. We've also got the Onid Camsport car and the Napa Racing UK relatively close to each other, but that is starting to open up a little bit. Avanti dropping off the back of the Napa Racing car as well, after being overtaken by both Napa and Onid Camsport, as you saw on the previous lap. So, early on in the race, how much are you going to go for it for second place, Dane? Would you be pushing to try and get that track position, or are you just going to try and follow? Or are you going to see what happens in front? Like, how far is Jack going to get away? As we see the Onid Go for the Gap cars going side by side with the Camsport car. Sorry, the Camsport car going side by side with the Napa Racing UK. Sorry, same sponsor. It gets a little bit confusing. So we'll cut to that live as we're going down the start-finish straight. I'm heard some shouting from the pods, which means that some contact has potentially happened at somewhere on the track. Going into the first corner there as the Napa Racing UK just defends the position. Avanti looking to make the most out of that, but just changing their minds on there. Now, I feel like the Onid guys are definitely going to attempt to make a move. I know that Dane doesn't think it's the right thing to do, but obviously every driver's a little bit different. I think if I was in their shoes, like I said earlier, I would be watching the gap to Team Purple Helmets and thinking if I can keep that a lot smoother. As I've just seen the Napa Racing UK car drop down the order quite a lot. They are now second to last. They were battling with that Camsport car, but I have a feeling they may have dropped it all by themselves. I'm going to try and look for a replay of that. So Dane will keep you company just for a few minutes.
Yeah, and they dropped all the way back now to 9th position. Orange Apex as well seem to have run into some issues because they've dropped back behind both Quatermass cars as well, and even further back on the field than the Napa car, which you could have just seen earlier on. But still keeping up with a sort of lead pack, second and third position on the field. It's Boo Barracuda and Ona go for the gap. And they're just sitting behind quite patiently at the moment. I don't think they're confident enough that they have enough pace to overtake and pull away from the Boo Barracuda car. But meanwhile, I think they're just sitting back and saving some fuel, and that can be very advantageous. Team Purple Helmet, they don't have that advantage. They are having to go and use up a lot more fuel than the two cars behind them. And go for the gap, it not only means that they can go a little bit further on in their pit stops if they pit at the same time as the other cars as well, then they can add less fuel to their car. They'll have to fill up and it will take them a little bit less time, and maybe they can even jump Purple Helmets as well once they make their fuel. So it's going to be an interesting thing to see here with the strategy, how that all plays out. But they are sort of just staying behind there for the time being. It looks like we are close to getting a replay of that incident involving the Napa Racing UK machine. And we will see now. Yeah, it looks like the Quatermass car spun off as well. It looks like it's in a similar position as well, possibly the exact same thing happening. I did say earlier on in qualifying, a good couple of hours ago now at this point, that it is a difficult part of the circuit. Here through the S's, it looks like that they've gone round. We'll see if we can maybe get a replay of that up on screen as well. But definitely a tricky part of the circuit. It looks like they might have clipped a curb and that's just sent them around. Very easy to do, very big curbs. Through turns 5, 6 and 7. They're getting close up at the front still, and if they're going to make a move, this is probably one of the best opportunities that they've had so far to try and do that, and go for the gap now, 2 tenths behind. And in the slipstream, here they go for the send up and towards turn number 1, side by side for second place in this 8 hours of Bahrain. And they're going to make that move nicely. Bucking gets alongside on the exit as well, trying to get a cut back, trying to get a good exit and maybe make a move back into second at turn number 4. Up the hill they will go. To the inside goes Bucking, almost there in the braking zone, has to back out of that one. And only go for the gap, keep that position. Up in the second place they go. Now 3.5 seconds is the gap between them and Jack Ashton in Team Purple Helmet up in front.
And just watching the Quatermass car here, it's a 63 car through the S's, a little bit too much throttle again, just loses the rear end, lucky to keep that out of the barrier. So, well, stopped by the Quatermass boys there. So, let's have a look at the different tyre strategies that everyone's got going on, because obviously that's going to cause some real interest in this race of who's gone what. So with these two cars that are on screen at the moment, with the Onid go for the gap car and the Boo Barracuda car, Boo are hards all round and Onid go for the gap are mediums all round. So the medium tyre probably coming up to temperature a lot quicker than that hard tyre, which probably is giving them a little bit of an advantage at the moment. But what I was finding through the race, through the practice sessions, was that hard tyre really comes into its own compared to the medium. Like, you really get a lot more performance from it through the stint. So the medium will overheat quite easily, especially in these super hot conditions, 39 to 40 degrees air temperature today. So track temperature is going to be insanely high, which means that tyre rubber, no one will really touch the softs unless there's a really short stint at the end, I think. So Orange Apex are in the pits, so I have a feeling that they have crashed and have damage. Not really sure how bad that incident was, but I will try and have a look for that for you. But yeah, so it's going to be really interesting to see how the tyre strategies all play out through the race. Will Martin swap to a different strategy? I mean, the only information he's going to get are going to be from the Barracuda guys, who could feed him some info. But some of the other relevant information, so Team Purple Helmets are hards all round. So that's your race leaders with the hard tyres. As we've already said, only go for the gap mediums. Boo Barracuda on hards, then U Barracuda on hards as well. Onid Cam Sport, those are on hards too. Who isn't on hards? Is probably the better question. Avanti, the next car along, those are on mediums. And then following through to that, Quatermass, they are on mediums for the 35 car and medium hards for the 63 car. And then finally, Orange Apex UK are on the mediums. So I'm wondering if they're going to change soon. Okay, cool. So, long way to go. Very long way to go. Some quite gaps on the circuit. So like Quatermass are getting very close to the back of Avanti Racing. All very squirrely under braking there, going through into the aero heavy corners of the circuit. I'm going to try and find what happened to the Orange Apex car.
As through they go. Almost nothing separating them out there at the moment. 0.3 of a second down and towards the final corner. Now this is a corner where overtaking is possible, but you do not want to be doing it because you've got that long straight immediately afterwards, and if you overtake there, then you're just asking to get taken back in towards the first corner. It is the longest straight on the circuit and probably the tightest corner on the circuit as well. Here we go then for the number 35 car. If they're going to make a move, it's going to be here, sending it towards the inside, and they will opt not to make that move on this occasion. Trying to get some better traction out of turns 2 and 3. It is a very tricky part of the circuit indeed. Now up the hill they go towards turn 4, and they're not quite close enough to make a move here either. As the clock continues to tick down on this race. 7 hours 46 minutes left in this 8 hours of Bahrain. We've only scratched the surface of what this race has in store for us, as we do seem to be having a replay getting ready as to what did happen to that Orange Apex Esports car that it did go down to the pits, is back out of the pits, albeit a lap down, as a bit of contact made there into what looks like turns 9 and 10. Side by side doesn't always work through there, and unfortunately for Quatermass, they're not going to get past Avanti Racing anytime soon. They're now got to catch that gap all the way back up again. Here is what happened to the Orange Apex car, and that is a big impact. They've missed the tyre barrier as well. They've hit the edge of the arm coat, and of course that is going to give them a significant amount of damage. That is out of turn 11 there. A little bit of a snap and a slight overcorrection, and unfortunately that has put them into the wall as they make their way back out onto the circuit now.
Yeah, they're a good lap down on the next car in front of them, so it's going to be a long race for those guys as my voice is giving up already. Flashbacks to Restoril, which was not fun if you listen to that. So, losing a lap this early in the race, not the most ideal of situations, but it can be recovered. It's a long race, and I think it is going to be a big case of who makes the least mistakes, who keeps it out the barrier the most. If you crash, do you have much damage, so on and so forth. So in terms of the lap times at the moment, the Team Purple Helmets car in the 45.7s, 45.768. A little bit quicker for the Onid Go for the Gap car, 45.706. And then Boo Barracuda as well, a little bit faster than the Purple Helmets car as well, with a 45.722. So Jack probably just managing the pace at the front. You know, he's got a nice 3.5 second advantage to second place, which is very handy to have in your pocket. So he's probably just not trying to take any risks at the moment. I'm seeing a lot of personal bests as well around the circuit, as Onid Cam Sport and Quatermass are starting to really push the car. So that's the Quatermass at 35 car really starting to push, as we see once again the Quatermass car all over the rear of the Avanti Racing UK car. Not seeing any changes in position as of yet. You will notice that the sun is slowly going down. It's going to be a relatively long sunset though. We've got a little while till we get into pure darkness, but the lights of the circuit will illuminate the track, so the drivers won't have to worry too much about vision problems, and their headlights will automatically switch on for them too. So, only 0.2 of a second between the Avanti Racing and Quatermass car, but I have a feeling they're just holding station at the moment, maybe waiting for a really good opportunity to make that attempt of an overtake. You don't really just want to dive bomb this early into the race and then end up off of the circuit. I mean, at the moment as well, I think the Boo Barracuda car is lapping significantly quicker than the Onid Go for the Gap car, so maybe those hard tyres coming into play already. 45.8 for the Boo Barracuda car compared to a 46.3 for the Onid Go for the Gap car. So quite a big difference in times there, and Team Purple helmets as well, 146.775. That's quite a big lap time difference between our top three, as the Boo Barracuda's last lap is a 152.802, so I think they've had a bit of a moment dropping off of the lead-in trio, but still ahead of the Onid Cam Sport, Avanti Racing, Quatermass 35, Quatermass 63, Napa Racing UK, and Orange Apex Esports. Napa Racing UK are now in the pit lane, so I think they are either trying to repair the damage that they accrued, or they've crashed again and potentially got even more damage. I'll have a look at that and see what the reason for pitting is there. I've seen a random message from race control as well. So.
See what that's all about, as it's very close between Avanti and Quatermass as they make their way out of turn 13 down towards the final corner. Right up close to the back, looking for a move left and right. They weave a massive block coming out from Avanti as well, and that's put them offline for the final corner. They run wide, they're over the curb, and up the inside gets Quatermass, and they're already in front. Is that going to be beneficial to them though, because now there's only 2/10 behind them, and Avanti are in the slipstream. I think they've just about got away with it this time as they make their way back down in towards turn number 1, and Quatermass up into P6. Yellow in sector 1. Very briefly, what has happened in sector 1?
I would imagine that that's just a slight off, potentially just running a bit wide, and RFAX 2 is just signalling that as a full-blown. Okay, so I've just found the incident for the Napa Racing UK car, so we'll bring that up very shortly for you. Apologies, there we go, we just lost the rear end. We'll go back again for that one, we didn't really see that, but yeah, you can see quite heavy into that tyre barrier, so then losing a lot of suspension issues there, possibly rear brake issues as well, so that's quite a long pit stop. They are still in the pit lane, so that's a big repair for the Napa car. Big repair.
Massive repair. They've already got back behind Orange Apex. Cam Sport having a bit of an issue there.
Yeah, now being overtaken by the 35 Quatermass Motorsport car. So running very strongly today, the Quatermass Motorsport car. Usually a little bit lower in the field, that team. That's nothing against them, it's just they're normally a bit more towards the rear. But in 5th place at the moment, but the Cam Sport car definitely looking to make the move back into turn 1. As they do so, hard on the brakes, up the inside, the 35 car leaves them the space, leaves them the racing room, and the 35 car did have the optimal line for the second part of the corner, but think better of it. I think that's the smart thing to do when you've got a car behind you that is quite clearly quite a bit quicker than you. It's not always worth that extra hassle. We've seen some very good battling so far. That Avanti defensive move was very aggressive for this sort of early time in the race. So the Napa Racing UK car has lost 2 laps to the leader. It's a lap down, it's about 58 seconds behind the Orange Apex Esports car. So already the Orange Apex Esports car just making another position, recovering from their early incident as well. Long way to go though. Anything could still happen, so if they're at the back at this point, they could still end up right at the front at the end of the race because of how highly efficient it's going to be in this event. Fastest car on the track is your race leader, the Team Purple Helmets machine, 146s, low 146s at the moment, everyone's sort of lounging in the 146s, 147s, apart from Countersport, who obviously had that issue on the last lap, and Napa Racing UK obviously recovering back from the pits. Watching the Quatermass car following the Countersport car, definitely keeping pace with it at the moment, so that battle might not be over just yet, so could be just hotting up nicely to give us something very exciting to watch later on in the race. Currently, who's in each car, Dane? Let's see who's in each of the cars. Hopefully the drivers have updated correctly, so we know who's driving, which hero is racing.
Yeah, we are massively relying on the drivers and the teams to tell us who is driving. Same as in the real world, they have a little switch in the steering wheel, like 1, 2 and 3, to tell race control who is in the car at any given time. But we have a little sheet that the drivers are all updating themselves on, or more likely the teammates are. So in the number 35 Quatermass car, we've got Michael Tyler. In the 63 Quatermass car, we've got Adam Locke. Napa Racing UK is currently being driven by Cameron Richardson. That was the last driver update made, so I think they have done a driver swap there, because it was John Dean Smith that started the race, if I'm not mistaken. Nathan Burton is in the U Barracuda 95. The Boo Barracuda car is obviously still being driven by Martin Buchan, and will be for the vast majority of this 8-hour race. Ben Brown is currently in the Only Cam Sport car. Aidan Carter doing a good job in the Only Go for the Gap Racing car, up in second place at the moment. Stanley Donaldson in the Orange Apex Esports car. They're currently in 9th, obviously already having that little off there and spending some time in the pit lane. Jack Brewer in the Avanti Racing car, and Jack Ashton still in the Team Purple Helmet machine. As we are approaching 25 minutes into this 8-hour race, still plenty of action to come.
So the Only Go for the Gap team have started to really close the gap down to the leaders. Now it is still 2.5 seconds, but that has come down from about 3.94 seconds in the last few laps to become a lot closer now. So fastest car on the track at the moment is the Orange Apex car. They did a 1:45 on their last lap. This current one's just been deleted though. But the next fastest car on that is the Only Go for the Gap car with a low 1:46. Really starting to put the pressure on, although they've lost a little bit of time this lap. That gap back up to 3 seconds, so maybe a little bit of a squirrely moment there. So gap coming back up and coming down again. I'm just going to stop trusting the live gap because it's going all over the place. But we are seeing big fluctuations with the gaps on the circuit, so definitely not over yet. Definitely a lot more to play for in this race. We'll see how much, how long the Only Go for the Gap car with those medium tyres can keep up this low 1:46 pace compared to Jack Ashton with the 1:46s on the hard tyres. Also, we'll see how they fare when the other driver Mark gets into the car, who is not as experienced on this software or the car track combination either. So definitely a lot of variables still to come in this race.
Yeah, plenty. We've only seen for most of the teams one of the drivers so far today. There's still plenty of variables in this, of course, and we'll see how the other drivers get on. The weather's going to be changing, and that being the temperatures are dropping. The sun is setting as we speak. We will be finishing this race under the lights, of course, and as that changes, we'll have different strategies for the drivers. The tyres will behave very differently. They'll be using more fuel, so there's a lot of thought that still has to go into this race. Closest on track at the moment is, I believe, the Quatermass cars, both of them, the 63 leading the 35 by about 9/10 of a second.
So that's what
at the moment.
They have swapped positions there. So I think the Quatermass had a bit of a moment because he was quite a bit further down the road. He's on a personal best first sector on this lap, 32.1, and puts in a personal best time of a 1:46.638. So definitely a lot of pace in that car, so hasn't damaged it in any way. And that's quite a nice tidy lap time for this part of the stint, to be honest. Like, really nice lap this late into the first stint, as we're seeing the Napa Racing UK car being lapped by the Countersport car. It looked like they were defending a little bit there from what I could see on my other screen, but letting them go. Interestingly, Napa Racing UK, they're not fast. They're really, really not fast at the moment. 1:50 was their last lap. They've lost They were 58 seconds behind the orange Apex Esports car when they left the pits. They are now 70 seconds behind the orange Apex car. So not really sure what's going on there. Not sure if if they didn't repair all the damage, maybe if they only repaired part of the damage, but we will see as this race progresses what their pace does. Maybe they just chose not to repair all of it, but we will see. Just looking for any battles on the circuit. Still, as Dane said, the closest battle is between the two Quatermass machines, so we will just keep our focus on those for now. But we'll see if we can find any issues, incidents and stuff like that going on with the rest of the circuit. Jack Ashton has decided that he doesn't want that gap of the place to come down anymore. He's pushed that gap out to 3.7 seconds. The only driver in the 1 minute 45 at the moment, a 1:45.739, so maybe just control in that pace at the front on those last few laps. So second place, it must be said, it's a very good day so far for the Onid Go for the Gap guys. I know it's very early on in the race, but this is personal best running for them as we speak, so very impressive from those guys.
Yeah, very impressive indeed. Do we know how long about we're looking for stint times? Because I haven't seen anyone do a full fuel stint. They never did any sort of full stints in practice.
It's around 48 minutes, I believe. If you push the car, it's around 48 minutes. If you're a little bit lift and coast, then you can probably get about 50 minutes out of it. So you can get quite a lot of laps done in that time frame, to be fair. So the stints feel quite long, even though they are relatively short in endurance terms, with GT cars tending to be about an hour, just over an hour. So we'll see some pit stops in the not too distant future, which will probably liven things up a bit. Really feeling a little bit for the Napa Racing guys. They still are really struggling, like 3 seconds off the pace, well, 2-3 seconds off the pace in Sector 1 alone, going around at the moment. So who is driving the car at the moment? Was it Adam Christopher or is it?
It's Cameron Richardson. Cameron Richardson.
So I think Cameron is a little bit short on practice, to be fair, so that could be the reason why. So maybe while they are quite low down in the field, they felt, let's get him in the car, get him some extra practice with no pressure of track position or anything like that. So yeah, so the Blue Barracuda car is still nicely following the Only Go for the Gap car. The top three now, all of them in the 1 minute 45, so they've all woken up a little bit trying to react to that Team Purple Helmet's pace. I really think that first lap has really paid dividends for the Team Purple Helmets guys, because with the pace looking as close as it is with those top three, if Jack hadn't have had that rocket start, we would have seen these three very close to each other on the circuit indeed. Fastest driver on track at the moment is only just Jack Ashton with 1:45.923, compared to the Go for the Gap guys with 1:45.937 and the Blue Barracuda lad, shall we say, of Martin Buchan at 1:45.996. 1:46.5 for the Blue Barracuda car, 1:47.2 for the Cam Sport car, 1:48.1 for the Avanti Racing team. Quatermass having a lap time deleted. Quatermass, the other Quatermass car, the 35 car, 1:48.6, 1:48.2 for Orange, and 1:51.8 for Napa Racing UK.
Another little wide moment there, just keeping an eye on the Napa Racing car, just getting to grips with everything.
Yeah, and again that gap to the lead ebbing and flowing once more, down to just under 3 seconds according to the live data, but I'm sure that will update again. That's 2.4 seconds now apparently as they go over the next section time. So we'll cut to that and see if that looks correct. I mean, that gap does look visually smaller now. I could see the Purple Helmet's car in front, in the picture there. So that's, yeah, there you go. That gap visually smaller now. So yeah, the gap is coming down.
Definitely closing in, that's for sure, as they make their way through turn 4 at the top of the circuit.
Yeah, Jack lost 2 seconds on that last lap nearly. 1:47.0 was his last lap time, so that gap down to 2.1 seconds with a 1:45.7 for the Onid Go for the Gap team. So very good lap, very good time for them to put in a 1:45.7 to really close that gap, take advantage of those little errors, maybe start to put that pressure on, and that gap will come down even more, because Jack will probably now try and push that little bit extra to try and get the advantage to the Onid Go for the Gap team. Let's see how if there's any like issues with their tyres. You know, if he's overstepped a corner, pushed a little bit too much on the throttle, maybe lost the rear end a little bit. That could then pay dividends to the rest of that stint. And yeah, in Sector 1 alone, the Onid team doing a 31.8 compared to a 32.2 and
Whoa.
a 47.4 in the middle sector compared to a 48.0. So Onid really pushing. They want that track position. Gap down to 1.5. I'm wondering if Jack has overdone those tyres.
Yep.
Like the Onid Go for the Gap team, they're on the medium tyres as well.
Blue Barracuda as well. Also pretty much keeping up pace with Go for the Gap. They're not dropping back. They are still also catching Team Purple Helmet. We'll see now as they cross the line. 1.3 seconds.
Yeah, 1.3 seconds to the leaders. I'm very sure Dan Hyde's going to be watching this with a lot of excitement. The first race he can't attend, and he's got a car battling for the lead. So I'm sure he's going to be thrilled, and I'm sure Cami Sturch will be absolutely thrilled with her driver's performances as well in this race. So really hunting down the leaders now. This is yeah, quite a turnout for the books here, as the Blue Barracuda car that last lap lost quite a lot of time on the Onid Go for the Gap car, dropping 3.4 off from P2 now. So this is definitely a 2-horse race as it stands. On our other screen, we're just keeping an eye on the NAFA Racing UK unlapping themselves on the 2 Quatermass machines, so we'll make sure that stays nice and clean. I think those Quatermass machines have just been told to hold station for now and just see how the racing goes. Keep your commenting in the chat, as we've got yellow in Sector 1. We'll see if the cars drop down. No, nothing that we can see. So maybe just a little off, nothing of that, but do keep your questions and chat coming in, and we will respond to them as we can.
Looking at Sector 2 now, 1.1 seconds is the gap between our top 2 teams. Blue Barracuda slowly starting to close that gap back in again. They did lose quite a bit of time there on the last couple of laps, but gaining 5 tenths alone in that second sector. So it's starting to claw back at that gap, but as they make their way onto the start finish straight, or once again into the slipstream, what is the gap between the 2 cars up at front? 1.1 again. So sort of holding station now, about a second behind. Possibly dirty air starting to come into things. Obviously very aero dependent, these hypercars.
So Anthony Jordan just puts on the chat, "Oi Grant, I'm outside." So let's get Anthony Jordan in for a little bit then. I will see what he's doing, and there he is. He was literally right outside. It wasn't even
inside the door.
Outside. No, he was outside the door, so close to it.
Oh, go for the back. Go for the gap, it's done.
Binned it. Oh.
It's all DJ's fault.
Oh.
We'll get him mic'd up.
We're just going to mic up Anthony Jordan. So Dane, reaction for that spin will be all down to you as they drop to P3.
Well, they've dropped down. They've dropped down quite far as well. They're now 8 seconds off. So they had a massive moment through turn 4. Unfortunately, we were all paying attention at the door instead of the feed. They were a second behind. I didn't think they were going to send a move. We will try and get a replay of that for everybody, because we didn't even see that here in the commentary booth. We'll try and sort out what exactly happened. But it was in turn 4, and they were looking so good. And it was entirely on their own, as we will get the replay ready and up onto the screen. And there it is. They've just lost it on the apex. Bit of a crest there. Car does get a bit light, but just around they go. Maybe pushing a little bit too hard. Maybe the tyres finally giving up on them.
Yeah, they are on the softer medium compound compared to a lot of the other teams on the harder compound, but that tyre was working really well for them. They really brought that advantage onto the Team Purple Helmets guys, who can now just ease off a little bit, because the Blue Barracuda team are in the 1 minute 47s at the moment. So yeah, and I think the Barracuda car has had a moment as well, because their last lap time was a 2 minute 1.0, so that might have been that other little yellow flag that we saw very briefly. So Team Purple Helmets, it's all working very well for them at the moment. But hello, Anthony.
Hello. Is this working? I think it is. Yeah. Well, how are we?
Yeah, pretty good. How are you?
Yeah, I'm not too bad. Yeah, I'm a bit tired, but yeah, I saw this was on. I thought, oh, I've got to come down and see if I can say hello to everyone.
Fair play, fair play. Well, you've been very busy in the commentary world, as I've been seeing on your social media. Lots and lots of events in a very short space of time, and getting invited to the Formula 1 tyre test as well by Half.
Yeah.
Which is very cool.
Very nice little treat that was. I can thank my housemate for that, as he's one of the mechanics for them, so that was super handy. Yeah, just got him back from Milan last night. I've arrived at home at 5 o'clock this morning, and I've had a couple of hours sleep, and I saw the post, I thought I'd come out and say hello.
Fair enough. Well, thank you very much for coming in.
No, you're welcome.
Hi. Always a pleasure to see you, Anthony, despite what others may say.
Well, no, many people say many things, don't they? And you can forgive them for it, though.
Yes, I think you'd like to be this
Yeah, affectionate abuse.
So we've currently got a battle for 4th brewing up at the moment, as the U Barracuda car then ends that battle by spinning in front of the 5th place Cam Sport car. So we're going to get very excited. I was going to cue Anthony up some lovely commentary, some lovely notes with his battling, well, basically his battling commentary, and they ruined it.
It's all gone wrong, hasn't it? Yeah. I mean, I feel like I can be blamed for that a little bit. You know, I've walked in, 2 cars have spun. I feel like I've brought a bad omen on the entire venue here at the moment, so if any more spins, I might have to leave the venue completely here.
That'd be very harsh to fully blame you, I think. I mean, we were distracted when you walked in, which is fine. But yeah, I don't think you're distracting the other drivers.
No.
I'm worried if you were, considering they can't see you.
No, they can't see, hear, or...
They can just sense his presence.
They can sense your presence.
Sense the impending doom.
Something they've not felt for a very long time for some of the drivers.
Yeah, no.
Quite a few years for some of the few drivers you see.
Yeah, I walked in and some saw me and thought, oh, what are you doing here? I've not seen you for a while. I'll be like, yeah, no, I thought I'd pop down. I had nothing to do today. It's a very rare Sunday off for me. So yeah, I thought I saw this was on and thought I'd come down. Now, I've not brushed up on anything that I've seen in the world of Sres. It's been quite some time since I've done anything with Sres. It's all slightly changed a little bit, hasn't it now? Different cars.
Yeah, so we're currently running the hypercars for the prototype rounds and the GT3s for the GT rounds, so a little bit different to what you're used to. But it's still racing after all. It's still very similar in that regard. Like, the regulations haven't changed too much, but the tyre wear is definitely much more of a factor now with our Factor 2. The softer tyre not really being able to do a race stint, which means that you see a lot more play from the medium and hard tyres, which brings a lot more strategy into it. So we see double stints, sometimes triple stints, which makes it very exciting. But we don't see people attempting to double stint the soft tyres anymore, which, to be honest, I always thought was a little bit silly because it's very unrealistic. So we do have a lot more strategy in play now. So a lot of the teams on very different tyre combinations. Some teams run in like mediums at the front and hards on the rear, stuff like that as well. So very random mixes. We do seem to have a small battle bubbling up, but they are dropping off a little bit. But the Avanti car does seem to be continuing to try and get an U Barracuda car as well. And only goes the gap time to massively dropped off. The Boo Barracuda car, though, of Martin Buchan has very much woken up. 1 minute 45.9 compared to everyone around him in the 1 minute 47. So not really sure what he's putting differently to the other drivers, but he's really giving it some at the moment, our pole position driver. But yeah, so it's been to very briefly catch you up, it's been a bit of a Team Purple Helmets dominance this season.
Standard.
Yeah, and last season was a Team Fordzilla dominance. The two things in common there is Jack Ashton.
Yes, yeah, I say Jashton as I like to call him. He's certainly one that knows how to pedal his way around a sim rig and, of course, a real life rig as well. He's very well known in the NG Metro Cup as well as being one of the drivers who is always at the forefront of it, but now stepping into the world of more into the sim racing side of things. And yes, he has really taken to it like a duck to water, and certainly has been a thorn in the side of a lot of competitors.
Yeah, he's extremely quick, and he's got himself a handy little sponsor now. He's in his own sort of sim team.
Right, right.
Very cool.
Do pray tell.
So himself and his teammate Mark Carver, they have basically formed a team between the two of them. They've got a few other drivers on board as well, from what I've heard. So right. Basically the remnants of Team Fordzilla, I believe, some of the drivers from there and other drivers from other teams too, just melding together and creating their own team, which is very exciting. So yeah, we'll see where he takes it. But
Well, yeah.
entering this season as Team Purple Helmets because he didn't want to risk losing all of his championship points, because that team only really formed about 3 or 4 weeks ago.
Right.
So
Okay. Yeah, that
hence
makes
why
sense.
he's still Team Purple Helmets. We've got a yellow in sector 2. Just keep an eye on the time screen to make sure no one just plunks down the order. I think it's just a teeny little spin, but the Avanti Racing UK is apparently a lot closer to back of the Barracuda car now. So as we can see, they're in the slipstream on the start-finish straight, looking to outbrake them into turn 1, pulling out of the slipstream very early, making their intentions quite clear. Hard on the brakes, up the inside. Nathan leaves the space, doesn't even attempt to defend that. Doesn't go for the switch back either, although he did have a very nice second part of the corner, running into the slipstream himself now. So can he now outbrake the cars going into turn number 3? No, I think he's just going to let them go ahead and pull off into the distance.
Yeah.
So some smart driving there. You can see the Avanti team a little bit quicker than him at the moment. Not really battling it too much with 7 hours, 17 minutes to go. So quite early to be getting very aggressive. So we'll see some more aggressive driving later on in this race. But nice to see an overtake for position. So the Boo Barracuda car now is doing what the Onid Go for the Gap car was doing previously and bringing the gap down to the leaders. It's now down to 2.3 seconds. It was a good 4 seconds a couple of laps ago, so we're seeing that process repeat itself once more. The main difference with that is both of those teams on the hard compound tyre. So I think that Jack is going to double stint these hards, and I think he's going to save them through this stint so that through the next stint he's then going to have a lot more performance. Whereas I think Martin is just going to go stint for stint for stint and just see where he ends up.
Well, I'll take your word for it. Obviously, I have no idea about these cars. I've personally never even driven these cars, so I have no idea of their capability, of how they would do over a stint. I'm sure a lot of these drivers who are currently in the cars, and of course the teams, have done a lot of prep work for this series, and of course have got used to the car and have developed how they want to run it in terms of strategy. And of course the track as well, Bahrain, is not an easy circuit to pedal around. There's undulating corners, there's fast sweeping corners as well, and there's tight corners. So there's a lot of different dynamics that a driver's got to go through over the course of a lap, and you know that can play havoc with everything with the tyres. So certainly it is a great track for an endurance race. There have been endurance races around this track, but you know, I think it's still a long way to go. 7 hours, 16 minutes. You know, we are far from the end of this race. It's only actually just started. So, yeah, you're right in saying that strategy is going to be a key one over the course of this one. And right now, we're only just starting to see the beginning of them. How long, a question I've got, how long is a tank of fuel on one of these?
Around 48 minutes, so we're getting very close
to the first window.
Yeah, if you can save the fuel, you can probably get about 50 to 51 minutes. So if you're lifting and coasting, maybe a little bit longer, but 48 minutes seems to be the sort of average. Just want to say, visually, that gap is a lot smaller, first to second now. 1.8 seconds between the cars 1 and 2. The last few laps, that's really come down. So Martin's still managing to get 1 minute 45 out of the car. Jack's last lap was deleted for track limits, so he's going to have to be careful there. If he gets too many of those points, he is going to see a penalty come his way. So he does need to rein that in just a little bit, maybe pushing a bit too hard, trying to react to the angry Scotsman rapidly hunting him down. But yeah, so we're getting very close to the pit stops. Dane, what do you think he goes strategy-wise? Do you agree with me, or do you reckon it's going to completely be mixed up? Do you think Martin's going to attempt a double stint to stick with Jack, or do you reckon he's just going to put a new set on?
I reckon he'll put a new set on. He told us before the race started he had absolutely zero strategy coming into this. So I think he's pushing quite hard now. He's just going to put some new tyres on and keep pushing. Probably a wise decision. I feel like not many people can get away with doing what Jack Ashton does on a regular basis and just take tyres well beyond where they should be able to go. We saw that in Daytona where he surprised everyone and just didn't take tyres where everyone else was. So yeah, I think he most likely will stick on these tyres for now. Doesn't look like he's pushing too hard, although the track limits warning is a little bit suspect. But yeah, it looks like Buchan, he is pushing. He's gained almost 4 seconds, 3-4 seconds since we've had Anthony in with us. So it's been quite a run over the last few laps he's had. But as we say, probably next time round we'll be expecting them to head into the pit lane.
Yeah, we're getting very close to that area now. As we see, like the sort of sector times from Team Purple Helmets and the Blue Barracuda car, both very, very close. Although Jack finding a good 4/10 this lap on Buchan in the middle sector. so bring that gap back up to 2 seconds. In fact, but Martin took in a very strong final sector, bring that gap back down to 1.7 seconds. So it's ebbing and flowing all of the time, but we did see Martin was really strong in that final sector in qualifying. That absolutely blistering qualifying lap that he's come out of absolutely nowhere to get the car on pole position. We thought it was going to be the Jack Ashton show, but it was not. They qualified P3 for this race. But yeah, seeing Onid go for the gap, still in the top 3, doing quite nicely. Their lap times have dropped off significantly though since that spin. I think they are just trying to nurse those tyres until they get to their first stop. Quatermass just randomly, Quatermass 63 put in a 1:45.840 from absolutely nowhere. Not sure where they've been hiding that pace. Their last lap before that was a 1:47, like a high 1:47. So, I'm seeing some very interesting pace from that car at a very interesting point of the stint. I mean, the fuel is a lot lower in the car now, as we've got a yellow in sector 1. It's still out. We've got the Barracuda car in the pits, and I'm pretty sure that is on schedule. So Nathan Burton taking the car into the pit lane. We'll see where he rejoins when he leaves the pits. And we're seeing a lot of personal bests at the moment. Avanti putting in a 1:46.7 as their own personal best lap. So as the fuel's coming down, I think some of the drivers are just finding a little bit more confidence with the car.
Yeah, they definitely are, and that gap at the top is very small, as they probably will be making their way into the pits this time by. If you say 48 minutes, that 48 minutes is up. We'll see them now. Neither of them will make their way into the pits, so they've got at least another lap in them, and that gap is less than a second now.
Yeah, so unlike Formula 1, despite the DRS signs, we do not have DRS with these cars, so do not expect to see a flap just randomly open up on the back and an attempted overtake with massive waft down the start-finish straight.
Open up the windows.
Martin has to do it properly. He's got to overtake him properly, and he is really putting the pressure on Ashton at the moment. Good to see. Nice to see.
Yeah, that gap is closing down, and obviously with the track limits that we see, whoa, 0.4 of a second.
And a 31-second sector 1 at this point of the stint is extremely impressive from Martin. Just under half a second behind the lead car now, as we go into sector 2, into the very tricky double left-hander. Most drivers absolutely hate this corner because it's really hard to get the car turned in perfectly. I don't know if you've ever driven the track, Anthony.
On a sim, yes.
Yes. Turn 9 being a very, very tricky corner, that double apex to get that absolutely spot on every lap in an 8-hour race. In these cars in particular, which are, it's interesting, they sort of are the sort of halfway house between a really cool hyped up car with loads of downforce and a GT car. So you've really got sort of like the best of both worlds in that sense. But it does mean in something like the high downforce corners like here, you don't really get to go flat out like the old LMP1 cars. So the drivers really do have to fight them, as we see Martin really giving it his all going into the final corner. Only 3 tenths behind, just over 3 tenths behind as they go into that final corner. Will any of them peel into the pits? Jack is definitely going in the pits, and Martin is following him straight in. So the battle will continue into the pit lane. We will just cut to P3, but they're probably going to go in the pit lane as well, just to exacerbate things. So let's see if the Barracuda car can gain any time on the cars that are now pitting. We'll keep an eye on the Team Purple helmets and Blue Barracuda car in the pit lane to see where they rejoin, if anyone gets a slightly faster stop. If Jack decides to double stint the tyres, then we'll probably see him leaving a lot sooner than Martin. He wasn't on the Jacks. He was on Jacks, yep, okay, so he has changed tyres then, potentially. We will keep an eye on that. So the Barracuda car has already pitted, so we're just going to see how many spaces he gains from pitting early, as he sees the Cam Sport car pitting in front of him. We've got a yellow in sector 2, which has gone, so that's probably a slight off, just running a little bit wide, and Nathan jumps all the way up to... Where has Nathan jumped up to? Oh, it's all ebbing and flowing, it's all got a little bit strange on the timing. Can't actually see where Nathan's, unless Nathan's a lap down and just got a lap back. I think Nathan's got a lap down. Okay, cool, that explains a lot. that's my fault for not paying attention to that. So Jack rejoins the race then. So our new leaders are Avanti Racing because they have not pitted yet, and Martin has lost a significant amount of time in that pit stop. That gap looks quite large, to be honest. That's not a small gap at all there. He's definitely lost a lot of time, so maybe he requested the stop a little bit too late around the lap, and the vertical pit crew was a little bit slow, or something else has happened there, which is interesting.
It's a massive amount of time to lose in a pit stop. He's lost, for 4 seconds. He was about half a second behind into the pit lane, so he's lost about 4 seconds, which is a lot of time.
Unless Jack has only changed the front wheels, you can do that. That is an option, to only change the fronts. So maybe he's double stinted the rears. But I think that would be more than 4 seconds.
Yeah, it's a strange amount of time to lose.
Yeah, definitely. That's very odd.
I think, Grant, you may have hit the nail on the head, though, at the first part of your statement, where it could have been the late call of doing the pit stop. Now, in endurance racing, you'll usually find that your teammate would help you set up the pit stop a lap before you would come into the pit lane. I've certainly seen that strategy deployed in previous years in Sres, but this time around, maybe we've not seen that. And like you say, it is a very weird amount of time to have lost, and there it certainly opened up the gap. But it's allowed Avanti Racing now to lead the race, but they're now in the pit lane, so it'll be curious to see where they come out.
Yep, so Avanti in the pits now, so Team Purple Helmets will regain that lead as Martin Buchan puts in a personal best middle sector, which is a lot quicker than what Jack Aston has managed on those tyres. 46.9 for Martin Buchan in that middle sector, compared to a 47.9, so a whole second basically between their two middle sectors, and another like 4/10 in that final sector as well. So I'm starting to think that Jack has kept on the same rear tyres. I've got a feeling that he might be double stinting those rears.
It makes sense, and I would expect it from him, but a strange amount of time to have lost, that's for sure.
Yeah, very random. I thought it would be more than that.
A lot more for tyres, you would expect it to be a lot more.
I think Anthony is right in potentially agreeing with me, because Martin is doing this solo.
Ah, well, there you go. That would be a case of, oh no, he's pitting, I need to pit. I forgot about that. I was so focused on trying to catch up that I forgot to deploy the pit stop. And he's just come in and the crew wasn't ready. And that's caused that.
Maybe he didn't want to get caught out with an undercut. Maybe he just didn't want to lose that time that Jack would get on the fresh rubber, you know. And he thought, oh, I should just follow them in. It's one of those, do whatever your rival does, or do the opposite of whatever your rival does.
Yeah, exactly. And I think at that strategy there, I think both of them were running out of fuel. I think they were both on their very last lap of fuel, because you saw how quickly the gap closed up. I think even, the Purple Helmets car was starting to bring it back a little bit, conserving the fuel to make sure that they definitely made it back to the pit lane, and that's why we saw that gap close up as well. So you can put that into factor and to play as well. But, certainly they are on the same strategy right now. It will just be a case of who has got the slightly faster pace, and right now, out on track, the last lap they crossed is the line 1:45 for Purple Helmets.
Track limits infringement for the Barracuda car, unfortunately, hence why that goes blank. So we're not too sure, but I imagine it's a bit quicker because he has brought that gap down to 4.4 seconds to 2.9. It was just over 3 seconds after Sector 2, so definitely lapping a little bit faster, Martin. So which does kind of re-emphasise that point of maybe Jack has only changed the front tyres, because those rears might just be struggling a little bit in those high traction areas, which Sector 2 has quite a lot of. You need a good amount of traction to get yourself out of turn 9 and out of the hairpin before that as well. And now Jack is in traffic as well with the Quatermass machine. Let's see how quickly he can deal with that, because that's the
worst possible place.
That's the worst possible place.
Oh, this is awful.
And he finally gets through. And Martin brings the gap down. It's now to 2.4, but that's ebbing and flowing as it's trying to catch up. So he didn't lose a huge amount of time, I don't think. So we'll see what Martin does in comparison. We've not got Martin's first sector, so he might have got track limits again already on this lap. So drivers pushing it to the limits, trying to find the absolute rate of attrition that they can push the track limits to. As Avanti Racing, by the way, they rejoined in P6. So they have jumped the well, they've stayed ahead of the Barracuda car, apologies. Quatermass 63 still in 5th place, Cam Sport in 4th place, and Onig goes for Gap still in P3, but they are a good 14 seconds behind Martin Buchan now. But let's see if the lap times update, and let's see what Martin does in comparison to Jack. No, I've got a feeling that might have been a case of this and next lap deleted, because we do see that from our Factor 2 now. I don't know if you've used it recently, Anthony, but if you cut a corner near the end of the lap now, it also invalidates your next lap, so you can't just cut a final corner and take several seconds out of it and just hope that you
The single worst decision ever made by developers ever.
Well, basically, the devs at Studio 397 have basically been playing F1 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, etc. That was always my bane. You would go slightly wide on the corner on that, and then it'd be like, oh, no, it's taking the next lap. I'm going to give up and throw the controller through the screen.
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't do that.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, certainly. I do understand the benefit of doing that. You know, you don't want someone to absolutely banzai it through a final corner and get a wicked exit and be 10 mile an hour faster down the main straight than anyone else. It's a completely understandable rule to implement. I do agree with it, even though it is a kick in the teeth.
Yeah, I agree with it more in qualifying, you know, when you're going for a hot lap, if the driver's just well, if it doesn't delete this next lap, then I can just carry a good 10 mile an hour or so and get an epic qualifying lap, because I kind of see the more reason of it there. So Jack is definitely starting to come alive with his pace though, 31.5 in sector 1, which is very quick race pace at first sector. Seeing 47.3 as well in his middle sector. And again, Martin a little bit quicker, 47.2 in that middle sector. So again, maybe we'll try and find out if they have double stinted those rears. Maybe Anthony, you might want to wander out and see if you can talk to Jack's teammate and see if they can on that.
I can do that,
I mean,
yeah.
they're literally the first team.
Are they the first team out the door? Right, hold on, let me open the door.
I don't know if we'll hear you very well, so you can attempt to talk us through it.
I can attempt to talk you through it. Can I take this with me?
Yeah, go for it.
Fine, I'll take this with me.
Let's see if it works.
Let's see if it works. How far? Let me know if I stoop any further away, if the mic goes away. Team Purple Helmets, hello, just joining you. Right, Jack's in the car, Jashin as I like to call him. Very talented sim racer. He's currently leading the way. What I want to know is what is he doing with strategy-wise with the tyres? And I'm looking at the tyres there, and they look like all 4 brand new tyres. Is that the case? It is the case. Okay, very quick pit stop. He pitted at the same time as second place Boo Barracuda, but the gap's now opened up to 4 seconds. You know why that's happened? Right. Okay. So held up in the pit lane potentially. Believe so. Not too sure. Not too sure. Okay. We could go ask them the same question though, but I need to find out if the microphone can do it. Looking at the tyre temps though, Jack certainly is overheating them rear tyres a little bit. Definitely, apparently.
Well, thank you for the information, Anthony. Now, I didn't quite hear if they have kept them or not. Have they kept them?
They've got a full brand new set. They've got a full
new set. Okay.
They've got a full brand new set.
So
it must have been the request pit then, because it's definitely not fuel.
Yeah.
You're not gaining 4 seconds on fuel. If it wasn't tyres either, then that's the only, because there was no one else in the pit lane at the time, so they wouldn't get held up.
Yeah. And if Jack's overheating the rears, then that also explains the Sector 2 lap time differences, well, the sector differences.
Yeah.
A nice lap time from Martin there, 45.2 compared to Jack's 45.3. So still pushing that little bit more compared to Jack Ashton. So this battle is probably going to develop throughout the race. Again, I still think that lap 1, that start that Martin had, has really scuppered his chances of being in the lead by a fair distance now. Dane is pointing at something. Would you like to explain? Oh, we've done our first hour. Right, we're an hour down. Right, okay, that's what he was pointing
7
out.
to go.
I'm not sure if he was doing that to, like, bully me and be like, we've got this long to go, or if he was just trying to get me to say, and it's 7 hours to go. But,
Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough, I didn't notice that. Sorry, apologies. But yes, 7 hours left
More
to
traffic.
go,
Oh,
so we
in
still
the
have
worst
more
part.
than a regular Sres race to go, basically. Yeah, Jack really getting held up in the traffic there. To be fair, Orange Apex Esports, they are a new team, so they are very new to being lapped, but that's a very decisive move that Jack made in front, maybe showing his discussed a little bit there, as we're seeing some personal bests throughout the field as well with those fresh tyres. 45.718 last time round for Avanti Racing UK.
Technical gremlins going on here. I mean, gotta love it. Gotta love it. I mean, Grant, you're doing a mega job though, because right now you're commentating, producing, cameraman, everything around. Are you race control as well?
No, I'm not.
Okay, fine. You're not race control.
Did you
I've
watch
had the
any
race
of the start of the race?
Did I watch any of the start of the race?
Yes.
No. So, because I arrived home at 5 o'clock in the morning, I've been asleep for the last 2 hours. I woke up, went onto Facebook, saw a post from Simply Race saying, "Oh, this is live in an hour ago." So I thought, oh right, okay, well I'll jump in the shower, I'll get ready, and I came straight here as soon as I could. There we go. It's like, you know, it was either this or the Shennington Super Prix, and it's raining outside, so I thought I'd go indoors. So you bit the bullet of 2 events.
Fair play.
You missed all of the safety cars.
Yeah, you missed R Factor doing R Factor.
It hit safety cars, yeah.
It brought a safety car out on the formation lap.
Fantastic, yeah. I think my favourite one of R Factor 2 and their use of safety cars would have to take me back to the Le Mans Esports Series, the first ever one, the 24-hour Le Mans, when the actual race wasn't going ahead.
All the way off the circuit, sorry to that. I thought it was, the car looked similar to Jack's, I thought it made a mistake.
Yeah, we have to love similar liveries, don't we, in endurance racing. Super helpful for anyone commentating or watching for that matter. The start of the first ever Le Mans 24-hour virtual, and the fact that we had 2 safety cars, none of them would ever come into the pit lane. We did the start of the race director said green, but the safety car said no. And it was certainly a very interesting way to start a 24-hour endurance race, but I think that's what makes R Factor. It has its quirks, we all enjoy it, we get through it. That's gaming in a nutshell, really, isn't it? And you wouldn't have R Factor any other way.
I mean, it's comedic at least.
It's certainly got its comedic benefits.
If you don't laugh, you cry.
Because it happened again in the one virtual, didn't it? Like into the race too. It wasn't just the start.
Yes.
Later in the race, it then happened once more, to the point where, because we were quite heavily involved with that in terms of the broadcast side of things. So we were hearing a lot of the inside information, and all I could hear from race control was, nope, it's still not going in the pits, and we don't know how to bring it back into the pits.
Because you were out there, weren't you?
Yes,
you went to Paris for that one. I wasn't. I was in the hub at Motorsport Games at the time. I was at Silverstone, and my job, I think, was to purely, keep track of people who have done a pit stop. Really, the exciting part of the job, really, I have to say. Thoroughly enjoyed it though. I had to stay up for the entire 24 hours, and I have to say, at 3 o'clock in the morning, when it became very interesting, the show that came on in the middle of the broadcast, if you remember that one, cast your minds back to the live show that they had in the studio there. It was fantastic. We even put disco lights on in the office at Silverstone and enjoyed the party while eating the Dominoes at the same time. Other fast food, pizza, beverages or food outlets are available.
Oh, I was going to bring up that you had pizza.
Yeah, we did.
The only thing I was jealous of was that you had pizza. And
Yeah.
other than that, I was just happy to
I
be out.
also had pizza watching that race.
There you go. But you had a full buffet, didn't you? You had a full French catering
Yeah,
group.
it was
I was more
fantastic.
jealous.
I mean, one of the days, and the funny thing was the canteen was just a canteen. It was like a workers' canteen.
Yeah.
But you go there and it's like...
You're too good for that, aren't you? Workers' canteen. I'm joking.
No, that's my norm.
Oh, okay.
But it's like, then you see on the menu filet mignon, and you're like,
Oh, hello.
interesting, okay.
Medium rare, please.
Yeah, and like on the race day, we had off delivered to us by the catering team into the broadcast office.
Technically,
lovely.
I had my food delivered to me too.
You did, yeah. But, I mean, they had to bring up some stairs, they had to carry food on a tray. They're not designed for takeout, these crews, It's like, take your tray, go sit there and eat your food. So that was...
But I still think the highlight from that event had to be, again, this is a behind-the-scenes story. Again, I wasn't there, but a friend of mine, Adam Chapman, was there, and he took, obviously, the gaming PCs that help run and do all the camera angles. They took them all from Silverstone and they put them there. They left us with a couple of laptops, which was really handy. But in one of those PCs, it was one that I was using quite often in the Silverstone offices in my time there, and he decided to place a can of Coke on top of said brand new gaming PC.
Oh, I can only see where this is going.
And yes, as you can imagine, it tipped, and it certainly destroyed the entire car and the PC.
Yeah, I remember that. I was in the room. It was horrific.
Yeah.
Darren Kirk's face was a picture.
I mean, it's a picture.
Yeah, it's hard to read Darren at the best.
It is
time.
hard to read Darren.
But that look was particularly disappointed, shall we say.
Yeah. Happiest man in sim racing is Darren Kirk.
For sure.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think it helped when Dane came in and laughed. But, you know, it was, yeah. Then one of my replay machines got sacrificed for him to then doing the job he was doing, and I was like, and then he put a Coke on my table, and I was like, oh no.
Yeah.
Can you please just drink that super quick?
And I remember having to take an entire bottle of isopropyl alcohol and Q-tips to that PC when it came back to Silverstone because it was incredibly sticky.
Oh, lovely.
So, yeah.
Survived.
It did survive, and yeah, it continued to race another day.
I mean, I still remember the blue screen that came up when said Coke can was poured on it. Luckily, they weren't broadcasting from that machine at that particular time because it was one of the camera angle machines as well. So that could have been very embarrassing. All of a sudden, the blue screen of death appearing during the Le Mans Virtual.
It's never happened before.
Quite funny,
Yeah.
but at the same time, quite stressful for those involved.
Well,
i.e. me.
Yeah. Well, Adam Chapman now works for the Williams esports team. So, Williams, good luck.
I actually saw Adam not too long ago, and he still doesn't like that story being brought up. So if you're watching Adam, sorry.
I'm going to screen grab that.
Yeah. So yeah, while we've been talking, Jack Ashton has just found another level of pace, and Martin has made a mistake because there is a Dane said oh.
As is Jack. He's just got a...
Yeah.
You think it's just Jack? Well,
he's gone a bit sideways into turn 10 there, which you were looking at the timing screen, but directly underneath, Jack's done a reverse entry into turn 10.
Right, okay, fair enough. Because Martin Buchan's last lap was a 1:49.806 with a 4 seconds on Jack. So I think that's purely just driver error. But yeah, so lots and lots of stories from other races that we've been a part of. I know, Dane, you're very, very busy at the moment with ESL and all of their events, running the Rensport event.
Okay, yeah.
It's been very interesting to watch. So you've been in Copenhagen
a lot
more than Danish, I would say.
Yeah.
So yeah,
that's quite impressive.
It's been a lot. I've done 28 flights this year so far.
Ouch.
Which is it's a lot of flying. It's a lot of flying. I'm going to Saudi Arabia on Saturday for the Gamers 8 event, which is going to be fantastic. There for 10 days.
Is that for work or just for fun?
That is for work. I'm running the production there as well. All fun and games. Definitely have not had any blue screens happen throughout the process of broadcasting a game that's currently... It was most of the time in an alpha stage whilst we were running the events. It's only recently become a closed beta. But yeah, it's interesting. A game that doesn't really have all of the tools you'd like. Try to make that work is a lot of fun. We did also have a catering service in Katowice.
It's all about the catering.
We got access to the player zone for the Counter-Strike events, which are significantly higher profile. They're like one of the biggest esports in the world. So their catering services are great. So when we can latch on to them, it's fantastic.
Are we just going to spend the next 6 hours and 50 minutes comparing catering from different events that we've been to? I mean, I'm all about doing that.
I'm up for that.
It sounds like it, to be fair. It does sound like it. We're at the waffling stage of the race. So, Anthony, what's your favourite go-karting catering then? Because that's where you tend to be these days, at different go-kart tracks throughout the UK and Europe, and even more internationally, or?
Well, I mean, there's works in progress at the moment to spread a little bit more internationally in the world of karting. Yes, indeed. But for the majority of it, yes, it has just been out in Europe. I think I've been in Italy more than I've been in the UK. I've been in Spain I never went to Spain before, and then in the space of 1 month, I was there 5 different trips, all in different airports around the country. So it was absolutely fabulous. And all I can say, there's a lot of sand. But Yeah, no, catering-wise, it's all done by the same company that I work for. They have a full catering team, catering truck. It's absolutely lovely. So we get 3 meals a day out in any racetrack, even if it's in the middle of nowhere. For some reason, the catering crew can always find a Lidl or an Aldi or a Tesco's or whatever they have out in said country to sort us out and get us some food. So it's always been very nice out there. But yeah, looking forward to the next trip. Like I say, that is Knock Hill for TCI UK.
Nice.
Looking forward to that. That's coming up this weekend or next weekend. That's certainly going to be an exciting one. Triple header. In terms of catering for that one, I suspect it'll be haggis.
Are you pit reporter for that one?
Pit reporter for that one, yeah. So you'll have Andy McEwen and Paul O'Neill on the commentary, and then I will be roaming around in the pit lane in either pouring rain or blistering sunshine. No matter what it is, it's always one extreme to the other, because both times I've been to Scotland, I've been sunburnt. Work that out.
Yeah, I've been sunburned in Scotland too.
There you go, yeah.
I think the rumours about Scotland being really cold are just untrue.
It's false information. It's fake news.
It's fake news, and it's been spread by Martin Buchan in particular. But yeah, so when you get to go to all these countries, Anthony, is it a case of do you get to see much of Spain, or are you mostly stuck at the tracks?
It's basically what I see as the airport. I've made a portfolio now of my favourite and least favourite airports around Europe. There is
I've got one of those.
Yeah,
I've got one of those.
Yeah. I can say, unfortunately, at the bottom of that list, very recently, Naples hit the bottom of that list. Worst airport ever been
Worse
to.
than Stansted.
Worse than Stansted. Stansted's actually
Stansted's fine.
top tier for me. It's a very good airport. Yes, it's certainly a very interesting one. But you know, it's always an exciting time travelling around and doing the things that we do. It's certainly been a fabulous year this year, and hopefully next year it brings the same.
Awesome to hear. It sounds like your career is just becoming more and more exciting per season, to be honest. So.
Yeah, you could say that. For me, it's doing what I do best. It's going around different racetracks and just talking basically. When people say, "Oh, what do you do for a job?" "Oh, well, I go to racetracks. I sit in a box. They put a microphone in front of me, and I talk for hours, and then I go home, and that's all you do." And I'd be like, "Yeah." So there's a conversation that I would have with a normal person, normal member of the public.
People
Yeah,
that wouldn't really
Exactly.
understand what a commentator actually is.
exactly.
So you've said your worst airport.
Yeah.
What's the top airport?
Top airport I've been to so far, well, one that obviously I travel out of a lot is Stansted. I do like it, but Dane's shaking his head there. I'm in disagreement. There's conflict in the commentary box. This is not a good start. I would say out in Europe, the best one. Well, I mean, I don't know. They all have their quirks. Some of them. Queues are a big one for me. Queues are a massive one. If you don't have an organised queue, I'm upset. I'm not liking it, and that's where Naples got it wrong. Stansted gets that right.
Yeah.
I think
people.
yeah, Madrid also. I think that gets it right. The Madrid airport is very good. Yeah, the Alicante one as well, also very good. But there are lots of different airports. But as long as the main things for me is that it's got a fast food outlet, past security, not just fancy catering restaurant things. I'm not about that. Just give me food. Queues and plentiful seating. That's it. That's all I ask. Is that too hard to ask? What do you reckon?
No, I
No?
think that's fair. So
Wi-Fi helps.
Wi-Fi?
I dislike not having Wi-Fi in an airport.
Yeah. I mean, 4G.
4G doesn't work in Turkey.
We've just got into a code 60, by the way, everybody.
Ah.
So I think the Avanti racing team have
Oh.
coming up as DNF at the moment. Okay.
Well,
in the
they got
garage.
something very wrong.
That's
Replay.
I have a feeling that that's an R Factor 2 glitch, maybe dropping them out. So I'm about to get a Avanti off track. Okay, that doesn't really explain too much. But I tell you what, I'll go find out what I can find out as we go into this code 60. I'll give Dane the hands of the wheel. So it's all yours.
Beautiful.
There we
Beautiful.
go.
There's nothing I love more than controlling R Factor. What could possibly go wrong? All right.
Exactly. Believe in yourself.
Yes.
Dane. I believe in you.
So they are all going around. We say it's a code 80 on the screen. We call it a code 60. They are, because the pit limiter at Bahrain is funky, actually at 50. So
Excellent.
nobody knows what speed anybody is driving. At least we don't have a safety car on the circuit, because only bad things happen when we bring the safety car onto the circuit. We'll see. Try and figure out via Grant what exactly has gone on, because the message that we got from race control was not particularly helpful. Is that Avanti Racing off track, and we know they are not having the better times. There is activity in the pit lane, so it looks like they are trying to sort out said issue.
Well, we could find a replay of the car and see what happened. Was it a crash, or did it pit and something went wrong in the pit lane? That's something we can have a look at on our secondary monitor here in Race Control, the hub, the broadcast production suite, whatever you'd like to call it. But certainly it has not gone all their way. So we're going to scan back and have a look at what potentially happened with that one. But right now, obviously all these drivers now will have the pit limiter on. Like you were saying, around 50 miles an hour is the pit lane speed limit. So it's neither a code 80 nor a code 60. It's technically a code 50. But yeah, they'll all be driving around now under that. And it's a very tense time. And I think a lot of people right now deploy a strategy that I've seen a couple of times, which is taking the shortest possible line around the track as possible. And one would say that is the racing line, but sometimes it isn't actually the racing line. It's hugging that inside line as much as possible to limit the track distance.
You can gain quite a lot of time doing that. I've seen at Le Mans, where they have the slow zones, where some drivers in the sim race weren't quite up to speed on how the slow zones really worked, and they were taking like a racing line, just like a leisurely line around the track. And I've seen people overtake, which you're not allowed to do.
No.
But it is possible to gain that much time that you can just get straight past another car if they're taking a weird line.
So Avanti are now back on the circuit. It was a RF2 glitch that just randomly put them back in the pit lane, literally straight into the pit box, and acted like they had retired from the race. So they've now been reset, brought back into the race, so we're just getting them into the right position. You may have just seen on the screen in front of you, they did just overtake the Team Purple Helmets car. That's just so we can get them into the correct place on the circuit, and then once they're in the correct place, they will switch off the code 60 and we'll go racing once more.
Excellent. I'm calling Purple Helmets deploying keyboard and hitting Alt F4, just calling it.
I mean, that's basically what the failure was. It was like a simulated version of that.
There you go.
But
There we
it
go.
acted like they actually retired, which is really strange. I mean, if they are lying and they did have a massive crash that maybe broke our factor, then we might have to show race control this. But,
let's play it back, shall we?
Let's see if it actually comes up at all.
And see what actually happened to the car.
Yeah.
This was
I have
fractionally.
a feeling that Dane's found it. So
Yeah. This is
Just disappeared.
It just stopped.
It just disappears. Okay.
Well,
yeah, so
R
that's-
factor things.
Confirmed. Purple Helmets Alt F4.
It definitely looks like that.
An enemy team,
Like
yeah.
it was basically like someone pushing escape on a keyboard. So
Yeah,
it's like,
yeah.
and then because it didn't let them rejoin either, so it's definitely like someone pushing for escape. But there is a nice handy little fix for that now.
Is there?
Yeah.
Got do pray tell.
Yeah. So if you disqualify that team,
Right.
and then undisqualify that team, it lets them drive again.
That's
And I
fantastic.
don't think that was on purpose. I think it's purely by accident, but I don't care because it works. It does mean that when one team run out of fuel because they forgot to pit, in the old days that would have been a nightmare, potentially out of the race,
Yeah.
we got them back in again.
Well,
So-
that would have been like a full red flag, kick everyone
Yeah.
out, mark the time that we had
Yeah.
remaining, mark where everyone was, and then do a restart. That was how it used to be
Yeah,
done.
yeah.
Well, that's a handy little feature. So it's those little things like that, isn't it, that the devs put
Yeah.
in to...
Well, I don't think the devs put that in,
No?
in mind.
Do you-
I think
do-
it's-
do
I
you
think-
reckon-
I think that UnDQ just says, whatever's happened to this car, let it race again.
Right.
Even if it wasn't on the server for the start of the race.
Well, if it works, it works.
Oh, definitely. So the Avanti racing car is definitely making some good ground in getting to where it was. They will be told when to put on the pit limiter. We're keeping an eye on that on our other screen. Now, teams are not allowed to pit during the code 60. I don't know if you guys have clarified that already. We just want to make sure that because you would gain a significant advantage, obviously, and it's not really fair. Obviously, if a code 60 happens during a pit stop, we have to then take that into account. So we have all the pit stop timings, so from forth, and how much you gain by pitting during a code 60. The race control has all of that at hand, so if we do get a code 60 during a pit cycle, yes, it's a little bit complicated, but we can do it. We can get that underway in the correct order, which is always useful. So yeah, a little bit different from before. Hopefully no more red flags in this race. We've already had one, which is the first red flag in a Sres race for a very, very long time. Like, all of last season was completely clear of them. This season so far had been completely clear of them. The only thing we'd actually had technical-wise this year was hardware stuff instead of software.
Oh, really?
So that's the first software-related issue that we've had. Well, second, if you count the first attempt at the race with the safety car deciding, I want to be in this race too.
I think, I think the viewers at home would appreciate someone deploying a safety car right now, and just seeing how long it takes you to bring it back into the pit lane.
It's a fun game with R Factor, isn't it? It's great.
You just never know. You could say, I want the safety car to be out there for 3 laps, and it could be out there for 42. It just would not pit. We just don't know the reason why.
No.
Love it.
Very interesting. It's one of those things that will hopefully be fixed one day.
How long until Avanti Racing actually get back to where they were before?
I don't think they're far away. I feel like Annabelle's doing this a bit different to usual. Instead of using the change laps code, I think she's just telling them to keep going round and unlap themselves, which can make it a bit easier in a way because, oops, something off behind me. Lovely, professional as always. So it's fine.
Fine. It's only a 3080.
It's that.
Oh.
Definitely not anything like very, very expensive that someone else owns. Let's just totally brush past that.
Yeah,
completely.
brush past it. They've gone off.
There you
Avanti have gone off.
Avanti have gone off. Good, well done, Avanti. I think they just ran a bit wide, to be fair. So we're getting that weird musky look at Bahrain here, which you usually see during the Formula 1 races when the sun starts to go down, as the sand sort of is simulated as being blown around in the wind. You get that sort of orangey sort of haze as well as the sun getting lower. I actually thought the sun would have set by now. I don't know about you, Dane, but I thought the sun would have been setting now.
Sorry, Dave, that brings me on to a question. What is the day-night cycle that we're running here? Are we running an accelerated version of it? Is it going to go back to daylight, or is it
we're
normal
running
time?
as though
The local time?
Yes, as though we were there.
Okay, right.
So 1 o'clock for us being 4 p.m. for them.
Right.
So 3 hour difference.
Yeah.
But they do have quite early sunsets, don't they?
Like
whenever you watch the F1, it is quite early when the sun goes down. They start the race, 2 p.m., 3 p.m?
I'd say about
our time?
Something like that.
Yeah, but they are. They're 3.5 hours ahead, aren't they? Oh no, that's Dubai.
No,
That's
it's 3
Dubai.
hours.
That's Dubai.
It's definitely 3
That's
hours.
Dubai. My brain.
A little bit closer.
It works sometimes.
Yeah.
Not now.
There we go.
That's the second day.
The half hours are confusing, I will say that. When there's somewhere in the world which is not just a few hours ahead or behind, but
they just want to be special. That's the thing. There's only 3 time zones
now,
that I'm aware of that do that.
If Dan McCallum is watching, I guarantee he's probably listed them already. Is there any quarter pass or 3 quarter pass? No.
There is a 7. No, there is a 15-second pass. Denmark is 15 seconds further forward than the rest of Europe, and nobody can tell you why.
I can tell you why.
Go on.
It just is.
Yeah, exactly. That's the reason.
There you go.
It is because it always has been, and
it always will be.
They don't like change.
No, because it's very strange. But Denmark is 15 seconds ahead.
So I'm pretty sure Avanti are now back on the lead lap. Yes,
they are. They are 242 seconds behind.
This is fabulous. I mean, this is sim racing at its peak here.
I think Max Verstappen punting Sven Hasse off at Spa yesterday in a charity race is better.
No.
You didn't see it? Okay, so basically what's happened is Sven Hasse, who is known as probably one of the more arty-barty drivers, let's say, on the grid, and Max Verstappen go side by side in GT3 cars through the bus stop chicane at Spa. They
Yeah.
make a bit of contact, and Sven Haas ends up dropping back behind, takes issue to this, and gives Max a little punt into the source. Just a little one. It pushes him into his teammate. There's a couple of spins, and Sven drives off into the distance. Max then cuts Lecombe completely, goes straight through the little tarmac section that no one really knows why it's there, and then absolutely flat out straight lines him into Brussels.
Yeah.
Didn't even try and hide it.
Yeah.
It was fully deserved.
Was it though?
Yes, it's a charity race. No one really cares that much.
It still sounds a little bit extreme.
It was, but
I mean, Scott Speed got banned for less than that.
That's true.
less.
Yeah, it was. And he just wiped someone out in the commentary box. Because Dane is a big fan of iRacing.
Whoa.
Oh, okay, fair enough. We don't have a balanced commentary box team at all.
Oh, don't get me
For
wrong.
legal reasons, I love iRacing, and it is the greatest. No, I'm not going to say that.
I think we're getting quite close to going green again.
That's why I'm hovering my finger over the code 80.
Avanti are back on their pit limiter now. Oh, and another rule that people have to follow is they must stay in first gear, because Jack Ashton, the sneaky
Should we
guy
check
that
on
he is, found out that he has been the whole time. Found out that if you
in
select
fourth
the
now.
high get there, I think they've gone green.
Yeah,
there you go.
they have.
So,
There we go.
yeah. So we're back to green. Jack Ashton found that if you just go to 6th gear, the car is 7 miles an hour faster
With the limiter on.
with the limiter on.
It's actually
We noticed
even faster.
straight away
R factor.
because we're not stupid.
Yeah.
You know,
It's
like
even faster for you, Chef.
pulling out a
I heard
massive
that.
gap.
Yeah.
And he found this out when we did our endurance race around Road America last year.
Mhm.
And on the formation lap, he basically pulled out about 4 cars' widths for the next car on the formation lap. So I literally looked at his screen, told him to go back to first gear and to slow down. He looked very disappointed and said, well, no one mentioned that you can't use
Oh,
higher gear.
that is a
Very clever.
That is a sign of a person who does not stop playing R
Which
factor
is-
and knows every quirk of it.
I mean, Jack doesn't actually play that much at home. to be fair.
Yeah.
He's not the biggest fan of setting it up, so
Yeah, that's fair.
Who is? You are.
no, I'm not.
You like to do it a lot, though.
I don't like to do it.
You
a lot,
just
I
happen to do it.
have to do it a lot. It's a thing.
You know, I have to and
We
enjoy
checked
doing
out
it.
of that a while ago.
Two very different things.
Yeah, like I enjoy building gaming PCs.
Me
That's
too.
Great fun.
Yeah,
Love
I like
that.
doing that. Yeah. In fact, have you
If-
got any that need building? I'll build one today.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Damn.
But R Factor 2 needed to be installed on a machine.
Yeah, I'm not.
Suddenly not so excited.
Isn't it great fun?
The hardware side of PC building is fantastic. The software side of it is not fun at all. Don't rate it.
It's not great, is it? It's
No.
not ideal.
No.
But, you know, so Avanti Racing in 4th position, is that really worth? That seems a bit high to me.
I stay. Let them have it.
Sure, why not? We'll move on.
Who would have been ahead of them, though?
Quatermass. They got overtaken. I'm sure they got overtaken.
Oh,
Drama.
Yeah.
there we go.
Sure.
There
I
we
mean,
go.
no
Roll
teams-
back the tape.
Well, I've not heard any angry teams yet.
No,
So that would suggest that it's correct.
not had a chair come through the production door either. So,
Well, I've told them they can't do that. So
well, if you've had to tell them not to do that, that would suggest that it's happened before. Do pray tell. Do tell us the story.
no, it's-
Who threw a chair at you, Grant?
Well,
Tell
no,
me.
No one's thrown a chair per se. It's just a lot of the people just assume because I'm here that I'm in charge of everything.
You are.
I'm not right now. You know, so our last round we had a different race director as well.
Okay.
And during that race, several drivers just decided to just come in here and tell me about their problems. It's like, I don't care, I'm broadcasting the stream. So I had
I
to...
don't care about your
I had
problems.
to
Be
iterate
gone.
that before the race. I mean, I care about their problems, but in my capacity as in here,
I don't
I'm
care
not
about
the
your
one that should be
problems.
dealing with it. Race control are the ones that have to deal with it. If they struggle, they can message me. That's fine.
Yeah.
But a driver shouldn't just think, oh, I'll just go in the commentary booth and just start complaining. It's a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I personally wouldn't appreciate that, you know, as a commentator, a driver suddenly coming into the commentary box and saying,
telling you that their go-kart was broken and it's your fault.
"Oh God, it's kart. Please don't say go-kart. It's kart. It's like the biggest." That's like saying this is.
But Anthony, there was a whole racing kart, which I know it was spelled with a C, but that makes it very confusing.
No, it's karting.
It's
karting.
Fine.
It's karting.
I've had that.
Kart or karting?
When I was doing Comic Con Liverpool, we're in the middle of the space that they have, the exhibition hall, and there's all stuff around us, and people keep coming up to us and asking, how do I buy that poster? And I was like, ask the person selling the poster, not the person broadcasting the esports event that's happening here. And it happened like a lot, to the point where we had to put a sign up behind us saying we are only talking about this. And then I had someone tell me that I misidentified a Spider-Man because I said Miles Morales has walked in, who happened to walk in next to a Venom, and I got told it's not Miles Morales, it's Venom. And I then told the person that one is. There were like 6 It was great. But there's a lot of times that people just walk up to you and ask you the most random of questions.
Did you enjoy your time at Comic Con?
It was great. I got a high five from Stitch.
Sure.
That's pretty cool to be fair.
And a selfie with a snowtrooper.
Nice.
That's also pretty cool.
So,
Very
is
cool.
anyone in the chat, Anthony? I can see you've got it open.
No.
No? Everyone's
No.
been a bit quiet?
Yeah,
A bit
I mean,
shy.
there are 7 fabulous people in that live chat watching. If you've got a keyboard, get typing. Let us know. Have you got a question? Have you got something you want to bring up? Let us know. What's your favourite condiment on a dinner table? You know, anything. Give us some intel, people. But there is 6.5 hours left of this. And, well, the lead battle's 10 seconds. I mean, to help us out here.
It's spread out quite a bit. Yeah. Well, why are you watching? Who are you supporting?
Yeah.
Who do you want to see do well?
Favourite condiment?
Well, yes.
No, what? No, that's harsh.
It's a friendly why you watch it. You know, it's not a why.
Not a
you watch
malicious
this.
one, yeah.
No. It's like if people want to spend Sundays watching a sim races, it's entirely up to you. That's why we're here.
I left Silverstone to come here and do this.
Yeah.
There you go.
See?
Yeah.
Committed.
Because it's inside.
Did a pigeon just take off?
Yeah.
Pigeon just ran on the roof of the commentary box. It was quite scary.
The most exciting thing to happen in the race for quite some time. Apart from Quatermass's personal best of a 1 minute 45.660. Sorry, that's a 63 car. It's very interesting. That car seems to just randomly find pace and then just lose it again.
Who's in that car? Have we had any driver swaps? Yes, we have. Sean King is in the Barracuda car. We should have looked at this during the pit window. I realise now we should have done that because that's when driver swaps are going to happen, isn't it?
True. Yeah.
That makes
But
sense.
at the last pit stops, which happened approximately like 50 minutes ago, Sean King got in the car. Who else got in the car? Everyone else stayed the same. No, Adam Clark got in the orange Apex car, and everyone else stayed the same.
Okay, fair enough. So, might be worth grabbing the orange Apex driver then, to be honest, if we can get them. If anyone's listening, so do so. Maybe
Stanley, I believe.
Grab those.
That'd be good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Get their perspective on their first stint.
These
Was
are
it-
funky microphones as well. These are cool. I like these.
I may have broken the surface.
You may have broken the...
I think it just died. I think the
Excellent.
no.
So the the portable device that has a battery that only lasts for so long.
Yeah, but it should last longer than 2 hours. 3 hours.
How long has it been on for?
About 3 hours.
It's
It's not really been doing anything either. It's just been showing a spreadsheet.
a full bright white screen of full brightness displaying there. It was at full brightness. It was quite
Well,
bright.
Dane,
It's a bright
why-
room that we're in right now.
I reckon they just need to
fix
make
this
the
scenario,
battery better.
why don't you go onto that machine over there and have a mouse and a keyboard?
Oh yes, and get the yes.
There you go.
That
Look
one
at
is
that.
directly plugged into the wall.
Active thinking going on in the commentary, and there's confirmation of the surface. It is out of
Yeah,
battery.
it's literally telling us.
Oh,
"You can
wow.
Charge me,
Yeah.
Dane."
Well, no, we can't put it all on Dane. We
No.
can put it all on Dane.
You can.
Definitely
That's a
can.
big speed difference from the Team Purple Helmets car trying to lap the Cam Sport car.
They always find the
Oh, what a
traffic in the
set. There we
worst
go.
part of the track,
Nice
don't
and
they?
The inside into the hairpin. nicely done, but that is not the best place to catch a car, especially through those S's. The dirty air of the car in front of you would really make your car behind feel quite horrific in comparison. So Anthony, what was the last high downforce car you've driven on RF2? I know you used to be a big fan of the LMP2s.
Yeah, big fan of them.
They're great.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. Huge fan of the P2s on R52.
There's no good browser on
To be honest, I think that was the last high downforce car that I ever drove. Actually, no, tell a lie. The Formula 3s.
Ah,
Love them. Love the F3 cars on
great fun.
RP. And I love that camera shot as well. That is a sweep camera shot. Certainly wouldn't want to be the cameraman there, though.
It is also like 2 times louder than any other camera shot.
Understandably, yes.
It's like on the track.
Yeah, but they could have reduced
The car runs over them.
Reminds me of the old.
Oh, pit stops.
Ooh.
Whoa,
okay.
no pit stops.
Late dive.
Cam Sport were looking like they were going to pit as well and then decided at the last second not to. Hopefully no one runs out of fuel because of this.
Well, that would be interesting.
That would liven things up for, well, some of the teams, definitely.
For race control.
Yeah. I mean, my understanding of that is if we can get you back in, fine, but I think you should be out the race, personally. I know that's harsh.
I mean, that's very harsh. I mean, you could
Out
run
of the
out
race,
of
but
fuel
you
in the
don't get
first-
your laps back.
No.
It takes as long as it takes to get you back in, and that's
I don't
your
think you
problem.
get your laps back, yeah. and
Ooh, the lights.
oh.
The lights coming
We're
on.
having a disco at the Bahrain International Circuit.
sure the drivers love that. Like, every moment of that. I've never seen them come on that abruptly. When I've driven it day to night here, it just tends to just happen.
What is that?
That was interesting.
Well, there we go. Well, the lights are on. It means it's getting a bit dark. And, yeah, we're certainly starting to see some interesting things happening here.
Yeah.
As the pace, I think, has come down a little bit for a lot of the drivers now.
Yeah, although saying that, Martin Buchan is still in the 145s. I think he's only driving in the 1 minute 45s at the moment, as does tend to be the case with Martin. Owen and Go for Gap have had their last lap time deleted, so naughty track limits infringement there. Is it still Aiden in the Go for Gap car? It is.
Yes, it is.
They're absolute rockets to drive Aiden Carter. Put in a really good job. This is the best show we've ever seen for so it's very good for them. I mean, they qualified P2, and that's a personal best for them as
It was
well.
close as well.
Yeah, really close, super close at the front, which is awesome to see. So really nice to see a good mixture of different teams at the front there.
Yeah, it is. And, you know, nice little shake-up. And I'm guessing Bop, Balance of Performance is identical. They're the same cars.
It's the same car, yeah.
They're the same
so
cars,
there's,
so-
nothing different about them at all. So it's all down to the squeegee bit behind the wheel.
Yeah.
Basically.
Yeah.
If you're slower, then I can't bop that, unfortunately.
Well,
You can.
you could.
Let's not, though.
Yeah,
You
no,
shouldn't.
no. It's all about
Let's
driver
not-
skill.
Let's not manufacture excitement, because that's not an
NASCAR.
Don't hate on NASCAR.
I'm not.
Next to me.
Hey, no,
I'm not. I love it.
He loves NASCAR.
I love NASCAR.
I, as a European, love NASCAR. I think purely for the sheer thrill of it. They certainly know how to make a show.
Oh, yes.
And yeah, it's certainly one thing that I enjoy watching, especially when you want to be trackside. I think if I want to be anywhere, I would like to be Daytona on the outside of the start-finish line, right next to the track when all of them do a massive flyby, because that looks amazing.
I might be there.
It
next
definitely does.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'm planning it.
Oh.
Looking at the packages, it's reasonable. Although I might
Is it?
wait for the 400 later in the
Which
year.
is about
It's
a third of the
severely
price.
cheaper. It's literally like a third of the
But
price.
are they the same cars?
Yeah, same NASCAR. They
It's the
just go
same
back
drivers
there,
and
it's
everything.
a night race, so it's just 100 miles
Oh.
less. But it's still very exciting.
And there's
very
also
cool.
a significantly smaller chance of them having to do a Monday race.
Yes, yeah, because it's the less rainy season.
Oh, well, there you go.
Right before
A little
hurricane
bit
season.
disappointing
Yeah.
going to Florida to watch a race and then having to leave on the Monday or Tuesday, not seeing the end of said race,
Yeah.
or maybe not even the start of said race. So yeah, I'm considering that. That would be very cool.
That would be, that sounds quite fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But for our Daytona race, we actually paid a little homage to NASCAR for the first round.
Oh, it
of
was
the season.
beautiful.
It was fantastic. We actually played the US national anthem before we got the race underway, which was very cool.
Excellent, not cringe whatsoever.
No, it totally wasn't. It was fantastic.
Yeah.
Beautiful shot of the American flag, like all over the screens. I think Dane is bringing it up so Anthony can see the shot of said American flag. But yes, it was one of the most patriotic things I've ever seen.
And it wasn't even for your country.
It wasn't even for my country.
Well, there you go.
We didn't do the prayer though. We thought that was a little bit too far.
Did you do the start your engines thing?
Invocation. No, we didn't do that either.
Ah, no, you missed out. There we go.
I feel like this isn't gonna. Don't think this is gonna have the same effect, Dane,
What?
as you think it is, like showing us on your phone while we're doing a live broadcast.
Yeah, I mean, it's got an effect on me. I mean, currently we're looking at an apex of Daytona. It's absolutely fantastic. There's the Daytona sign, and there's some noise. Oh, fantastic! Oh, brilliant. That's commitment. Oh, fantastic.
I don't think that's coming through.
It totally doesn't sound like some child with their Xbox microphone playing their phone music down at there.
Mega flag.
Shot.
Yeah,
It does
that is
wave.
their motion in the flag.
It does wave.
Look at that.
It's great.
You know, maybe that was the same flag that was on the moon.
Yeah,
Let's get the conspiracy theories going.
Whoa!
Dane's like, let's.
That's a good way of getting some engagement in the live chat, that is.
It is, yeah. I mean, no one wants to comment on that. If you are watching, just say hi.
Please.
Yeah, just anything.
Like,
We're
don't
lonely.
be shy.
Send a wave emoji.
If you don't want us to mention you, if you're embarrassed about people.
Let's tell you what, we won't mention who it is,
Yeah.
even though everyone who's watching the live stream will see who it is anyway. But it's, you know, we'll at least, you know, be nice. There is how many absolute legends in this live chat at the moment?
It's still 7.
I think
We're at 7 absolute legends.
It peaked at 10 earlier on when we were suffering severe safety car issues.
Yeah, huh?
I think that includes you as well, though.
And it includes
Well,
me.
technically I'm not
And
watching.
it includes the BMX machine.
4.
Okay, so there's 4 legends actually
Aaron.
watching. There's 3 legends actually watching, and those 3 are probably in that room as well.
I'm sure Aaron's watching.
Oh,
Oh! Oh!
is it Phil Webb?
It is indeed.
Oh, I wasn't supposed to.
Oh, well, there you go. You've
Sorry,
broken
Phil.
the
Broken
golden
trust.
rule.
Hello, boyos. Hello.
How
Well,
do you
I'll tell
do,
you
sir?
what, that's queued up my next point nicely. So,
How's it?
Phil,
Excellent, I'm glad.
are you excited seeing what is basically your former team? Because it's basically an evolution of Casual Apex, whether high or not. How happy are you to see that car driving so far up in the field? Are you excited? Are you nervous? Are you sort of like just hoping it stays the same, or are you praying that they get a P2? Or do you just want them to finish well? There you go, Phil. There's plenty of things for you to answer there.
Philip
And
Webb actively
Mr. Webb,
scrambling
you are
to type.
usually fantastic at replying to us in the comms booth as well. I remember you bringing up your disdain for certain racetracks at the previous round, so that was fantastic. So let's get that going again. Not assuming gender. Okay, well, fine. Interesting comment there, Phil. Sure, it's 2023. So, are you happy to see the Onid Go for the Gap team going fast, or not?
I think there's a severe
no,
delay on
there's
this
a-
as well.
Colin on the non-chat has put hi comms teams. Put that in the Discord.
In the Discord
Right,
server. Right,
Colin,
we're talking
appreciate
about
it.
YouTube live chat, but we do appreciate it.
Hi Colin, always lovely to hear from you.
Angry.
Angry as I'm not part. Well, that's... I'm going to quote Annabelle here. That's a you problem.
It is a severe you problem.
Like, I think you're going to enter the 24 hours. Did you hear what cars were running? That C6, V8? 24
GT1,
hours, GT1
GT1 cars, Web.
Sounds
Beautiful
like a
cars.
handful. Have I
Colin
driven
says he
them?
doesn't have YouTube chat. You don't need YouTube chat, Colin. It's just under the video. So
Literally, if you're watching the broadcast on YouTube, you're in YouTube, and the
so
live chat is just
Colin,
below
are
it.
you watching on your phone or are you watching on a computer in the box?
This is active.
Oh, it's tech support.
This
It's
is
tech support. support.
We're tech supporting while commentating.
It is your
on-
entire job, though, Grant.
A lot of the time
It's
it is.
a lot of tech support, mostly for me.
I mean, you've not been here for a very long time. It's actually the first time I've seen you.
Yeah, it is.
Oh,
Oh,
Colin
Colin comes
says,
in fresh.
don't have YouTube chat again. Right.
Philip says, "Ooh." I'm assuming that's to the GT1 comments.
gonna
There is a significant delay on
There
this.
is a delay.
Watching on TV. Okay, so he does.
You do still have.
Okay, okay, so
it's
Colin-
it's a fact to get to.
Okay, so Colin, you're watching it on your TV at home. Do you have a mobile phone?
Because you can open YouTube on said mobile phone and then
And
you can
just open up the chat. You can pause it on your
and
phone,
then you can talk to Phil.
and then you can type.
So Phil, because obviously you haven't heard, for the 24 hours, yes, we're going to be running the 2010 GT1 cars, which does include your favourite brand of those vehicles, the Chevrolet, the C6 V8 Monster. That I believe it's GT2, basically younger brother or sister, whichever you want to call it. They had to change the rules of GT2 because that car was so dominant. They
Right.
literally had to completely adjust the whole rulings of that.
I'd be lying if I said I was not tempted.
Well, Colin is very tempted as well, and I know the two of you are good friends, hence why I'm trying to get you both into the chat and get you both an entry into the 24-hour race.
I could join you, but I would have to come here from Germany.
And he also promises he won't be doing university work this time.
Yeah.
So, Anthony, you won't know this, so Dane attempted to do last year's 24-hour race by himself, then had
Just
a
to make
bit
up
of
the
a
numbers.
brainwave all of a sudden that he'd forgotten to do some university coursework, which was due
At 1 a.m.
when-
Fantastic.
No, at 1 p.m. Of the Sunday.
That is pure dedication to sim racing and not your curricular activities.
No, I did end up dropping out shortly after that.
Excellent. We do not condone that, ladies and gentlemen. Stay in school.
So for a few hours, Dane was just frantically sat behind race control. Like,
I would love to know
I
that thought
did actually
process.
complete all of the coursework.
he did.
It would have been, okay, let's circle back. It would have been hilarious if we'd gone, oh no, I'm racing. Oh no, I've got coursework to do. I'm going to do racing. I'm not going to do the coursework. And then just drop out right there and then in the middle of a 24-hour esports race.
I was doing pretty well.
Well, yeah.
I was like
that
7
would have
hours
been
in. I was like P4, and then I took a half an hour pit stop, and then was still like P6,
I don't think it was still P6. I think that's exaggerating.
P7.
Yeah.
It was a significant
Stay in school.
gap.
Stay in school or you end up like Dane is the message.
No one wants that.
Currently in a broom cupboard with, count the monitors, folks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
It's almost like we've hoarded them.
Yeah, and I'm loving the
Got a Surface as well.
I'm loving the variety. We've got Lenovo, we've got Acer, we've
Asus.
got Asus, we've got AOC, we've got Samsung.
Another random AOC from like
yeah.
19.
There is
Yeah, that's a
80.
personal monitor.
That doesn't even have HDMI ports.
No, it doesn't.
I
wanna-
actually got confused for a second trying to plug it in.
What's Phil said now?
Amazing to see Go for the Gap running so well, it has to be said.
There we go.
Fine, it
Oh,
took like 10
fantastic,
minutes for us to coax it
fantastic.
out of him, but we got there in the
Great
end.
job, Phil. Well done. Good job, sir.
GG, my
who
guy.
else is
Mr. Greggles.
Mr. Greggles says hello. Hello, Mr. Greggles. Is
What?
that Colin, potentially?
no.
Don't know if that is Colin. Mr. Greggles, whoever you are, hello. How are you today? You can introduce yourself.
Mr. Greggles, it's an owned account.
Ah, that explains a lot. I don't know who it is, but I mean, it might be our race steward for all I know. So,
Oh, there you go.
well, hello, Mr. Greggles. I'm sure you are enjoying the multiple owned success. Well,
I've
it's a
just
success.
clocked something. Boo Barracuda.
Yeah.
Who chose the car number?
Martin Buchan.
Right.
Checks out.
Is he okay?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. He just liked it.
666.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Number of the beast. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't know why he was quite angry when it didn't fit on the touring car last year, and it was 66. He got quite annoyed about that one. But
Is there anyone with the number 69? Absolutely
no.
disappointed.
No, there is not. But you know, maybe next year.
Maybe next year.
Maybe the Phil Webb, Colin Talbot dream team that they pull together. Maybe Colin will have 2 teams with his name in, because his Cam Sport was basically Colin, Adam, and Matt. Yeah, for Matt Goodescott. And Matt
Greg
Goodescott's still in the team.
Prescott, does that ring a bell?
Greg Prescott. I don't think I know.
I don't know if
Greg,
it is
but
Greg, but it's Mr. Greggles, and that's what I'm assuming.
Sure. Well, hello if that is you, Mr. Prescott.
Done some digging.
If not, hello. Anyway, Phil Webb says hail Satan in the chat, so
Oh.
he's very much enjoyed. And we're in the second pit stop cycle, so Dane can do what he was supposed to do last time and have a look and see if there's driver change.
Are they changing? Team Purple helmets. Jack Ashton's out of the car.
We've had the Avanti car and the Quatermass
Oh.
car together on the circuit.
Why?
Because of course we have, and now all I can hear is angry people. So
A lot
they're
of angry
both
people.
joining at the same time. They've also wiped out some of the bollards, and I believe that was Avanti trying to lap the Quatermass car.
Textbook sim racing.
Beautiful, beautiful sim racing.
Well, it doesn't look like either team has got too much damage. The Avanti car is driving pretty quickly. Doesn't look like it's crabbing or anything like that, which is good to see. And the Quatermass car doesn't look too slow either. So I think it's just a tiny little pirouette from the 2 of them, and they're back underway again.
So far.
Okay, yeah, Phil confirming he will run number 69.
Sorted. See? Look at that. I've got you a driver, a team, and a number. What are you going to call the team, though?
What? Oh, that's a bad question. That's a
Okay,
bad question.
what are you going to call the team? Car number is 69. What are you calling the team?
We'll maybe read the team before announcing it.
No, I think go with it.
So our leaders are now back onto the circuit with Team Purple Helmets retaining their lead. That gap to 11.8 seconds. So again,
With a new driver.
bit of time. New driver, Mark Carver. So how is Mark going to do?
Ooh.
He is nowhere near as experienced on R-Factor 2 as Jack Ashton is. He only drove the car for the first time here in the practice session this morning. So we're going to see how quickly he gets up to grip in the practice session. He did struggle a little bit to be on Jack's pace, so it's going to be interesting to see now if Martin can bring that gap down. And already I'm seeing that gap's gone from 11 seconds to 8.5 seconds. So maybe quite quickly. That's a big difference in lap time there in the first sector. So we'll see what happens next, because the pit stop was almost identical that time. The gap was about 11 seconds when they went in, it's 11 seconds when they went out. But sector 1 for Martin was a 100-second sector, which sounds ridiculous, but they have just pitted, compared to Jack Ashton's, Mark Carver's 103 seconds. We also have Hamish Easoner in the Onid Go for the Gap racing car, taking over from Aidan Carter. And I tell you what, I think I'm going to try and grab Aidan Carter so we can do. I'm going to go do that.
Yeah.
You go do that.
Philip Webb says it reads the same upside down racing.
Yeah, that's an excellent team name, Philip. I think it's a little long. From a commentary side of things, I don't think it would work.
Just the fact that already we have team names that do not fit on our practice timing tower. It's not a very long timing tower. You'll get it reads and that's about it.
Yeah, I mean, team names are a crucial thing. You know, short and sweet. Nothing too hectic, nothing too much. You know, just nice. That you could just put a series of letters in order. They don't need to mean anything. You could go BZF Racing, and people are like, oh, that sounds cool. Yeah.
I don't want to have to say, oh no, it's the 69, it reads the same upside down racing car, because by that time something else has happened.
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah, that's certainly.
Yes, Marine in GT1s, yes.
Yeah. I certainly wouldn't go that way. Excellent. Dane.
Hello there. That was a pretty good stint for you.
Moment is happening.
The mics are a little bit finicky to get like the hang of. They're not like.
The biggest question is has he unmuted? Have they unmuted it?
Yes.
Yes. Have we got it? Muted? Unmuted?
Ooh. Okay, so it seems that Martin is going to be catching up to our leaders, it looks like, judging by the first couple of laps. But we have got Aidan with us. So, first of all, I would like to ask you about qualifying, because that was a very impressive performance.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised by my qualifying performance, if I'm completely honest. I've not done much practice coming into this one, and the first 2 rounds qualifying hasn't gone particularly well for us. But I think it's just, I guess it's just the way the car handles. It's a bit of a handful, to say the least, of this car, and it just seems to keep my driving style a bit more. So, yeah, I was able to throw it around a bit, and it was good fun. So, yeah, I had a good qualifying for once at least.
And then what happened at the start? Because we had obviously the 2 of you on the front row, and then Jack just drove away at the beginning of the race.
Yeah.
Did you bog down, or do you think he just had an idea of what to do at the start that maybe...
I think he was definitely a bit more confident with the traction off, I'd say, at the start. So I think he probably had traction control completely off when he launched off the line. I didn't. I wasn't particularly confident with it yet. So yeah, just bogged down a bit, and then tried to get as much clean space as I could going into turn 1. I really got squeezed between the 2 Barracuda cars, but
yeah, there was a little bit of 3 wide going on.
Yeah.
Oh, purple helmets with the drive-through.
I don't know what that
Track
was
limits.
for, actually.
Oh,
Interesting. Interesting.
we didn't see that.
We've not seen a lot of things. There we go.
For Kuwait, man. I can, yeah. I could keep talking. So that was a drive-through,
Ah, fair enough.
which has given Martin a large gap. out to the front.
So Annabelle says, incident in the pits, hitting go for the gap, trying to exit the pit lane. Okay, so that's why you would know of the incident. Okay.
Yeah, I didn't want to say too much before it happened.
Of course.
yeah.
So that now puts Boo Barracuda into the lead with a 4-second gap. So they haven't
12
lost
seconds.
a 12-second gap. Sorry, it's just updated
Yeah,
on
there
my
we go.
timing screen. So yeah, they haven't lost a ridiculous amount of time, but that definitely brings you both into play a lot more.
Yes.
So we'll see how Hamish's pace compares to Mark Carver's in front. But you did look very comfortable out there, it must be said, especially in like early stint when you were really pushing like the Boo Barracuda car, especially, and making a really nice move to get in front of them. But yeah, very cool stint from you so far. So looking forward to the rest of the race?
Yeah, definitely am looking forward to the rest of it. I really enjoy driving this car. I think it triggers the rallying side of me a little bit. It's definitely a handful, which I do enjoy. And yeah, I think from my understanding, a little bit of strategy insight, but from my understanding, we're going a little bit different tyre-wise to everybody else.
Interesting.
So we're playing it a little bit more risky, I would say. So we've gone for medium so far.
Yes, we've seen.
Tyre,
So
yes.
we've seen your tyre selection.
Yes,
Obviously,
of course, yeah.
we don't like we once everyone's underway and it's quite obvious that everyone's on
Yeah.
different tyres. We then announce that instead of just telling everyone instantly,
Yeah.
because that wouldn't be fair. But yeah, we've seen that you've gone the more aggressive route, which is definitely which was really interesting because we saw in a lot of the practice the medium tyre did struggle near the end of the stint, but it did look like the hard was really struggling in the middle of the stint, and you seem to have a lot more pace on everyone on the hards, which was really interesting to see.
Yeah, it was definitely interesting. I think naturally, just both mine and Hamish's driving style, we tend to be a bit kinder on the tyres anyway, so we don't feel too much of that medium wear at the end of the stint. I think probably the final 5 laps or so of the stint on the mediums is when the tyres really start to fall off, but it's nothing we can't manage really. Whereas the hards, I feel like the hards don't really get up to speed very well, and then in the middle of the stint, like you said, they do have a bit of a dip period. They are definitely better at the end, as of course Martin has shown many a time before and today as well. But yeah, I think it's working for us. I think maybe for other teams, I know we've spoken to Camsport a couple of times, they definitely can't go near the mediums because I think they are just burning through them a bit too quickly. So yeah, it works well for us, so why not try it?
Are you happy with your buffer to P4, or would you like it to be a little bit larger?
At the moment, I'm happy with our buffer. I think give us an hour or so and we'll see how much that's come down. I do know that Hamish is a little bit under the weather today, so he's not feeling the best.
Okay.
So we'll see how they're doing. So that may mean I'm in the car today. But yeah, to have nearly a minute and 20 seconds on fourth as I left the car, I think was about the gap. So that's played beautifully into our hands. Of course, Avanti now with their code 60 that they have, they're a little bit off strategy now, so they're a little bit different to what we're doing. So that will ebb and flow as they get off strategy as well. But yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. So we can just kind of take it to the next hour.
Awesome. Right, cool. So we'll let you get back out there, have a little breather after your heavy stint. When are you back in the car? Just quickly to sign off.
I should actually be back in the car next time we pit, depending on how Hamish is feeling.
Okay, so just a single stint from Hamish.
And then I should be in maybe for another double, and then Hamish will be back in for a single, just give them a little bit of a break.
Wow.
So
Getting your money's worth today.
Yeah, if it wasn't enough last time out, I'm definitely going to get a bit more in today.
Yes, definitely. Has anyone in the chat got anything to say to...
A lot.
Wow. Oh.
You've come in and the chat's come alive.
The chat has come alive. I don't think there's any questions. There is just a lot of chatter between the chatters.
Oh, okay.
Lovely.
Anything towards Aiden or?
I don't, not that I see.
Okay, fair enough. I didn't know if anyone was going to say hi or something. Fortunately not, but I'll say hi.
Lovely.
But always a pleasure to see you, Aiden.
Thank you very much.
Enjoy the rest of your race. We might talk to you a little bit later on as well. We'll see, obviously, how the race progresses. But go enjoy that short little break that you've got. Have some water and just get some hydration and whatever else you need to do. And we'll look forward to seeing you back in the car.
Yeah, look forward to it. Thanks, guys, for having me.
Cheers. Okay, so we do have a new leader with Boo Barracuda advantaging from that drive-through penalty. So they now have still a 12-second advantage to the car in P2, the Team Purple Helmets car. So Dane, really interested to see how strict, well, I don't want to say strict, but how very quickly we've seen that penalty been brought in by the race steward, Johnny Ashley. Very decisive decision. We haven't seen the incident, but an incident in the pit lane, I do agree. I think that is always worth penalising because you could damage someone else's car. You obviously damage your own car, and you can hinder their pit stop completely. So I must say I agree with that one.
A lot of simulators sort of just bring in iRacing as an example. You ghost through other cars in the pit lane. That is not the case in R Factor 2. And so it is very important that you are aware of what's going on around you, as we have had one of the Clayton Masters, a 63 car, go around. That's at the exit of turn 10. But yeah, it seems like things are settling down now slightly. As Aiden said, Avanti Racing in P4, they are severely off strategy compared to everybody else. They're about half a stint out, about as out as you could be, because of that, obviously, the drop and the code 60. So they are in the right place, but they are sort of very off strategy, and it's going to be interesting to see how they work with that. Try and work it to their advantage.
Definitely, but another thing with the Avanti Racing, they have took 2 seconds out of Hamish Easner in the only go for the gap car in the last few laps, so that gap down to 6 seconds now. So really coming down fast, now down to 5.9. So they're really pushing the car. Is it Edson on board the Avanti Racing car at the moment?
No, it's still Jack Brewer, unless they've changed. They haven't changed. They do have 3 drivers today, I believe.
No, that's definitely Jack Brewer in the car. They're both still set outside the pod. So yeah, Edson
they're just
Will,
chilling.
I can see them from here. Yeah, they're just chilling.
Let's see what other driver changes have we had. Max Spooner is in the 35 car. I think that's new. Who else we got? We've got Matt Goodger-Scott is in the Olin Town Sport car, so that's a change. Ben Brown has been in that car up until the most recent bout of pit stops. Orange Apex Esports is now Reno DeMarco, so that's another driver swap there. So yeah, we almost have a fully replaced grid compared to when we started. In fact, we do have a fully replaced grid from where we started, except for obviously Martin Buchan and Jack Brewer, who's still in the Avanti car. And another spin for the 63, and they narrowly avoid collecting. I believe that was the Barracuda car, the 95.
Yeah.
So yeah, they narrowly avoided that, and that was 4th position as well. So Barracuda now made up that place up into P7.
Worth saying as well that the Boo Barracuda car is pulling away from the Team Purple Helmets car. So Martin definitely with a pace advantage at the moment to Mark Carver. I don't think Martin was expecting to lead this race. When I spoke to him in the week, he sounded quite nervous about this one. but it's definitely going his way so far. I also just want to say, just for a little bit of groundskeeping, there was also a penalty for the Quakesmash 63 for causing that incident with Avanti when they were being lapped. That was the initial lapping confusion there. Is there any questions in the chat, or are they just shouting at each other?
Will we see a replay of the helmet incident?
I can try and find it. Yeah, that's not an issue. I'll try and find it. So it's always good to judge these things with our own eyes, isn't it? So for now, we'll just ride on board with the Avanti car, because it is now 4.8 seconds behind the Onid Go for the Gap car. So that gap coming down. Phil probably sweating profusely now as that gap is getting smaller and smaller. So we'll just keep you feeling a little bit on edge there, Phil. But yes, keep on the chats and the questions coming. It always really helps us to carry the conversation through the race. But I will get on to finding that incident for you.
Okay, so we have a question. How's the championship currently looking? The answer is we're not going to look at that now. It's still 5.5 hours left of the race. So yeah, that's the answer that has been given to me. Yeah, we just watched Avanti racing for a bit. They have lost a little bit of time on that last lap. A couple of little mistakes, and I think Hamish is also starting to increase the pace a bit, getting more comfortable in that car. Meanwhile, out in front, Blue Barracuda still with Martin Buchan behind the wheel, of course, still increasing that advantage, but 5 hours and 50 minutes still to go in this race. Still a lot of time. We are currently still finding that replay for the Team Purple helmets of the incident that they had that caused them to have to serve a drive-through penalty. Unfortunately, it is going to take a while. There is a lot of footage to rewind through, and we actually don't know exactly when it happened, so we still have to scroll through the entire thing. So we will get that to you as soon as we can. Do you want to chat? Well, I've had a wild Jack Ashton join us in. So if you want to look at me to see how to put it on, everyone puts it on backwards. How strange. It's not, because it's got ear loops on it. Press the button. There we go. Is that good? It is. I can hear you. Perfect. So, Jack, how was that for you for your first couple of stints? And actually, first I want to talk to you about qualifying, because everyone after practice, I saw a couple of drivers even asking why we're doing qualifying, because you were quite far ahead in practice. But it was much closer than I think everyone was expecting.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I think the only...
You don't have to hold it. Hold it to turn the green light on. There you go. And now let go, and now we can hear you.
Right. Yeah, I don't think it was as crazy as everyone was thinking, because I don't think anyone was practicing quali in the practice session. The actual lap time that I did was only about a tenth slower than what I did in practice, and I had a lot lower fuel in practice. So the lap time from Martin and everyone else was really quick. So I think everyone was just didn't expect how much pace you could do with low fuel. But overall, we did pretty good in quali, I thought. Two guys had really good quali as well in front of me, so started third on the grid. Got a nice launch off the line.
Just a nice second and a half gap by the time you reach third one.
Well, obviously there was a vote to do the standing start, and then after we agreed, Mark said, do you reckon we could clutch for it, because it stalls so much? And we're like, yeah, why not, let's try it. And then luckily we had a test start before we started, and we give it a run, and then backed off after.
Oh yeah.
It was that good, but it worked really well, so we're like, okay, we know this is going to be good. And then yeah, sure enough, it
was a fantastic start. You just drove right by them.
So yeah, I mean, I'm going to give the secret away to it as well, but it works very well in pit stops as well, getting off the line. Nice clutch kit, and it gets going again. But yeah, anyway, race one, well, not race one, start of the race, I managed to get away quite well, held the gap, but then I really struggled with the rear tyres halfway through the stint, and just kept getting swallowed. Couldn't work it out because I did the test and I didn't think it was as bad as this. And then I realised that the traction control wasn't even on the right setting. So I was just burning tyres out left, right and centre. So I changed tyres and then went to go for a full stint. I'm getting a bit distracted here, this is from something. Yeah, we changed tyres and was like, put the traction control setting on the right thing, and it was like, yeah, we're going for it now. And it was really good. I was going to do a double, but I needed to have a wee. So I've ended up pitting to give it to Mark. And you're probably now going to see on the screen the fun bit that we just had. Mark being used to iRacing.
I was about to ask that. Is that an iRacing? Because I did exactly the same thing when I first got an R-Factor 2 in BEC days.
Just not quite thinking about it. Just in his element,
straight through the car
and drive through the car.
Brilliant.
Obviously not knowing that, I can't argue it, but I do think the penalty was a little bit strict, just for the fact that no one got any damage and it didn't affect the other person's race that we hit, and it just kind of ruined our race. Not ruined it, but it's hurt us quite bad. But it is what it is. We've had the drive-through. We'll try and come back and see what we can do.
Well, it looks like Martin out in front has stopped building the gap for now.
It's not growing and it's not getting caught, so it's just going to be quite a bit of a stalemate. Martin's pace is really good. Mark's pace is really good as well. So, I mean, I think our next option is just see what we can do with tyres now. I think that is our main goal. Try and prolong these tyres and go for the double, and especially now it's gone cooler. I think that's definitely what we wanted to do. I wanted to just do it just then, but I needed to go for a wee. So I had to hand the car to Mark, and I didn't want to hand it to him when I would cut up tyres.
Oh no, yeah, that's the worst.
So yeah, I thought I'll let him do that job. But we'll see what happens. Yeah, Martin's got some really good pace, so the only thing that it's probably going to affect him is longevity, how long he can last. Obviously we'll get a nice rhythm and keep going, but he'll slowly burn out. This car is quite a handful, so we'll see how he lasts. But yeah, he's got really good pace. It's going to be real tricky to catch him just on track at lap time wise. I think it'll be more on strategy that we can try and catch him.
So is that the plan then for you guys to double for the rest of the race? Any cheeky triple stints?
I don't think triples
Are they
gonna
not
make
possible?
It. No, we're on the hards as it is, and there's no way they're going to make a triple. I don't think. A double is the only route. We'll try it. We might win, we might lose. Just can only find out sooner or later. But yes, that's our only option. I think we gained about 14 seconds from not taking tyres, which is about the gap. So it's then close the gap, but then he's going to have a lot better tyres than us.
Yeah.
So it's just trying to hang with him as best as we can and not let that grow out too much.
So Jack, did the pace from the Onid Go for the Gap team surprise you on the medium tyres, that they managed to get that tyre to last through the whole stint and with quite good pace as well?
Yeah, very impressed. I'm sure I didn't know they were on mediums. Are they mediums front and rear? Very good. Yeah, I mean, I don't think I'd have been able to make them last that well. So fair play. Definitely really well done to do that. I mean, like I said, I struggled a lot more with the fact that I didn't have the right TC setting on, which killed my rear tyres. If I did have the right TC setting on, I'd probably be in a bit more comfortable. Like I just was in the second stint, I would have been happy to do a double, but it just wasn't the right time to give it a go. So yeah, it's very good to get a stint out of the mediums with good pace. Fair play.
Cool. Just wanted to get your reaction on that, because obviously when you're in the car you have no idea what people are running around you, and a lot of people found that the hard tyre was obviously the better race tyre, so it was interesting to see a team get so much out of the mediums. I've also heard some teams really struggle to turn the hard tyres, like basically to get them working, to get the temperature into them as well, so they couldn't get the pace in that way too. But I felt myself when you drove them that they gave you plenty of grip.
The only time I felt that the tyre needed to warm up was when we were doing code 60 for about 3 laps and they were ice cold. I did about 2 corners and then they're fine. But the rest of it, yeah, I would say it's just dealing the temps. Just keep the temps as cool as you can. You're going to get the grip we want. And sometimes affecting corners more than you realise. Like running deeper into the apex, so it delays your throttle, stopping you like burning up the rear tyres and just messing the front up a little bit, but they don't get that bad. So it's just trying to manage the tyres in a weird driving style.
Awesome, Jack. Well, when are you next due in the car? Is Mark going to do a double now, or are you going to get back in after a single, or how are you playing it?
So I think Mark's going to try a double. I think, like I said, that's going to be our strategy now. Try the double, see how he gets on. It's our only shot at this point. And then if he's comfortable, we might go for another one afterwards, or another single afterwards. We'll work that out when it comes to it. But yeah, I think double is probably what we're going to find after swap.
Fair play. Awesome. Well, always good to talk to you, Jack. Always good to hear your side of things as well. We look forward to seeing what the rest of the race brings for you. Hope you have a good one, and might chat to you a bit later on.
Thank you very much.
Awesome. Take care. Have a good one.
Cheers, mate.
I'd just like to say that Colin Talbot has said amazing start, Jack, with a muscle emoji, which is very nice. He has also asked a question now, as you've taken your headset off. Very bad timing. Has the code 80 affected Purple Helmet's pit strategy? Will they have a light stop with running sifts at the end? I'm not going to try and translate that.
I think you mean
auto translate. Yeah.
We basically said we were going to do the short stop at the start like we did last time, but we decided against it just for the fact of code 60s. So it's not affected us yet. We'll make that decision later on. So it's not affected us, no. It's actually probably helped us keep the tyres in check and fuel level in check, and yeah, hopefully we can make it last a bit longer. See what happens.
Sweet. Hopefully that's the answer that Colin was looking for. Finally getting some engagement in the chat's good. It's been rolling. We had a good hour-long period of nothing, and now it's starting to pick up again, which is nice. But yeah, thank you very much, Jack.
So now that Colin has got his YouTube chat up and running as well, yes, he joins the conversation. But it does look like there's been a lot of chatting.
And they have been talking about entering the 24-hour race.
Fantastic. Who's been talking about entering the
That'd
24-hour
be
race?
Philip Webb and Colin.
That is very good to hear. The
Yes.
super team is forming as we speak. So Anthony is no longer in the comms box with us. I'm not really sure where he's gone.
He's disappeared,
He might
hasn't
have just left.
I don't think he would have just
We've
left.
got a yellow in.
Oh no, I see him there. He's
green.
hanging about with Barracuda. Is
Okay.
where he is.
Trying to see if I can find anyone recovering back to the circuit. Just been trying to show some of the other cars in the race as well. We don't want it to just be a case of just showing the leader, although I think that yellow flag was for Team Purple Helmets. They've gone from 12 seconds to 21 seconds
They
behind.
just
They've
spun.
just lost 9 seconds.
They just spun. Jack's just motions to me that he's done a bit of donut. He's just gone.
The most casual way to ever signal that to race to the production team, and not looking too overly stressed about it either, which is always nice to see. Jack, a very fast driver, Mark, a very fast driver, but nice to see that they just get really angry when things don't go their way, so quite refreshing to be fair. So yeah, I just wanted to go through some of the other field. Interesting, the Orange Apex Esport and Napa Racing UK keep swapping positions every time they pit. So I'm not actually sure on where that battle is. I think
Napa
might
pitted early, remember, and they both actually had
they both,
awkward pit
that's
stops.
why I'm saying it's hard to know how that battle is progressing. But I will say that Napa are taking a good 4 seconds a lap out of them at the moment.
Ooh.
So that gap is going to really, really shrink. 33 seconds at the moment, but
Adam
4
Christopher's
seconds
in the
a
car.
lap. Adam Christopher's in the car.
That explains it.
He is a very rapid. Adam is Mr. Christopher. But yeah, so he's putting in some really good times. 1:45 freeze at the moment, which is the fastest car on the circuit. So Adam Christopher, you are the fastest man on the track at the moment. So fair play to you there. Any other questions in the chat that we've missed when all the dramas, or is it just general hello? How are you?
It's a lot of hello and chatter between them, but other than the questions for Jack, no questions. If you have any questions for us, I don't know, if you want to ask a question to me or Grant, feel free.
Yeah, I mean,
We'll try and answer them unless you're asking us about championship
the championship
positions.
points. Now, I will go into that because obviously it was a little abrupt how we left that. Oh, it's the Napa Racing UK car spins just as we've commentators cursed Adam Christopher because of course we have. Why wouldn't we? You know, we've given him some praise. Fastest car on the track at that time, and then he spins around.
Pushing too hard. Annabelle says hello.
Hi, Annabelle.
She can't really see me because it looks like Nathan and Aiden are busy stood by race control looking at something. But hello, Annabelle.
So Mark,
How are you?
desperately trying to make up for lost time, has taken a second out of Martin Morgan. So yeah, 1.3 seconds out of Martin on that last lap, so he's definitely pushing to try and make up for that. Orange Apex Esports, this is their first attempt at sim racing at the venue, so it's their first team entries. Very nice to see new teams at the venue. Hopefully they are enjoying themselves. Must be a little bit frustrating being that far down after an early incident, but that is all part of the learning experience. Then we've got the two Quatermass cars, which as usual just seem to be running next to each other on the track. Currently holding up our race leader, it must be said, so maybe that's why Martin was a little bit slower that last lap. Although he is quite fast this lap, he has gained another second back on the Team Purple Helmets car, but he did get that lap time deleted for track limits, so he will need to start being careful with those. We have been fairly lenient with the track limits points amount because it is quite strict in places around here. So we will see if anyone actually gets a penalty. I'll be surprised if they don't, if I'm quite honest, because we're seeing a lot of issues with that, and we're seeing lots of laps deleted. But yeah, just going through the field, so you've got the two Quatermass cars, then we've got the Cam Sport car. Very lonely 5th place for those guys at the moment. Literally in no man's land, really. Just out there on their own. Having a decent race though, probably running a bit better than they presumed. They were not looking forward to this one. They both really struggled to get in some practice time. They did manage to get some in this week, and neither driver really enjoying the experience, shall we say. So they're doing very well considering the lack of practice. Then we have the Avanti racing car, which is once again trying to close that gap down to the Own It Goes the Gap car. They're 55 seconds behind because they have pitted. That's now down to 54 seconds. So they are currently around just under 2 seconds a lap quicker than the Own It Goes the Gap car as well. And that pit stop advantage that Own It had is now definitely gone. That 54 seconds is the real gap to that car now. So that's really interesting to see. Then we have the Team Purple Helmets car in second place, and of course your race leader Martin Buchan in the Boo Barracuda car. Now I have a feeling that Martin is just going to keep going. I don't think he is going to ask one of the other drivers to help, because he doesn't want to throw this away unless he continues to extend the lead to, like, say, over a minute, would you say? I mean, it's going to be hard for him to do that, but if he does so, this is very tricky lapping, isn't it? God.
Yeah, I do not envy at all.
And look at Avanti trying to follow through.
That's exactly why some of the cars are just not willing, as they're side by side or some contact as well. They're lapping them.
Avanti's putting a lap on them. I mean, that
why
could be,
are they fighting?
Could be carrying over. Oh, they're off the track and got back in front again. That's a bit silly, isn't it?
Max Spooner.
I hope race control take a look at that, because that's a little bit silly there. From
what is Mr. Spooner doing? Is the question.
Yeah, that was a little bit strange. Like, why are you defending from it and then spinning? Just to top that off, why not? Why are you defending from a car that is trying to lap you? That's just a little bit unnecessary.
Didn't make it very easy for the leader either.
Anthony Jordan's back. I feel like he's been doing some learning, some catching up with people that he's not seen for a little while, so we'll give him back a microphone. Have you learnt anything, Anthony? Have you learnt anything at all, or was it just a case of, hi, I'm here?
The price of Fanta's gone up by 20p.
Yeah, it has. Yeah.
That's what I've learnt. Inflation, you know, all about that. No, not. Yeah, I've just been saying hello to a few people. I think you know, it's good to see a couple of the old teams back. I was reminiscing with Nathan. And you know, it's great to it's great to chat to it. You know, we were talking about some of the old teams that have you know, been and gone from the Sres series, and you know, we were talking about 130R, not Barracuda. What was another one that we had? Red Shell Racing, El Bandito, Phoenix. You know, lots of teams.
Ben Garlick pocket dialed me yesterday.
Did he?
First I've heard from him in a long, long time, and he accidentally pocket dialed me. So,
excellent.
That was quite funny.
There you go.
So that was an interesting one.
And talking about the first ever Sres race, I think, or before it was Sres, it was the 24-hour of Estoril.
Yes.
Yeah, fantastic. Really, you know, look back on that one and think, oh, how far it's come in those times. And you know, I look round and I see all the, you know, if there was a camera in the venue here, you would see all the teams in teamwear. You know, and back in the day, even with the first years of Sres, everyone turning up in civvies, no one in teamwear. Then the first team would do it, and then everyone was like, huh, I reckon we could jump on that bandwagon. And yeah, then you were seeing that, and it was always nice to see. But it's great to see that, you know, you got a brand new set of teams out there as well. Real shake up. The only three teams that I actually am aware of is Team Purple Helmets, Barracuda, and Cam Sport. But they're the only teams that I can actually recall. And then you've got a set of brand new ones out there now. So always nice to see. But certainly it has been a shake-up for a lot of people. And actually speaking to Nathan, who is racing with Barracuda?
He is.
He is, yeah. Saying last year was a really good year for them.
Yep.
This year, however, it's not gone their way.
Not so much but definitely for the Boo car. I mean, as you
not
say,
but Boo.
Yeah, Boo's doing very well.
Boo's doing good, but
I mean, they've not been terrible. They've been up there. They've had the pace, and like maybe not like up there for race wins, but they've definitely been fast. I mean, the Boo Barracuda car won round one.
Right.
Very well done with the strategy in that one. And this would be the second victory if it obviously happens. A long way to go. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but this would be their second victory of the year, which would put them level pegging in terms of victories with Team Purple Helmets. So it would be quite close at the top there.
Yeah, certainly would be, and I think that's a good way of looking at it. I mean, it's a long championship. How many more rounds have you got left of this?
One
more,
and,
and where are you going?
24 hours after that, which is a separate race this year. So the next one is the finale. It's the 6 hours of Interlagos.
Interlagos.
Freeze.
Personal, my least favourite track.
Really?
Yeah, I know it's a fabulous circuit. I
agree.
Fabulous circuit, but I can't drive it fast to save my life. For some reason, I have never been able to find the hack with
I
it.
figured out what it is.
Go on.
Is that it's always atrociously hot,
Yeah,
and so there's no grip ever,
yeah.
and lots of hairpins in quick succession.
Because I would lose time out of every corner.
I've
was
never
horrible.
figured out how to drive that circuit.
Yeah, it was. It's always been I've always had a horrible experience of racing Interlagos on R Factor. And that's not saying anything bad about the circuit. The circuit itself is amazing.
Oh, it's a fantastic circuit.
Fantastic track, but I'm just terrible at it.
Yeah.
Agreed.
So just some news from race control as well. The Quatermass 35 car did receive a drive-through for ignoring blue flags. So they agreed on our
I
viewpoint
don't
on
think
that.
anyone is going to have too many complaints.
Max Spooner probably
Max
will.
Spooner probably will, yes. But anyone else, I don't think so.
But you know what's quite crazy, Anthony? I think there's only 2 drivers in this race that were at the first 24-hour race, and
Matt
that's Nathan
Goodrich.
and Jack. I don't think anyone else was. I don't
Did we
think-
not have Cam Sport in the first one?
No, we didn't. It was Misfits, and I don't think Matt
Was?
Scott was in that race. I'm not sure
Right.
if he was.
Have to
we
go and
could
ask
him and check.
We could ask
He is
him.
I'm
driving.
pretty sure Ben Brown wasn't. I'm fairly sure Ben Brown wasn't.
He's
I
not
don't
driving.
Ben Brown was there.
think-
Speaking of Ben Brown, where's the Ben Brown fan club?
Where is the Ben Brown fan club? To be fair,
Yeah.
we used to have a
As
massive.
far,
Ben
as far
Brown.
as I've said, every time Ben Brown was racing, he had a fan club.
Yeah.
Hype up. If you're in the chat, hype up. Ben Brown fan club.
I mean, it looks like Colin's just sending many
messages. He's
with
been
Annabelle.
listing old teams.
Good to see that Colin has
Race
figured out
racing,
how the chat works on
Scuderia
YouTube,
Minardi.
which is
Yes,
good.
he has. Yeah, he found out and then he got right into it, which was fantastic to see.
Unit 18.
Unit
Oh,
18,
Ali.
yeah, that's a throwback.
That is a throwback. Race to a Scuderia Minardi as well. Oh.
Yeah, we missed Minardi. Really missed Minardi. Like those guys are great. Love those guys. Always up for a laugh. And underdogs as well. When they got that
yeah.
second place at Watkins Glen, everyone was so happy
Yeah.
for them. Like the 24 hours of Watkins, and they got P2. It was amazing. Yeah.
I was part of the Misfits number 2 team
Was.
for the 24 hours of
You
Watkins
was.
Glen. And if you do cycle back to that race, I mean not now because you're watching this, but after this race, feel free to go back. On the first few opening laps, I think I got a mega start. I think we qualified like 5th, and I got all the way up into the lead before the first corner, and I was leading for 10 seconds of a 24-hour endurance race, and it was the highlight of my racing career, I have to say. So it certainly is. It is always a nice feeling, and I think that's what gets misconstrued with a lot of people, because if there are people watching this right now and you're a fan of real motorsport and everything like that, yes, it's absolutely fantastic. Myself, I'm also a fan of real motorsport. I commentate on real motorsport as well. But I always enjoy a sim race. It is always fantastic as we see this fantastic little scrap just happening just in front of the display here. Who have we got here? It looks like the Napa
that's
team.
Not a
Battle for-
it's more issues with lappery, although the Napa car is trying to unlap themselves. So I guess they're a little bit more. They are a little bit more. You know, they can defend that.
Yeah.
You know, if they want to.
Yeah.
So it's not going to be as. There shouldn't be a penalty coming their way for that, but that is not for position. Though, however, the Napa Racing UK are currently 2 seconds a lap quicker than the Orange Apex Esports car in front of them. They've been bringing that gap down quite severely. It's now down to 25 seconds. That was well over like 40 seconds not too long ago. So I think we will see an actual battle developing very soon. But it also must be said that the Orange Apex Esports team are gaining on the Quatermass Motorsport 35 car after its drive-through. They're now only 15 seconds behind. So from nowhere, all of a sudden, Orange Apex have a race on their sleeves, which is really nice to see because they've been very lonely at the back. They had a very early off in the race, and they had a damage repair, which put them a couple of laps down. So since then, it's then just been a case of just trying to keep up with everybody and catch up to everyone. So good to see that they've now got something to race for as well. Martin has really extended that lead to 20 seconds. Mark Carver did have a spin.
Yeah.
And they got a penalty in the pits. I don't know if you heard about the penalty, the drive-through that Team Purple Helmets.
Yes, I did ascertain some more information about that.
Yeah.
Basically, Martin, who's in the car,
Yeah.
is a big fan of racing, and he, in his wisdom of racing, decided to try and drive through the car in the pit lane, and then immediately crashed into the back of it because, of course, in R Factor there's a thing called physics, which something iRacing doesn't have, and it's so I'm slating iRacing really hard there. It is good. Yeah, and he just drove into the back of the car, and yeah, he forgot to drive around it. So, you know, one of those things you forget, and you know,
I've
it is
done
what
it.
it is. Yeah, we've all done it, just not in real life.
In real life, it'd be even more embarrassing.
Real life, it'd be pretty embarrassing.
I mean, it was embarrassing for Mr. Verstappen during F1 qualifying.
Yes,
Not good game.
Silverstone.
That
yeah,
was
that was
quite funny to watch.
that was amazing.
He was very lucky to not damage the suspension.
Yes.
Coming in. First Misfits team was himself, Callum, David Williams, and Dane. Oh,
Not me.
that was not you, Dane. No, a different
it was,
Dane.
Dane.
Oliver?
I can't remember his
I-
surname. now.
yeah,
Oliver?
And I don't think Dane. Yes.
Dane Oliver.
Yeah.
It was.
Yeah, Nürburgring guy.
Yeah.
The guy that's got all of the Nürburgring records
yes.
in the most random cars, yeah.
Because you had Nürburgring nights. That's still obviously a thing, I believe, here, isn't it?
Bye,
Monday?
Johnny.
It's,
Sorry, our steward's leaving.
Our steward is leaving, which means our steward is now me, which is
excellent.
terrible news for everybody.
Does that not mean you should be then stewarding?
Well, I
can
don't
do
have
it
to
from
steward
Right.
if there's no one protesting anything.
yeah.
If Annabelle, the race director, sees anything that she doesn't like, she'll tell me.
Mm.
And if anyone else has a problem, they'll tell Annabelle, who'll tell me. And then I'll go and do
And then go do your stewarding thing.
my stewarding thing.
But yeah, no, like you say,
I
it's
mean, you can do it if you want.
absolutely not.
I wish I had said that.
I did one Simply Race event, I think, where I
You
did
stewarded a
stewarding.
few.
I think I did. I certainly stirred the hornet's nest a couple of times with my decisions, but I stand by every single one of my stewarding decisions in the esports race, in my esports racing career.
And the chat explodes. 5, 4. Angry comments
angry angry comments left, right, and centre. But no, you know, I've personally I've got a lot of time for the crew here at Simply Race. It was the first time I ever commentated before I started my career of commentating was on a Simply Race event. It was the NDA weekend, and if you're a knowledgeable person of NDA, you know what that stands for. I'm not going to repeat it on the live stream, but yeah, NDA, fantastic organisation that came to Simply Race. Load of fantastic guys racing, and my first ever time commentating ever on real world or esports or anything like that was the NDA race at the Red Bull Ring, and you can also find that on the Simply Race YouTube channel. I implore you not to go and watch that because it's absolutely terrible. So yeah, but then since that, and then I kind of really got into it, and then the career kind of drove away from that one. So I always like to enjoy coming back to Simply Race and come back to the roots of where it all really started for me.
You've definitely come a long way from Anthony Jordan.
Thanks for that, Grant.
We've all been there.
We've all been there.
We've all done it.
Yes.
We've all done it multiple times.
There's a car off the track.
It's a very slow 63 Quatermass Smith. No, it's the 35 again, which means
Again.
Orange Apex Esports have taken position. Orange Apex Esports are now in P8,
Hey!
which is fantastic. That's the highest they've ran since the first hour of the race.
The
Who's
gap
in-
between the
Who-
cars.
who's in the Orange Apex?
Currently it
team?
is Reno DeMarco.
Who is their other driver. They've also got Stanley Donaldson, who did a session, well, we did a birthday party at Simply Race, and
Right.
we noticed that straight away he was never done sim racing before,
Yeah.
but he was instantly fast, like straight, like
Okay.
proper fast. Did a practice in this car around Bahrain and was 2 tenths off of Jack Ashton's best time after only 1 hour of practice. So
Yeah.
pretty good young talent there. Very young driver, does a lot of karting, lots of like local karting and stuff like that. So they've given that up now, I believe. I'm sorry if I'm getting that information wrong. And then their other driver is Adam Clark, who has done quite a few Sres races himself. So they managed to get an ex-Sres driver on board, which is very cool to see.
Excellent.
So, yeah,
it is good to see, because like I say, I've been away from the venue for a very long time, and you know, a lot has changed over the time, but new regulars, new teams, everything like that. And you know, for me, I'm looking at this, you know, the event list that we've got, and you know, there are so many new names that I'm just not aware of, and you know, it'd be great to really get to know a lot of them, because you know, it's certainly you know, this event and this series is very close to me, and you know, it'd be great to know the people who race in it.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we're always finding up-and-coming fast drivers, which is always good to see. We'd like to see a few more teams in this series, it must be said.
Yeah, there are some empty sims in here, which is a shame to see.
Yeah, but the racing has still been really good, really competitive. But it is also proving that it is just a good place to start your sim racing career as well. Like Orange Apex Esports, I'm not sure if this is like their first foray into actual esports racing itself. However, I do think that they've done a very good job, currently running in 8th place. But the Quatermass Motorsport car is catching up to them. We're riding on board with the Quatermass Motorsport car at the moment. The car in front isn't them, that is the only Go for the Gap car, which they're trying to unlap. But right in front of them, there you go, just peeking out, you can see the Orange Apex machine. As they both try and go up the inside at the same time, which means the Quatermass car is going to be in the position. It's very close. Ooh, a bit messy there.
Oh no!
That's going to go in the barrier, isn't it? No, he's kept it out the wall just barely. But that means that Orange Apex definitely keep that position. A little bit hairy on the track there, but yeah, so we'll see what race control, if race control thinks that needs to be looked at.
Could we get a replay from the outside of that? Because certainly I think that'd be quite exciting to watch.
I will bring that up for you now if you would like to waffle on a little bit.
I can waffle a little bit, yes, because certainly a very, very interesting development in the race. What are we, 5 hours, 18 minutes to go?
It also means that Napa Racing UK are now also ahead of Quatermass Motorsports, I believe.
Exactly, so we've had...
Because they've gone off again.
Oh, right. Okay.
They may have damage from that. If there was contact between the two cars, maybe they've got a bit of damage.
I'm looking at the steering, and yeah, that is that car has, well...
I wonder if race control is best to switch on the pit limiter for that car and get them back at a nice controlled pace, because they are hammering it trying to get back to the pit lane and they're just losing control of the car. So I would recommend...
So I'm trying to ascertain about how they got that damage. That's why I want to see the replay, Grant, because that is quite a significant amount of damage that the car's rocking there. The car crabbing down the main straights and just not able to control it whatsoever.
I mean, I'm wondering if that's from the second spin as well, because the first contact didn't look massive, but we will go to it anyway. We'll see what's happened.
Yeah, it would be good, because yeah, like you were saying, it just looked like a bit of side to side. Well, we're watching the replay on a different screen. We'll bring it to you in a moment, but no, it didn't look like a lot of... There's barely any contact.
I don't think there's any.
Doesn't make contact with the barrier at all. So how's that damage come to be?
Well, let's keep watching. We'll just keep watching on the screen to see as the 35 car makes itself back to the pit lane. At the same time that Boo Barracuda and Only Go for the Gap are both in the pit as well. And Martin has missed his pit box and reversed into the Only Go for the Gap car. Okay, it's all kicking off now, because of course it is. I'm not really sure what's happened there.
There's the reason for the damage on the replay.
We're seeing a very messy pit box at the moment. Very messy pit box at the moment.
Yes, there's lots happening, and there's a lot of voices going on in the background.
Boo Barracuda missed the pit box, reversed back in. I don't know if they're still not in the pit box. The car's in reverse gear, as we can see on the live telemetry, and that doesn't look like a pit stop.
I'm not sure what's going on there.
I mean, Camsport are definitely in there. Oh, no, that means he's not even started the... No, he has started the pit stop, he's just had to then reverse to get out.
Right, okay.
Or has it then not started the pit timer? I wonder if that's not actually giving him any fuel. because that didn't look normal at all. He was in reverse for a very long time.
I tell you what, let me go find out if he has got a full tank
Yeah.
of the Go Juice.
So we'll try and find that out for you very quickly indeed. So there's a lot going on in a very, very short space of time. Colin, there's usually enough space for the cars. That was just a really weird freak accident. I think that there was just a big fundamental error. Martin Stout braked himself going into the pit lane, it looks like, and just went too far on the brakes. So Anthony's back with potential news.
Full tank of fuel, so no dramas there. It was just a bit of a shaky pit stop, and yeah.
I think we've seen a penalty for Team Purple Helmets for hitting, again, the only go for the gap car in the pit lane. Is Dane going to dish out the same penalty? I mean, he needs to see it. He's not actually here at the moment, so we're going to have to show him that when he comes back.
Well,
but although I think he might actually be looking at that right now behind the desk. He is.
I think for the viewers, let's go back and let's show them the replay of the initial thing that kick-started the excitement in this brief moment.
Yeah, so all the way back to the 35.
The 35, yeah,
and then showing them
through
going
turn 1.
Off.
Yeah.
And then the pit lane incident.
Because we were questioning of how the damage came to be, that the car was crabbing completely sideways down the start-finish straight, as there was no contact initially through turns 1 and 2. And that's where we were like, what happened there? So we'll go back and we'll show you that replay now, because we've watched it and we know what has happened. So who were the teams that were involved in that one?
So that was Orange Apex Esports and the Quatermass 35 car.
Okay, so the 21 and the 35. So it was Quatermass then, initially, who was battling with another car who was down the inside.
Cut to that. Oh no, R-Fact is deciding that no, we're not going to do that. Okay, there we go. So we're going to cut to that now for you.
So who was the other car here?
The car in the middle is the only go for the gap. So they were trying to unlap the car in front, basically.
Right, and then Quatermass were following.
They've gone up the inside, and Quatermass have tried to follow through. Then it didn't really work that well. They then try and follow through still. They're side by side here. There's no contact. They're very close. Quatermass gets on the curb and just loses it by themselves.
Okay, so it was curb. So that's the first initial
hit the barrier, yes.
Yeah. So there was no actual damage done to the car there. It's what happened a few corners later.
I do have news that Boo Barracuda have been given a drive-through for the incident.
Excellent.
Yes.
Right. So it was
no,
this.
because they didn't touch.
So it was this moment coming up here. So into the next corner. Keep an eye on the Quatermass car, because it comes through the corner, and what happens here? Clips the curb. So only fault there, and then smack into the barrier, and then that is what's caused the heavy damage to the car, not the first initial incident. So very, very interesting. And then, of course, then it all kicked off in the pit lane.
Yep. So we'll keep it on the in lap for the Boo Barracuda car. But yeah, so really interesting. Yes, and it is a penalty, Colin, for the Boo Barracuda car. That has been confirmed. It's going to get a drive-through. So we're just going to keep that going for now until it gets into the pit, so we can then show you that incident, so you can all see and judge for yourselves. But I think a lot of you saw it on the live stream too, so people have seen it. So Boo Barracuda losing that lead now. So both the lead cars have had the same drive-through penalty for the same incident. So Team Purple Helmets now back into the pound seat, because Barracuda definitely lost a lot of time from that incident themselves. So very interesting, but good to see consistent stewarding. Same penalty for the same incident, so that's always good to see, because there's a lot of series where the same incident or something very similar will happen to two cars, and you'll see a totally different outcome of results. So nice to see very consistent stewarding. So yes, we will get to that in just a moment. So our new race leaders being the Team Purple Helmets car. In second place, Boo Barracuda, who are 1.4 seconds behind, but I think that is waiting to update. It's definitely not that big on the screen. Right, I'm just going to fade that in now as the Barracuda car coming into the pit lane. So this is the incident. So he goes in too deep, misses the pit box, selects reverse, and then straight into the front of the Onid Go for the Gap car.
And then starts his pit stop. Right.
So Onid Go for the Gap, obviously then taking damage, and they're going to have to then reverse to get out of that incident. Camsport also thinking, what do I now do? Because they're now like sideways in the pit. So yeah, then reversing for Only to go for the gap. Not their fault at all, having to just avoid the carnage once again in the pit lane.
Yeah.
And then Martin himself then has to then reverse to avoid the Camsport car.
Yeah.
So I think, I mean, I would say it's fair. It's very fair. You know, he did hit a car in the pit lane, and it was driver error as well. It wasn't anything that, it was no outside influence, but that does put the Team Purple Helmet's car back into first position, so
Yeah.
back into the pound seat. But what was your view on that, Anthony? Are you happy with that decision?
I mean, well, the Team Purple Helmets car, they obviously left the pit lane. It was an accident, but they crashed into a car. They were given a drive-through penalty. I did speak to Jack Ashen a moment ago, and he was saying that he thought it was a harsh penalty. He felt like maybe they should have received a warning, and if it had happened again, then yes, understandable, give us a drive-through. But yeah, they were given the drive-through. And now that we're seeing that for Boo Barracuda, clearly driving into another car that was in its pit box having a pit stop, so doing absolutely nothing wrong, completely stationary, all falls down to the actual moving vehicle, and unfortunately, yeah, drove right into the front of the car. So yeah, I think completely agree. Contact is contact, and the same penalty was applied, and I think that is justifiable. And I'm sure the Purple Helmets team will be happy with that result as well, because they would ditch the same penalty earlier on for a very similar incident, and see the same thing happen to the Boo Barracuda team certainly will cheer that team up as well. But it's going to be interesting to see what happens here, because Mark Calvert, who is at the wheel of the Team Purple Helmets car at the moment, his last lap 1:52.2. The Boo Barracuda car slightly faster, with Martin Butchan in the wheel of that one. Is just that fraction faster. So that gap, I suspect, which is at 7.6 seconds, will come down. And I'm looking at the sector times here, and well, nearly half a second faster in sector 1, and a full second faster in sector 2 as well. We are going to see a battle for the race lead imminently between Boo Barracuda and Team Purple Helmets.
I mean, it must be said that the Team Purple Helmets car did have to lap the Napa Racing UK car that lap as well. However, that gap was about 9-10 seconds when Martin did leave the pit lane from his driving, so he has gained time through his faster driving as well. 1:45.5 for Martin on that last lap. Super quick lap at this stage of the race. The only driver in the whole race in the 1:45s at the moment, so super pace, and an angry Scotsman behind the wheel is nothing to be trifled with. See Alan McNish for details.
Yes, exactly that. So, well, 5 hours to go in this race. Plenty of time for changes to happen, but still, a bit of drama in these early stages.
Yes, as food has arrived in the commentary box.
I've got a phone call.
So Dane takes the food away again. We will find a way to make this work. It's fine. We can maybe get some random drivers to come take over for a little bit. Huh? Has he? Do you think he wants to take over on some commentary? I'm live to everyone, so everyone knows that I'm asking this question. Well, the gap for the lead is coming down quite significantly, so for the time being I will just try and pay attention to that and attempt to eat at the same time, just because I think that's only right. We have a yellow in sector 2, which is now clear. We've been seeing a lot of incidents in the last few minutes of the race, but the battle for the lead really hotting up now. 3.5. Has the Team Purple Helmets car got damaged? Because that gap has gone down from 8 seconds to 3.5 seconds in just a couple of laps, and they were trying to lap the Napa Racing UK car. They're now behind the Napa Racing UK car. I think they've got a bit of damage. Team Purple Helmets. They've just lost 6 seconds in 3 laps. I mean, Martin's fast, but yeah, Team Purple Helmets last lap at 1:48.8, which is the slowest car on track. That is not something you normally say about Team Purple Helmets. So definitely something has transpired there. Either they've made a mistake, but we've been watching them a little bit as we got a yellow in sector 3. That's now cleared. But the gap to the lead now 2.4 seconds. down now. Gap is down to 1.4 seconds for first and second. So that drive-through almost becoming irrelevant. There's definitely something amiss going on with that Team Purple Helmets car. I'm not really sure what's going on right now. That gap is now basically nothing. It's now down to less than a second as they go into turn 1, and that very wide at turn 1 for the Team Purple Helmets car, which means Martin Buchan's going to have a hell of a run going into turn 3. He's looking up the inside, he's going to get in the slipstream. Mark goes defensive very early, so Martin's going to have to do this the long way round, so he's probably going to get squeezed a little wide. Carries the speed through, he's side by side. He is ahead, but can he make it work into the next high-speed left-hander? No, he's lost the position, backs out of it. Very wise decision there. That could have been a huge incident between the two cars. But look at this, at the outside of them, the hairpin, trying to get a crossover into turn 9. If he makes an overtake work into turn 9, I'll be very, very shocked. But he is all over the tail of that Team Purple Helmets car, which is struggling with something. I'm not sure what it's struggling with, but definitely struggling something. And the exit of the corner, Martin's got a hell of an overrun going into the high-speed section of the racetrack, as Anthony is very casually trying to put on a microphone. He still follows through the high-speed section of the circuit, going, and he's alongside. I don't carry it out through here, surely not. Around the outside of the high-speed right-hander, braking into there. If he outbrakes him and makes this work, I'll be insanely impressed. It looks like he's done it. He is ahead, but now Mark is on the inside for the final corner, going side by side.
It's an endurance race, lads. Bring it to the end. Don't do lunges like that. Oh.
Martin just outbrakes him and manages to make the move work. But now Mark's going to have the slipstream going into turn 1. What a move for the lead.
Well, Camsport is coming through now as well, and Camsport's right behind, and I can only describe the Camsport team as a block of cheese on track, because that's what the car looks like as they go down in towards turn number 1. And I've got to say, it's not all over for Purple Helmets. They have still got that momentum in the background, but certainly the sector times there have opened up just that little bit, and well, Boo Barracuda lead the way despite the fact that they had that drive-through earlier on. Well, I'll talk for a little bit because you've now got chippies in your mouth. Both of them are eating. Can't stress that it actually smells amazing. Where's that from as well? Is where? Five Guys. There we go. Well, I do enjoy that restaurant. I'm not going to say the restaurant name because if I'd said that on commentary, I think that'd be duped and taken away. Well, that was fabulous racing for a brief moment there, but like you say, the Purple Helmets team now just doing what they need to do until the next pit stop phase. And the question that I bring up is, when is that pit stop phase going to be? Because I'm just looking at the amount of fuel that they've got, 66 or so litres of fuel in the car, so it's going to be a fair while until we see them pit next out on circuit, but certainly a very, very interesting set of situations here. And I'm curious to see, as well, there's a pink car off in the background. Who's the pink car? Ooh, is that Ooh Barracuda? Well, Ooh Barracuda has gone ooh wrong. That was terrible. But yeah, that's not gone all their way. And unfortunately, they're possibly nursing a little bit of damage. Will now make their way back probably into the pit lane to check things over. But who is in the car at the moment for Ooh Barracuda? That would be Sean King. Sean King, who I very much know very well. He was formerly a member of the Camsport team, I do remember. Sean King certainly is a quick peddler. He knows how to do it. But he can get frustrated quite easily, I am very aware. Only for the fact that I think I hit him off on one race, and he certainly made his feelings very well known to me. I think he returned the favour. I think Sean was, I think, the person who I had a fabulous battle with in the SRTCC Championship at Donington Park, where he sent my Ford Focus touring car over the safety barriers at Donington Park into the final chicane. So there's no love lost there between the two of us, but I do enjoy Sean's racing. He is very quick out there. As again, another spin for Sean King in that Uber. It's not Sean King, that's Purple Helmets. It is indeed. that is Team Purple Helmets into turn number 9, the tricky corner, and I think those rear tyres may be a little bit spent now as well. I'm just going to have a quick look at the state of the rear tyres, and currently it's not on the tyre situation, so I can't actually confirm nor deny how good they are. So right now he's just bringing the car to the end of the lap, and I don't think he's going to be pitting it this time around. But boys, on a rate of 1 to 5, how good's your chips there? 5. Cool. Both of them just didn't say a word and both put 5 fingers up in the air. Thanks for that. That's certainly so. Effectively, then 10 out of 10 then, because 5 from each of you. 10 out of 10 chips would recommend. Perfect. I might have to pop there after this because I'm quite peckish myself. And the smell of food is certainly not helping. 4 hours, 58 minutes to go. Blue Barracuda leads the way by about 8 seconds now from Team Purple Helmets. Avanti Racing there in 3rd for Go for the Gap. In 4th place, Camsport there in 5th from U Barracuda. Quartermass from Napa Racing, who are now up to be 8 from Orange Apex Esports, and Quartermass Motorsport as well. Now there are 2 Quartermass teams, and once again another spin for the Team Purple Helmets. It is not going their way, and well, for Mark Calver at the wheel of that, I can imagine stress is starting to kick in. He has got his teammate Jack Ashton just behind, trying to give him some words of encouragement, but I can imagine as soon as you get to this sort of stage of a race and you start to get mistakes start to creep in, tyre wear comes down, track temp has certainly come down as well. Of course, as we've gone into the night, it cools down quite substantially in the desert, and here at Bahrain is no exception to that, but the rubber is still going down onto the circuit. More yellow flags out in one of the sectors. It clears quickly, indicating just a brief spin for one of the drivers, but personal best time coming in for the Napa Racing team, a 1:44.842 out on track. Certainly a very good time. Napa Racing currently behind the wheel. Adam Christopher, as into the pit lane now comes the Team Purple Helmets car. That gap now ever increasing, and it looks like they're going for a full swap of tyres, fronts and rears and driver. Yeah, I can see out of the commentary box Jack Ashton getting into the car. The Avanti Racing team have come into the pit lane as well. You can see them there just in front, the black and white livery. Also going for a fresh set of boots. Behind the wheel at the moment of that one with Jack Brewer. Not sure if they are going for a driver swap as well. I think they are, actually, so it looks like a driver swap for both those teams. Ashton now back in the pod and making his way back out into the circuit, hopefully then to close that gap. We'll just have to see how Martin's doing in the Blue Barracuda car, because certainly that will be the interesting one. There he is on your screen, making his way round the midway of the lap, and certainly doing what he needs to be doing at this stage of the race, which is just keeping it cool, calm. Has just come off that fresh drive-through penalty after contact in the pit lane, and remember, over the course of his races, he is by himself in this one, I am pretty sure. He has not got any teammates helping him or assisting him, so anything that he is doing out on the circuit is all done by him. And that, you know, in an endurance race, that can certainly be a challenge, because, you know, having teammates not only is a benefit in terms of helping your strategy, you've got more minds thinking about the same race, but also how you would be running the car and setting up the pit stops. But also, I think support out on the circuit as well, you know, having a teammate there just to say, don't worry about it, you're doing good, get on with it. You know, he is all by himself now. It's a mental game over the course of these 8 hours, and there are still just under 5 hours remaining of it. 4 hours 55 minutes, and at the moment he's doing exactly what he needs to be doing. Now the gap for the lead, 65 seconds, and an average pit stop here, what are we talking about, a minute? I think it's about that. So if he did pit relatively soon, it would just be a case of how quickly can Jack Ashton close that gap. So if the pit stop's a minute, Jack's got to gain 5 seconds before the Blue Barracuda car comes into the pit lane. And that's going to be the ultimate question here. They'll jump once more, and the position change will fluctuate again. So certainly making it very, very close for the lead battle. Any other teams racing each other out on circuit? I think the Go for the Gap and Avanti racing team are still battling away, because they keep swapping positions with the pit stops. And you can see there the gap between the two of them is actually very, very close. It is only 1.5 seconds. This is a battle for position, and the Avanti racing team have just come out of the pit lane, so they are fractionally behind on the jump. You can see there now the sector times equally between the two of them were near identical. Sector 3 slightly faster actually for the Avanti team. They are closing in on the Go for the Gap team as we watch them going down in towards turn 1. Very tricky part of the track. Very easy to clip a curb here, get a track limit, or clip a curb and lose the back end. If you cast your mind back to the Formula 1 here a few years ago, the horrible incident with Romain Grosjean at that corner with the fuel cell breaking and causing probably one of the scariest moments in recent Formula 1 racing history, as Team Purple helmets go purple in Sector 1. They are starting to close that gap up on the Blue Barracuda team. We'll keep our eyes though on this battle for third place, because Avanti Racing, with that full tank of fuel but with the fresh tyres, should make this overtake look relatively easy. That's nothing against the Go for the Gap team. They are certainly doing what they need to be doing, but I think the strategy at the moment is just slightly different. The Avanti, Jack Brewer behind the wheel of the car, the Go for the Gap team, Hamish at the wheel of that as well. So Hamish doing what he needs to be doing just to hold that position as they make their way up the hill now. This is the Sector 3 part of the circuit, very fast section of the track. Penultimate corner coming up. This is quite a deceiving one, very fast entry, tightens on the exit though. You don't want to run out too wide there as well, as the curb is fairly harsh. Down they go now into the final corner. You don't really want to go for a lunge down the inside into this one. It is very inviting, but of course you lose all your momentum down the main straight, and this is the key moment. You get a good exit out of here, get the slipstream, pull out of the slipstream, and that's exactly what the Avanti car is going to do. And they're going to go absolutely side by side here, very, very close between the two of them. Who it's going to be the run of the later of the breakers, and is it going to be the Avanti car that gets in front? Only just. The Go for the Gap team went for the gap that slowly disappeared, and they will have to relinquish that spot, and they now move down into P4. So Avanti Racing now up into the top 3 and into the podium spots. They are still around 98 seconds further down from Team Purple helmets as they continue their battle to close the gap on Blue Barracuda. Remember, a pit stop is around a minute, and the gap is 64 seconds between the two of them, so it is still very close for that fight. Remember, in endurance racing it is all about endurance, and it all falls down to the pit strategy at the end of the race. So there, Avanti still on their way, closing in and consistently shedding those faster sectors. You can see as well we are just on board down in the bottom right hand corner of your screen. I believe that is with the Team Purple Helmets car. It is Jack Ashton behind the wheel of that. So keep a close eye on that battle all the way throughout. But certainly solid effort there for the Avanti Racing team as they continue their charge. Go for the gap now down into P4. Then the rest of the field all seemingly around a lap down, and the gap still relatively large out in the circuit. But Camsport then rounding out the top 5 for Blue Barracuda. Quartermass Tinley number 63 still sit there in 7th place from the Napa Racing UK team that have pushed themselves up into P8. Orange Apex Esports and Quartermass Motorsport rounding out the 10-car field at the moment. They're currently 6 laps down from the race leader, but certainly not out of the race. Remember, still 4 hours and 50 minutes to go in this race. Certainly a very interesting development though, because I'm looking forward to see what happens between those top 2, because that gap is still coming down. 63.3 seconds now is the gap, and that pit stop phase will be coming back very, very soon. Grant, you finished your lunch. How was it?
It was great. But I just wanted to add, so I think Team Purple Helmets made a strategic decision to get Mark out the car after the multiple spins.
Yeah.
And I think they've chosen to do a short fuel stint because there'll be some point in the race where you have to do that anyway. So they've now chosen to do that now. They were going to do it in the first stint of the race, but it didn't play into their hand because of the code 60. So I think they've decided to just do that now. So their pit stop phase is now completely out of sync with the Blue Barracuda car. However, with that shorter fuel stop, they are now much more likely to jump them in the next pit phase. So I think it was just a case of getting them back into play in a very quick and decisive way. So a very smart play there from Jack and Mark to get Jack back in the car and he's putting in 1 minute 44 at the moment, which is blisteringly quick.
Yeah, fastest lap of the race actually at the moment does go to the Team Purple Helmets car, 1:44.355. The current last lap from Jack Ashton at the wheel of that car is a 1:44.635, so certainly is doing a good job there of closing that gap. It's now down to 62.2 seconds, and right being said there from Colin Talbot in the live chat for the pit stops. That is an unscheduled stop for the Purple Helmets team, but the call made to get the fresh set of boots on it, refill the tank, because the fuel, when I last checked it a few moments ago, was still at around 66 litres of fuel, so around half a tank, just above half a tank that they had. So a very early pit stop for the two of them as we keep an eye on the Avanti car racing in third place. Yellow flags out in sector 2, that would be white. That looks like Barracuda once again getting close and comfortable with the barriers. They themselves still around 60 to 80 seconds off from Camsport for the battle for 5th place. Both of them also a lap down from our top 4. As Purple sector is coming in thick and fast. New fastest lap of the race on that last lap. Team Purple Helmets putting in a 1:44.266 and is consistently putting in purple and green sectors out on circuit, certainly flying out there. The gap now 60 seconds, which means any pit stops that we would see from Blue Barracuda would put them in the danger zone here. And right now, if I was Blue Barracuda, I would probably, well, I mean, if they pitted now, it'd be a short pit stop, it'd be a little bit shorter. They probably might have enough time to get on the same strategy once again as Team Purple Helmets, but of course they might want to do that, but certainly will be an interesting one. It's lots to happen in this race still, but Avanti certainly doing what they do best. Who have we got in the commentary box? Who has joined? Get involved and yes, give us a chat.
Well, this chap who is our regular.
Right. Excellent.
He couldn't do the full race, but he has managed to be here for some of the race, which is handy.
Perfect.
I'm coming through alright. I don't know what's going on with this headset. I didn't have this last time.
No.
But we'll sort that out in a minute.
Yeah,
you can hear me, that's fine.
Oh, and off goes Team Purple Helmets car once again into the barrier.
Yeah,
Straight into the barrier.
I heard the profanity out of the production room there, Jack Ashton spouting it out of his mouth, but luckily I don't think you heard that one. Rare mistake then from Jack Ashton, as he certainly is pushing that car. That is just a little bit of breathing space now for Blue Barracuda. That gap now increasing to over a minute once again. So again, it just shows an endurance race. It's not just about going as fast as you can. Consistency is key. And right now, we are certainly not seeing that from Team Purple Helmets.
No, you would have seen that on board with Jack as well on the live feed, because we had an onboard feed going through. So yeah, he just looked like he was just overdriving the car.
Yep.
Just really trying to get that lead back. So that gap only they only lost about 7 seconds though from so far, but it really does depend on how much damage that car has. So we'll keep an eye on its sector times and see how well it drives after that little impact. It did look like quite a big hit to the barrier though. Excuse me, sorry.
Yeah, no. I mean, you've just eaten a load of food, so the chance of you getting indigestion is incredibly high. Certainly wouldn't recommend it. Yeah, that car now is screwing a little bit out on circuit. That is suboptimal for Jack Ashton. They might need to pit again if they've got some damage to the car that is just causing the car to just slide out left and right centre.
The weird thing is, I've just commentators cursed already. I'd actually just come on to say, just remembering the last race we had at Estoril, where Jack Ashton can do long stints, very reliable, very consistent. His partner Mark Carver, who's relatively inexperienced here, had just a few little errors and small mistakes. We saw him have a spin a short time ago before the last pit stop, and then I come on and then Jack spins. Which is exactly the opposite of what I came on to come and say.
Well, I arrived at the venue when 2 cuts spanned, so I feel like we've both put a bit of a curse on the grid out there. I'm sure they're appreciating everything they're receiving from us, but certainly it's going to make it a little bit interesting with the front of it, because now that's brought the game back in towards Boo Barracuda here, haven't they? So it's certainly an interesting development, and not a usual thing we would see from the Purple Helmets team.
No, not at all, but their pace doesn't seem to be too badly affected, to be fair. A 31.7 in Sector 1 and a 47.6 in Sector 2. 26.5 Sector 3 for a 145.9, so still one of the fastest cars on track, even if they do have damage. So Jack making it work.
Crucially though, a tenth slower than Martin Buchan was on that lap, so it might be he's only lost a little bit of performance, but if that's the edge he had to make that different strategy work and find the time, that could make quite a big difference in the long run. I mean, a long way to go, obviously, we're not even halfway through the race yet, but if they wanted to try and get onto a slightly different strategy and cut back and get that time back, that could impact his ability to do it.
For sure, Jack straight back into pushing again, though. He was the first one 18 seconds. Next lap just started. Just want to say we're keeping an eye as well on the battle between Avanti and Odin go for the gap. We're aware that it's a relatively large gap between the two at 10 seconds between them. However, that is ebbing and flowing with the pit strategy quite a lot, so it's quite hard to read where they are exactly at the moment. I think now on merit that Avanti are ahead. I think that they've closed that gap and they've now pulled out a decent chunk, but there is a chance that as well Odin will come back at them as well in the next pit stop cycle. But yeah, just looking through the other drivers in the field, Napa Racing UK now up to P8, so they have got in front of the Orange Apex Esports team. Their pace is quite good, it must be said, at times faster than the leaders and all matching what the leaders are doing. You've got the two Quatermass cars which are having numerous adventures, it must be said, throughout this stage of the race. You've got the Oni Camsport car, still very lonely in 5th place, not really had an eventful race at all, just there in 5th place. And in 6th place you've got the Barracuda car, which has been a bit more eventful, Nathan having a few incidents, a few spins and such throughout the race as well. What are your predictions going into the end game of the race? I mean, we're not near that yet, like you said, we're not even halfway through yet. But are you thinking that we're going to see a bit of a comeback from Team Purple Helmets, or do you think that Martin can sort of ease off the gas a little bit now?
No, I think Jack's got enough time. Jack and Mark, I don't want to denigrate Mark's ability, it's just we know how good Jack is. I think they've got plenty of time to get it back. I mean, they've just come through. I mean, both the lap times dropped into 46s there. I don't know if Martin had a bit of traffic on that lap. But yeah, we've got 4 hours 41 to go. There's loads and loads of time to get it back. But what I was going to ask you, Grant, actually, we've had 2 races with hypercars, both with different cars. We had the Van Wall at Daytona, the Glickenhaus here, and they've both been a real handful for the drivers to drive consistently over long stints, and we've seen a lot of mistakes with both cars. Do you think the hypercars are just very difficult to drive in general, or is it just specifically with the 2 cars we've had here? I
think they're quite twitchy in general. Obviously, they enjoy the same amount of downforce as like ultra performing like LMP1. Most of them are just heavily modified LMP2s. The Glickenhaus and the Van Wall are not, they are their own bespoke machines, but in terms of like the level of aero they're allowed to put into the cars, it's very similar to that of an LMP2 machine. So you've got to think it's got more performance than an LMP2, a lot more performance than an LMP2, so I think just in general they are just that little bit harder to drive. I mean, during Le Mans this year, I don't know if you watched a fair chunk of Le Mans.
I watched more than I normally do, I have to say.
And in the wet conditions especially, they looked a proper handful. I mean, we saw a lot of the cars spin out at some point, including the eventual race-winning Ferrari spin out. So I do think just in general, the hypercars are a tricky car to tame, a tricky car to just keep in a straight line. Very oversteery from the looks of it as well, and quite hungry with their tyres too. So I think it's just trying to adapt to a different driving style with them as well. Like, if you try and drive this like an LMP2, you're not going to drive well in it.
Right, well, I would do terribly bad in it then, because if it's an LMP2, I'll start driving it like it is an LMP2, and if that doesn't work, then, well, I would be terrible in these.
I mean, a lot of the cars in the field, so like the Porsche, the Cadillac, for example, is basically a heavily modified LMP2.
Right.
So, the one, if that makes sense. So,
right.
But with similar downforce. So, imagine an LMP2 driving one here, but faster, but without any additional downforce or mechanical grip.
Okay, yeah, sounds like a handful. Yeah, and you've got an idea of what it's like to drive then.
Justify it, well, sort of like explain it, because it is quite difficult to explain, because it is like the highest class. It's the premier class of prototype racing. So people would assume it just sticks to the track like glue, but I think it's the opposite of that personally. But it's always fun to see. It makes the racing a lot more interesting. Dan,
yes, it does.
Got a slightly
yeah. Oh, no, I'm only going to go back in, so you guys are going to know this better than I would. What's the delta looking like from the pit stops and getting in and out? Because the gap to the top 2 is 1 minute 9 at the moment. Is that about right?
It's about a minute.
I think it's a little bit longer. I think it's about a minute 10. So that.
So that's pretty much bang on at the moment. They're both matching for the lap times. Martin Buckley did a 47, but I think that was traffic related. But last time around, they're both in the high 45s. Jack Ashton's done a 46.6, but I think that's traffic. So they're kind of matching each other at the moment. So as and when Martin Buckley comes in to make another pit stop, it looks like they could be pretty much dead level on track again.
Yeah, I mean, that would certainly make it interesting. Both of them, of course, suffering from having a drive-through penalty for the same incident as well, driving into another vehicle in the pit lane. Certainly something you would actively try to avoid in the world of motorsport. Both teams failing to do that, and both receiving that drive-through penalty. So that certainly made it a little bit interesting in that aspect with keeping them both in the game, because the Purple Helmets team certainly weren't happy with the fact that they received the drive-through penalty for it. But I suspect with the Boo Barracuda team receiving the same penalty for the same incident, it certainly squared things out again, and I think calm has been restored to the field. But it certainly has meant that the racing has become that little bit closer again, and that's what we like. I mean,
find me a racing team that is happy with the drive-through penalty.
No, exactly. I mean, any decision from race control can certainly make it very interesting. I mean, the one decision that I enjoy maybe in the middle of an endurance race, maybe competition caution, but again, a lot of teams don't like that, understandably. The spectators love it though, but yeah, the drivers themselves, they hate that one.
Remember, you've got to walk past all the drivers to get out of the building, so you've got to be careful when you do a competition caution.
Yes, yeah, it is quite a snug exit to the production room. You do have to escape past entirety of the team, so yeah, certainly not something you want to be doing after maybe doing something to not benefit them at all. The gap though is still fluctuating. It's back up to 70 seconds now between Blue Barracuda and Team Purple Helmets, so it is still fluctuating there. I think now Jack Ashton just bringing it back a little bit in terms of pace, and remembering the fact that you still have 4 hours 36 minutes to go in the race. You do not want to be trying to set purple sectors, and I'm just watching on a separate screen, and you can I don't think you can see on your screens there. I might just bring it back in for you down there, but Jack Ashton on board very squirrely through some sections, and I'm not sure if that's down to a bit of damage that he may have picked up earlier on when he hit the barrier. Because there again, look at the rear end just stepping out. He is not in full control of that car.
I guess it's feeling the after effects of the spin now, and you can see the impact of the tyres. Just as an aside, I wanted to bring in 2 owned cars in 4th and 5th. That gap's coming down quite quickly, because the number 2 car, which is being driven by Hamish Heaton, the last 2 laps have both been in the 48s. And that gap between them has come down to just over 5 seconds. So the number 2 and the number 900, I think there could be a good little battle there emerging for P4 in the next few laps or so, which I think we should keep an eye on.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, we've been watching that one all the way throughout. The Go for the Gap team were racing with the Avanti racing team earlier on, and that certainly was an interesting battle. I might just cut to them out on track, because they have certainly closed that gap up quite considerably, and the sector times have certainly become a little bit interesting. There is the Cam Sport car, which can only be described as a block of cheese. But with the texture of the side of the car, it looks very cheese-like. But you can just see there up ahead the Go for the Gap car. They are still 4 seconds between the two of them, but they are closing in at quite some way.
Yeah, 1.5 seconds a last lap alone at 46.6 against 48.1. Another 7/10 in the first sector of this lap, and I mean at that rate it's going to be another 3 or 4 laps, and they'll be fighting it out between them. I have to say I've only noticed these GP cars, I've not been in long, because I was about to say without them I'm getting sort of late 90s Jordan vibes from it.
Yes, you could pull that one on it. I mean, you had the Jordan car. There was one that I knew of that's a replica of the car. I think it was actually a real chassis of the car. It was held at the karting track here in Milton Keynes. It was driven by Heinz Harold Frentzen at Hockenheim, and certainly a fabulous livery of the car, the shark teeth on the front, the yellow, absolutely brilliant.
Advertising for a tobacco company you probably can't mention.
No, exactly.
Other tobacco brands are available.
Those are the days. But certainly, yeah, they've had a relatively decent race. Who is in the car at the moment for Cam Sports? It is Matt Gutterscott, who is at the wheel. And I've known Matt for many years. It was good to walk in and see him again. There's lots of faces in here that I've not seen for a fair few years. And he is a quick pedaler, but that gap has just creeped up just that little bit more. Now back to 5 seconds. So again, both of them just on the edge of their limits, I think.
Yeah, and it's interesting. I don't think either of them are in traffic. I think they've both got a clear run at it, so they should be able to get a consistent run in, and you're not going to see the big fluctuations in the gap. And those two lap times got both high 47s that time round.
Yes, indeed. So we'll keep an eye on the Cam Sport car, who continues its charge up towards the back of the Go for the Gap team. Now coming down just that little bit more. The sector times are so close. Sector 1 on that last lap, 32.070 compared to the 32.3 set from the Go for the Gap team.
I'm just going to interrupt because I just saw around the corner on the race control things and looking screens and looking at the sector times. I think Avanti had a spin in sector 1 because they've lost about 8 seconds, and I think I saw them pointing on that screen in the wrong direction. So they've lost a chunk of time.
Right, yes.
And the gap between Avanti, the number 7 car, and the only Go for the Gap number 2 car, obviously you don't have the interval gap on your screen there, but that's back down to less than 9 seconds now. So I think some point in the first part of the lap on this lap, they've had a spin.
Well, that would certainly be sub-optimal for them.
Edson Manguera currently in the car.
Yeah, we'll cut to the Go for the Gap team, who are currently in the process of battling with the U-Barracuda team. They've just got past them by the looks of it. And the U-Barracuda team trying to now re-unlap themselves. So that would certainly help them out, but not the Go for the Gap team, who are just trying to get away from the Cam Sport car. And like you were saying, yeah, that gap now 9 seconds between Go for the Gap and Avanti. But Avanti at the moment are quicker in most sectors, so they can certainly know how to drive away from that field. But it is getting closer around that midfield section, isn't it?
Yeah, it's probably worth making clear. We've got 4th, 5th and 6th on the same part of the track at the moment, but U-Barracuda, the 95 car, is 1 lap behind the others.
Yes, yeah, but U-Barracuda not in this battle. The battle is 3rd, 4th and 5th. Avanti, Go for the Gap, who you currently see on your screen, and Cam Sport just behind. Cam Sport closing in just a little bit more again, still 4.6 seconds, so they are relatively close on the track, but between the two of them they keep chopping and changing positions. There is the Cam Sport car on your screen, and again sector 1 fractionally faster than the Go for the Gap team. So there you see the telemetry there with Matt just got behind the wheel, and what he's doing with the throttle. There you can see heavy on the brakes. Back on the throttle relatively early before the corner exits. Lovely camera angle there. Not using all of the runoff area there that is available. Remember, you can go onto the rumble strips. You are allowed to do that. There has very recently, in the world of real motorsport, been a recent regulation change handed out via Motorsport UK regarding track limits, and the extension of the track extends to only the red and white curbs after the white line. Any further than that is a track limits infringement if there is no red and white curb and just the white line. If you go over that, it is a track limits infringement. That's in real world though.
Yes.
In sim racing, a little bit different.
I'd also say that particular corner there, the second to last corner, is the one you probably want to avoid the curbs on more than any. I'd say that's with these cars, one of the corners where you're at the biggest risk of getting on the power too early and bringing it round. So if you're going to be cautious anywhere, that's probably the place to do it, I think.
Yeah, certainly. You certainly don't want to light up the rear axle and spin the rear round out of a quick corner, because it is a quick corner. It's very inviting going into that one, as we see yellow flags go out in sector 1.
Well, I've just noticed Jack Ashton's lost another 5 or 6 seconds somewhere in sector 2. The gap's gone out to 1:15. It did very briefly flash up on the screen yellow in sector 2, so I wonder if he's had a little bit of a moment somewhere.
Well, we're on board with him on one of the other monitors that you can't see at the moment. We can bring that back up for you. There it is on your screens. So that's the live on board with Jack Ashton in the Team Purple Helmets car, currently running in 2nd place. Yeah, you are right. The gap's now 75 seconds. So they do seem to be struggling out there. I think maybe not fatigue, but, and I'm trying to think of the right word to use for this one. They've had several mistakes here, and they're just on the back foot, I think, of trying to catch up.
It's almost like, I mean, Tim Harvey always says it in touring cars, safety cars, free safety cars, and in these cars, spin through spins, because
yes,
if you cook the tyres, if you have one spin, unless you come in and change the tyres, it makes it far more likely you're going to have another. Jack's obviously made the decision he'd rather persevere with these tyres than sacrifice the time by making another pit stop. But you need the consistency to work it out, and obviously, having maybe had 2 moments now, it's going to make that even more difficult to achieve that and keep the gap down without making that pit stop and staying on the current strategy.
Yeah, so certainly they will have to work out on that one, because yeah, you hit the nail on the head there. Spins do mean spins in these cars, and certainly it's so easy to get frustrated in sim racing. Remember, you haven't got the same distractions. There is a big kick of oversteer for Jack Ashton in that car, just trying to get it round this lap, and right now I think it's just a case of he's pushing it harder than he needs to here now, and the gap, despite his best, is off the track. Matt Goodger-Scott in the Camswell car, off the track, and a spin, and that was completely by himself there, and that will have opened up the gap, so that is not ideal there for Matt Goodger-Scott behind the wheel of that one. He certainly won't want to repeat that one, because that was certainly a tense moment for, I think, them and the team.
Probably in this race more than the other 2 we've had this year, these incidents can happen at just about any moment. You think you're into a good rhythm and the car just spins round on you, because it is so difficult with these hypercars, and certainly this Glickenhaus, to get it into a good rhythm. Pit stop for 95 Barracuda. I don't know if there's a driver change involved, whether Sean King is handing over to Nathan Burton. Yes, he has. So Nathan Burton, who of course had that fantastic 4th place driving solo at Estoril for the full 6 hours, getting back in the car in place of Sean King.
Well, there was the moment there for Matt Goodger-Scott, and like you say, self-inflicted there, just losing the back end, and you can put that down to tyres are just wearing down now, aren't they? And well, there's another spin on the 2nd of the monitors that you can't see at the moment. That's the Napa car going around, and I did hear some words coming out of the main booth, and I'm hearing words that he spun it again out on circuit, so certainly
we said that spins bred spins.
Well, yeah, that's certainly bringing them.
Even for a driver of Adam Christopher's calibre, it really can happen to the best of the any moment you can think of.
Such a fast part of the circuit as well. Luckily, there is about 1 million miles of tarmac runoff there, so no real drama. The only damage he will have done is to pride and tyres.
We'll leave it to you to decide which one's more important.
Pride. 100%.
I was going to say tyres.
100%. Oh, no.
I was going to be the practical one.
Yeah. Tyres are replaceable. Pride isn't. So it's certainly a very interesting one there between the 2 of them. But certainly things now are starting to calm themselves down as we near the half race point of the race. 4 hours 25 minutes to go of this 8-hour endurance, and into the pit lane now comes the Go for the Gap team from 4th place. That will be a nice breath of fresh air for the Camsport team, who were closing in on them after that spin. They will get ahead.
I did see they updated the driver sheet a couple of minutes ago, so Aidan Carter's going to be getting in that car now, I believe.
Right. Perfect, so a nice little change of them there. There, you're currently watching the Avanti team sitting in 3rd place. They are currently 40 seconds down from the Team Purple Helmets team. They're a lap down from the Boo Barracuda team. So Boo Barracuda certainly doing what they need to be doing here, and are just increasing that lead. But don't fret, don't think it's just going to be a one-car race to the end. This is endurance racing, anything can happen. And a lot has happened over the course of the first half of this race. There is your current race leader, and already I was watching it there, that car looked quite twitchy there.
It did. I mean, just to come back to what you were saying about anything can happen, I mean, both races had so far have gone down to the last hour.
Well, there you
both
go.
cases we sat here down to go thinking we genuinely don't know who's going to win this race, and I can't imagine that today's going to be any different.
No, indeed. So let's just see what happens to this one as we go live with the leading team.
Just a word, only Camsport been in the pits as well, and Ben Brown's taken over from Matt Richard Scott.
There we go, the Ben Brown fan club. If you are there, pipe up, get your comments in. Your man is behind the wheel.
Race leader in the pits.
And the race leader in the pits.
See where the Team Purple Helmets compare with them after the pit stops, and we've seen them through gaps then after waiting quite a while to see that.
Yes.
So yeah, sorry, just had a bit of a meeting with race control. I'll go into a little bit of detail with like up in the air.
Yeah.
But no action or anything at the moment. So if you heard the call of that meeting, don't worry, everything's fine. We're still going to keep going as normal, but we are keeping an eye on something. So if I do run down. But yeah, we'll go through that in a little bit. So yeah, let's see in terms of the pit stop time. So Team Purple Helmets currently coming through into the 3rd sector of the circuit, with the Blue Barracuda car still in the pit lane. Rejoin comparison. We'll keep the camera on the Blue Barracuda car, which is currently crawling its way out of the pit lane.
This is going to be pretty close.
I'm not too
Well,
sure.
Purple Helmet's just coming through the last corner now.
I think there's going to be a sizable gap.
To be fair, it is a long pit lane. So coming out into turn 1 now. So yeah, it's going to be a good 4 seconds, I would say. Maybe less than that. Might have to get up to speed. There we go, as they rejoin on circuit. So yeah, it's not huge, but not tiny either.
It was a 47-second stop. Is that about right for a full tank, or?
That sounds about
Does that sound about right to you?
Yeah, that sounds right to me. So
But not a tyre change.
I would say that's potentially double simming tyres, yeah, to try, I'm guessing, to try and counteract what the Purple Helmets just did.
Yeah.
So
I would say Martin, of all the drivers here today, Martin is probably one of the most likely to change tyre strategy on the fly, try some more quirky things. He's got previous for it.
yeah,
I can go and check.
yeah, I do wonder if he got the message in his ear from Nathan or Sean to let him know what Team Purple Helmets were up to. Doesn't actually teammate that himself.
Yeah, that would make a lot of sense. We have had a couple more pit stops further down the field to bring you up to date on Orange Apex Esports have stopped. Adam Clark is now in the car. 35 Quatermass has stopped. It's a double stint for Michael Tyler, and the Napa car 51 is in as well. Adam Clifford's out, and John D. Smith is in. They're still in the pits at the moment. 51 Napa car in P8.
Can neither confirm nor deny. He's got a fresh set of boots on. He hasn't got the graph up, so I can't see.
It's on his heads-up display now as well.
Is it on his heads-up display?
You'll see the temperatures and the numbers on his heads-up display.
I'll be back.
Literally in the mid where the MPH gauge is.
I'll be back.
The great thing about this is Martin won't like this.
No, he won't.
If he finds out this is going on, he'll just turn it off. He'll drive without it.
So the gap is 5 seconds. Well, 4.2 seconds across the line. There we go. So it's timing screen's caught up now.
Yeah.
So we know the true gap between the two cars is 4.2 seconds. So very, very close between the top two. It is the closest battle on track currently between the two first and second place car. There's been ebbing and flowing between the two all race. There's been mistakes by both teams. There's been penalties for both teams. So they're both in with a shout. There's no clear favourite in this one.
I'm going to throw one battle up because only Camsport have leapfrog, only go for the gap in the pits.
Yes,
They've both
they
come
have.
there was not much between them off that spin. They've come back out, and the outlap, only Cansport were over 20 seconds quicker, so I think there's been some divergence in strategy. I have to say, though, Aidan Carter's got in the car on the first flying lap, has put in an absolute stonking time, 1:44.3. It's their quickest lap of the race. It's only a tenth off the entire quickest lap. As his first flying lap of the stint, he's 14.5 seconds behind the only Cansport car now, which is being driven by Ben Brown. But if he keeps putting that pace in, Ben Brown's doing 46s. That gap's going to come down rapidly. So a really good battle between the two only cars, fourth place developing.
Yes, now I do want to make clear that they are not the same team, the two Onid cars.
It does make it confusing.
It does make it very
catches me out all
confusing.
the time.
They just happen to have the same main sponsor, so
Excellent.
who demand that the team is Onid Cansport and Onid go for the gap
In the same
instead
way as
of...
that 5 cars in Formula 2 that's sponsored by Red Bull, but they're all run by different teams.
Yes, exactly
Very
that.
good.
So it's totally not confusing whatsoever.
So I can confirm, Boo Barracuda, it was a full pit stop, fresh set of tyres on all 4, and a full tank of fuel. They just managed to get it done within 47 seconds.
So Cansport have started to put their foot down as well, trying to respond to the pace from the Go for the Gap car. A personal best middle sector for those guys, and a 1:31.9 for sector 1, which is a very respectable first sector. But Aidan Carter has been the star in that Onid Go for the Gap car today. Absolutely flying every time he's behind the wheel. He was in the battle for the lead earlier in the race and put in a great move earlier on the Boo Barracuda car too. So definitely don't rule Aidan out to close that gap and make an epic overtake onto that car. That car's still doing very well. I mean, it was running in its personal highest that it's ever ran in P2 and P3 earlier in the race, and qualifying P2 on the grid today.
Yeah, I'll just say Ben Brown's just on a personal best lap of the race. It's still a 45.4, so it's not on Aidan Carter's pace. But if anyone needs a confidence boost, it's Ben Brown. Because remember, he was so despondent at Estoril, he wouldn't even come in and talk to us.
Yes.
It was understandable, but they just had an absolute mare last time out in the GT cars. So this is going to be a real fillip for him. He can really do with a good result and a really good pick-me-up. And Aidan Carter's been perfect second here. He is on a proper charge.
Yeah, he really wants that position, doesn't he? He is super quick, as I previously said, although his last lap was deleted for track limits, so he is going to be have to be careful to keep it within those white lines. Get too many of those, and a drive-through will be going his way.
It's probably worth actually just, and also just my own information, just reminding us all of what the track limits rules are, because as we all know, different championships, both in the real world and the virtual world, all have their own different rules in terms of how track limits penalties are applied.
So basically, there is a set amount of points per each track. Now, it's dependent on how strict that circuit is in terms of its track limits. Bahrain can be a little bit strict unnecessarily at times, so there is a few more points, but I'm not going to say what those points are, just in case there is members of the teams watching that haven't had a track limits yet. I know, I'm sorry, Dan, I know that's
that makes sense. You don't want to end up in a situation where people are gaming the system.
Exactly. So it's a case of, they can see it if they get a track limits, how many points they've got left. So they can manage that, if that makes sense. They can make it part of the strategy. The only thing that annoys me with them being able to see it is they can then plan and be like, oh, okay, so we've got 2 cut tracks. Basically, we can get away with a few cut tracks. But the good thing about the system is it does give you a different amount of points depending on how severe the cut is. So if you really take the mickey, you could end up getting a drive-through with 2 or 3 cuts. But if you're just gaining like a tenth or so, if that, then it's going to give you much less points.
And that's an advantage that sim racing has over real world racing, in that element of subjectivity about track limits penalties is removed, and you can say about the degree of severity of an offence, and that can be analysed properly and objectively, and you can give sort of sliding scale of points and penalties as a result. I mean, in the real world, that's just not really practical to do.
I think I've seen one of the most savage comments on the YouTube feed that I think I've ever seen.
Oh dear.
Aaron Daly asks, what happened to the 35 Quatermass car? Why is it Carbine 60, which is Colin's Albert, sorry to out you, Colin, replied with Max.
Now, I did see when I came in and before I joined you in comms, that Max did have 2 or 3 spins in very quick succession, had to make a couple of pit stops. He was about as visibly frustrated as I've ever seen him when he came off. He actually threw his glove down in disgust, and Max is normally a fairly calm and affable character, he was not happy with himself at all. So unfortunately, yeah, Max is not getting the rub of the green today, and he did come in and hand over to Michael Tyler about half an hour ago now.
Okay, fair enough. So yeah, I mean, it's not a cruel, like you did put laughing emojis next to it, but it is a matter of fact. I would say that is what happens at the 35 Quatermass car. Sometimes it is just down to the drivers. Aaron Daly, who drives for that team, maybe not for much longer, has commented unsurprised.
I would say, Aaron, it's a good time for you to leave the country, but I know that you already have, so well done.
Yes, you're very safe from Spooner's wrath. We've got a wild race steward, commentator / race steward.
It is natural habitat.
Just enjoying the view, I think, at the moment. Yeah, fair enough. I didn't have to be talking about that. Okay. Okay, so that's where the pace went. Okay, so for those of you that wouldn't have heard that, so Team Purple Helmets, when they had that really poor stint with the multiple spins, that was an attempt at a double stint with the tyres. Now, the rear tyres were just gone at that point, and they basically just had no confidence in them whatsoever, hence why their pace was so slow compared to the Blue Barracuda car. So that was a risky strategy choice for them to make, considering they had, at that time, a 10-second advantage to the Boo Barracuda car. So really interesting that they then risked that advantage to take a risky strategy approach.
Well, we've seen in both races so far this year, Jack does like stretching tyre runs out if he can. Nobody's questioning Jack's ability in terms of doing that and running long stints on tyre. I mean, he did I think he did something like 2.5 hours on. I know he did a stint of 2.5 hours at Daytona. I don't know if it was one set of tyres or not, but yeah, it's the kind of strategy he likes to go for, and I'll be honest, on balance, it probably works for him more often than it doesn't work. It's not worked today, but yeah, I can absolutely see his rationale going for it.
I mean, he wasn't driving the car, to be fair.
Was that Mark second?
Yeah,
I'm
Mark
sorry.
Driving the car. No,
yeah.
so
this is what happened when you commentate on a race you haven't watched the first 3 hours of.
Yes, we did kind of like bombard Dan with just the microphone. It was like, please talk, because it is what he is very, very good at. Did you haven't heard of Tom's?
I saw the start and the restart. I should explain for everyone, it's my nan's 80th birthday today, so I've been out for an afternoon tea. And that's why I'm only getting here 3 hours in.
I'm very surprised that we saw you this early, to be fair. I thought it was going to be much later in the day.
So am I, so I'm pleasantly surprised as well.
Well, you're always very welcome here, and unfortunately this will probably be your last appearance at a Sres
No,
race.
it definitely will be, because both of the 2 remaining Sres races this year, I'm at MotoGP races. So I'm looking forward to touring cars though, because that's not too far away now.
Anthony looks very impressed by that.
Well, I say I'm a MotoGP fan. I'm a touring car fan as well as of anything of motorsport. Really, it doesn't matter what it is. If it's got an engine and wheels, I will look at it.
Too much motorsport, not enough Sundays.
I think that's a good way of putting it. This is a very rare Sunday that I'm here. Obviously, I explained to you earlier, Grant, that I did fly in from Milan. I landed at 3 o'clock last night or this morning, and I got home at 5 o'clock this morning and had a few hours sleep before coming here. So, yes, it is certainly a very interesting one. But speaking of touring cars, I'm touring cars next. Knockhill, TCR UK from Knockhill coming up this weekend. That'll be good. Myself, Andy McEwen, and Paul O'Neill will be there for your listening delectation over the course of the weekend. I've not even checked the weather for that either. I'm not even sure what it's going to be like. It's either going to be, like we said earlier, 30 degrees or raining.
Yeah, there is no middle ground with...
There's no middle ground with Scotland.
The weird thing was, and it's a very weird thing to say because Rockingham used to be like that.
Yeah.
And I've always thought, there's always been a very strong Scottish population in Corby. It's like they brought the weather down with them. Rockingham was always roasting hot or like February, even in the middle of summer.
Yeah, it is one of those. It's like most race circuits across the world have their own microclimates. Can guarantee you this one that we're racing at right now, Bahrain, does not have its own microclimate. It's just always hot.
Yes.
There was a 1% chance of rain.
Really?
I'm not making that
up. Was there a 2% margin of error on that?
No.
I know if you put 1% chance of rain in on our factor, it will rain for 5 hours.
Oh, it will. So I haven't done that.
Yeah, good.
Because I know what would happen. Although it must be said, there is a there is a new method that we can do to match the weather.
Okay. Cool. Not just have a look at the weather forecast and try and match that into the server settings.
So if it's not going to rain, then I'll do that because you can control it in the dry.
Yeah.
If it's going to be wet, then we've got a plugin that basically takes live weather data from that area and live relays it to the R-Factor server.
Yeah.
Which is very cool.
Yeah.
So if it rains there, it rains on the server.
Yeah,
and if it stops raining, it stops raining on the server. And it works very well. It's just a bit of a pain to set up.
I can imagine so, yeah.
Just to briefly refocus away from the meteorological chit-chat, just wanted to mention that Martin Buchan's got the gap out about 5 seconds. Aidan Carter's still on the chart. That gap now is just 14-15 seconds between the Cam Sport and the Go for the Gap cars is now down to 9. And we have drivers from rival teams being tapped up for future races in the YouTube chat.
Yeah, I'm seeing Collins trying to get Aaron into a team, and then Aaron saying, well, I might just enter with Connor. So it's like, okay, cool. So we might have 2 new teams for the 24-hour race.
Right, which one of us is going to break the news to Max?
Let's let him watch the race back. Anyway, so moving on. Hamish Easner also says that stint was alright. They've just got out of the car themselves, so hopefully they enjoyed their stint. Seems like it. I mean, I said it was alright. I mean, no dramas, so which is always a plus.
I mean, if anything, I think it's understood. If you have a stint that's alright with no dramas in these cars, that is a very good stint.
Yes, because me and Dane were kind of predicting before the race actually begun that basically it was going to be a race full of attrition, full of spins, incidents, issues, stuff like that for the teams. Hasn't really turned out that way, which is actually quite nice to see.
So thanks very much to Anthony Yono's heading off. Thank you. Lovely to meet you. Bear in mind, we're on air and that's the first time we've ever met, which is strange, but... And now my reign of terror can resume. So with 8 minutes to go to the halfway point, this is probably a good chance. Let's have a quick rundown of the leaderboard, who's driving what and the current position. And we're watching the only Go for the Gap car at the moment. It is Boo Barracuda, Martin Buchan, going solo. Just the same as his name of his third album. He is leading by 5.3 seconds after that pit stop 10 to 15 minutes ago, and he's just gradually stretching that gap out at the moment, a 10.42 a lap. But I think they're clearly managing the cars for a longer stint because at the moment they're both running in the low 46s. Avanti Racing in third, Edson Manguera, they have just come into the pit, so we'll wait and see if there's going to be a driver change there. We'll keep up to date on that. Only Go for the Gap are in fourth, and only Cam Sport in fifth, and they are now nose to tail here. We're watching this battle for fourth place. Now that gap was 9 seconds. I don't think there's been a mistake made in the last couple of laps there while we were whistling on about Pepper. But that gap has come down from 14, 15 seconds after the pit stops to nothing very, very quickly. So that undoubtedly is the closest battle on track. Barracuda are in 6th place. Nathan Burton now in the car, been taken over from Sean King. They're at 27 seconds ahead of the 63 Quatermass car currently being driven by Adam Locke. Orange Apex Esport are in 8th place, car number 21 with Adam Clark driving. Difficult day so far for Napa Racing UK, the number 51 car there in 9th place. They're only 6.5 seconds behind Orange Apex. That's kind of going back and forth as the pit stops fluctuate. John D. Smith currently driving, and Quatermass Motorsport number 35 with Michael Tyler is bringing up the rear that he's sharing with Max Spooner. So while we're watching this battle for 4th and 5th, I can say that Team Purple helmets are in.
And Avanti has just come out.
Avanti just come back out of the pit. They're about 50 seconds behind Team Purple helmets before the stop. I don't think there's any driver change being made, but I think Edson Manguera remains in that car.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, I think that would have been way too short a stint for Edson. The way that their other driver stayed there, I can't remember his name. So new driver to Sres, I think. Been in for quite a long time, so I think they're just going to do that. Extend their stints nice and long, so they have long breaks out of the car as well.
Yeah, I don't know the Avanti guys so well. Although there do seem to be a lot of them, but they've had a lot of changes in lineup from the 3 races this year. Because if you remember, Will Richards did a great job at Esther when he qualified on the front row. And
Yeah, I
really
mean, he's
commended
still here. He's about.
he's still
Son
here
is
today.
here because he feels better today.
That's because he missed Estoril. I know
Yes,
he did
and I
Daughtons
can't
on
remember who the
cap.
other driver was they had that time.
Max Whistling.
That was it.
He was
Max
here for the
Whistling.
first
Yes,
two
he's
races,
not
I think.
here
He's
today.
not here today.
There's someone else in his place. So yes, they weren't trying two cars together, but the availability unfortunately hasn't worked for them. I do want to quickly say something that Anthony said earlier, how he said, and it's a bit silly, it's a bit off point, but he said he's a fan of MotoGP. The man has Mugello tattooed on his arm. He's definitely a bit more than a fan, I would say. He also has, I'm pretty sure he's got Valentino Rossi's number tattooed on him as well.
What phone number?
Might be.
To be fair, Valentino's probably got 46, 46, 46 as a phone number.
So yeah, more than likely. But yeah, so Anthony is definitely a bit of a MotoGP mega fan.
I'm a big MotoGP fan, as you know, so I
Yes.
hope I'll get a chance to have a chat with him.
Oh, you will at some
Another
point.
time.
We'll try and get you both in the comments box again in future as well, because Anthony.
That would have been
a
on the 24th of 2 of just which
yes,
on that MotoGP.
like he's an accomplished commentator himself, so he's very good,
Absolutely.
very good at what he does.
So Jack Ashton's back out of the pit. The gap's back up to 1:13. It's about where it was before we had those last round of pit stops. That would make sense about right. So Sloppy is, I can confirm, still in the car. And so we will say, I think the number 2 and the number 9 undercard this themselves a bit again. They were pretty much nose to tail. That gap's gone back out to 2.2 seconds, but Cam Sport and Go for the Gap still battling very hard. Definitely is battle on track. I think we might have a change coming for 8th place because John Lee Smith is on the charge on a bit of a recovery drive, trying to catch the orange Apex Esports car of Adam Clark. There is John Lee Smith, also going a little bit wide into turn 10 as we get him on screen. 3.7 seconds the gap, and he took out 2.4 last time round. I think that was an error by Adam Clark because the lap time was down in the 48. But has been a difficult day for Napa so far, and anything they can do to recover, I think, will be very well appreciated by the only three. I think they are once again the only 3-man crew. It's got Cam Richardson back with them.
No, Avanti, a free man as
Okay.
well. I think that's it. I think Quatermath only has 2 each. Could be wrong on that one.
Yeah, I think they're only 2 each.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're only 2 each. Cam Sport's only 2. Yeah, the rest are all 2-man teams, I believe. So yeah, nice to see 3-man teams though, because it's interesting to get that much more variety of drivers. But the thing is with Napa today, I mean, they have been fast. Their pace has been good, like there or thereabouts in terms of like the pack of the race. I mean, you can see their best time is a 1:44.842, which really puts them right up there in the real thick of things. So yeah, just a lot of bad luck and a few driver errors here and there that have creeped in. I know John isn't the biggest fan of driving this car. It's not the car, he says, it is Bahrain itself that he's struggling to
He
get
might
to grips
have
with.
mentioned it once or twice in passing.
Maybe just
Typical understatement.
a couple of times, yeah. Also, I think Cam Sport, when that gap became really close, I think Cam Sport had spun because on that lap they did a sector 1 that was 8 seconds off of what they'd done before.
I was about to say, we were talking about Napa. Is it worth trying to get Adam in for a chat?
We can see.
Have you been able to do many driver chats today?
A couple, yeah. We've managed a couple. I'll try and go grab him. So if you want to,
I'll hold the fort, and you see if you can find him. Grant. Yeah, sorry, just be granting me another bottle of water. So, a minute and a half short of halfway. So we'll talk to Adam Christopher of Napa Racing UK very, very shortly. And I can tell you, Ashton is on the move on the fresh tyres. Now he's come back out the pits. He's done a 44.9 last time round. Just come through the first sector. He's taken another 6/10 out. He's found another 3 seconds since he came out the pits. The gap was 73, back down to 70. So Ashton doing what he can to try and get a bit of an undercut on Boo Barracuda, a tone for those earlier spins that both drivers had, and potentially get back into the lead overall. So we're going to keep a very close eye on Jack Ashton's lap time and sector time. Last time round, Buckley 46.3, Ashton 44.9. And given there was only about 5 seconds or so between them before the pit stops, these could make a big, big difference in the complexion of the leadership battle. I can see an Adam Christopher shaped figure struggling with his new Britney Spears style headsets that we're dealing with. Of course, Adam doesn't even know that I'm here. He was in the car when I got here.
How are we doing?
Very good, thank you. How are you?
Very good, very good. Just
Yeah.
had a double stint, recovering from that. But
Hence the twit.
get a bit of sugar, because I needed it after that.
Absolutely.
Because, yeah, that was hard work.
It's been quite a difficult day for you guys so far, hasn't it?
We've been recovering from the first stint, but I said to John this morning, we will persevere, we just chip away, and then pretty much burnt through the rear tyres a bit too quickly in the first stint.
But it's so easily done, isn't it? And the view that we had yesterday, to keep the car on a consistent run and try and keep things predictable and more laps of it. It's just so difficult, these cars, isn't it?
I thought that I said to give the Cameron gave the medium to go before us, just before I jumped in, and I said to do it as well.
Just to the side, by the way, John has now got past the orange apex car, so Napa back up into P8 to make that move on that lap and got through. How can you put into words the differences between this and the Van Wall? Because although they're both hypercars, they are very, very different cars, aren't they?
The only reason why I struggle is a different track. Like the Van Wall we drove at Daytona, and I don't know if it's just a characteristic of this track, but this just feels bouncy. It's very lively to just kind of, you've only got to hit a curve the wrong way. Or the chicane, which I think is at 4 and 5, it's so loose. If you just take, you think you're being conservative, and the back starts to go, but you think, oh, I've got this, it's fine, and then suddenly, just round it will go. I made 3 errors before I came into that second stint, just because each time I was thinking, I wasn't even pushing. I was just being quite conservative, but the car still goes round.
You almost end up feeling like treating it like you're driving in the wet.
Yeah, that's exactly it. It's a bit like it's driving wet. And when you first come out on new boots, it's all right. You can actually push on the tyres. But as soon as you lose that initial grip from the rears, yeah, it's just a handful. And then I found I had to drive at like a second off the pace I was setting, just to kind of get into the car.
You mentioned you came in also getting a bit sugary. Are you noticing the difference with this race being a lot longer from a physical and a concentration perspective?
The stints are the same. It's
just more of them.
There's more of them, and Cameron just said, I might have a look at how long's left, and I said, please don't, because we didn't realise that we're only half. So it's that side. From the driving side, the stints are the same sort of length, so yeah, there's no difference from the driving side. It's more the kind of, we've got so far to go there that, yeah, we can still keep making our way up.
So, I mean, you've got a gap of, a lap and a half to make up on the next car ahead, but as you say, 4 hours to go, anything's possible.
We've still got half the race to go. I mean, go back 4 hours to that first stint, we were 2 laps behind the car ahead of us, I think.
Yeah.
And, we're now seeing if we're up in, or we can try and catch P7. How far did you say they were ahead of us?
Well, at least a full lap, but obviously you've got the race leader in between. That's why I'm not 2 laps down and 4 laps down, so...
Everyone's making errors as well. That's a big point.
That's a very because Don's got in the car 15-20 minutes ago, so
he has.
Yeah, one left on that bring the gap down as well. So yeah, still plenty to play. See how it plays out for him now.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Right, I'll let you go and have a rest.
Thank you all.
Especially because it's getting really warm in here, so this podcast thing, that Twix is going to melt for a start. I'm going to get my snappy Hawaiian shirt out. So thank you very much, Adam and Christopher of Napa Racing UK. Now back up into 8th place, and we're going to go back and just talk about Team Purple Helmet here, because Jack Ashton just came 8 thousandths short of setting a new fastest lap of the race, and since he came out of the pit, he's found 8 seconds on Martin Buchan. The gap's gone from 73 to 65. It's still coming down rapidly. Buchan's doing kind of low 46s. So Ashton's finding between 1.5 and 2 seconds a lap at the moment.
We're getting to a point where Jack's going to jump the Boo Barracuda car at the next set of pit stops. I think we're very close to that.
If you remember that last pit stop, it was I think
70 seconds.
Yeah.
And it was 4.5 seconds.
Yeah, so I think we're just about at that crossover point now. I mean, it's going to be a little while until Martin pits again. And so there's going to hopefully be more time more Team Purple helmets we hoping more time to find. But yeah, this is it's not a battle on track that we're watching, you know, between the two of them head to head in the same piece of road, but it's fascinating how this is developing.
Yeah, it is still a in-development battle for the race lead, and Martin not having a teammate per se, he's going to be very confused if he comes out of the pits and Jack Ashton is then in front of him. After seeing all the dramas that Jack Ashton has had on circuit, he's going to be like, how did I get that wrong? But it's all down from that short stint earlier, which we thought was Team Purple Helmets deciding to do a short fuel stint when Mark was struggling. We then found out that they just had no rear tyres left at all in that stint, which meant that they were just struggling for pace, so it was pointless to stay out on track.
Well, Martin's been doing sort of regular sort of low 46s. He's just done a 1:45.4, so I think he's kind of worked out I need to get a bit of a wriggle on here.
Yeah, I mean, he needs to at least match their pace, because if Jack keeps putting in 44s, then that's going to continue to shrink that gap, and if it gets lower than 64 seconds, I would say that's then a position change.
Yeah, 65.1 at the moment. I've sort of got the tyre info on the screen there that Martin Buchan's running hards and Jack Ashton's gone for the mediums at the moment.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay, so that's a new strategy for them. They've been running
who?
hard for Team Purple Helmets.
Have I accidentally uncovered an insight?
Yeah.
Hang on, I've only been here an hour.
They've switched to the mediums, which they were not using and they were quite adamant against using.
It would explain why he's able to put in 144s at will.
Potentially. I mean,
He did seem quite interested when you mentioned the go for the gap for using mediums at the start.
yeah, I think that's what's fueled that.
You've done it.
I think, yeah.
Your fault.
Accidentally. Because go for the gap were on mediums in the first stint and they were rapid. But Jack tried the mediums in practice and he just really didn't get on with them. But it seems like in the race conditions, they are working really well. So, could be the tyre to be.
Just a quick note, 63 Quatermass car in 7th place is in the pits. Just waiting to see if our sheet is updated with his driver change. Adam Locke has been driving that car up to this point.
Also, Orange Apex are now back ahead of Napa Racing UK.
Ah.
Have Napa Racing pitted again? Their last lap was a 2:05.
2:05 and the sector 2 and 3 looked fine.
I think that sounds like a pit stop. That sounds like a pit stop, but I haven't seen it say pit.
No, I don't think they have pitted.
They've just done a 32 sector 1, so they definitely have not pitted.
It's only been 20 minutes or so since John got in the car, so I think JDS has made a mistake somewhere.
Oh dear. That's unfortunate with the
He's
Quatermass
going
car in the
to
pit
be
lane.
really frustrated about that, particularly after making up the place.
Yes, definitely. I mean, we said before he's not the biggest fan of this circuit. It's just kind of getting through the race for him will be a success, I think, for John.
Yeah, I'd say John, in terms of voicing his opinion about things within races, on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being Dan Ticktum, I'd say John's about a 9.
I was about to say that's very harsh if you're comparing him to Dan Ticktum.
Yikes.
Apologies, Dan Ticktum fans, but...
Well, no, Dan Ticktum is he's a great driver, and he's
He
never
is.
been backward about coming forward about and it's all the way through his career if he feels he's struggling or if he needs raising, and that's not necessarily a bad thing because we don't want all drivers to be robots. I'm a driver as a positive thing, if anything.
Yeah, sometimes. I think it's affected his own career a few times. So,
Martin Buchan's lost the time for track limits.
yes, he has.
So if everybody decide that he needs to get a move on, that's a very good indicator of it.
Yeah,
Have we
and the
seen
gap
any
has
track limit
extended to
penalties?
66.3, so he has definitely responded, and Purple Helmet's now into the 45s. So I'm wondering as well, with Jack like using these mediums now, maybe this is his first stint on the mediums, so he may have overdone them a little bit. He's got to be careful. I mean, he has had a very good sector 1 on this lap itself, but Martin's also had a pretty decent first sector.
I mean, he's had 6-7 good laps there. It maybe just past that peak performance of the tyre now, and he's done a couple of 45 ones and just get back into 45. So, yeah, it could just be natural.
I mean, gap's back down again to 64 seconds. So
oh wow.
It's ebbing and flowing, and we know for those of you at home that sounds like a lot, but they are on different pit stop strategies, so it's all dependent on that gap. And 64 seconds, I think they're going to be side by side.
Yeah,
basically.
that is going to be really close. That's what the gap is doing the next.
If Martin pitted this lap, they would be side by side. So Martin's now they'd be behind because it's 63 seconds. So Martin's really got to get the hammer down.
It's worth mentioning. We're talking about Jack Ashton in loads and loads of 44s. Martin Buck has just done a 45.4, but his best lap of the whole race is only a 44.8. So especially if he's on the hard tyres, does he have the ability, and I'm trying to do down in the ability driver, but does he have the chance to put in mid-44s on the tyres he's on? I'm not sure he does.
No, and he won't know what Team Purple Helmets are doing either, because he can't, you know, he's, like I said, he's got no teammate.
It's one of the big drawbacks
I
that
mean,
he's going solo today.
If Sean is giving him information right now, then fine, that could help. But at the same time, I also feel like Martin might not want to know. He might just, he literally seemed very dead set on just driving the race. No silly strategy calls, no random change of strategy. He just was like, I just want to get to the end of it.
Yeah.
Just pit every hour, new tyres.
Okay.
To attention, sorry, our race steward has just been called to attention by the race director to have a look at an incident. So unfortunately Dane will be leaving us for the time being, but it does mean with Dane being our commentator as well as steward, we get to find out very quickly what the call is. We don't just see the penalty and wonder, which does make life a lot easier for me and Dan. But yeah, so gap still at around 63.8, 44.9 that last lap for Jack Ashton, so still managing to get the car into the 1 minute 44s, which is extremely impressive to be putting in that consistent pace. When you look at the other lap times being set around the circuit, it is by far the fastest car on track. So yeah.
Can we have a look at how many pit stops each car has made so far?
Yeah,
I'm asking with reference
through.
to the gaps between third, fourth, and fifth.
It does cycle through, but let me just switch off the other
That's fine, because I mean, there's been no pit stops in the last few minutes, but Avanti Racing...
Now, it should flip up in a second if I click on that.
Yeah, the Avanti Racing are only 7.3 seconds ahead of Go for the Gap. That's coming down. Avanti Racing had just made a stop about 10 minutes or so ago, which is why that gap's come down. They have made one more stop. So I basically just want to investigate whether that was a genuine gap or not. And it suggested they've made one more stop, but it probably isn't. So Avanti Racing, they're doing a really, really good job in third place there.
They are. I think that is a genuine battle between the two cars, though, personally, because they are 69 seconds. Is that 69 or is that 7 seconds? I think I'm getting confused. Yeah, sorry,
it's 7 seconds, but Avanti have made one more stop because they stopped about 10 minutes or so ago.
So Onid will pit, and then we will see, go for the gap, sorry, we'll pit, and then we will see the true gap for that one once more. Although I think Aidan Carter will probably want to get in front of them on circuit before that happens. Aidan's still putting in some very good lap times, 1:46.1 last lap around. Martin is really trying to push the car now. Jack into the 145s now, and Martin both in the 145s too. So both of them putting in a relatively similar pace. The gap is sort of ebbing and flowing a little bit now, so it's not coming down as rapidly as it was. So as the stint's going on, those mediums, I think, are just starting to struggle a little bit more. Yeah, people keep complaining that they can't hear me.
So we'll keep an eye on that gap with third, fourth and fifth. As I said, Aiden's still doing some very, very good lap times. But yeah, the lap times of Buchan and Ashton have kind of converged now. They both did a 45.3 last time round. The gap's 63 seconds. So just on this stint alone, Jack has found 10 seconds, which is a lot in the context of battle that we are having. Do we have a race control update? We do not have a race control update. So race control are still looking at something. Obviously we're not going to tell you which car or where it is, unless something has come up. So we'll come back to that shortly. Let's have a look at the other lap times and battle further down. Still 3 hours and 46 minutes this race to go. And not disappointing. Just like the previous two races we had at Daytona and at Estoril. The races have very different strategies, different choices of tyres, different fueling strategies, and as happens in all good endurance races, when we've got to the last hour, we've seen those strategies converge, and the race has kind of unravelled itself. And I think this one, particularly because of how close these top two cars are, I think there's still plenty to be decided. Obviously, I can't imagine that Jack's going to drive the rest of the race, and Mark Carver is going to take over and do at least, I would have thought, at least some more of the driving between now and the end of the race. And of course, his pace and his consistency, I think, could be really key to deciding the overall outcome, and we'll see how that unravels over the next couple of hours. So, Blue Barracuda, purple helmet, Avanti, go for the gap, can sport your top 5, 4 1/4 rounds of racing. I'll just do that in a couple of minutes' time. So we're still watching the race leader, Martin Buchan, just over that hump and down towards the final corner on the circuit. And we've just had confirmation of that race control decision, and we've been able to have a look at it ourselves, and the Napa Racing UK car are being given a drive-through penalty. What happened was, we did think that they had a short spin earlier on, and I think hopefully we'll be able to show you a replay of it now. Oh, here we go, there's a replay of it now, sorry. So unfortunately John Dean Smith had a bit of a spin coming through turns 2 and 3, and then as he's rejoined right in front of the Orange Apex Esport car, which had basically no way of avoiding it. It was right on the apex of turn 3, and kind of went straight into him. So because it was an unsafe rejoin, the Napa Racing UK car, which has dropped back to 9th place, is going to have to serve a drive-through penalty.
See the Napa Racing UK car loses it on the exit of turn 2, goes into the barrier, and then very desperately drives back to the circuit right in front of the Orange Apex car. So yeah, it's a pretty slap bang one there for the stewards, unfortunately for John Dean Smith. I understand the frustration, you just want to get back onto the racetrack and keep going. You don't want to think about the area, you just want to get on with it. But driving straight onto the racing line like that, it's only going to cause issues.
Yeah, and the Napa car's in, so I think that penalty is being served immediately. Just going to have a look at
he's doing that now. Yeah, he's driving straight through.
Sorry, it just said Napa Racing UI instead of UK and everything, when we just put out the pit caption on there. So that, I'm just looking at our second screen, I think that is the Napa car that has rejoined just in front of the Quatermass 35 car. They are 9th and 10th, although there are 3 laps between them, so unfortunately that is not a direct fight position. However, one place you might be getting a direct fight position soon is the 3rd place, even though they are on different pit strategies. Aidan Carter in the only go for the gap car, continuing to outpace the Avanti Racing car Edson Manguera, and the gap between them on the road is now down to less than 5 seconds, 4.8. And Carter was 7/10 quicker than Manguera last time round. On that battle for the last spot on the podium. Only Camsport still very much in that fight as well. They're only another 9.5 seconds further back, which is a decent run so far for Ben Brown. And so yeah, 3rd, 4th, and 5th still very much in play at the moment, and we'll see how this goes.
So we welcome back Dane to the commentary box.
Dane has taken his race control hat off and he's put his commentator hat back on.
Yes, I have. That was did you get a replay of the incident?
We did get a replay.
Okay, good. Yeah, good. It was it's quite bad, wasn't it? Yeah, it wasn't the best rejoin. It was worse. So the reason that decision took a little bit longer than we would have all liked is that one of our race control PCs decided that the 10 seconds of the incident, it didn't see it. It just froze right before the rejoin and then continued just after the rejoin. So, yeah, whilst we were watching that, Adam Christopher walks up to me and says, "Nothing to see here."
move along.
He's like, "It's such a shame that the replay is frozen."
Stormtrooper in the first Star Wars film. Nothing to see here. Move along.
Yeah, it's such a shame that the replay is frozen right here because I could have proven our innocence if it was.
On the rejoin. No, thank you very much for that incisive insight there. So we're in a bit of a period of stasis now with the battle for the lead. They're both kind of doing mid-45. The gap stabilised around the 63-second mark, and I think, as Grant and I were speculating a few minutes ago, that maybe Jack Ashton with those mediums just lost a little bit of the performance that you're going to get earlier on in the stint. Plus, Martin's, I say he's been given the hurry up, but he's driving on his own, so he's given himself the hurry up. Because he has moved from 46s into consistent 45s on those hard tyres.
Yeah, putting in a hell of a monster stint. 8 hours of driving around Bahrain by yourself. That's no short feat.
It's a lot.
Cars.
Is he driving home tonight?
Yeah. Well, I imagine he's driving to his hotel actually. No,
I was going to say, he does 8 hours of Bahrain and then decides to drive back to Scotland.
I mean, I don't think he doesn't live in
Martin doesn't live in Scotland.
Does he not?
He doesn't live. I know where he. I'm not going to start giving his address details out. He doesn't live near here, but
Right.
he doesn't live in. I'm not
Okay.
saying he's driving home to Scotland.
I was about to say, that's an impressive drive.
Martin lives about an hour and a half's drive from here.
You complained way too much then. About the
Well, there's Quatermass car off.
There's,
Yeah.
there's
The other
both
They're
Quatermass cars.
just formation flying again, I think. I just
Did
get a
you-
feeling that every now and then.
If you can just hear a sort of just a very sort of faint ripping sound in the background, that is Max Booner tearing his hair out.
Did you see the Barracuda cars? Whenever they lap each other, they kind of do a weird thing. Like the Barracuda car will often just park it on the apex and make Martin drive around. It's happened. I've seen it a few times now.
Is that like when you get like the racing equivalent of letting someone pass on the motorway or letting someone by and hitting the hazards to say thank you?
No, because it sounds more aggressive than that.
It's more
They're deliberately doing it to
they're-
mess each other about.
Yeah, there was Sean. He just parked on the apex of turn 4 as Martin was on the outside. He thought he was going to let him through, and he just parked it.
If, Grant, we could have a look at the battle for third and fourth now, because that gap's down to
Ooh.
3 seconds now.
Oh, Napper's just
Oh.
fun.
Another
Nappers
Smith.
around.
As we said earlier when Anthony was still here, spins, Reed spins, took the tyres and everything. It's a difficult thing to recover on with these cars, probably more than most.
I'm sure he's going to be in the best of moods when he gets out of that.
Alex will be cowering in the corner as we speak. Also got Cam Richardson to go back in that car I'm sure for another stint as well later on. So another difficult day, unfortunately, for
Yeah.
the 51
We
Racing UK
might
entry.
try to avoid interviewing John after this stint.
I like the black light in there.
Well, if we interview him, because of the late start, if we interview him in the last 45 minutes of the races after the water, it'll be after 9 o'clock. It's not a problem.
I'd rather it stays clean even after the watershed, if I'm honest, but oh well.
Is the watershed a thing on
Yeah.
YouTube?
It isn't, but they're very funny with language.
It's
these days.
it's marked as not made for kids.
No, for sure, but YouTube are quite funny with language on YouTube these days, especially on live streams. Let's just leave it at that.
The moral maid of Grant Lyman. You're
Yeah,
listening to BBC Radio
I mean,
4.
we don't know who's listening, we don't know if there's younger viewers, and, you know,
We can ask them.
Stanley, one of our drivers, is basically a child as well. So,
Well, the youngest person we know is listening is Aaron. Aaron, I know, knows some fruity language. We've heard him use them very loudly on commentary because we can normally hear him.
Yeah, we had to move his regular pod away from the door
Yeah, we can't
because
put Adam next to the com box anymore.
no.
Dane, now,
who was it?
I think Dane, I think you.
Shamak, that's it.
Yeah, I think you were commentating when Aaron won the reverse grid Alpine race at Croft at the end of last year, and it was like, and I was driving in that race. And I
oh,
remember,
Ownit go for the gap, have just pirouetted around, sorry to interrupt, but they have just spun in their pursuit of P3, and it's a tricky rejoin that is. It's lots of reversing, lots of wiggling at the wheel. They're going to lose a lot of time, including to Camsport, who are going to go past them. No, but they're definitely going to get a good run into first place.
yeah, down the straight they come. It's about the fourth place. Such a shame for Aidan Carter. He's done a great job of a really good run, quick times, getting that gap down. All that hard work's just been undone.
Tyres will be nice and spicy at the moment as well, coming through this pretty tricky traction zone at the start of the lap, and
Yeah.
out of turn 4 as well. It's going to be tough.
Yeah, Ben Brown will be licking his lips with anticipation to have a chance to get up into fourth place. So these two have had a really good battle all the way through this race, nearly 4.5 hours now, and that battle very much rejoined.
So I just would like to point out that Martin Buchan is now starting to extend the gap between himself and Team Purple Helmet.
And it's worth mentioning, it's not that his times have got better, it's that Jack's are starting to regress. He did a 45.8 last time round. Good first fix this time. Barracuda are in, I can see, in 6th place. So I know Nathan Burton only took over at the last pit stop, so he may stick around. We'll keep you updated on that as we continue to watch this battle for P4.
So I think we're also getting very close as John Dean Smith pirouettes again.
Oh, no.
My God.
Oh, we're very, very happy John Dean Smith is going to leave that car at the end of the stint.
Yes, he is, and I don't think he's going to get back in it, even if he's paid to.
That wouldn't surprise me.
No, so it is. I think we're getting quite close to regular pit stops as well. I'm not sure where Nathan was in terms of the regular pit cycle.
They changed on the last stop, so...
Yeah.
I think they were more or less on. I don't think they had any problems that caused them to pit early or anything like that, so...
No.
But that is early. Oh, here we go. Just to prove the point, in comes Onid, Go for the Gap, who are on the regular strategy.
And Cam Sport as well.
Cam Sport follow them in as well as Barracuda leaves the pit lane. We just saw in the background of that shot.
It was only a 34-second stop. That's a short one.
That's definitely double stinting at least 2 of the tyres.
Oh, we'll find out.
So, thank you, Dane. So, Dane's going to go and ask Kingy and find out what they're up to. So, only Cam Sport and only Go for the Gap, both in the pits. Technically, we've just seen an overtake because Cam Sport are ahead of them in the pit lane. So they're leading by about 3 car lengths.
Yes, and we'll see if any of those decide to do similar with the strategy. So we'll keep a camera in the pit lane. But I think it's good to have a camera on Martin at the moment, because if these guys are all in, that means Martin's going to be in very, very soon himself. So potentially in this
Orange,
lap.
Apex and Napa are both in.
And it's another lap for Martin Buchan. Okay, so he's not in this lap, and he has extended the gap again a little bit. Dane, you have news?
I have news, and I have some very helpful information that would have been nice to know for the last 4.5 hours of this race. Whoa! Okay, that was a bit sketchy in the pit lane. That wasn't on the live feed, but there was a pretty sketchy wide moment in the pit lane.
Cam Sport, unsurprisingly, coming out at the same time and almost more pit lane. We don't want more pit lane contact today, do we?
And so Napa was in the pits as well.
Yes, Orange, Apex and Napa are both in.
I feel like John may have thrown in the towel a little early. That seems a bit, and that's not...
Even if he hasn't, the amount of times he's been...
He is still in the car. I think he's just changing the tyres because the tyres, as we've seen, absolutely gone. Barracuda, Nathan's staying in the car, first of all. They changed all 4 tyres. Sorry, they're double stinting all 4 tyres. It takes the same amount of time whether you're changing 2 or 4 tyres.
It definitely doesn't, because I've tested it.
That's what they've said to me.
Nope, that's a lie.
Well...
I've seen it with my own eyes.
Well, now we have conflicting information.
No, it's not conflicting. They've obviously not tried to do it.
Cam Sport off the road there, just losing a couple of seconds.
Because it's 12 seconds quicker if you just change 2 of the tyres.
Maybe they're just
Napa can
not
stop
counting
for a minute and
properly.
20 seconds now.
I reckon they might have had some damage.
Yeah, well, probably from the hit.
They are now driving.
Right. Yeah, 1 minute 97. That must have been a damage repair from the... Because I mean, they hit the barrier as well when John went off, and then obviously there was the contact with the rejoin, so that would make sense if they had some repairs to do.
He is still in the car, John. So.
Okay, so...
Which is probably safer for everyone concerned.
So I wouldn't tell Barracuda that information if I were you, because they'll probably be quite cross if they then find out that it's not the same. But they have double stinted.
Martin Buchan
Yes,
in.
they have double stinted, that's why they're pit sport.
Martin is in, so let's switch to the Team Purple Helmets car, and then we'll put our other camera on Martin in the pits, and then we'll do some television magic.
Jack Ashton just coming down the back straight out turn 11. There you see the exciting picture-in-picture shot of a stationary racing car. That is Martin Buchan. The gap was 60, just over 64. So based on what we've seen before, this could be very, very close if it is a full-length pit stop for Martin Buchan. So just into turn 13 now comes Jack Ashton. Then got the straight, kind of down the slope gently towards the final corner. And we wait for diminutive Scotsman to get on the move once again. Should be any second now with a 43, 44, 45 seconds. Ashton's just coming to the last corner now.
Slow stop.
It is a 48.3 second stop. Buchan on the move. How far is he from the end of the pit lane?
I mean, he's only just started rolling, and
I think
Jack
Jack
Ashton
Ashton's
is
gonna
down
take
the
the
line.
lead.
Oh, he's got him. Yeah, there he
he's
is.
already got him. He's got the lead. That's it. Into the lead he goes. So now Martin is going to be very, very confused as to how that's happened. But now he's probably going to put pedal to metal. He does have a fresh tyre advantage now, though.
I'll be interested to see what tyres he's on. Has he gone for hards again? Has he decided to make a change? Obviously, we do know with our tyre information we have to take a little time to cycle through. So hopefully within the next lap or two, we'll have a clear idea of Martin's tyre choice. But Team Purple Helmets, Jack Ashton at the wheel, sharing with Mark Carver, halfway through the 5th hour, have retaken the race lead.
So I've got the tyre info on screen at the moment. I'm not sure if it has updated just yet.
Usually updates across the line, and the line at Bahrain is right at pit entry, so it will probably take a lap to update for this.
Yeah, we'll wait to the end of the lap. 35 Quatermass car is in. Michael Tyler at the wheel. I don't know if he's going to hand back over to Max Spooner. We will find out very shortly. We'll keep you up to date on that. We have a new race leader with 3.5 hours still to go.
Yeah.
And making those mediums work to his advantage.
Yeah, definitely, and putting in a very solid first sector as well, 31.6, which is a really quick time.
Yeah, the gap, by the way, just under 6 seconds between Ashton and Buchan now.
Which is a lot bigger than I thought it would be. I thought they were going to literally be side by side. So
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't know.
It felt like a slow pit stop for Martin.
Yeah, I mean, 48 is quite.
I wonder if he missed. I wonder if he missed his pit box again. Because he did that before. He missed his pit box and had to reverse. If he's done that again, then he's lost some time. Obviously, if he hasn't done that, then apologies to Martin. But we're a little bit miffed because we figured from the previous stop that should have basically been them side by side.
I don't think Quatermass have changed driver. Orange Apex did when they could have about 4 cars in the pits at the same time. There was lots to focus on. But Orange Apex have changed their driver. Adam Clark is out, and Reno DeMarco has taken that one over.
Okay, cool.
So it looked more obviously. Martin Buchan's crossed the line now, and the screen still says hard, so we can assume he's on the hard tyres.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to change strategy.
No, I think it would have been a surprise on this occasion if he had. I mean, we know he has played kind of done tyre changes on the fly before, but when you're driving on your own 8 hours and you want consistency and predictability, particularly with these cars, it's a bit of a different story.
So is it still John Dean Smith in the Napa Racing UK car?
We believe so, yes.
So he has just done a personal best final sector for the car, so maybe a happier stint this time around, which would be good.
That's good news. Obviously we have a new driver in the Orange Apex car as well, so pace relative might be interesting to watch there. In the Orange Apex sort of 149 last time round. John took 4 seconds out of it. It's 22 seconds behind, so plenty of work to do, but if there's one thing the Napa guys don't do, it's give up. So still stuff for them to race for, as Adam said when he was in with us a short time ago. There is plenty of racing still to take place with 3 hours and 27 minutes to go.
Yeah, lots could still happen in this race. As per normal, with a Simply Race Endurance Series event, there is always something going on or something bubbling up. So just looking at the sector time, so Martin is definitely lapping a little bit quicker at the moment than the Purple Helmets car. Although it's quite interesting because most of that seems to be the middle sector where Martin is prevailing over the Team Purple Helmets car, which would make sense with fresher tyres because of how many traction zones there are in Sector 2. But Sector 1 for Team Purple Helmets remains to be very strong for Ashton. Every time he seems to be going through there, which means he's still able to lap in the 1 minute 45s quite consistently. Martin's just had another lap time deleted. So
which sector is Sector 1?
Sector 1 for Purple Helmet seems to... I know there's a lot of traction there as well, but Sector 2 is obviously quite high downforce, high speed.
That's what I was thinking.
And low traction, so the fresh rubber can give you an advantage there.
Yeah, and also you'd be taking far more of a gamble pushing on in Sector 2 to try and find the time, whereas Sector 1, it's much more, you've got turn 1 and turn 4, they're big stops, you turn them in. Yeah. It's probably the better place to try and grab a couple of tenths and kick on a bit. So the gap's staying steady around the 6 second mark. We will obviously keep you across that. I do wonder though, Grant, are we getting to the point of the race we can try and start to work out how many more stops these guys have got left? I mean, how long is a full tank of fuel going to last in time terms?
About 48 to 50 minutes.
48 to 50 minutes, and we've got 205 to go.
Getting there.
So getting towards maybe Martin's thinking if it's 50 minutes, he might maybe get away with maybe only 3 more stops.
Yeah, and Team Purple Helmets had a short stint earlier, like a much shorter stint than normal, so they are in a totally different strategy, so we should probably mark on the clock when they come in.
So Martin pitted just under 3:30 on the clock.
Yeah,
we're going to bang on 3.5 hours to go.
Compare that when Team Purple Helmets pit, so we can sort of get a rough idea. It was quite a bit into the stint, but it wasn't like super early into the stint, or super late into the stint. Not around the middle of the stint, so they had about 60 litres left of fuel, I think, maybe about 55, 60 litres, so a fair whack into the stint, but not straight in. But we'll keep an eye on that when they do eventually stop. And I do wonder if they will have to splash and dash at the end, because they were hoping to do a short fuel stint at some point, which they have done at previous races, as you remember at Estoril.
Yeah.
But the code 60 in the first hour of the race stopped them from doing that. Well, changed their mind, basically. Like, they didn't want to risk it in this one for this first stint. So they were like, we'll maybe do that later on in the race. So we've potentially seen that accidentally from them. And then we'll maybe see if that at the end, if they've made it work, basically.
How easy or viable is it to fuel save in these cars and try and stretch the stints out? And to what extent is that possible?
Lifting and coasting, I've seen you gain about 2 minutes from that. So
Effectively,
50 minutes.
a lap.
Yeah.
2 if you're very lucky.
Yeah, if you're very good at fuel saving.
I'm just thinking, with the margin as small as it is, that could make a difference. Yeah, because, if the gap is less than the amount of time it would take to do a splash and dash, which clearly it is at the moment because it's only 5.8 seconds, stretching out 1 or 2 laps towards the end, like you said, 48, 50 minutes, Martin's pitted with 210 to go. You can see what I'm thinking here.
Yeah, I can.
Whether he might try and stretch it out.
Yeah.
Oh, Jack's had a duff second sector.
Yeah, he has.
He's lost 9 tenths
there. Of a second. I mean, the
there
last lap, Martin was in the 1 minute 44s and Jack in the 45s. I mean, there's nothing wrong with being in the 45s. He is just in front of the Barracuda car, though, so I have a feeling that he has had to lap that in the middle sector, which probably cost him quite a bit of time.
Yes, and although it is U and Boo Barracuda involved, there's no suggestion of foul play.
No,
they are not that. They are not that kind of driver.
I mean, Dane has spotted himself that U and Boo have been quite aggressive with each other when they've been lapping each other as well. So I don't think that comes into play at all.
No, I would not dream of Nathan Burton even thinking such a thing.
No, he wouldn't do that.
No, he's very much a sportsman.
So how are we looking on the chat? Any new chats coming in? Anything interesting? Questions?
Just a come on boo from Stuart French, who of course won at Daytona with Martin. So nice to hear from you, Stu.
Yeah, he's become a father in the meantime, hence why he's not here. So congratulations, Stu.
Yeah, many congratulations.
Australian. I don't know where that was going, but I wanted to reference Aussies in some way, shape or form.
Roo Barracuda.
Roo Barracuda, that would have been a much better name than Boo Barracuda.
Roo Barracuda.
Roo Barracuda would have been way
Why have we
better.
never thought of that before?
That's fantastic, and I bet...
Roo Barracuda for Stuart being Australian, I think.
I bet Stuart's just shot himself because he didn't think of that.
Yep.
Yeah.
He comes from a land down under. Anyway, we'll crack open a can of Foster's in celebration. No, we won't.
Foster's, they don't even drink Foster's now.
No, they don't. But, you know,
This is really funny.
Bit stereotypes.
Yeah.
Are you still Dane? Are you still with us?
Yeah, I am.
Yeah, you're still with us. Good.
You can see I am. You're listening.
Well, we've got Team Help Helmets in the lead now.
Yeah, I saw that.
We didn't expect that gap so big. Were you
No.
around Martin's car during his pit stop?
No.
Okay. So either he's missed his pit box again, reverse, or he's had another random slow pit stop like he did earlier in the race.
I'm gonna go investigate.
Because after the first stint, as you can see, they didn't exactly make it super easy for Martin there to get through. It wasn't too difficult, but it wasn't.
He hasn't gone for a comfort break, has he?
Who?
Martin. I think that's why his stop was slow.
Ah, maybe.
I mean, 8 hours in the
Yeah,
pod.
he did say he would
on your
shout
own.
for them to clear the gangway, so I guess that is.
It would be very disappointed if this race is
decided by
a nature call.
Yeah.
But I mean, Nathan didn't have that problem at Eston. I thought it might come up during that race, and it didn't.
No, I mean, I think like it got to a point where you get so warm in the sim that you just don't need to go sometimes because of the body heat of yourself. You sweat it out instead. It's like when you go to a very, very hot country and you drink a lot of water and nothing happens.
Right, I'll look out for that when I go to Malaysia then.
So we just keep an eye out on the gaps on circuit. So yeah, Martin is bringing that gap down a little bit now, 4.7 seconds. But it is again ebbing and flowing. He had a very good middle sector that time around again. Martin
right. Our head of urinary affairs is back.
Oh, what?
Oh, we were speculating why Martin's pit stop along. We did speculate that maybe nature was calling and he had to make comfort break.
Yes, but he got back before the pit stop ended.
So that wasn't
And
why. But
no.
he did, but that wasn't why. It was
Yes,
slow.
yes, exactly.
So we were half.
He was back before the car dropped off the jacks, and then he left as soon as it was possible for him to leave. And I also spoke to Team Purple Helmet, and they say their pit stop wasn't particularly quick. They're also confused as to why they're in front. They were expecting to be behind.
Thanks, Ted.
No worries.
So maybe Martin is just requesting the pit stops too late every
He
single
must
time.
be. It's the only explanation.
Because
That's an interesting point.
Because
Because
they
they
both
do- it
had
does simulate
tyres
that.
and fuel.
And Jack's just come back down into the 44s. That's the best lap he's done.
Does
for
he know
quite some
that you
time.
have to request?
he must do.
Does he though?
Maybe it's worth talking to whoever's not in the Uber car, relaying that we have a feeling that Martin isn't requesting. Obviously, we don't want to stress Martin out, but it might be worth, you know,
Yeah, go and have a word with Kingy.
because we don't want to give him information that could potentially help him win the race, but at the same time, it feels a little bit unfair. Cool. So
the
he's
plot
going to go through
thickens,
that.
Grant.
The plot does thicken. I think it is that still, because yeah, the first stop, it was like he just last minute followed the Team Purple Helmet's car into the pit lane.
I mean, you thought he'd want to be alerting people to the fact he was
Got a
coming in, so that the
yellow
way's clear if he doesn't
sector
need to go and use the facilities.
It's now clear. I think it was Napa looking from their region. No, because we've got yellow in sector 2 now.
Oh yeah, they've had a slow sector 1 there, but they've lost about 5.5
and
seconds.
it's Ubarakuda
Or
losing
Nathan.
it there. Nathan having a little pirouette as the Quatermass car goes by, not for position, just to unlap. So yeah, a little bit of an uncharacteristic spin there, although he has had a couple this race now, so does happen even to the super fast drivers. Martin's really putting in some good lap times at the moment, 3.8 behind the leaders now.
Yeah, Avanti into the pits. Edson Manguera has come in with 83 on only go for the gap and fourth,
Now,
so they should come back out in P3.
If I remember correctly, Team Purple Helmets didn't pit that much longer after Avanti on that last pit stop.
So it could have
stretch,
stopped
so
soon.
I think we're
Martin's
quite
only Martin's only 3.8 seconds behind now.
Yeah, he's really closing that gap. 44s for Martin now quite consistently. So a really, really good pace. The pace just ebbing and flowing between the two of them. Jack's last middle sector was a 47.5, which was 7/10 slower than what Martin did there. So yeah, definitely some big gaps. And a 31.7 for Martin in sector 1 on this lap, and a 32.0 for Jack in sector 1 on this lap as well. So I think that they are coming to the end of those mediums' life. So I do wonder what Jack thought of those mediums, if I'm honest. We've had him in already. Maybe we can get Dane to ask him, you know, was that the right call? I mean, I guess we'll find out if they then go back onto them again for the next stint, because that's always one way to sort of check. But because I know he wasn't a big fan of them in the first, when he was practicing on them.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hi.
Have you found out anything?
I have some theories, some new theories. So
So you haven't found anything out, you've just decided to make it up instead.
no, yes. So the the time he spent stationary is identical to every other car that has been making pit stops. They're all
Really?
about 48 seconds.
Okay.
They think there's two pit
As
exit
purple
lines.
helmets come in. So
Yes.
can you quickly do that math? So is that 14 minutes between the two stops? Purple
The
helmets.
13 or 14 minutes, yes,
Yes.
because I think it was about 3:29 with Martin coming.
Okay, so we've now got that information, which is very useful.
Yeah. I'll start thinking about that later, because that's going to...
Play,
Front line,
that'll
yeah,
play.
massively.
That'll play into it later on.
So, Martin Buchan, at least on the road, retakes the lead for the
So
time being.
do we think it's his? Is he slowing down too early for the pits then?
No, there's a second pit exit line.
You think he's waiting for that?
They think what I spoke to Team Purple Helmets and Sean. They think he might be using the second pit exit line, and that might be costing him some time. But the actual stationary time is identical, and he is requesting pit stops, and he's doing it like half a lap
I mean,
before.
saying that though, but I mean, the Team Purple Helmets car was already in front before that part of the pit lane anyway. That's why it's also really
It's
confusing.
so weird, isn't it? Because
Like-
you can't use 5 seconds on
Unless
pit
he had a
exit.
bad in lap.
But it's like it's a few times it's happened now. The first round of pit stops, and he
Yeah.
was 5 seconds slower.
49-second stop for Jack, so a little, 1 or 2 seconds slower than normal.
Yeah.
So
How odd.
Is Jack still in the car? Right?
I believe so, because he was coming into pit.
I mean, you can literally open the door and
Yeah, which is kind of what I was inferring.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right, Jack's still in the car, okay. Well, I imagine the next stop they'll probably change them, because I can't imagine he's going to do the rest of the race, and I imagine he'll want to be in the car for the end. So I would imagine next stop Mark.
I don't know. I don't think that Mark is double stinting though.
I didn't say he was.
But then
I mean, theoretically, they've got, we reckon, 3 more pit stops to make. We have 48 to 50 minutes. They've pitted with 197 to go. 48 times 4 tanks of fuel. That's pretty much spot on. They've got 3 stops left to make. Martin's probably got 4, I reckon. So once Martin makes that extra stop, he's down there. So that gap between them when it's only 3 or 4 seconds, that's the gap.
Yeah.
Well, you can see now, it was about 63, 64 when before it cycled through, and now it's back up to 67.
Yes.
So Martin has found a few seconds in that stint. So yeah, following how that gap goes up and down now is absolutely critical.
Yes, it is. That is the victory, basically. That's the race win battle.
That's the win there.
Yes.
I told you it'd take me a while to work it out, but we get there in the end.
We're there. Your race report later is going to be very interesting. I didn't see the
What,
first
because I didn't watch the
bit.
first 3 hours
Yeah.
of it.
I'm going to come and take a seat.
The report may begin with the words, "The race sprang to life in the 4th hour."
I mean, you're more than welcome to start it like that. So yeah, it's been an interesting one today. I thought it was going to be a lot more attrition based than it has been.
Yeah.
If I'm completely honest, I thought there'd be a lot more incidents, a lot more crashes and spins. I think there was a lot of doom and gloom from the drivers before the race started, and it's been incorrect, which is good, because I was just worried that people would just be like, "Oh, this car, this track." Well, we want people to come here and enjoy.
What was it,
it.
Harry Enfield doing Kevin the Teenager? What was that?
Having watched some of the drivers from behind the seats, the car looks a handful.
It really does, doesn't it?
Really looks like, especially like through the S's. Adam was saying it when we spoke to him earlier, but they are holding the wheel almost straight. They're just balancing it around the entire time.
As Colin said, Jack knows how to get the car moving faster as he did on the start. And he said the same thing works in the pits. That's got to be good for 1
Yeah,
second.
and that is a thing. That 100% is part of it. I didn't want to say it.
No, I mean,
Without being prompted.
I don't know if that's like gonna really give you a second.
It's a
because
second
limited
and a
to 30.
half, at least, maybe even 2
Really?
seconds.
I don't
Well, think about
At
it.
the start of the race, yes, but not in the pit lane, because you're limited to 37 miles an hour, so you just
50 miles an hour.
I would like to bring.
50, yeah,
I would like to
true.
bring. I would like to bring in the point here that the actual stationary time on Jack's pit stop wasn't that good anyway. It was 49.3.
Which is at least a few tenths slower.
That's 1 or 2 seconds slower. So I mean, it could have been. If Jack could do that, it could have been even worse.
Vanity Racing putting in a personal best lap of the race.
Yeah,
very nice.
45.230.
I believe that's still Edson in the car. They are 13 seconds, 13 and a half ahead of Go for the Gap, who are in turn just under 8.5 ahead of Cam Sport. So, yeah, I'm really liking that battle for 3rd, 4th and 5th. It really is fluctuating between all 3 of them. They are all still genuinely in contention for the podium.
Yes, most definitely. It all depends on how the drivers cope through these final few stints in the race, and as it gets later into the race as well, drivers are going to get tighter, more fatigued, more errors might creep in, but the track is going to get faster and faster and faster. The more rubber that gets laid down, it's going to get nice and cool as well. So the hard tyres might become a bit harder to switch on as this race gets cooler. Although saying that, it is only going to drop down to 34 degrees Celsius, so that's still going to be very hot in terms of like UK wise, but for Bahrain it's a little bit on the cooler side, considering the race when the race started was at 40 degrees centigrade, so it's a bit of a drop.
Still very, very hot though, isn't it?
It is.
So Jack, first flying lap out of the ball, of his first flying lap, I think he's done a 44.7. Martin Buchan's last lap was a 45.4, so that gap 65.8. That's getting back to maybe Jack having a few seconds in hand. But yeah, these 1 or 2 seconds we're talking about gaining or losing in the pits is proving absolutely critical in a race this close.
Yeah, most definitely. It's going to be super close.
Oh, look at that
race.
middle sector.
Perfect
Wow.
sector from Martin. Oh no, sorry, from Team Purple Helmets. So Jack really just
And that first sector
go
is not
out.
purple, that's a quick first sector.
It is
as
a
well
quick
as
first sector,
31.5.
yeah, it's a very quick first
The
sector.
quickest of anyone in the last few laps, at least.
I wonder if this might be a fastest lap of the race coming in, if not very close to it.
We'll find out very soon. It's a small sector 3, so it should be coming up any second now.
Second now. Are we going to see?
Oh,
it is.
there it is.
He's just shaved a few thousandths off it. Fastest lap of the race, 1:44.258, and that is, well, that's what, over 5, nearly 6 tenths of a second quicker than anything that Martin Buchan's managed at any point.
And it brings him down to that magic 64.9 seconds.
We have to wait 3 hours to find out this gun. I want to find out how this ends now.
We're very impatient here. We do want to see some racing, but it is fascinating because we don't know how it's going to play out. If I was to put on my prediction hat, I would say I think that purple helmets have the advantage. I think they are just favourable over Blue Barracuda for the victory.
But
Dane has an alternate argument.
But this is Jack in the car. He is the quicker of the 2 drivers.
Yes.
And he's not going to do the next 3 hours.
Yeah.
No.
You would expect.
And I completely agree with Dane. And I'm not, I don't want to denigrate Mark's capability, but if he just has 1 or 2 little half spins, and we've obviously had a couple earlier.
Will, though. I think they were just struggling with those hard tyres because
it was definitely the first stint he was fine.
It's the first stint he was fast.
But who's to say that won't happen again?
But he's not going to double stint again because they won't try it.
Nonetheless, there's not a lot of margin for error here.
There's not.
Oh,
there's
for
not
sure.
At all.
But
And
it's going to be very close either way.
Before the race, he was really worried about how his left foot was going to handle the whole 8 hours. That's basically was the deciding point of whether or not, with 2 hours to go, if someone from Barracuda then jumps in the car, and then that throws a whole new spanner in the works.
Are they allowed to do that?
Yes.
They have. Yeah. They have
another fastest lap. 1:44.232, and Martin's running mid 45s.
He
that
is
gap,
flying.
he's absolutely flying on those mediums.
Yeah, so that's 63.6 seconds now.
Probably looking like what happened in the last stint, in that Jack put in 6 or 7 44s in a row and fined 8-10 seconds.
Yeah, it's the fresh tyres. It's the fresh tyres that he's just put on, and he's just absolutely flying. I think if he's decided that he's not going to double stint them, probably because you've got driver swap coming up at their next stop. So he's like, I've got 1 stint on these tyres, I can just destroy them.
I mean, he's being held up quite a lot, it must be said, on this lap by the only go for the gap car. Definitely losing a lot of time there. Not a great place to catch up a slower car, but he is driving extremely well, is Jack, on this stint.
Yeah.
Really making the most out of those new tyres, as you said. Hopefully the go for the gap car stays there. Yep, lovely, a good way to do it. But Jack definitely lost a fair amount of time in that sector.
Number of seconds that you can do it sort of 46.6.
Yeah.
At the moment.
It'll probably be a 47.2 just because it's Jack, knowing him. So we're going to go through now, and it is a 47.2.
Mystic Grant strikes again.
We'll see how much. So he didn't really lose anything because that's around what Martin put in. So that's.
I mean, Martin's doing 45.2s, which is near enough the best pace he's run all race. So again, I think like we saw earlier, Martin's seen what Jack's doing and has gone, right, we're going to head down now, giving him the hurry up again.
Martin has been ridiculously consistent though, considering the fact that he's been driving for 5 hours now.
Even by his normal standards.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's genuinely very, very
impressive. I mean, even with that traffic, that was a 44.9 for Jack Ashton. That's
with traffic.
That with traffic.
Admittedly fast traffic.
In sector 2. Yeah, but I mean, look at the difference in their lap times.
Who out-qualified him?
Who did out-qualify them, yes. But they definitely lost a lot of time there. Jack definitely lost a lot of time.
You lose time following anyone through there. If you're following Martin through there, he's losing time. It's one of the worst places you can find traffic. And I feel like maybe it's just because it's what we've been seeing, but I feel like they've caught traffic there a ridiculous amount of times.
Yeah.
Considering the relatively low number of cars actually on the track, he's caught cars through that part of the track so much.
Good point.
So just to make their gap a bit easier to understand, so basically Martin is in turn 1 now as Jack's going into turn 9. So that's their difference on the circuit. So it is a large chunk of the racetrack.
Martin's just done a 44.8. That's only a few hundredths off his best lap of the entire race. So
yeah, you're right.
Saying, Martin's got need to get a wiggle on again.
Martin's seen that.
That's a very fast final section.
Do you know what?
5.9.
he would have noticed the fastest lap change.
Yes,
because
he
he has the fastest lap on
2
his
laps
little
in a
heads-up
row.
display.
Yeah, 2 laps
Exactly.
in
He
a
would have
row.
seen it go down and down. He's like, that's a problem.
In other words, if Jack was running 44.3s, that might not have happened.
I mean,
Yeah.
to be fair, that lap Jack put a 47.1
Genuinely, yeah.
in the middle sector there, so it wasn't a perfect middle sector for Jack this lap. So he's not going to gain a huge chunk. I think it's going to be a similar sort of high 44 for him on this run. It was a very good first sector for him though, 31.4, which is a really, really good time in the first sector. The sector 2 was a little bit cruel to him. 26.0 for the final sector, so it's a 44.6 for Jack Ashton.
Oh, also a little bit of information that I somehow managed to completely skip over is that Team Purple Helmets do have some slight damage to the right rear of their car that they have opted not to fix because it's not actually affecting their speed, as we've very clearly seen.
And they can't afford to lose the extra time in the pit.
Exactly, they don't want to do that. They want to keep the pressure on Boo Barracuda, so they do have a little bit of damage on that car as well. And he's still putting in ridiculous lap times.
If I could maybe have a look at it, just want to bring in the battle for 6th place here. But we saw Nathan Burton have a spin, an uncharacteristic spin, and his lap times have fallen away somewhat. And the 63 Quatermass car of Adam Locke, here he is gaining. He's only just over 4 seconds behind now. So there is a battle emerging there for 6th and 7th. Adam Locke's been in the car for a while now. He's doing a really good job. And we have another battle on track emerging for 6th and 7th place. So I think this is probably, without any stops, we're coming up to the 5-hour mark, just a good chance to have a look through the leaderboard, just give a rundown of how the race stands. We come to the end of the 5th of 8 hours. So, Boo Barracuda, 666, Martin Buchan leading the race on the road by just under 1 minute and 3 seconds from Team Purple Helmets with Jack Ashton at the wheel. They're both running some of their fastest laps they've been doing all race, and they are battling for every little second they need. Oh, just saw the second screen. Martin Buchan almost spinning at turn 8, and that could have had a major impact on the race there. 3rd place is Avanti Racing. They're a lap down, but they are 11 seconds ahead of Only Go for the Gap, who are 11 seconds ahead of Cam Sports. That's Edson Mangera, Aidan Carter, and Ben Brown in that order, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Boo Barracuda in 6th place. They were only a few seconds ahead of Quatermass 63, but that 63 car has just come into the pits. That gap's going to go back out. Nathan Burton currently driving for Boo Barracuda. Adam Locke for Quatermass. I don't know, we might have a driver change there. We'll bring you up to date on that in a minute. 8th is Orange Apex with Reno DeMarco currently driving. They're 17 seconds ahead of Napa Racing UK. John Dean Smith having a difficult stint, a couple of stints, and then a drive-through penalty for an unsafe rejoin. Quatermass Motorsport with Michael Tyler currently driving are bringing up the rear in 10th spot. How much time did Martin Buchan lose with that little? I think you've seen it on your screen, but he was coming through turn 8, got on the power a little bit too early. He's done a 45.5. It's only cost him maybe half a second or so. But yeah, it wasn't.
Sector,
yeah, that's right. It wasn't far away from potentially coming to a serious bit of grief and undoing all the hard work that he's done over the last 5 hours. Yeah, especially this one of the race. Just an update, I can confirm that's a driver change for the 63 Quatermass car you see there, and Adam Locke is out and Cameron Westrope is back into that car in 7th. So we'll see how the pit stops play out with their battle with Boo Barracuda and what time Cameron can set, and see whether we can push on to get them into the top 6 by the end of the race.
Team Purple Helmets car having to deal with yet more traffic, but a bit of a nicer place to get in front of the car there into the final corner. Nice bit of straight for the slower cars to move out of the way and let them through. That gap still holding at around 62 seconds, so it is starting to ebb and flow once again as Jack puts in a 45.0 that time again. So lap time's really very consistent for both drivers at the moment, just with a slight edge for Jack. Okay, so we are now almost exactly 3 hours left to go. Long way to go, still. You know, it's half of a regular length Sres race. It'll be 6 hours, so
yeah,
lots can happen. We're pretty sure that we're going to see a battle for the lead to the end of the race. might not be on circuit, might all be down to the pit lane, but for the final few laps we could have a very, very intense battle between the two cars. For third place, I'm still not sure. I think Avanti now definitely have third because Onids go for the gap spin earlier. So I think third place is relatively safe for Avanti. I don't think they'd touch wood on that, but I think they've got a decent lock at that. So there we go, 3 hours remaining exactly. And then we have the Onid Camp Sport car still in 5th place. That's one constant of this race that doesn't seem to change in any way, shape or form. 6th place for U Barracuda. 7th place for the 63 Crates Master car. Orange Apex still holding that 8th position, not letting Napa Racing UK put pressure on. Napa now 16 seconds behind them. Next, Quatermass Motorsport 35 in last place. Car. So if you are still watching, feel free to keep your questions coming in the chat. So I've just seen a message go into the chat from Stuart. And what's he saying?
He says Rue Barracuda was a missed opportunity.
Rue Barracuda is definitely a missed opportunity. Dan, the genius that came up with that, I think we're going to have to pitch that for next season.
Yeah, for sure. I'll be very disappointed if it's not there.
But Stuart, we really hope to see you back at an endurance race soon. I understand being a father is quite a bit more important than driving in a simulator race. Maybe so, maybe not so. But hopefully we'll see you in the venue very, very soon for another event. It's a good race so far for your team, which is good to see. But yeah, anyone else in the chat that wants to comment or ask any questions, feel free to do so. If you want a random shout out or anything like that, just let us know. Is there any drivers you want us to talk to? You know, is there anyone is there any teams you want to hear from? We'll try and our darnest to get them into the commentary box area for a quick chat. Let us know. We're more than happy to do that, as we've got a yellow in section 3, which is still there. It's gone now. So I think we'll find a car in this category joining at some part of the circuit. And it looks like it is the Orange Apex Esports car, which means the gap to them and Napa Racing UK is now literally a few car lengths. So that we have a battle for position developing right in front of us. So what can Reno DeMarco do with a very angry John Dean Smith behind him, catching that, making that pace and closing that gap very quickly now with that mistake. That gap down to 1.5 seconds. Orange Apex losing a good 14 seconds that lap out of their 16-second advantage. So yeah, that's going to be really good to watch. So we'll see what John can do. They'll probably be very happy to see that they've made that mistake, so it just makes closing that gap all that much easier as he's closing down on the Orange Apex Esports car. So bus still worth iterating. This is their first race. This is their first attempt at simulation series. They are doing very well. Yes, they're in 8th place, but if you take away that incident they had at the start of the race, I think they've done extremely well. So, less than a second now, that gap. So we're going to come off of the onboard campus and go to the trackside campus to follow this battle and see who prevails. The gap for the lead still remaining at 62.5 seconds. So, staying the same basically, ebbing and flowing. Jack in the 45.7s, Martin in the 45.6s. Very, very close between the two of them now, as the mediums on the purple helmets are probably now starting to wear just that little bit more than the hards on Martin's car. So we'll continue to watch this and see how it develops as the battle.
Oh, that's a good exit.
Really bottoms up. Yeah, that is a very good exit.
Huge
alongside
exit
for Napa Racing UK going into the final corner. He's going to get later on the brakes. Very well done, left the room and up the inside. Although saying that, Orange Apex straight back alongside and nearly goes straight to the side of them, so does back out of that. They are going to get a good run with the slipstream potentially though, so let's see what they can do into turn 1. How late are they going to be on the brakes compared to Napa Racing UK? He does pull out to have a look, but I think he's just that too far back. Oh, that's going to be close with the Onid. Go for the gap car, pulling back in front of him. Never a great feeling when you're trying to lap cars battling like this, and off goes the Napa Racing UK car. That's surely gone in the wall. Yes, oh, I'm not sure if that's gone in the wall. It doesn't look like it has from the front of that, but that was a very interesting incident.
Time
there.
for a replay, I think.
Yeah, John Dean Smith, if he's not angry now, he's going to be even more furious. I'm going to try and find
That was quite something. So, as Dan McCall joins us back in the box as we look to find a replay, there's a bit of an off for the Orange Apex Esports car, and that's brought Napa right up to the back of him, and then into turn one. They got past Napa with John Dean Smith in that car, and then at turn two, they disappeared off of our screen, off into the runoff area.
Let's have a look. We've got the replay here, so I can see on the second screen. Okay, so we've come through. Yeah, carbon
He's
copy.
done well to avoid the wall there.
Yeah, it's a carbon copy of the incident that called unsafe read one. It's exactly
Yeah.
the same spot.
He's done better at keeping control of the car in
It's
that one there.
probably not helping, given I've just popped out to go and get myself a cup of tea, but his teammates aren't really being the most helpful they could be in terms of keeping him focused. That's all I'm going to say.
Oh dear.
I think a bit of an end of term atmosphere, I think, is set in within the Napa Racing camp.
Ah.
So yeah,
I think they were egging him on to make the move on the Orange Apex.
now I think we're just close to egging him.
Yeah, that's not a great idea.
No, only Camsport are in the pits. So I don't know. But Ben's been in the car for a while now, so I don't know if he's going to hand back over.
Yeah, we'll see if he swaps to Matt Goodger-Scott. I'll see if yes, they've swapped. I can see right
Matt's
there.
back in.
There's Ben Brown and there's Matt Goodger-Scott on my CCTV screens. Very handy piece of equipment.
They are really good. When you're in here with the door shut,
Yeah.
it's great. Because the sheet that they've got is great, but they don't update it half the time.
They've been stationary for nearly 2 minutes. Is that right?
I think that includes their lap time.
No.
Maybe they've got damage.
I'm trying to think where they would.
They've stopped now.
They're on the move now. 1 minute 57 stop.
Also, John Dean Smith has caught back up to the
yeah,
Orange
that is the
Apex
position as well.
Yes, it is. So take two.
Yeah,
Will he make the move this time and keep it on the track?
that's the
Will
question.
The Napa Racing UK boys just leave him alone a little bit? No.
I'm not too sure, but
I think they should just let him get the move done and maybe not celebrate until he's pulled away. Because early celebration.
This is exactly where it happened last time as well.
For details.
Oh,
yeah, their nose to tail just come through turn 13 there. Yeah, instead of Nigel Mansell.
No, just Nigel Mansell.
Oh, just Nigel
Early
Mansell.
celebration.
Oh, Canada 91.
Yes.
I thought you said Senna Mansell. I was thinking
For once,
late
you
92.
made an old F1 reference, and I know what you actually were referring to.
I mean, he still refuses to admit that.
He doesn't have to admit it. It's pretty obvious.
Is he going to send it up the inside? Yes, he is. Here
Oh,
we
he
go.
is too deep. Surely. Yeah.
Come around turn 2. Ooh.
Perfect touch.
I don't think
I
so.
was watching from a bad angle.
I think that was good hard racing. I think that was okay. Did just flash up with yellow in sector 3 for somebody?
It did very briefly, but I would imagine that someone's just run a bit wide
Yeah.
in the final corner. And
Yeah,
gone
I
straight
can't
back
see. Well, that's if there's a slow sector time on Camsport, but they've only just come out the pit, so I think
Yeah.
that's not that. I can't see. Avanti lost a few seconds.
on. They had a big screen freeze, apparently.
Yeah, Will did. I mentioned that in passing while I was outside, so. They do seem to be, obviously, we don't want to say anything about technical issues. They do seem to get the bad luck of the
Yeah.
thin end of the wedge technical issue when they have had a big one with
They had one earlier in the race. They've been the only code 60.
Yeah.
It's them. Because their pod randomly
just
went back
reset it to the
pits.
garage. Which is,
well.
yeah.
Arm
Oh, well.
things.
It happens, unfortunately, but it does. Unfortunately, does seem to happen to them more than most. So
It's a
So John's giving it another
conspiracy.
go.
Jack's lost the time to track limits.
Surely this must be infuriating. Like, you've already made contact with this car and got to drive through a penalty. You've overtaken them once and spun. You've overtaken them again, gone too deep, and they've got you straight back in the next
He's
corner.
got a good run through 13.
He always does. The last, like, 4 or 5 laps now, we've had a really good run. He's got to go for it in the final corner.
Here we go, into the last corner. Got very deep.
Oh!
Rear contact.
I don't think there'll be any action from stop that.
No, there won't. I can tell you right now, there won't be.
So just John Dean Smith passing Reno DeMarco and retaking place.
There we go.
Reno going to come back at him? Yes, he is.
This is fantastic stuff.
It's basically a replay of what happened at the previous lap.
This
is John gonna not spin this time? No.
This seems like a very good time to mention, of course, the Simply Race Touring Car Championship is just around the corner. Getting underway on August the 20th. So we'll hope
already
joining you there. If you do want to race in that or the new support series, Simply Race Porsche Challenge, entries are open. Just as John's coming back through turn 4 and gets it done into turn 5.
Nice.
I think Reno DeMarco just went a little bit wide and gave John the opportunity, and hopefully, from his point of view, that'll make it stick.
I don't want to alarm you, but the gap from first and second has just changed by 10 seconds.
Oh dear. Well, that's 40.
Oh, yes, look, that looks very
turn
slow.
1.
I know, yeah, that line looked very...
Has he had some kind of problem with going straight on?
That's 40 minutes since the pit stop, so it could be tyre wear related. He'd be due another one within the next 10 minutes.
Let's have another look at that, because...
So, potentially, a spin. We go back to Martin Buck and he has rejoined, but we think, we're just going to have a look at it. We'll get the replay up for very shortly that he might have come to grief at turn 1. Well, actually, at sector 1 time, he's lost 1.2 seconds. He's not lost that much. It's a half spin.
Yeah.
Something before that, hasn't it?
That's because of his bad tyres, I reckon. Something here. No.
But he's on hards compared to...
So the gap was saying static at sort of 62, 63 seconds. It's now down to 51. Given how close it's been with the pit strategy, that is a big, big change. And I think as we come just into the 6th hour now, that could have a major impact on the outcome of this 8 hours of Bahrain.
Yeah, I think we might have just missed a massive moment from him.
Yeah, we must have missed it as we were watching the battle between...
Yeah, there it is.
Oh, wow.
It's got yellow in sector 3.
Yeah, that was
the yellow in sector 3.
He spun coming out of turn 13, the penultimate corner. Completely spun around 180 degrees. You can see it on the screen there. What a shame for Martin Bucket.
Wow.
He'll be kicking himself.
He will be absolutely livid with himself about that, and his lap times are suffered. His 46 has just come to London at 47.
Yeah,
so
I think he's beginning to maybe just struggle a little bit with, like I said earlier, he's really worried about his leg.
Yeah, so he's been in the car for over 5 hours now. That is tough.
Yeah, especially around here in that car. Personal best for Onid Cam Sport. Just felt I'd put that in. They've just
Matt back in the car with on fresh tyres.
45-1
tyres, and they're on medium front, hard rears.
Interesting.
The 63 Quatermass cars on soft front.
Hello. What?
Soft front.
What?
Okay.
But the front tyres take a beating.
Westrope's just got back in that car. They stopped about, within the last 10 minutes.
Is that an error?
I don't know. That's the first time we've seen softs.
Everyone has been saying how the softs are completely unusable.
I mean, they are.
Shall I go and have a chat with Max? Because he's out the car. Plus, he's already told me he's got stuff he wants to plug. So.
Oh, of course he does. Yeah, bring him in. Go on then. And while we're doing that, the gap
give him my headset.
Third and fourth is 1.7 seconds. So the Onid Go for the Gap car really catching the Avanti Racing car as well. So definitely a lot to play for in that battle. So we'll just keep an eye on that as the time flows by and as we try and get Max Spooner in for a quick word. But yeah, just keeping an eye on this battle because it has been evident flow for quite some time. So this is your third place battle at the moment. We've got a yellow in sector 1 and that's now clear. We now hopefully continue racing off for one of the teams. Nothing too serious, let's hope. But yeah, so we'll keep an eye on that gap because it is just one ball. Look at this, he's right on the tail of him now. So Onid Go for the Gap, really putting the pressure on the Avanti Racing car. Coming into the second sector of the circuit, he's gained so much time. That looks under a second now. It definitely looks under a second going into turn 9. We're getting to a point where the Onid Go for the Gap car is going to be able to get in the slipstream of the Avanti Racing car, potentially go for a move. Look at this, he's right on the rear of him now. all through the corners, going into the little straight before the final corner. So will he go for an early dive bomb, or is he going to wait for turn 1? I think he's going to give it a go in turn number 1. He's going to try and get a great exit through here. A little bit deep though, that's going to cost a lot of time for the go for the gap driver onto the start finish straight. So he's going to have to do all of that work again. Max, you've come in at a very action-packed time.
Yeah, it's all going on, isn't it? Yeah, and I think certainly over the next sort of 5 laps or so, I think as well we're scrapping with the new Barracuda car.
Yeah, the gap was down about 4 seconds before the 63 car came in and Cam took back over.
Yeah, I think we've closed that gap as well. So I'm hoping we're going to come out in 6th place. Yeah.
He will jump them if Nathan doesn't double stint tyres.
Yeah, and I think
definitely will.
I think we've also put ourselves back on the same lap as Cam Sport as well. So I think fifth could be on the cards with that car.
But never mind that. How's your driving been today?
My driving's been abysmal. Yes, I was driving very angry. I think the frustration from the incident with the Coke 60 earlier in the race cost us a lot of time against the Avanta car, and I think the frustration from that probably had an effect on my driving, and a couple of other incidents out of our control. I think also didn't help, but you know we're plugging away, and I think with the 35 car, it's just a case of bringing it home and scoring the points.
One thing we've noticed is spins breeding spins, not just with yourself, with other drivers. How vulnerable are this car and these tyres, that if you do make an error, it makes you more likely to have another one?
It's the tyres are prone to overheating, and so yeah, once the tyres are hot, trying to get them back under control while maintaining pace is proving difficult. And I think you're seeing that with drivers that are just trying to keep the pace, but I think also once you've had a spin, frustration kicks in, and I think that's probably also not helping the situation. But as a result, sometimes you've got to try some wacky things to get the car to do what you need it to.
Yeah, the number 2 only cope to the gap car is in, and that I think will spark another round of pit stop for several cars, including Boo Barracuda, I'd say, because of fuel they'd be doing probably this lap. Now the graphics here show that 63 cars running soft fronts and hard rears, and the 35 cars running mediums all round.
Yes, so I think the focus for this race is on the 63 car. I think that's the one that's really chasing the result. Cameron's wanted to try something with the tyres to see if it could affect the balance in some way. So we're experimenting with that. It looks to be reasonably okay at the moment. The gap is closing, which is a good sign, and he's not fallen off. So I can only assume that it's working for him. But I think with the 35 car, it's just a case of just trying to keep bringing it home really, and just play it safe with the strategy, and don't do anything too drastic. And I guess really we're relying on the misfortune of others around us to find some places.
Yeah, just Napa Racing UK is in the pits, so just going to wait and see how long their stop is. It's a normal length stop, so either they didn't get any damage from that contact, or if they did, they decided not to repair it. Have you enjoyed this car more than you enjoyed the Van Wall?
I wouldn't know, I never drove the Van Wall.
Oh, did you? Sorry, I'm thinking Estoril.
Yeah, so Estoril would have been McLaren. Yeah. So for me, I like prototype racing. I think
your car is in. Do you need to get back in the car?
Which one is it?
35.
35. Yeah, you're right. I do know Dane.
Right.
I
Okay.
bet Joe.
Right, thank you, Max Spooner, who's going to dive out. Michael's going to swim around. Where are you? Well, he's only been in 10 seconds. So don't panic, but. You can come back and plug your stuff later. Max Spooner there, who is literally now going to go and get back in the car. I don't know if... Yeah, Napa has changed. Yes, John Dean Smith out of the car. There is the Napa car in 9th place. Cameron Richardson has taken over after what I think, Grant, can be described as a challenging stint for John Dean Smith, unfortunately.
Yeah, just a bit. I feel bad for John because he puts in a lot of time.
He does.
To practice these cars. He's never really got on with the track, but
Or just a bit on would have been interesting.
I do want to say the gap between Orange Apex and Napa Racing UK is 2.2 seconds after that stop.
That's interesting.
So
I also want to say U Barracuda is in and King is back in the car. Nathan Burton is out, Sean King's back in, and Buchan's in.
And Martin Buchan is in as well, which
He will lose the lead. The gap's only 51 seconds.
Yes.
Max Spooner's stint has finished and he's come and rejoined us. That was very quick.
Oh.
So you've been told to go away, Rob. We'll see if we can get this headset sorted for you again. Do you go behind me again, sit back there. And we'll see if we can get you plugged back in again while we go around this round of pit stops. We were just saying that Nathan Burton has got out of the car and King is back in, so interesting development in your battle with the 63 car and the...
Well, they've jumped them.
But actually, is that a genuine jump, do we think, with the pit? So, oh, there we go, 63 car up into P6. Oh yeah, they was just on mute, my apologies. So Max is back with us.
Yes, I've been told to go away by my driver. He said, "Don't panic, I got this." So
that's good. So we'll keep an eye on the Martin Buchan gap, but I think this is a good time. As we have this tradition that we do our Simply Race Endurance Series commentaries, Max Spooner, you now have 20 seconds to promote anything you want to promote. 3, 2, 1, go.
I would like to talk about the Dane computers. They've been with Dan Hyde. We've been working with him, and our drivers like when they new equipment, they go to Dan, and he does a fantastic job of creating custom-built gaming PCs for everybody.
And that's 20 seconds. That's it. Thank you very much. Advertisement break is over. Let's go back to the race. Thank you, Max. So Buchan's come back out of the pit. Let's see where it shakes out. So we think Grant is going to be 10, 15 seconds behind.
Yeah, it's
nearly 20.
Yeah.
19.7.
Again, he's had another slow stop. It feels like he's had another slow stop.
Does the man not need to stop to take a loo break?
Now, done that already.
We did speculate on that after his previous stop. That it was discussed.
I'd be getting a back pain if I was in the seat for that long.
You're a lot older than he is.
Well, yeah, but still. No, actually, no. I think he's older than me.
Really?
Yeah, I'm only 30.
Really?
Yeah.
I'll pay for it.
Oh.
I gave you advertising for free. You're fair game, I'm concerned. Right. So Quatermass 63 car with Cameron Westbrook driving is back up into 6th place. He is 8.4 seconds ahead of Barracuda at 95, dropping to 7th now in the capable hands of Sean King. So good battle for 6th there to keep an eye out for.
Well, Orange Apex seems to be really pulling away from the Napa Racing UK car. I thought that was going to go the opposite way.
Cam's only doing 47 since he got back in the
struggling with the pace there.
They've been struggling all race.
I know Orange Apex did make another driver change at their stop. So Reno DeMarco's out, Stanley Donaldson is back in.
So Sean King puts in a personal best first sector. His first lap in the first hot lap in the car. So he's about 7.9 seconds behind your team, Mr. Spooner. So are you going to keep an eye on this threat, see how it prevails?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's going to be a fair fight between us, Barracuda, and Camsport for 5th place, I think. Cameron is sort of like setting very close to
as Team Purple Helmet spins, sorry to interrupt, but our race leader has just pirouetted at turn number 9, which means that the gap is going to come down again. So again, just more unpredictableness happening in this race.
Another
when you
twisted
least
turn.
Expect it. Now, I don't think they lost too much time. We'll see when they go over the next sector how much time they lost in comparison to Martin Buchan. The gap currently at 19.9 seconds. So we'll see. So it was a 52-second middle sector.
That's about 6 seconds.
About 6 seconds, yeah, 5, 6 seconds. So it's going to be around 13-second gap now, which is almost bringing it back into play for Martin a little bit, but it's almost bringing it back to where it should have been after that pit stop cycle.
There we go, 14.6. It's cost him about 5.5 seconds. He's only got a few laps left to the next pit stop, so the effect of that will be a little bit limited because obviously they'll change at least some of their time. But yeah, 150.9 that lap, whereas normally it's 44 to 45. So.
Yeah, and you've got to remember Martin's on fresh rubber now, so he's going to be able to put in a relatively nice lap, although it doesn't look particularly rapid. But he's going to be like a 45.3. There you go. I was going to say it's going to be a low 45.
In the context of the lap times he's been doing, that's not bad.
No, it's not. But watching the Barracuda car as well now, because Max is in the booth with us, he's now brought that gap down to under 6 seconds. So he's really giving it some to catch your 63. Yeah, it is a personal best of 45.1 compared to your last lap time for 147.1. So Are those softs at the front starting to go away a little bit? Because that was a bold call.
Yeah, it was a bold call, and maybe it is starting to come back to haunt us, maybe. But saying that, you know, I don't know about you guys, but I think
Ubarracuda's off.
That's Sean King giving it a bit too much welly and losing control of the car.
Yeah,
so,
that.
Yeah, yeah.
I think that's the problem when you push too hard, and I think we've seen it a lot with a lot of cars where, you know, these cars are just so on edge that the slightest thing can throw you off, and then you're losing seconds. You know, you're not comparing two times. It could be you had a spin on that lap, that one didn't have a spin, and yeah, it's so hard to actually follow the times to see where the relative pace is.
Yeah, it's been a tricky race to follow, it must be said.
So where does that leave the gap now then?
So the gap is up to 11.8 seconds between the two cars, so it's giving you a little bit more breathing room there, Max, so you can breathe a little easier, and also it's going to take a large chunk of that fresh tyre advantage away from the Ubarracuda car, because, it's the purple helmets has another moment coming out of turn 1. What is going on in that car?
I mean, their next pit stop is about, I reckon, 6 or 7 minutes away, so it could be just very old tyres. It's not characteristically that to every section.
It is not, so I'm wondering if those mediums are just way past their best.
He's only lost a couple of seconds, and the sector's still come through at 33.2, so it's only cost him maybe a second and a half. But when it's this close, they all count.
And when you're going for the win as well, you know, that frustration can kick in.
Absolutely. So it's just come through now. The gap's down to 13 seconds, 12.9 to be precise.
12.9 seconds.
This is not over by in any way, shape or form yet.
No, definitely not. I mean, it's really livening up, and with the unpredictability of Jack getting in and Mark getting back in, Jack getting out and Mark getting back in the car as well, having that variable could really, really mix things up. This is really shaping up to be a really cool end to this race.
You say end of this race, we've still got 2.5 hours to go, yeah?
Yeah, but we've got through a fair chunk of it.
And do you think we are about just over 2/3 of the way through it now?
That's like an entire Grand Prix worth of racing.
So we've had a little bit of chatter in the chat. I don't know if that's relevant to any of us or if that's just chatter.
Ben Brown says he may have had a falling out with a wall.
Ah, fair enough. It's understandable.
And the Campbell did have that long stop, didn't they? That must have been damage. That must have been the.
Yes, so that explains.
That explains the long stop that they're repairing the damage. Right?
Yeah. Must have been a quick hit in the wall though, because we didn't see any very long yellow flags in sectors. So it must have been a brief little spin and crash.
Yeah, just a quick tap.
Yeah. So just looking, Marty's had another lap time deleted. Must be getting dangerously close to that limit now.
Like a sort of game of poker, isn't it? How close do you want to go? How close do you want to go to that limit?
Yeah.
Sometimes you don't get a choice in the matter.
Do not, but you know, when you learn where the track limits are, you should try not to hit them.
Try, but name me a driver who tries and keeps it inside the lines at every available opportunity. You know, we're always trying to find that limit, and occasionally we can't keep it within that.
While you're here, Max, what are your thoughts with the 24, with the GT1s and so on? What are your initial plans for that?
Initial plans are, we're going to be there. How we're going to look when we're there, I don't know yet. But you can be rest assured it will be bright, beautiful, and loud in more ways than one. But
we wouldn't.
But yeah, I think it will be a very interesting, because I haven't driven GT1 since my R-Factor 1 days, I don't think. So we'll have a look at the cars available, and know me, I'll probably pick something that's completely different to what everybody else has picked, and then we'll rule that decision later. But no, I think it's going to be really good, really interesting, and you know, we don't see a lot of GT1s. I think GT1 is underrated as a series.
Yeah. They're cracking cars. They really are.
Yeah.
They're really good to drive.
And when you think about, even in the real world, you know, it was the only fully professional GT series, and and it showed in the quality of the racing. So yeah, no, we're looking forward to that, and hopefully we'll get to see a full grid of cars come and join us and have some fun.
Great. Well, I'll leave it to you, Cappuccino. Thank you very much for coming to join us, Max.
No, thank you for having me. I've had a lovely time.
Good. Not about winning, it's about taking part, and Max does taking part very well. You come in mine and Grant Combox, you play by R and mainly my rules. Grant's been consistent with the surveillance panels. Max Spooner there. Never knowingly under-raced. Right, back to the racing. So we've been keeping an eye on Jack Ashton's sector times. Will be happening for most of the afternoon. He's not going that quickly, and I've got a feeling he's just trying to nurse his way to the end of the stint. 45.7 is uncharacteristically slow by his standards. They've got a pit stop imminent, and it has allowed Martin Buchan to bring that gap down below 12 seconds. It's down to 11.8.
Yeah, which means we're probably going to see the gap be around 50 seconds again when Martin does, when Jack does pit. And then we'll also see if they change drivers, because this would be a third stint for Jack if he stays in, correct? This is his second stint. Pretty sure that would be his third stint in a row.
You're the one who's been here since the start of the race,
yeah,
you tell me.
I'm pretty sure that would be his third stint in a row. So I think we're quite close to a driver change as well for the Team Purple Helmets car. It's going to liven things up even more. I could be wrong, maybe Jack will stay in even longer, and just to prove me wrong. Must be said, it is quite confusing whenever I see the Team Purple Helmets car or the Baracuda car.
They are very, very similar at first glance. It's the first thing I noticed when I got here.
It's the colour, it's the initial colour. Even though the Baracuda is pink, under the lights, from some angles, the Purple Helmets car does come across as a very similar looking car, even though it looks completely different with its livery. But, you know, it happens in all motorsport. There's always two teams that look basically the same. But luckily, we've been able to mostly tell the difference between the two.
We've got a message from Aaron. Hello again. Anything interesting happened since I was last here? The answer to that question is yes.
Yeah, but we don't know when you left, Aaron.
So it's been a good. I think he left about the same time I got here. So it was a couple of hours ago. So we've had spin for Purple Helmet, spin for Boo Barracuda, kind of both in the last 20 minutes or so. I think the wheels were about to the third. We had a couple of bits of contact and an unsafe rejoin involving Orange Apex and Napa. Napa had a drive-through penalty. Quatermass 63 car, you will be pleased to know Aaron is up into 6th place now ahead of Boo Barracuda. In terms of the pit strategies, we've still got a very interesting battle for the win on our hands. This is not over by any means. We've just under 2.5 hours to go.
No, still very much up for grabs, especially for the lead of the race. So yeah, Napa Racing UK still not really putting a big attack into Orange Apex Esports, although that last lap they were a little bit quicker, and I mean a tiny bit quicker, about just under the 10th. So yeah, not a huge amount of difference closing that gap. If anything, it's extended. Then the next battle would be Baracuda to Quatermass 63, since that spin, Sean has spin lapping faster still than the 63 car, but nowhere near as he has nowhere near the pace that he did earlier in the race. But I'm quite sure the 63 car's going to pit stop relatively soon as well. Onid Cam Sports still in 5th place, basically held that position for pretty much the whole race.
Yeah.
And then in 4th place we've got Onid go for the gap, and then Avanti Racing in P3.
Avanti are in, by the way.
Avanti in the pits, which means we're very close to Team Purple Helmets pits in as
yes,
well.
that was there, but I don't know if there's going to be a driver. I mean, Edson has been in the car for quite a while now.
Edson has been in the car for quite a while. I feel like it's going to be time to put Will Richardson in. We'll soon find out. Annoyingly, my camera that would show that is not on at the moment.
51.7, not the best stop in the world for Avanti.
No.
So they're not going to be that far ahead of Only Go for the Gap when they come out. Only Go for the Gap just across the line. So yeah, they're only going to be a. Is that they come out there? They've got him.
Jumped them. They have jumped them.
They've got him just. So that's Only Go for the Gap with Aiden Carter driving, just taking full advantage of the slow stop for Avanti and moving up into 3rd place.
Good job. Very good job
Very
from the Go for the Gap team.
Yeah, and it's apart from one little issue, so I've been a good job, Aiden Carter, and here comes Jack Ashton into the pits.
Yep, so we'll keep an eye on that gap between the two leaders. We'll also see if Avanti with their fresh rubber can put on a big attack onto the only go for the gap car. You look like are you just trying to see?
Yeah, I was just confirming if they're changed drivers. Yes, they are. Jack Ashton is out. Mark Carver is getting in as we speak.
Is in the car. Okay. Did you also see with Avanti?
Let me have a look. You're distracting me from the bar of the Snickers. I'm halfway through it. Yeah, I can confirm Will Richardson is in the car for Avanti.
I know that we figured out the delta between pit stops and stuff and the timings and everything for the end of the race for Barracuda versus Team Purple Helmet. Have we done the same to go for the gap versus Avanti? Because Avanti they are also on a completely off pit strategy because of
they basically pit a lap before Purple Helmets, whereas Onig go for the gap pit on the 13 minutes after the regular. Was it 14 minutes, 15 minutes?
About 13 minutes, yeah. I reckon we are now about 3 tanks of fuel from the end of the race.
Yeah.
We are.
Right.
It was a bit of a slow stop, 51 seconds there for Purple Helmets, and Mark Carr was a little bit ginger getting away from the line, so that might affect the gap a little bit, and that might come back into Martin Buckley's favour. They've got 3 stints left. I imagine Mark will do 1 here.
Yeah.
And Jack more likely would do the last 2.
Was it a normal length stop for the Purple Helmets?
It was 51, so it was a couple of seconds slower, and it was a slow getaway. So they've lost a few seconds there.
Looking at the 2
was there a
barrier circuit? It does look like that gap's going to increase quite a bit.
It might go back up nearer the middle. The wall 62. So there's not much between them at all again now.
To a pit stop.
Wow.
Right again. So so this time randomly other teams are having slow pit stops.
I think this is going to come down to whether Martin has got to do 2 more stops or 3.
Yeah.
Which I think is going to be marginal in terms of fuel and so on.
But I don't know if he'll fuel save. I don't know if he's got anyone to tell him that he might need to fuel save.
It's up to him to work it out.
It is. When you're driving a car.
No, absolutely not.
Thinking, and Martin's thinking this morning was just go. So I don't know if he's going to save.
In which case, he might end up between 5 and 10 minutes short.
But also, let's see what pace is with Team Purple Helmet's car.
Or we could get a code 60, 1 code 60.
Yeah.
48
would do it.
Middle sector for Team Purple Helmets, which is not.
That's not quick.
Fast.
It's first lap out the pits, admittedly.
Correct.
Mark's just got back in the car, so let's see what he does next time round. I think I'm going to give her a closer indicator.
That is going to increase the gap to about 64, 65 seconds if Martin puts in a really good lap. And let's be honest, so it's 26-1, so it's a good final sector for Mark Carver. But yeah, we'll see what Martin does in response to that and see what the gap then ends up to updating to. I think 62 seconds sounds about right, to be fair.
Yeah, so Martin's running high 45s at the moment, which is kind of reasonable long stint pace on the standards we've seen through the race. That sounds about right to me. But what can Mark do relative to him? It's going to have a major impact, as is Martin Buck and Pitch 31.
I mean, we'd expect to see like really fast sector times from the Team Purple Helmets car with that fresh rubber on board. So it might just say Mark a couple of laps, maybe to just rebuild that confidence after that terrific stint earlier in the race. Maybe it's just a case of just, I'm just going to go at a sensible pace, get myself back into the groove, and then start to push that a little bit more. Seeing a few more chats coming through as well. Thank you for getting involved. I can't see who you are from here, unfortunately.
It's just Aaron catching up with giving him a debrief a few minutes ago. So,
sure.
But nice to have you back, mate.
So, 47.5 middle sector for Martin, 45.5, 31.9 for this lap. So, increasing the gap slightly, but if he does that throughout this stint, then that is going to increase this gap to a few seconds more than it already is, which means there'll be a very close to pit stops. But we will keep a very close eye on Mark's pace compared to Martin's pace as well.
We need to keep an eye.
Racing,
yes, I was just about to bring that to your attention, Grant, because Will Richardson is now in the car for Avanti. We know Will is very, very quick, and they've lost third place just in that last pit stop to only go for the gap, but they are doing their best to make amends, and there's really not much to see them at all. Last time round, Aidan Carter, he's been out there for a while now, so I think his tyres are going to be pretty worn, in a 46.6. and Will Richardson did a 45.8, and the gap is back down to 2.5 seconds. We're watching the Avanti car come through turns 2 and 3 there. And that's the Barracuda car of Sean King behind them. That car's a good couple of laps behind them, so not a race for position. But yeah, this battle for third, by no means over, Grant.
No, definitely not, but there's definitely a big wiggle there from the Avanti car coming out of that corner there into the S's. So, you know, you don't want to overdo it. You want to catch the car in front, but you can't overdrive the car. It's very easy to just accidentally push that little bit too much and try and close that gap. With a very nice first sector of 31.7 on the it's the last lap for some reason. It's not updated with this lap just yet, which is a bit strange, unless they've had a corner cut. I think R factor timing has been a little bit odd, which is a little frustrating. But he has a very fast Sean King behind him as well, who wants to unlap himself. So I wonder how defensive Avanti are going to be. Now remember, we had this in reverse at the last round, didn't we? You remember Nathan very aggressively defending the unlap by Avanti.
Just in the last sort of hour or so, didn't they?
Yeah, so are we going to see that repaid now? But if I was Will, I'd just be like, no, I just want to focus on the car in front. But at the same time, do I really want to lose time by letting Nathan through?
I just want to flag up the job that
Sean through, sorry.
I just want to flag up the job that Mark Carver's doing at the front, because his lap times are good. In fact, he was 0.2 of a second quicker than Martin Buckham was last time out. The gap's steady around 62, so it's pretty much level pegging between them. Mark has the advantage of knowing almost certainly he'll only be doing one stint, and therefore he's not trying to double stick the time. He can use them as he likes, more or less. And that is giving Team Purple Helmets a chance to peg Martin Buckham back. And I'm just looking, I don't know whether it was a particularly fast sector by Mark Carver, but he's found over half a second in the first sector of this lap alone and got the gap back down to 61.
Yeah, 31.6.
And I think only Camsport have just spun. I saw in the background of one of our other pictures just coming through turns 7 and 8. I think Matt Judge Scott has gone off.
Into the circuit there in front of the only go for the gap car, which is also being pumped down by the racing car, as mentioned. So yeah, it's all hottening up at the front, and it's all hottening up for third place as well. Who's going to get that bottom step of the podium? Now there's another lapped car in between the two, and we also still have the very fast Sean King trying to unlap himself as well. And I don't think Will's going to make it easy for him, because he's not going to want to lose any time being overtaken.
No, just a quick word, Napa Racing UK in the pits, but I can see on our CCTV that Cameron should be staying in the car for another stint.
Good, because of from what I've heard about one of their other drivers, I don't think it'd be a good idea to put them back in the Dane.
It's the correct Adam.
Yeah.
Let's just put it this way. Adam's having a fantastic time. He might be, very surprisingly, considering the situation that car is in, one of the happiest drivers out there right now. He's having a great time. He is loving life.
So you take that as you will.
It's a long stop as well. It's still in the pits now, but the stationary a minute 20.
I mean, he's probably being distracted by Happy Adam. And there's another chat as well. Not sure who that is.
That's Colin saying Sean should not be getting involved in a podium battle.
I mean, he's not getting involved. He's trying to unlap himself. Now, I remember people being very aggressive towards me for saying Nathan should stop holding up, should stop being so aggressive with Avanti. Or was it the other way around? Sorry, Avanti being aggressive towards Nathan or something like that. And so, yeah, it swings and roundabouts, you know, what it is. I mean, Sean's dropped off a little bit, if anything, so he's not, like, right on the tail.
There's a lot of cars on that picture right now. There is half of the field in one corner.
Camsport trying to move out.
It was a 663 car.
There's a Clayton Max
through.
car too. I think Sean is the absolute least of Avanti's worries right now.
I just want to point, just to make this clear for everybody.
My God.
Well, 63 Quatermass and 95 Barracuda at the back. So the blue and green car and the pink car, that is the position.
See, that I'm a little bit more like, yeah, that's a bit silly. But, you know, Camsport thought did the right thing and just dived out of the way.
Oh, did they?
Did it.
Oi!
That was, I think that was more a dive for avoidance. than
Yeah, it was.
a
Yeah.
dive bomb. But yeah, so now Sean's got a good run on anti-car. I think he's just going to follow. Obviously, Sean won't do anything silly. We know it's Sean. I don't know what Colin's replied there, but
WTF was that?
oh right, okay.
In regards to all 5 cars
Yeah.
being in the exact same part of the track.
Okay.
I mean-
Colin, take a couple of minutes to clear up the tea that you just spat out all across your monitor. But yeah, it's amazing how you get in this situation on a track. You've only got 10 cars.
Yeah, it's very odd, isn't it? And it's not a short either.
No, it's quite a long one. Yeah.
1 minute 40 sort of lap time. You know, to see cars this close. Interesting. Okay, so in all of that kerfuffle, I mean, Avanti haven't really lost that much time.
Oh!
Second moves out of the way.
Yikes!
We've just had, so
Gap in front, 60 seconds, by the
Colin,
way.
if you're not like upset already, that's probably going to make things even worse for you. So yeah,
I think, just to clarify all these cars together, so they only go for the gap car, the blue and red car at the front of this group, and the Avanti car you're looking at, they're third and fourth, they are racing in for position. Only Camsport, the yellow car, is a lap behind them, and then a further lap behind Camsport is Quatermass 63, the blue and green car, and then Sean King in the pink Barracuda car. They're racing each other for position here in 6 and 7. So this is the entire midfield, but they're on, you've got 2 separate battles.
Lots of
Camsport
different
and Barracuda in the
laps.
middle.
meanwhile as well, Martin Buchan putting in a personal best first sector, contrasting that to a 146.1 for King Cover's helmets on that last lap, so that gap increases slightly again, so ebbing and flowing once more. Yeah, I think Sean's just going to follow. I don't think he's going to attempt to overtake.
To be fair, the worst people than Will Richardson to try and pace himself behind.
I mean, Sean is looking very quick at the moment, to be fair. So I'm wondering if he is just getting a little bit frustrated. Getting front, but keep an eye on the go.
Is there a potential victory with a 63 car and blue flags?
Yes. I mean, that's something that you would talk to the cat, I imagine.
It's been
If
there,
they complain about it.
It's been there for about a lap and a half now.
It's a case of you can see something like that's
Well,
He's
it doesn't
moved out the way.
matter.
He's moved out the
Did
way.
he move out the way?
I think they made a mistake.
I think he's
Right
gone
back
deep
onto the
because,
racing line in front
yeah.
of the Barracuda.
Oh,
This is the position as well.
Oh, he's done!
Sean
He had the
loses it.
chance. Oh no, Sean.
Oh.
Just to the point now, that would have been for position for 6th place.
Yeah.
And Sean King has
And
spun. He's
what-
rejoined
and
several seconds behind.
Colin's putting in some more inputs. Hopefully a bit cleaner this time.
I stand by that Sean needs to hold back. Unfortunately, Colin, that comment has not aged very well at all.
Well, he did hold back.
I mean, you know,
Briefly.
It was unintentional.
It's like you're doing your own race. You've got the car that you're trying to catch, the 63 car, in front of you, which is in front of the car that you're trying to unlap yourself from. So I don't think it really matters if you don't not really. That would be my take on it.
Yeah, it's his own race.
The
Yeah.
63
You know,
car
it's
that's come in from
the
it.
fact that they're in P3 is completely irrelevant.
Like, there's, you know, I mean, Colin, there's been times when I've tried to unlap you and you've literally, like, been a nightmare. So, you know, swings and roundabouts.
You get bolted with these longer races.
I do. I mean, Suzuka,
We-
Colin, I remember.
We are.
I remember, Colin.
Oh dear.
Let's just say his teammates told him, just let him through, he's faster than you, you're now just wasting our time. So...
Right, so Colin Talbot's been digitally served. The orange Apex car.
I do love you,
did again.
Colin, but, you know, opinions, they do differ at times.
Well, I value your input, Colin, even if certain other people don't. So Stanley Donaldson of Orange Apex is in. I don't
just
think
laughing,
there's
so
a-
it's fine.
I don't think there's a driver change. They changed in the last stint. They've got a good advantage over. I mean, a big advantage now. The Napa a full lap because that was a very long stop that Cameron Richardson had.
I'd love to know if Colin's wife heard. I remember Colin coming out of the TV, and I would love to know what her reaction to that would have been.
Short stop by the Orange Apex, 39.9.
That is a short stop, so that has to be a double stint of tyres or something, probably 2 tyres. I would say.
Stanley Johnson going to try and stick it out for another stint.
Yeah. He is doing a really good job, Stanley. His pace has been really good. I mean, he literally gapped the Napa Racing UK car, which is not an easy thing to do. So I think he's done a really good job there. Really good job. Especially, he is the youngest driver in Simply Racing Series. I'm not actually quite sure how old he is, but he's not very old. Like, he's about 13, 14, I think.
Yeah.
So he's doing a good job.
Yeah.
It's not as... I don't know what that is that's coming from that microphone, but...
Just sounds like making racing car noises.
Not as young as I think Rory Wren was when he first started racing here.
As expected, I think the 7th hour of this race is going to be the silly hour.
Potentially.
So just we haven't
How
mentioned
old was I when I first came to
mentioned the
Simply
leaders.
Race?
The gaps remain pretty static at the 62-second mark. They're both Mark Harper and Martin Buck have been lapping in sort of high 45s, 46.0 by Martin last time out. So there's not been much change there, and that is they're pretty much dead level.
Yeah, pretty much.
2 hours and 9 minutes left.
Really impressive, to be fair, that they're both putting in such high performance this far into the race, you know, really pushing those cars to the absolute limit. I mean, I think Martin is starting to get a bit fatigued now, though, because we are seeing some slower middle sectors, although sector 1 this lap is just died at 31.7, which is very good compared to, and then, yeah, Mark's just a weak middle sector there as well.
Yeah,
So
we've been keeping an eye on Mark on the second stream that we have here. Obviously, you're looking at your anti-car at the moment, and so far, I really don't want to curse him, but touch wood. He has done really well in this stint so far. There's a bit of a slower sector there, but he's doing the job he needs to do to put Jack in the best possible position to win the race.
Oh, definitely. He's been a great teammate, and his final sector's always spot on. Like 26.1, quite consistently. Tyres, which is a really good final sector type, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, we spoke to him during the race at Estoril, and he's relatively new, he doesn't have that experience, but I think he's learning a lot from driving with Jack, as anyone would.
I think a lot of people are struggling in the middle sector at this part of the race. I'm not seeing very quick middle sectors from anyone, to be fair. 47.7 for our leader, 47.8 for Team Purple Helmets, 48.0 for Only to go for Gap, 47.5 for Avanti Racing being the fastest middle sector.
I'm going to have to interrupt you there, Grant, because we've had a message from Mrs. Talbot. He thinks he's the commentator and predicted quite a few things. It's very annoying.
Sorry, what?
That's a message that's come through from Colin. Mrs. Maggie Talbot.
Ah, okay, fair enough. I've predicted a fair few things today. I've got a random guess that certain things will happen.
And they've happened.
At least you haven't like properly cursed anyone. You cursed Adam Christopher, but I don't think he cares too much.
When did I curse Adam Christopher?
When we were talking about how good he is
doing,
and then he spun like immediately.
We both.
Oh yeah, we both did.
We both.
I mean, DJ walked in the room and 5 people just decided to stop driving in a straight line.
I just want to refocus on the race for a bit. You mentioned about slow middle sectors for Mark, and I think he's just had another one. I get the feeling he's deliberately taking it easy in that second, more technical sector where there's more sort of twisty corners. Not twisty corners, obviously, twisty. But sectors 1 and 3, I guess is what I'm trying to say. More straight lines, less risk of any spins, rams, incidents.
Yeah.
And I get the feeling he's taking it a bit easier. The lap time is matching Martin, and I think maybe that's part of the track he's playing it safe.
Potentially, but we're seeing very slow a lot of teams, like not just Team Purple Helmets. Like it does seem like a lot of people are struggling. Like a lot of people in the 48s around there at the moment.
I mean, it wasn't so long ago we were seeing some 46s at this time on fresh tyres.
There's definitely maybe this track evolution, maybe the track getting cooler, maybe the way the tyres are responding to that in that middle sector just isn't great. I mean, the wind itself doesn't change through this race, and it's not like there's been a change in wind direction or anything like that. It is getting cooler, that's the only real difference. So potentially it's not going to be a lack of rubber, because the we've got loads of rubber, but look at this, the only go for the gap car looks like they've had a little bit of a moment on this lap, because that gap now is almost a second, if not under a second again, so we're going to see another attempt from the Avanti Racing to snatch P3 from the go for the gap team. So they're right on their tail once again in the second sector that we've been talking about for the last 5 minutes, into the higher speed section of the circuit. So hard on the brakes, following into the long left-hander, which then goes into the insanely long right-hander, which would think is flat out, but isn't flat out. They have lost a little bit of ground through there. You do get a bit of dirty air through there. But I'll tell you what, they've carried a good amount of speed through the braking zone, and they're actually looking quite close. They might get a bit of a run coming down into the final corner. I don't think they'll be close enough for an attempt at an overtake, but half a second is that gap now as they come into the final corner. I think that Avanti car is going to have a good slipstream, although that wasn't the best exit of the corner. Very squirrely, losing the rear end almost, coming onto the start-finish straight. So he might have a go, but I don't think it's going to be close enough.
Now you can see he's got a decent one. They come down towards turn 1. I can't imagine Will Richardson's going to force it down into turn 1 there, but he has definitely closed up down the straight. Matt Scott and the Campsport cars got in the box seat to watch this battle of the two cars ahead of him in position, but they are one full lap ahead of him in terms of the race. So Carter and Richardson, 3rd and 4th, all position. Avanti made one stop more, you can see there on your screen, but who knows how the strategy is going to play out with just over 2 hours to go.
Just noticed that this place now to 63 is now a lap 63 seconds behind the Barracuda.
Yeah, they did make a stop, didn't they?
Yeah.
They came in a few laps ago. They've not changed driver. Cameron Westbrook's still in the car.
I thought with Sean's spin.
Oh, we're getting some back.
I thought with Sean's spin the gap would be a bit bigger than that, if I'm honest with you. With Sean spun, didn't he? So the fact that that's 62 seconds.
I don't know how long the stop was. We didn't see how long that stop was. That much longer.
Yeah, I thought, yeah, the gap should be around 58 seconds.
This is close.
This is close.
This?
What's close? Can you be more specific?
They were flashing for a while.
Who's flashing?
On the left.
Well, you can't just say they're flashing. You need to tell us which car. If we
If
don't
I
know, the
knew
people
which-
listening to us don't know.
If I knew which car, that would be helpful.
What
I
colour
can't
is it?
really tell. It's pink or purple.
Well, that one?
Yeah.
That's purple helmets.
Okay.
That's purple helmets. That's Mark Harbour lapping the orange Apex car. It was quite close. Campsport coming into the pits, by the way.
Campsport do come into the pit, yes. They do have a whole lap to the car behind them, so it's...
They should still come out P5.
Yes. So their very lowly P5 continues. So we're still watching Avanti chasing down, owning over the gap. That's still just under a second. It feels like every time the Avanti car gets close enough to maybe make a little bit of a move, they almost get a bit too affected by the dirty air, or they just outbrake themselves just a little bit, and then that gap goes up a little bit more so that they then can't attack. It's very interesting to watch. There you go, it's gone up to 1.1 seconds again now. So, you know, it was half a second just a lap ago, so it's definitely evident flow between the two of them. Maybe it's a lot of pace difference between the two cars, maybe it's just inconsistent pace for both cars, I'm not too sure, but it's interesting to watch, it must be said.
Mark Harbour did lose a bit of time lapping the orange Apex car there because the gap's gone back out to 64. So 1 or 2 seconds, that, as we keep saying, those 1 or 2 seconds could be very, very important when we get to the end of this race in 2 hours' time.
It could, but with the way Martin's pit stops have been going, I don't think he's going to be safe unless he gets that gap to around 68, 69, 70 seconds. Because of the extra 4 or 5 seconds it seems to take him.
Yeah, the thing is, that amount of time, as we've seen, is quite elastic.
Yes. So we'll keep an eye on that. You know, we could be seeing the change of the lead. Like they could be side by side at the exit of the next pit stop when the Barracuda comes into the pit, which they can't be too far away from now.
I'm going to interrupt because I think Will Richardson might have a good run here as they come down the pit straight on Aidan Carter to 3rd spot. Over the line it comes. That was half a second before he got to the last corner. I don't think that's going to be close enough to make a move. No, but he's not far off at all, is he? So that battle for 3rd place, I think, is going to be a real feature of the last quarter of the race. We have 2 hours and 1 minute to go. So while we have no cars in the pits, let me give you a rundown and let's see where we are with 2 hours of the 8 hours of Bahrain remaining. Boo Barracuda, Martin Buchan leading the race. How many more pit stops have we got to make? 2 or 3? We're not sure. He has a 64-second advantage on the road, editing purple helmets, number 98 entry, currently being driven by Mark Carver, which means in reality, after Martin makes another pit stop, they'll be pretty much to get him on track, only a couple of seconds in it either way. As you can see on your screen now, only go for the gap with Aidan Carter is third, immediately ahead of Will Richardson for Avanti Racing in fourth. A couple of laps further back, only Cansport in fifth, currently being driven by Matt Goodger Scott, who's just made a pit stop. Barracuda are now back up into 6th place with Sean King driving, and that's partly due to the recent pit stop for the number 63 Quatermass car being driven by Cameron Westrow. They're having a good battle, those two cars, 6th and 7th. Orange Apex with Adam Clark now back in the car for their recent stop. He's in 8th place. Napa Racing UK 9th with Cameron Richardson, and the 30-year-old Quatermass car with a long stint now for Michael Tyler. They're bringing up the rear in 10th as the clock just ticks over the 6-hour mark. 2 hours to go. Still plenty of battles for first, for third, and for 6th as well. There's lots to look forward to.
Well, as you've been saying all that, once again, just 0.3 of a second between the third and fourth place car. So we go into the final corner now. So will stick to the rear. He's going to get a good run, hopefully, and get in the slipstream. Let's see if he makes a move this time round. Been a little bit second guessing about it so far. Not really getting a huge gain from the slipstream, it must be said, so just going to follow him through into turn number 1 this time round.
That is as close as he's been so far in his last few laps. Incrementally, he's getting closer and closer each time. But Dane Carter a little bit trigger happy on foot coming out of turn 2, and that's allowed the gap to come up even further. I can just see one of the, I think that was Barracuda was in the background. He was having a big slide, but thankfully Sean King managed to collect it up. We'll stick with this battle for 3rd and 4th places. Now through turns 5, 6, and 7, and the braking downhill here to the right hand of turn 8. And up over the rise towards turns 9 and 10, which will Fernando Alonso will have to overtake coming through this section during the Bahrain Grand Prix back in March. They come down the training circuit pits, the back straight. The back straight there, they had control turns 11 and 12. Medium speed turn 11, that long right hander of turn 12, and then the short straight just to kind of brake and get the car stable for the right hander turn 13. This is 12. The car straight, hard on the brake into turn 13. I mean, you mentioned dirty air there, Grant. Is that a big factor with these cars?
Yeah, you feel it. I mean, we've seen a lot of battles that should have come to fruition end with the car following spinning. And I think a lot of that is down to dirty air. I think it's much harder to control these cars with dirty air. You get a lot more oversteer, the car becomes a lot more alive to try and follow the car through the high-speed corners. But this is quite the run he's got on the start-finish straight this time around. Again, not really looking that effective, and to be fair, I don't really think the Go for the Gap car needed to defend that. They look like they moved a little bit to the middle, which is going to unsettle them a little bit coming out of turn 1, which means that the Avanti car is actually going to get a bit of a run at them into the third corner. I mean, it was a little bit slidey coming out of the second corner, but it's definitely put him a lot closer. He definitely thought about going for the inside because he was very close into that corner there. But now as we go back into the winding section of the circuit, it's now going to just bite him a little bit more. So maybe he just needed to be that more decisive and just throw it up the inside. But Will's not that kind of driver. I think he likes to be nice and patient and really just find a perfect opportunity to make a nice clean over.
Yeah, very much focus on consistency. We saw that in the superb job at Estoril. So, yeah, I certainly wouldn't be, unless we get right down to the end of the race, I wouldn't be expecting him to go full send or anything. But he does seem to have better traction coming out the slower corners. We've seen it there at turn 10. We keep seeing it at turn 2 the last couple of laps as well. It's not really a big enough braking point at turn 11 to make a move, and Will has to get out of it. You can see he's got the advantage in corner speed. And Aidan Carter really struggling for a DJ. Oh, he's going to shut the door there as they come through turn 12 and up to 13. And Will Richardson's getting closer and closer all the time back to third place. I know Colin has asked about whether Avanti have the advantage of already on their pit stop, or are they still out of sync? And we're not actually entirely sure.
They're out of sync.
They are definitely on different strategy, these two cars. So it's going to be a little while till we see.
But this is after both have pitted, if that makes sense. So this is real.
Yeah,
It's
I
really
think that makes sense to me.
So yeah, I just want to say as well that gap's still increasing first to second place. Martin extending that to 65 in 5 seconds. Although that last lap, Mark was faster, 45.8 compared to Martin's 46.1, who will go back to this third place battle now, but we will keep an eye on those sector times for you.
Yeah, a yellow just flashed up in sector 3.
Very
I'm not
quick.
Sure who it was. We'll keep an eye on the sector time, see if we can pinpoint who it was. It wasn't Barracuda, because I can still see him in the background. Martin Bucking's coming through sector 3, now it wasn't him.
It could be someone just running wide.
It could be. Well, we'll keep an eye on the sector time, see if anything anomalous shows up. On the focus on this fantastic battle. Third spot with 1 hour 55 left on the clock. I think it was the 35 plate master.
Yeah, if they lost a little bit of time.
They lost quite a bit of time on the side of there, so we joined in 10th place at the rear of the field.
Cool. Okay, so yeah, just watching that's a hell of a run coming out of turn 9. It'll be a brave move to put it up the inside into turn number 10 though. He's definitely thinking about it because Aiden is going really defensive quite early on here. So up the inside, he has a look, but that's just gonna have to door shot on him. I made an overtake through there in the LMP2 cars when we did the race here about 4 years ago in those cars.
And you haven't shut up about it since?
No, that's the first time I've mentioned it actually.
Oh, okay.
I pulled it off just so I happened to make that move, but it was very, very tricky. It must be said that the driver in the other car did leave me a lot of space. And that was a Cole Ranshaw, if I remember correctly.
You need to be precise, and you kind of need the other driver to cooperate a bit.
Yeah, they left me a car's width. They just left me a car's width. They didn't let me through, but they didn't shut the door on me.
Yeah,
if that makes sense. They were very kind in that sense. But yeah, it's really tricky to get that overtake done because 9 times out of 10, people will just shut the door on you.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be long until we see another pit stop from Martin Bucking.
No, we're very close to that mark now.
Unless he's stretching them on. He's still doing 45 seconds and everything, but I mean, surely at some point he started to do a bit of fuel mileage calculation in his head.
Maybe so. I mean, he knows like roughly, his race strategy already, so he might already be figuring out I need to lift.
What do I need to do to only have to do 2 more stops?
Because that will be the key to bring in the challenge to the purchase.
Yeah, as you said earlier, full tank's normally about 45-50 minutes, so 2 tanks would be, 136 to 140. We've got 153 to go. It's been over 40 minutes since he made his last stop.
It's usually about 48 minutes. If you're going for it, it's 48 minutes.
So this is going to be his extra pit stop really. So if we're right and he can't stretch the fuel mileage out, then he's going to have to make 3 more pit stops.
Yeah.
Will does a big up inside turn 13. His Team Purple helmets would only have to make 2. But we'll come back to talk about them shortly. Napa Racing UK have come in again. They made a pit stop quite recently.
I don't know if it was that recent. I think it just feels like it was recent.
And that is a drive of shame. And John Smith is getting back.
Adam Christopher's getting in, which is an interesting decision. Considering from what I've been hearing, and I've just seen a quote from him, which I can't repeat on the stream. We've got a yellow in sector 2, relatively long yellow in sector 2. Oh, and the Avanti racing car loses the rear end. So just as I said, you follow the car in front of you, the dirty air affects you, and you then just lose the rear end. It's happened again.
That's the last place, turn 2. I expected that to happen because he's looked so good and smooth through there.
I think he just got on the throttles too early. I don't think that was driver dirty air. I think he just floored it too soon.
Wow. Like
almost a replica of what John Dean Smith did through there.
Well, that unfortunately brings an end to that interesting bout for 3rd place, at least for the time being.
Yeah, it's extended that gap to about 8 seconds. Meanwhile, I have to say, the gap to 1st and 2nd is now 67 seconds.
Yeah, but both drivers had lap times lead the track limits last time round, so we can't tell you exactly.
I think that yellow in sector 2 was Team Purple helmet.
But it was only a little one because he'd only, compared to where it was, he'd only lost about 2 seconds, so it was a relatively minor incident. Grant's going to have a look through the recent replays and see if we can find out if there was just a little minor off there. We'll get back to you on that one shortly. You can see Team Hurdle helmets on the screen now. 1:51 to go. Oh, I think there was off there going to turn 8 and 9. I'm just seeing on the replay, just there with no, I'm not looking at the wrong thing. Sorry, sorry, Grant. Five.
I'm wondering if the timing screen
Yeah,
got a bit
because
confused with the deleted
Martin's
lap.
sector times look fine for what we've been seeing. So that might have just been a little bit of an
I've just gone
anomaly.
through that whole lap.
Yeah,
and
I
there's
think
nothing.
Grant's for a moment it doesn't exist. So panic over. The gap makes 65 seconds. Barracuda 95 coming in 6th place. Back in the pit, they've extended their gap over Quatermass to 72, so they might get back out in front of the 63 car here and retake
And Boo, the
that
leader, is
6th
in.
place, and Buckin's in. 150.
I was about to say, when Oo comes in, Boo tends to follow
Yeah.
the next lap. So that's maybe they've lost, or that might suggest then that Martin's not eked this stint out
150,
longer.
knock on a minute to the pit, 149.
Yeah,
That's a big ask for 2 tanks of fuel.
it is. That's going
It's
to
a
be tricky.
big ask.
So there's another yellow in sector 2. I'm just going to flick
Now.
through the cameras and see if there's... And it looks like, yeah,
Ah,
it's
the
the
63
63
Quatermass
Quatermass
is fun,
car.
and that will definitely play for Barracuda, who are in the pits right now. They,
Oh,
will,
most
they will definitely get that 6th place back then. So
Yeah.
Cameron Westrow,
I mean, the gap was
10 seconds there. So
so-
Barracuda are going to retake 6th place. They're coming back out of the pits as we speak. They haven't changed the. I think Sean King's still in the car. Well, if he's handed back to Nathan Burton, we'll let you know.
Yep, so we'll just keep an eye on Martin in the pit lane. So he's leaving the pit lane. So this is a bit,
50.2.
yeah, again,
Okay.
it
right.
should be closer than this again,
So,
but
purple
it's not.
helmets.
It's there goes purple helmets back in the
Come through into the lead.
So it's going to be again about 4 or 5 seconds between the first and second place car. So yeah, it's really quite difficult to predict this. But yeah, so here we go as he rejoins the circuit.
So we're going to get probably about 12 or 13 minutes now. Only go for the gap, by the way, in 3rd. They are also now in. They were about 8 seconds ahead of Avanti after Wilson had that spin. So Avanti will retake 3rd on the road at least for the time being. So how's this going to match up then for the next few laps then? Mark Carver, before we think he hands back to Jack Appleton for the last 2 stints. Martin Buchan on fresher tyres, having just stopped chasing him down. Buchan has to potentially have fuel mileage as well. The gap between them, I can confirm, is 6.4 seconds in Team Purple Helmet's favour.
I mean, ironically, what Martin needs now is a code 60.
Yeah.
Because then he would get to the end.
That 5:10, yeah, he's going to be an hour. He's going to be about, what, 11 minutes short based on your 48?
Yeah. So if we get a code 60, that could bring him a lot. Because if it's like a 10-minute code 60, you know, that's going to put him there, basically, because he's going to save that much fuel anyway.
Yeah.
With the pit limiter on. I mean, I'm not wishing for a code 60. I'm just saying I think that is his best hope at the moment, unless he starts rotating rapidly. If he does that, then also his challenge for the lead evaporates.
Both Quatermass cars in a slow stop for the 63 car, 1 minute and 1 second.
That sounds like a damage repair.
Yeah, quite possibly.
Like a minor damage repair.
And then the 35 car is in as we speak. We'll let you know. We don't think Barracuda switch. We still think it is Sean King in the car.
Yes, it is. I can just see from here. There's Nathan and there's Sean outside. Yeah, Sean's in the car still.
So we've been watching. Martin Buchan's trying to be very close. He's taken a couple of points out of Mark Alston out of pit on his out laps. The gap is 6.2 seconds. You might just about see there. You can see Boo Barracuda in the background. That is the fight for the lead. After 6 hours and 13 minutes of racing, there's 6 seconds between top 2.
So I'm wondering how sure we need to be of Martin getting to the end of the race, because I think he does have a splash and dash. I think you're completely right. I think he's got a splash and dash to go.
Mark's a slow second there though. It's just not 1.3 seconds. It gets down to less than 5 seconds.
In sector 1 as well, we were watching. I didn't see anything looking untoward.
Just on the Quatermass stops, Cameron Westrope still in the 63, 35 car at 54 second stop, so it's a bit slower than normal. And Michael Tyler's ended his marathon stint. He's done a good 2.5 hours in there, and he's handed back to Max Spooner. For real this time, unlike when he dashed out of here last time.
For real this time. Yes, so Max limited in his commercial adventures, shall we say, of trying to sell products to the other drivers and other teams for now, because he's now in the car and has to focus on driving. Maybe that's why he spun a few times at the last stint. I'm not sure.
Another 8 tenths. Martin Buckley. I get a feeling that's Mark on used tyres and Buchan on a charge.
33.0. That's an interest.
47.1 middle seconds, the fastest we've seen for what, an hour and a half?
Yeah.
This could be one of Martin Buchan's quickest laps of the race, I think.
Could be, yes. I mean, the first sector's not fantastic, but that middle sector is very strong as he crosses the line for a 45.1.
And Mark
so
Carver did a 47.3, and the gap's down to 4 seconds.
I think most of that was sector 1 though, so let's keep an eye on that purple helmet car in sector 1, because if he's struggling through there, that's quite interesting, because we've not really seen many cars struggle through there. As only Camsport puts in a personal best first sector, and Barracuda puts in a personal best final sector.
We're probably looking at maybe another 4 or 5 laps before purple helmets stop.
Yeah.
So, by that point, at this rate, Buchan could be ahead on the road.
He could be. I mean, if the lap times continue like this, but this time it's a much stronger first sector for Mark Carver in sector 1, a 31.7, which is only a tiny fraction a bit slower than Martin Buchan's also 31.7. So we'll see how his sector 2 copes, because his sector 2 wasn't fantastic on the last lap, but no one's has been for a long time, as we've mentioned.
Until Martin Buchan last time round.
Yes.
On fresh tyres.
I mean,
you can see on the screen there the gap
visually
is
getting
smaller.
bigger. Yes, it's the car behind is visually getting bigger. Personal best time, Napa Racing UK, Adam Christopher, 1:44.625. Maybe I was wrong to doubt him. Maybe the substances, the alcoholic substances, I should actually clarify, have actually fueled him and helped him go faster rather than
Buchan's taking 7 tenths out of Carver in the middle sector.
Wow, that's
Buchan
3.3.
is on the move. He's on manoeuvres.
I mean, he's done a 31.7 again in sector 1, which is basically exactly the same time he did on the last lap through there. So I think we're going to see the high 44 this lap from Martin Buchan.
I think we can say one thing for certain. He's not fuel saving, is he?
No, he's not. A 1:44.9 for Martin Buchan there. So yeah,
over 8 tenths quicker than Mark Carver last time round. Carver's done a really good, consistent job in this stint. With yellow flag in sector 2.
I mean, it's very likely that we're going to see Jack Ashton back in the car after this stint. So it's going to be an interesting battle, because if Jack has to overtake Martin on track, that's going to be quite spicy, I think. But we'll see. We'll see if it gets to that. Because it's one thing to catch around here, it's definitely another thing to pass. On a circuit that's normally quite easy for overtaking, it must be said, these cars have definitely struggled to get close to each other and pull off those overtakes.
Yeah. Well, but as we have a brief bit of time before the storm, just to look at the battle for third, because Will Richardson's got his head down after that spin, and he's extended the gap out on only go for the gap, made a pit stop to 69 seconds.
He has.
And he's going about, well, on that last one in the speaking, maybe he's 2 seconds quicker. So that battle for third, once the pit stop cycle do again,
I'm wondering if only go for the gap of changed drivers to Hamish and not update the sheet.
Maybe.
Because Hamish does seem to be a little bit off of Aiden's pace. That's nothing against Hamish at all. Just a little bit off of Aiden's pace. Aiden is an extremely fast sim racer.
And our sheet has said Aiden's a lot.
It has. So
next time we see Dane, we'll get him to go and check that out.
Yes.
This is I wonder, just thinking, applying the same logic as what Colin asked a short time ago, only go for the gap going to have the same problem as Martin Buchan's going to have. We are now coming up to the point where we're two tanks of fuel away from the end of the race.
Yeah.
So
personal best middle sector
that
for
same problem.
And Boo Barracuda puts in a new personal best time of 1:44.6 on that last lap. The gap down to 2.1 seconds. 44.6 for Martin Buchan.
Found more than a second on Mark Carver on that lap. 6 hours and 20 minutes of racing, and that's his best lap of the lot. How many laps have we done, by the way, Grant? A good couple hundred by now.
Yeah, it doesn't actually tell me anywhere, weirdly.
Dane did have a way of finding that, or just having a look on their screens and having a look then. But yeah, we must go into about 200 laps now, I would have thought. You're watching the battle for the lead with just over 100 minutes to go. We are approximately 2 tanks of fuel from the end of the race. This is, at the moment, I'll say a real gap to the lead, but we think both cars are going to have to stop twice more.
Yeah, I agree.
There's 2 seconds in it. And then, of course, there is the question, how short will Martin Buchan's last stop be?
Yeah.
If he's potentially only going to be making it 10, 15 minutes to the end.
And he'll
I would have
put
thought
softs on. Let's
Will he?
be honest.
Will he? Will he go fuel only? Save the time.
Surely he'll put softs. Yeah, fuel. Yeah, that makes sense.
So much.
I mean,
it gets
it's 1.8 for the lead now.
These are
1.6
decisions.
for the lead
These
now.
are the decisions that he's having to make by himself, driving solo. He's going to be tired. He said he was worried about the strength and the fatigue and potentially in his left foot for braking through the race, but it hasn't slowed him down so far. As they come through the last corner, turn 14, back onto the straight. I'll tell you what the lap times are as they come across the line. It doesn't really matter. You can see how much smaller the gap is. Mark Carver this time done a 45.5, Buchan at a 44.8. Gap 1.4 seconds. But you can see it for yourself on screen. Buchan is getting larger and larger and larger in Mark Carver's mirror, but Carver will be stopping very shortly. It might not be the end of this lap, but it could be the one after or the one after that. 100 minutes to go.
Apologies, I'm just trying to find the...
No, that is absolutely Grant is crunching some numbers. So. How is this going to develop, and are we going to see a battle on track between these top 2 cars before Team Purple Helmets come in for what should be their penultimate stop of the race? Once again,
it's
sorry, Grant.
lap 207.
200. Oh, well, I said 200. I wasn't too far away then. Once again, the Simply Race Endurance Series delivers.
It does.
We're at 3rd race of the season, and once again, it has been. And I know I've not been here for all of it. It has been thoroughly absorbing to watch.
1:44.756 for the Barracuda car. That's a new personal best for them. That's a very fast lap time.
That is a rapid lap by Sean
really
King.
Good time for Sean King.
Wow.
I reckon he'll be very happy with that lap time. He might not be too happy with how his race is going at the moment. I think he'll be extremely happy with that lap.
And you can see they've got a hub because Quatermass 63 car had a slow stop and a spin, so the gap with the pit stop started through is 100 seconds. So 6th place very much the domain of the 95 Barracuda car. Again, after that battle we had a little bit earlier on.
Yes, so let's see what the gap is again this lap. So it's not really got much closer, back to 1.4 seconds again. As across the line, it's a 1:45.5 for Mark and a 1:45.4 for Martin Buchan. So maybe just starting to get a little bit of the dirty air from the car in front as well.
Yeah, maybe just pacing himself out. Think that Buchan might have realised that he's going to be coming in soon.
Yeah.
There's no point getting involved in the battle on track. It doesn't actually do him any good at this stage of the race.
No, but he is putting in a very strong performance. I mean, a 26.0 final sector is nothing to be scoffed at. Also putting in good sector times at the moment is actually the 35 Quatermass car. That is a personal best in the middle sector for Max Spooner. We've got a yellow in sector 3, which has gone away very quickly. So not particularly sure what that was, but it wasn't there for long.
Max Spooner is in sector 3.
Oh.
Against commentator's curse.
I probably did.
You're going to find out the next few seconds when his sector 3 time flashes up and see if it's more than about 26 seconds.
I've not seen anyone with a slow third sector, although Orange Apex haven't shown a third sector. Yeah,
oh
35,
dear.
Yeah, it was Max Spooner. Oh. That was a live curse there.
Yep.
Full-blown live commentator's curse. What's the chat saying? I think there's been a couple more chats, or is there anything new in there?
No, just Colin helping out, saying about finding out the lap numbers.
Fair enough.
That. Thank you very much.
So now down to 6 tenths of a second. Look at this on this lap. All of a sudden it was 1.4 seconds. Martin's got a hell of a run all of a sudden.
There's
really
traffic.
There is traffic, but at a 48.1 middle sector for Mark Carver. That's a really slow sector. And he's not coming in because he's not due to come in yet. He's going to get in the slipstream. He might have a shot at going for the lead before he pits. Again, it might not be worth doing so. Personal best middle sector for Avanti as well. I don't think he's going to go for a run on this lap. Maybe going into turn 3, he might think about it.
Look at how much Buchan closed up under braking and get you to turn 2.
Oh, he's lost the rear! He's lost the rear! He's going to go in the barrier! No, he just misses the barrier. My other shot shows he did not hit the barrier, but he just overdid it. I thought he was losing the rear end there, and he did. Oh, again, another case of just catching that car and then just losing the rear end.
No, I didn't see that coming. I really didn't.
Oh. Well, I'm sure Mark Carver's smiling and breathing a sigh of relief as well, because that has, I don't want to say guaranteed anything, but I tell you what, that's definitely strengthened
It has
Team
massively
Purple Helmet's advantage
swung
in
the
this
race back in Ashton Carver's favour. The gap is now nearly 10 seconds. Avanti Racing, by the way, are in the pits. This will be their penultimate stop. So go for the gap. I think Avanti in a very strong third place here, to answer your query from earlier on, Colin, because the way the pit stops strategies are playing out, this should work in Avanti's favour. They're looking very good for what would be, long way to go of course, a very well-deserved podium.
Yeah, let's keep an eye on Onid go for the gap as well.
They're still coming up to the last corner.
Yeah,
Avanti coming down their pit lane now, so they're going to be comfortably ahead. But they're only going to have to make one more stop now.
Yes, correct.
That's bang on 2 times 48, 136. So that's right now. So I think they've got their fuel mileage calculation pretty much spot on.
Definitely
Will
so.
Richardson, I would assume, is still in the car. You can see go for the gap, the blue and red car there. They're a good 3-4 seconds behind, but they're going to make an extra stop as well.
Yeah, and into the pits comes
Purple
Team
helmets
Purple
in.
Helmets car. So Martin Buchan will take the lead for the time being. He obviously will have to pit. So when he pitted last, it was like an hour 48 minutes to go, I believe. Or when
Hour
we joined.
50. Hour 50 when he came in.
Yeah, so we're still a little way away from his next pit stop, but he's going to be kicking himself.
I'm going to poke my nose out the door and just check to see if Jack is getting back in. Yeah, Jack Ashton is getting back in the car as we speak, and that will be him for the last 2 stints of the race. Colin asking, what is it with following through that corner that's making them spin? We have seen it there.
Yeah.
Is it aero? Is it just getting on the throttle a little too quickly? A combination of the two?
I mean, it looked to me that Martin just wanted that run. I think it was a case of he just wanted to go for it. I think he's thinking, if I'm going to overtake them, it's now. And he just overdid it. Just tiny little lapse of concentration, because it's not really a corner you get affected with dirty air. It's so low speed.
Yeah.
It's all about how late you brake and then carrying that speed through the exit. Yes, downforce comes into play, but not that much. It's more the dirty air affected corners are definitely more the second sector of the circuit. Sector 1, it's pretty much start-stop sort of corners. So I don't think it's the corner itself, Colin. I mean, yes, we've seen that exact same thing twice in a row now with completely different drivers, but I really don't think that was dirty air.
So Jack Ashton is back in the number 98 car. They're coming back out the pits. The gap's 61.8, so that should be a few seconds in his favour, as they now should only have one more pit stop to make somewhere around 47, 48 minutes to go.
Yeah, it's going to be, I think it's guaranteed now that Martin has to pit again.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, that's painful.
Well, it's going to put him back around where Jack is.
Yeah.
And there's also the fact that one of the stops will be short. This isn't over. That spin doesn't help. The 9 seconds he lost, the damage he's done to these tyres, which he's going to have to run for the next probably half an hour. Unless he decides he wants. He actually has the flexibility to get rid of them if he wanted to.
He does. Oh, someone else
do it
just
early.
put in a chat.
Jack Brewer did the first 3 hours of Avanti is the torque demand that kicks in from the electric motor of the exit of turn 2.
I mean, it doesn't have an electric motor, I don't think, in the house. It's just a V8 motor, I believe. So, I mean, the torque demand, yeah, is quite strong. It's very easy to lose it there, like just under your own steam. If you see a yellow in sector 3, just make sure it's not our leaders. I mean, oh, it is the Quatermass, one of the Quatermass cars. I can see them rejoining
Off the last corner, it will be number. They're both in sector 3.
It's 63. 35.
Yeah,
sorry,
it's
because,
another spin Max Spooner, unfortunately.
Double cursed it.
Dracula double threat. Well, wacky races.
So we're watching our current race leader, the gap being 61 seconds, so he is maintaining that gap quite nicely at the moment, it must be said. First best time for Avanti Racing, 1:44.951 that last lap, so that's a nice decent lap time to put in with 91 minutes of the race left to go. Pretty decent showing there from the Avanti team. Really trying to put their one hand on that third place trophy. So if Martin has to stop twice, purple helmets only have to stop once.
Yeah.
What are we predicting that gap's going to be? Like, it's got to be like, what, 15 seconds potentially?
The thing is, Martin's second stop can be very short.
Yeah.
Then we're not talking two
That's
full-length
why,
pit
that's what I'm
stops here.
saying. No, that's why I think it's going to be about 15 seconds.
61 now.
Because of the spin.
Yeah, at the moment I would actually say on paper Martin's actually still a few seconds ahead despite spin.
Really?
Yeah.
I
But
can't see-
Jack's going to be quick on these mediums.
I don't know
Martin's gonna
how.
force
I
sides,
don't know how you would be ahead.
just because the second stop can be so short.
Yeah, but he's only got two. He's got two
There
stops.
really
Jack's got
isn't.
one.
Yeah, but that's what that 1 minute and 1 second is.
It's true. That is true.
Or make that
It's
1 minute
gonna
now.
be
Because
very
Jack's
close.
just put in a 44.3
Because of
on his
course
first
he
flying
has.
lap.
Because
That's
of
only
course he
just
has.
over a tenth short of the previous lap of the race. Make no mistake, we have a race in our hands, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, so it is closer than it looks, definitely. Okay, so yeah, I get it now. Sorry, I was a little bit confused there because I was like, no, you'll be behind. But no, you're right. It's going to be super close. Really close.
Yeah, one more spin either side.
Oh, that
Could be
spin.
huge.
That spin's going to be so painful now for him.
Yeah, that spin cost him 9 seconds. Personal best, is that red? Yep, it is. That
It's
is a
a
red,
purple.
purple
It's purple
first sector,
one.
31.3 by Ashton. That's 8 tenths quicker than Buchan in that sector alone. The gap's down to less than a minute. One of the Quatermass cars is coming in, but we'll stay away from that for now. And let's have a look at, we'll go on board with Jack Ashton on the ultimate pace as we head into the last 90 minutes of the 8 hours of Bahrain. Let's listen in for a minute. Quicker than Martin Buchan's last lap, which is in the 46s. Ashton on the charge, on fresh tyres, to try and give himself and Mark Carver the best chance of winning this race. Don't go anywhere. Certainly for the next few laps with Ashton absolutely on a mission. And then before we have a last stint, it'll be time to go and get the kettle on and prepare and brace ourselves for the last hour. Just another way of Vanti in third. Will Richardson even quicker, 44.7. That's a quick lap.
That's a really good lap
Well,
time.
we've spoken so much already this season about how good a driver he is.
Yes.
But yeah, he's doing an absolutely
I mean, it's his
outstanding
first
job.
appearance in the car for the whole race. It's been absolutely
Is it
cracking.
really? They didn't want me here early for an
No, they've had very long stints, the drivers. Like,
Right.
very long stints today.
Buchan 45.6, 4 tenths quicker. And we said this last time, didn't we? He'll have seen that fastest lap come down with Jack on fresh tyres and gone, right, I've got work to do.
But how much is he going to push now with the fear of, like, spinning again?
This is absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, that was a hell of a lap from Jack Ashton there.
And I've got a good call. Well done, Grant, for going on board with him. It was great to see and everything.
Yeah.
And but you can, I mean, it was a good example. You can see how much this lap isn't far off either.
Personal best purple
This,
sector.
he couldn't do a 43.
46.6.
What was pole?
A 42 something.
On
I
soft
think.
side, I assume.
Yes,
Are we going to see a 143 for
I
the
think-
first time in the race?
potentially, because it was a very nice exit on that final corner.
Here we go, drum
It was a
roll.
beautiful final corner, and it is a 1 minute 44.006. So very close to a 25.9.
And
Final
Buchan's doing
sector.
mid 45s.
Yeah.
Wow.
Jack Ashton really wants to win this race. Well, he wants Team Purple Helmets to win this race. He really, really wants to win. Is that Colin going?
Yeah, just saying, seen Boo of anti-cam sport and that, we're all dropping that corner following, but not looking to overtake there.
Yeah,
Yeah,
again,
true.
It's true. We have seen it a lot, but I don't think it is the dirty air. I'm not saying that you're wrong, Colin. You could be 100% on point, but I think it is like Jack said earlier. Jack said, you know, the torque demand through that corner is particularly high. If you get a little bit too much on that throttle, you've lost the rear end. And personally, I've driven this car. It's very easy to lose the rear end coming out of there.
Colin, you're not allowed to leave your chair for the next 86 minutes. So if you could ask Maggie very nicely to put the kettle on for you, that would be very much appreciated. 46.4 for Martin. Has he put the tyres with the spin?
He might have done.
I mean, it's only 25 minutes into the stint.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing a 31.6 from Jack Ashton in sector one.
Not quite as quick.
It's
Lost
still
about
good.
Lost about 3/10 there.
It's still a good first sector. Middle section's a 47.0, so not as rapid as it has been. So maybe just getting into the flow of things. I mean, he's brought the gap down to 55 seconds, so maybe he's just thinking I should probably...
Is that enough for a short pit stop?
Yeah.
We're going to find out.
It's getting very close. The seagulls outside get extremely excited, if you can hear that. I apologise.
Yeah, seagulls flying in over the Gulf Coast here at Bahrain.
They just go to see. I don't know the technical term.
Is it like we've got Chinese food? If you go to China, it's just food. Is it that kind of thing? So seagulls, if they're on land, are just gulls. That kind of thing.
I mean, I heard someone say it the other day. I think it was Dane actually said it the other day that when they're not at sea, they're just gulls. I reckon Colin's going to comment because I reckon he's going to be like, this is something Colin will know. I think. Although I thought you would have known this as well. To be fair.
I'm quite good at pub quizzes, and there are knowledge in many fields of expertise. Ornithology is not one. Ashton, I think, is just settling through rhythm now. It's a 45.0 last time, man.
Yeah, it's a good pace.
Slower.
Putting in the 45s now, I think.
But it's still quicker.
Because it is quicker by 1.4 seconds.
But firmly in the 46s.
Yeah, 31.6 is in sector one. Not to scoff that. I mean, Martin had a pretty rough middle sector that time round, 48.0. So he's getting to the end of the stint, but he's still got a little way to go. So
I mean, if
47.3 that time for Martin.
Yeah, if Martin's running this as a full stint, then he's still got 20 minutes to stop. Or is this now him starting to feel safe?
It could be. It could very much be.
It could be. The only way to work out is to go and watch him drive.
I mean, surely it'll be about an hour to go for his next stop.
Yeah, about 1:02, 1:01.
So we're about 23 minutes
He's still got
away.
over 20 minutes if he's going to run this as a full stint.
Yeah, so if it's longer than that, then we know he's fuel saving.
Yeah.
Interesting.
You know what, I'm actually going to go and watch him and see what he's driving like and see if I can pick anything up.
Okay,
So I'm going to go off for a couple of...
No worries at all. Again, relatively slow middle sector for Jack Ashton there, 47.8. But yes, so I'm going to look at the chat for a minute. So if you do want to get questions in now, it's a really, really good time. Maggie just glared at the TV, Dan, saying Colin should be making me a cup of tea. I agree. Yes, seagull is slightly bigger and live on the coast. The gull is inland. Thank you, Colin. I had a feeling you'd know that somehow. But yes, I do agree. Actually, usually, Maggie's had to put up with the race being on the TV in the first place. So, Colin could return the favour and make a lovely cup of tea for Max. But yes, thank you, Colin. I did think that was true. But yeah, I didn't know whether to trust Dane on that or not, because, it is Dane. But yeah, so anything else that you want to say in the comments now would be a really good time before it gets extremely exciting before the end of the race, because it is spread out quite a bit at the moment. So get your questions in if you have anything to say. More than happy for you to get involved with the chat. We really want to make you a part of this event as much as we possibly can. So we are watching the Team Purple Helmets car. They are flying still through the sectors. We've got a yellow in sector 2. Let's find out who that is. It's already cleared. As Orange Apex Esports goes into the pit lane. I think it was one of the Quakemas cars. They look a little bit slower recovering. Dan is shaking his head at me as he's walking back in, which would suggest that he is not fuel saving. So that's interesting.
Yeah, I've just gone to have a look at just what Martin's driving for a minute. So we saw, I don't know if you saw it on screen. He ran really wide at the last corner,
Yeah,
which
he
is
had
why
a-
I think the free time's so slow.
Yeah. So while you've been away, Colin has confirmed a inland gull is a gull, not a
Has
seagull.
he?
Yeah. It's he said if you read it, it's slightly bigger. A seagull is slightly bigger than an inland gull.
Thank you, Colin. You can come and join my quiz team next time. We're
Oh.
not working on a Thursday night.
And also, Maggie glared at the TV and said it's Colin that should be making her a cup of tea. I agree.
I don't know either. I've never met Maggie. I don't know you well enough to argue the toss about your relationship. That's
Maggie's lovely. So
oh, good.
right, we've got yellow in sector 3.
Yeah, so I went to watch. This is why I went to watch
And
Martin.
20 to nothing again.
I went to watch Martin, and yeah, he was really frustrated trying to get the car to stop and getting the grip to turn and everything.
Yeah, 46.7. How much fuel did he have left? Did you see?
I did. I'm not going to say what it was on air, but I'm watching his driving, and I asked one of the other drivers who's not in the car at the moment about whether or not he was fuel saving at this point, and it doesn't look like it at all.
Okay.
I'm going to show you. I'm not going to say it on air because I can't, but I'm going to say it because he was very, very frustrated when he did shout that. Actually, uncharacteristically roughly by Martin Bucket at the moment. He's really, I think he knows he's a bit up against it here.
Yeah, it's very difficult though, isn't it? Like, he is...
Oh, and almost contact there between Cam Sport and the 63 Quatermass car just on our other screen there as we keep an eye on our leaders. I mean, no one take it away if, and I'm not making any prediction in one way or the other because I want to curse it, if Martin Bucket does not win this race, no one can take away the fact that he's put in a brilliant effort. He's made a couple of small errors and spins, but who hasn't? Even you know, Jack has, everyone has.
Yeah.
And I think the effort he's put in, like when Nathan drove solo at Estoril for 6 hours, and nothing short of superb.
Well, a 44.857 that last lap for Team Purple Helmets as well, just to really hammer down onto that advantage.
I mean, the thing is, Jack will see the gap coming down and see the rate at which it's coming down.
Yeah.
And he'll know he doesn't need to keep pumping in 44 zeros, 44 twos. He can drive the lead so behind and keep bringing the gap right down.
Sometimes it's harder to do that than it is to go fast. I know that sounds a little bit unusual, but if you start to come off the gas a little bit, you can invite mistakes in by doing so. So I think he will, because you know he's done a 44.8 and he's on for another really quick lap this lap as well. He's done a 31.6 in the first sector this time around. So we'll see what he does in the middle sector after this.
Just a quick word further down, Orange Apex made a pit stop and Stanley's out and Reno DeMarco is back.
Okay, lovely.
So Avanti's stopped and come out until the 10 second at the moment now with Will Richardson putting the quick times in.
Yeah. So
yeah,
before it gets a little bit too chaotic before the end of the race, shall we try and get a driver in? Shall we maybe get Stanley in if he's up for talking?
Let's get Martin Buchan in, that makes it exciting.
I
don't know who Stanley, I've never met him, it would look like, so I think you'll have to go and get him. But yeah, is this his first Sres race ever? Yeah, I think this is going to be our last serious opportunity to get a driver in for a chat with 1 hour and 18 to go, and probably if Martin's running a full stint, about just over 15 minutes makes his next and we think penultimate stop. So since Ashton May came out and started his new stint, he's taken out about 14 seconds on Martin Buchan already. The gap was about 61 seconds, I should say, when Ashton took over from Mark Carver and came back out to practice. Now down to 47. Something with definitely, obviously we know, one full pit stop still to make, and then potentially we think maybe a flat down as well. With around 10 minutes or so to go. That is fair enough. Hey Mick, if you can work out how that works, I'll turn it on. Thank you very much for joining us. I'd like to keep this story going. Yep. So, hey, Miss, thank you very much for joining us. I'm Tom from Sres as well. How have you found it? Oh, you're not. Sorry. Well, how have you found today? How have you kind of got this?
This is my first time actually driving this car. As quite a lot of the time when I drove last season for Eaton Grit, I would just turn up and drive. I know it's not a very sensible thing to do, but I tend to be quite adaptable to a lot of different cars. Obviously, there's been a big issue that quite a lot of drivers have had with just feeling no rear wing. So I've had that main issue in the fast right-hander. I think that was the only place that was spun so far. It's unfortunate, but I don't think it really ruined our position that much. So yeah, apart from that quite a big issue, I've actually really enjoyed how the car handled.
How do you think Stanley has done? I mean, he's the youngest driver here. He is new to this.
Oh. Okay. How old are they?
Sorry, I thought you were teammates.
No.
I've been misled. I'm
No.
very, very sorry.
That's alright.
Sorry, that's what I was asking.
Yeah.
Ah, right, I see. That's why you put it on the telly. I've made a complete... This is what happens when you don't watch the first 3 hours of the race and turn up late. Well, in that case, obviously only go for that. You've had some great battles on track as well.
Yeah.
But it looks like maybe the strategy might work against you a little bit with fuel loads.
Well,
Or have you telling me you've got a trick up your sleeve?
yeah, not to point out what we've tried to do.
No, obviously.
But I think from what I can see so far, the plan is working.
Right, so obviously, without going into details, looking how they are now, Advanti made another stop, 10 seconds behind them. The pace at the moment last couple has been similar. Do you still think you can finish third?
Yep.
You do?
I'm pretty confident.
Well, that's going to be very exciting for us to watch as well. And then you're going to be joining us for Interlagos into the 24 as well? We're going to see more of you guys?
Well, go for the gap should be. I don't know if I'll be on the roster, but I will definitely try to. I do a lot of karting, so I don't know if it clashes with that or not.
Fair enough, so it's a bit of a kind of fitting it in when you can.
Yeah.
Okay, now I mean, we've enjoyed watching this race in the commentary box. From the time you've not been in the car, have you enjoyed the spectacle of it? Because the battle at the front's been absolutely superb.
Yeah, I'm genuinely impressed with my ex-teammate Martin. I know he was a rocket when I was teammates with him, but to go the almost 6 hours, or is it already 6 hours?
6 3/4 now.
Yeah, I am genuinely really impressed with him. I don't know how much longer he's going to be able to keep up with it.
We've just been to the 63 Quaid last car, by the way, just off screen, which is Philip Webb says hi to you, by the way. He's just commented on the YouTube feed, so. So thank you very much for joining us, Hamish. Sorry for misidentifying you earlier. Grant is cowering in the corner as he speaks. We're going to give him a full Malcolm Tucker hairdryer treatment after the race. But yeah, enjoy the rest of the race, and yeah, all the best for your fight for the podium.
Cheers.
Thank you very much for joining us.
I do want to see if I can quickly get Edson as well. He did
Oh yes, Edson did a very long stint. Yeah, so we haven't had a chance to speak to Edson yet this season.
No.
So yeah, if we can get Edson, then that'd be great.
Try and grab
thank you very
Edson.
much, Hamish. I'm going to leave the mic still on. I'll leave that there.
And
So
apparently Max has interest in tidbits, but we spoke to him already.
Yeah, Max has come back out of the car.
Yeah.
Max's idea of an interesting tidbit, it's kind of subjective. So back at the front, Martin Buchan still running 46 and 47.3 last time round, and Jack Ashton fairly reliably doing low 45, so the gap's down to 46 seconds, and 18 seconds since he came back out of the pits around 25 minutes ago. 1 hour, 30 minutes left. Very interested to hear from Hamish there about the potential of a fight for third between Avanti and only go for the gap developing. And speaking of Avanti, I'm glad to say that Edson Mangueira's joined us after a marathon. That's been a good 2.5, 3 hours we were in the car. All behind you just to keep out any of the background noise and fruity bits of language from the other drivers. Yeah, how long was your stint? That must be 2.5 hours at least.
Yeah, 2.5 hours, and then Will, that's currently driving, will be around 2.5 hours.
That's good stuff. And obviously, this is not an easy car to drive. And I know you were here for Daytona and drove the Van Wall as well, weren't you?
Yes.
How have you found the comparison between the two cars?
I'm not the biggest fan of prototype cars, but I think I found the Van Wall a little bit easier to drive. It could be because I like Daytona and I also don't like Holland, so this combination at the moment
track
is
specific,
not...
so you might have said the Glickenhaus are the two tracks the opposite way round.
Yeah.
Yeah, and how does tell us a bit more about Avanti as a team, because we've seen lots of different drivers and lots of ins and outs over the 3 races so far. So give us a bit of a background to you guys as a group and how you sort of approaching this race when you come in.
So I think our first endurance race was in 2017, if I'm I'm not mistaken. We were all just friends from work, and we decided to. Once we found about this place, we just started coming over. We were invited to participate in this one. Our first race was the Nürburgring. It was shambolic, but yeah, we just liked the event. We liked what it stood for. We just kept coming back, and yeah, even today, everybody's from work, but we now have a few people that join us because we're friends. But yeah.
That's great. Obviously, good race for you guys so far. Will's putting some cracking times in this stint. Up in third place. I mean, I'm getting the absolute delight.
So that would be our first podium.
You've never had a podium?
Right.
Oh, maybe you were fourth, fifth?
Yeah.
Remember, Will put on the front row at Estoril.
Correct.
Really good job in qualifying.
Yes, but I still think we finished. Yeah, we might have finished fourth. Yes, our best result to date was fourth place. I can't remember where, but it was.
Okay, so wow, that's a big step to as well. And then obviously you've got the GT3 race at Interlars, and then hopefully you're here for the 24 as well. Is that something you're excited about with it being in the GT1 cars?
Yes, we are looking into it.
Great, Edson, thank you very, very much for joining me. Thank you very much. All the best for the last 70 minutes with Will in the car, and
thank you very much.
We may well see you on the podium shortly after.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. Edson Manguera of Avanti Racing there. He did a marathon stint earlier on. In third place, still holding that gap around 10.5 seconds on Only Go for the gap. We thought because of the pit strategy, that battle might actually be a foregone conclusion, but from what we heard from Hamish there, that may not be the case. So plenty to look forward to. Back at the front, Buckingham's times remain in, well, relative 47.7 now. Team Purple Helmet's 45.7. The gap's down to 41 seconds. He's down 20 seconds in this stint. We don't think Buckingham's fuel saving. We've now had 40 minutes since he made his last stop, so we're talking probably only another 7 or 8 until he's going to have to come in for what should be his penultimate stop, because we don't think he'll have enough fuel after that to make it all the way to the end. Watching the advantage some driving, put some really good time to 44 in the car, but he kind of settled into a rhythm now, and he's running about the same pace as we go for the gap car. Probably don't think it was check that, but I don't think it was drive sheet. There was a pit stop for Cam Sport just while we had Hamish and Edson in there. Matt Goodstock is still in the car. They are still in 5th place, as they have been pretty much all day. But this race is bubbling up nicely. Once again, Sres doesn't disappoint. Grant has come back to rejoin me. Do you have news that you're able to share on the broadcast?
What just happened?
Well, why you went out of the room.
Okay, so there was a slight error with race control, pushing an accidental button, which for some reason, and I have no idea why it did this, brought up the chat box on every single pod, which meant that they could no longer push their pit limiters. Meant the pit lane speed limiter no longer worked. So we had to go onto each sim and just push enter to send a chat to each pod for that chat box to then go away. So that's sorted now. We were looking to code 60 it, but we obviously would have had to do it in a very different way. Probably just tell the drivers you just have to stay in first gear. Luckily we've managed to avert that. We had a little bit of anger from Sean when we were doing it, so can people stop chatting? I don't think he realised that people weren't chatting, but we were fixing the solution, so everything is fine for now.
Good. We've just done 35 Quaytime's car in the pits again. We know Max jumped away and handed back to Michael Tyler, but they've just come in for a quick 25-30 second stop now, and they come back out in 10th place of the field. So as we know that Martin Buckley is from Thursday, I normally try and do these updates on the hour, but I think this would be the best time to do it. This is the 8 hours of Bahrain. It's the 3rd round of the Simply Racing Endurance Series of 2023. We have 1 hour and 7 minutes to go, and we still don't know who's going to win it. 666, Boo Barracuda, Martin Buchan leading by 37 seconds from the 1918 Purple Helmets car being driven by Jack Ashton. That gap is coming down at the rate of about 2 seconds a lap. Buchan really struggling with grip and struggling with braking. but we think he'll have to make 2 more stops, whereas Jack Ashton will only have to make 1. So it's still very much in the balance what's going to happen in this race. Battle for third to number 7 of Anti-Racing, company driven by Will Richardson. Head of number 2 only goes to the gap. We don't think it's Aiden Carr driving that car anymore, is it, Grant? It is Aiden Carr. Of course, yes, Jeremy Hayes. Well, that makes sense. The gap between them is 11 seconds. We could still have a fight for our hands for third, which I've just heard of one driver for both of those teams. Only Cam Sports in 5th, with Ben Brown is actually back in the car. That's not back. Gentle quad prop plate thing, so Ben Brown has retaken over. Barracuda in 6th. Sean King currently in the car, but sharing Nathan Burton. Then it's the orange Apex Esports car. No, so beg your pardon. 6th is the Quatermax in 7th. Cameron Westbrook currently driving. Then the 21 orange Apex Esports with Reno DeMarco. The Napa Racing car number 51 currently being given by Andy Christopher, and the 30-car Quatermax being driven by Michael Tyler with 1 hour and 5 minutes to go. First place and third place, Grant, still very much up in the air.
Yeah, I mean that gap from first to second now much smaller though from when I've last looked.
I've been keeping count while you've been in and out and everything. 37 at the start of the stint, it was 61.
Yeah.
It's taken out 24 seconds.
So where
in
does
this
that
stint.
put us with Martin? What?
Well, remember we had the conversation about having.
We need to figure out how long his short fuel stop can be.
Remember we had the conversation about 20 minutes ago and we said I still thought Martin might be ahead. I don't anymore.
No.
Not now, Jack Ford. Now 25 seconds he's taken out in this stint.
Yeah. Absolutely, like, on fire lap time.
Buckley's found a bit of time now because he was well down in the high 47s. He's now back down to a 46.1. But he's still losing a lot of time.
31.5 Jack Ashton in section 1. That's fast. That's very fast.
That is very, very particular when you think he's been out and on those tyres now for just over half an hour.
Yeah.
So he's in the second half of this stint.
Very impressive drive.
So we're waiting now. It's
47.4 middle sector, which is that age.
So we're waiting now to see, and it's just crossed the line now in sector 1. So Martin Buchan's pit stop could be at the end of this lap. If not, it'll definitely be at the end of the next one.
Has pitted yet? Usually it's the same lap.
Yes, you are right. Well, at the moment, I'm going to see where they are on track relative to each other. Martin's just ahead of on track.
Right, so
Martin's about a second ahead of Sean King on the circuit. They're just coming around. We can have a look at them on the screen. There is Martin, and where? And yeah, you can see Barracuda car just behind. So we think those two will come in either at the end of this lap or the end of the next one. But is that 25 seconds that Jack Ashton's found in this stint going to make all the difference? We will find out over the next just over an hour.
I mean, it'll be fascinating to know how long that short stop's going to be. Like, we need to kind of try and figure the math of how long it needs to be for him to stay in contention. As Colin puts in something.
Does anyone know if purple was Colin? Anyone know if purple helmets light fueled their last stop was just Jack and Jack? It looked like a normal length of stop.
Yeah, it was a
the time it said 50 seconds.
It wasn't,
it was actually a couple of seconds slower, so we don't think they've upped anything. Napa in the pits.
Definitely Jack. So normally the way it goes is Napa, so Campbell usually start it, then Napa, and then
Adam Christopher staying in the car, by the way. So Boo and not Rue, still there, Stuart. They've both come through, so they've not come in this lap. I imagine almost certainly they will be in at the end of this one. I'd be surprised if they don't.
I mean, it's 1 hour to go, so
well, he came out the pits at 1:49, so 48 minutes will be bang on the end of this lap.
Yeah, unless he has managed to take
I said, I had a look. I did ask for a second opinion from someone else who's in the room, an independent observer. It didn't look like it. It didn't look like he'd been struggling. Which, actually, when he's been in the car for 7 hours now, I think we'd all be so. I know I would.
Long race for 1 5, especially around here.
The longest race of the Sres campaign. We've got one more to come, which is 6 hours of interlagos with 3 cars. That's coming up on September the 3rd, and then the non-championship 24 hours of Abu Dhabi in mid-November. I unfortunately won't be on the course at either of those races, so I will hopefully drop into the chat and I'm good laughing with you guys keep in and out during those, I'm sure.
I hope so.
I will, probably trickier on the September one, but the November 24 hours, I'm sure, particularly because I'm in a completely different time zone, because I'm in Malaysia for Moto GP.
I mean, through the night, you could put in some chats, I'm sure.
The night, yeah, put in the night shift. Make it like a local radio.
Yeah, night time.
Race day.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to get stuck in the queue trying to get back. So, are they coming in this lap?
No.
No. Neither. U didn't come in either.
So maybe I'm wondering if the previous might have been a little cautious. You know, like, okay, I've got this amount of fuel left. I might be able to do another lap, but maybe I should just hit this lap to be safe. Maybe it's a case of that, and now he's thinking, no, I'm going to push it to the absolute limit. Because you do get the estimation of how many laps you've got left on your screen, and
That's
also
right.
your average fuel burn, so you can figure out yourself if you've got enough for another lap or not. And sometimes if you're not too, you know, if you're thinking, I just want to drive, you think, okay, I should probably hit this lap, you know, just to be safe. Then maybe that's the case, maybe it's out a little bit flat.
The gap is 35 seconds. Remember, the start of this stint, and Jack Ashton took over that car 35 minutes ago, over a minute. 26 seconds is now. The Quakepass 35 car is in again for about the third time in the last 20 minutes.
I mean, Spooner's not in the car anymore, I can tell you that.
No, Michael Tyler's in the car.
Race control.
They're probably just trying to keep it to
Purple first sector for Napa Racing UK. First 1-0.
That was Christopher on the charge. I mean, they're a full lap behind Orange Apex. I don't think they can improve on that.
I mean, they're about to unlap Orange Apex.
Are they on the same part of the track?
Yes, they are.
Oh, yes, here we go. Yes, so they are 8th and 9th. They are a lap apart.
We've got a yellow in sector 3, which might be Martin. I hope it isn't. It's not.
No, Ooh and Boo is still running. So we're into the last hour now. So Ooh and Boo are just going through the last corner now. Keep an eye on here. And well, Buchan stayed out. And Ooh Barracuda have come in. Must be next lap, surely.
Yeah, I think Martin's eked out like another lap or so. So that's impressive from the way he was driving earlier. I mean, it's not going to be enough, obviously, to get into the end of the race, but it is going to mean that final stop is going to be a little bit shorter.
Wow, 40! He must be on soft. Napa are having some fun. 1:43.5. That's obviously half a second quicker than anything else we've seen in the race so far. Adam Christopher on fresh tyres. The reigning Simply Race Alpine Cup champion, third in the Touring Car Champ as well this year. It's not been a good day for Napa in terms of the overall race. Let's see if we can find out what tyres they're on. Yeah, he's on soft. Well, they're going to have to make one more stop after that anyway, so they might as well.
I have a small feeling that they barely put any fuel in that car, and he's going to pit again.
Yeah, Napa on. They're going to have to pit again anyway, so Napa on a glory run. Dane, do you have any information for us? What they've done? Oh, that's a shame, understandable.
I know.
So just getting here, Dane's just telling me that the 35 Quakepass car, they are done for the day. They're Michael Tyler and Max Spoon have had a difficult day, understandable because these are not easy cars to drive, and they've decided to knock it on the head. There is now a conversation going on about whether they still get points because there's less than an hour to go, which will be sorted out later. So no more Max Spoon and Michael Tyler today, I am afraid. So 9 cars still running, so that means the Napa car that's just at the fastest of the race is last.
Yeah.
Because of the last of the 9 remaining runners.
So a 44.906.
And in comes Martin Buchan now.
Yeah.
So he's got 149 minutes. He's got 52 minutes out of that stint, and he's going to have to make the last one if he wants to make it last for about 56.
That's not going to happen.
He can't find another 4 minutes, surely.
No.
Right. Well, how long's this stop? Purple Helmets obviously will come through. I think it's lead on the road. That's an extremely short stop, but I imagine he's going to fill this one up.
He won't short fuel now, surely not.
No. What he does now will kind of inform what I think we'll see for the.
I do wonder though if it's
right.
mediums.
Through comes Jack Ashton back into the lead. 7 minutes to go.
I think that lead is going to.
He'll have about 10 minutes until he makes his final stop. So 37, 38, 39 on Buchan stop. So another 8-9 seconds now, and he should be coming back out again. Ashton's still running low 45s, so it's definitely going to be a full tank here. 50.8, so not the best pit stop we've seen, but it's about right for a about right for a full tank. So he's going to be well behind on the boat, probably about 30 seconds behind, I think.
Yeah, I mean that sounds about right anyway. Yeah, I mean 37 seconds when he went 35 to 36 seconds when he came into the pit. So yeah, that's about right. He actually rejoins behind the Bahrain car, so he definitely lost time in that pit stop as well.
Interesting.
Unless like that's how we would be time the sector, the final sector weren't great. It's another purple middle sector for Napa Racing UK.
Adam's having some fun. The 63 Quatermass car also stopped, by the way. You can just see it on screen there with the Napa car coming past it. Adam Locke has retaken control of that car from Cameron Westhope. So here's Adam. I don't know if he's going to. But it's good first sector.
That's possible.
I don't know if it's possible. I can't. If he has to stop again against Ashton on 4.
Okay, so
did we check the tyre information, by the way? Is he still on hard?
You brought it up to.
You brought it up. I didn't look. It does say here it's still. Well, it's still going to the end of his outlap now, so it's going to update. It doesn't look like it. No.
It should have been his first flyer. I think he's had it invalidated.
Okay, so 42.7 seconds of gap in Ashton's favour. Definitely stop again, and we'll do so, we think, in about 6 or 7 minutes' time. What about Martin Buchan? These second timers. That doesn't mean he's not going to try, though.
No.
I want to see what he's going to come to the first sector. I want to see what the time is.
That pit stop is going to be very short.
His first sector is 32.4. That's not actually great.
No.
I mean, he's going to have to try and run probably 40.
I mean, this could be the fuel saving.
7, even 48, so he might try and get out.
This could be the fuel saving now. That is, you know, one of the faster sections of the circuit in terms of like going for it. Oh, no. It's going to be interesting. He needs to put in some good laps. He really does. If he wants to be in contention for this race. I mean, what does the chat think? Come on, chat. What do you think? Who's going to win? Put in your bets. That's the best sector.
We'll wait for this middle sector to come in. 48.4. This isn't quick. And obviously, this first 5 lap, the tyres are nice and fresh. Is he trying to weaken? I might have to go and have a look. Or might ask.
He must know the situation.
I'll tell you what, you're more expert than me. Why don't you go and have a look?
I'll have a look.
Do a bit of digging and let's see if we can get a bit of insight at what Martin Buchan's game plan is at this stage. Over 3 minutes to go. With his first flying lap on fresh tyres for 147.4. Even if he was just working his way in on fresh tyres and looking at his form today, you would expect that to be well in the 45. Only Douglas Gap are in 52 minutes to go. We heard Hamish a short time ago talking about strategy to try and get him into third place. They obviously think they can eke it out just past the 50-minute mark. This should be their final stop. When they came in, there was about sort of 13, 14 seconds behind the advantage car of Will Richardson, who's going to the end. We'll have one more stop to make as well. So keep an eye on that battle for third place. Jack Thompson's got his 46s, but he's been pushing very, very hard. His tires are very worn. He's only a couple of laps away from his final stop. And over the next few minutes, we are going to start this race. We've talked about the last few hours. It's going to start to unravel. Colin says, I think he should push. Hope his last probably under 25 seconds in. So, battle for first, battle for third emerging. Grant has rejoined us.
He's attempting it. He's definitely
Grant
attempting it.
He's trying to go for it.
Yeah, so I compared the OO and the BOO.
Yeah.
Because they pitted very similar times.
Yeah.
So Nathan's fuel burn is currently 3.53 a lap, and
Yeah.
it's telling him he can do 23.7 laps. Martin, on the other hand, 3.17 a lap, and it's telling him he can do 28 laps. So he is trying.
Martin Buchan is
Definitely
attempting
trying.
the fuel save and does not
So
want to stop
I
again.
feel like Nathan's just gunning it now.
So
Just
the-
absolutely
yeah, the
going
gap
for it,
is
because
40.
they have just put in a personal best 144.584.
Martin Buchan is 44 seconds behind. He theoretically does not have to stop again. And we think a pit stop somewhere between a minute and 5 and a minute and 10 seconds. So
Yeah.
Jack Ashton net with his last stop imminent, is about 25 seconds behind.
So Martin is definitely trying to save fuel. I also think he's trying to follow the E car to save fuel on the straights. I reckon he's lifting on the straights as
Do you
well.
think there's a bit of teamwork going on here? So they're on the same part. Well, you can see them here.
And like,
they're running in the 47s.
And look how fast Nathan's going. You know,
Oh
it's like, you know,
me.
so, although Nathan just had
Oh,
a
I
pretty poor
really
lap.
hope for his sake that he doesn't run out of fuel right at the end.
Yeah.
Oh my
Nathan's
God.
had a pretty poor lap at 1:52.605. To be fair, his last lap before that was at 1:44.
We know
so
Napa in again, unsurprisingly, after Adam Christopher's glory run, which he smashed fastest lap out of the park, so Napa can leave some
well,
solace
I hope
today.
they aren't retiring as well. We have unfortunately had 35 car retire. Hopefully they do continue.
Let me have a look. Looks like Adam's staying in the car.
Oh, good.
Well, 50 minutes to go, so it's about right.
Okay,
Now,
so who's just letting
now.
them straight through? Yeah. I mean, I guess they don't want to get in the way if they think Martin's going quicker.
I mean, Martin's only been doing 47s.
He's saving fuel. He's
Yeah.
definitely saving fuel. Like, look at the throttle inputs. Look, he is, like, through the first part of that corner, he was nowhere near full throttle. Look at the pages.
He didn't look to me like he was fuel saving earlier.
He is now. It's quite
And he
clear.
still managed to do, what, 52 minutes
Yeah.
on that stint. He's looking for about 55, 56 here.
Like, through
Wow.
here, look at this, look, completely off throttle,
Wow,
nowhere
wow.
near full throttle, he's waiting, like, really late in the corner. From driving that car, I can tell you, you're on the full throttle fully, like, a lot earlier,
And
he's giving it a go.
He's not, well, that time round, he only lost a tenth to Ashton. He's pushed it out a little bit. He's done a couple of 47s, Martin Buchan. That was a 46.3. Ashton's dropped into the 46 as his tyres have worn. He could well come in this lap or the next at his final stop, and it'll be the last couple of the leaders. Just bring up speed, Grant. Only go for the gap managed to get to 50 minutes to go before pitting. They've now stopped.
Wow.
They're going to try and stretch down. So that's what Hamish was alluding to.
Okay, they've definitely
So that is, and obviously Richardson will have to stop again. So that is a genuine fight for third place.
Yeah.
Still on our hand. And the gap's 88 seconds at the moment with the stop results to come. So it's still advantage of Anthony.
Yeah.
But only go to the gap are not out of the woods yet.
No.
And we know Aiden Carter is really superb today. So.
Oh, absolutely fantastic drive from Aiden Carter. Hamish is feeling a bit under the weather, so hence the limited stint time for Hamish today, which is understandable. So single stints for Hamish, but doubles and triples for Aiden. But yeah, so could this be a huge IQ move for Martin Buchan? Like, if he pulls this off, then it will be one of the best drives in Super Racing.
Well, he looked like Brains from Thunderbirds. He might be living up to that image because if he pulls this off, that is something very, very special.
It's not that far off.
Ashton's gone through again, so he's on another lap now. So I'm end of this lap probably he's going to be in. We need to wait and see what the gap is, and then.
Yeah, we're getting there.
I'm actually quite nervous about this.
Yeah, it's quite scary. But that 40. The thing is, that 45-second gap, you know, has definitely pushed Martin towards fuel saving.
Yeah, I think if it had been 20,
he would have
been splash and dash.
Yeah, he would have tried to splash and dash because the short pit stop, I think, he would have just got away with it.
Yeah, this is what I was saying with the balance in terms of basically not having a choice. I can't imagine knowing Martin Buchan, he would have wanted to do this voluntarily.
No.
I've got a feeling the way the race has played out.
So I wonder if it's just going to save to a certain point and then start pushing it.
Once he can be sure he's got enough left in that, depends on the gap coming down. Basically, he is going to be walking a tightrope for the next 47 minutes.
Because watching his throttle inputs through certain parts of the corner, I can see he is fuel saving. He's definitely like really smooth on that throttle pedal, unless, you know, he's still, it's tight, you know, it's not a ridiculous amount. He's still trying to push, because if he goes too slow, then he's not going to be in with a hope at all.
Oh, he's gone wide there,
He
though.
has gone
very wide, running out turn 10.
So, but we must be getting very close to the Team Purple Helmet car coming through.
They've come through again.
So maybe they're now playing their own fuel-saving game of their own. I don't know why they'd really want to do that.
They come out like 1:30. They're at 49 minutes now.
Yeah.
So it's going to be 50-50 when they come round again. And obviously the longer this goes on, the closer they get to the end of the race, the shorter their stop needs to be.
Yes. Scary.
Brace yourself, everybody. I think we could well be in for something what we remember for a very, very long time here.
Yeah, I genuinely think this could be one of whoever wins this race. It's going to be one of the best endurance races that we've ever seen. Someone else has just peeled into the pit lane. That
Avanti,
is the Avanti
right.
Racing
Avanti into
third
their
place.
last
Okay,
stop.
let's go to the only go for the gap car then, and we'll pull up Avanti on our alternative screen.
Yeah, we will keep an eye in case action comes in.
On the gap, because Hamish was very, very confident they would pull that gap in, but it is 73 seconds.
70, 69, 68. They're going to be
Mm.
stopped for about another 35,
Yeah,
I think.
I don't think it's going to be close enough.
I think they're going to be too far behind.
They're going to be neck and neck, I think.
No,
I reckon about 6 seconds.
Got to get out pit lane as well. Now I think Avanti is quite down the start of pit lane. Yeah, good point.
I mean, yeah, there's still quite a bit of the lap left to go for the gap car.
Avanti probably got about 10 seconds before we're on the move, I reckon.
I was a little bit surprised when Hamish said he's very confident of getting the podium.
45.8.
Yeah.
They haven't felt the need to fill it up all the way. So they've been able to save a few seconds there. Avanti on the move and only going to get coming through turn 13.
Yeah, it's
Avanti.
going to be 7 seconds.
Avanti is just coming out to the exit now, so it is still going to be a healthy advantage for Will Richardson to manage. So Avanti, we're just hearing from Edson saying this would be their very first podium here, having raced here for a long time.
As Napa Racing UK put in a new fast
Jack's in.
1:42.480.
Jack Ashton is in.
Jack Ashton
So yeah,
is in.
Adam Christopher finding another more than a second. I mean, I think that's something with the pole position time. But Jack Ashton is in for his last stop.
I'm sure
Two
they're gonna keep
Barracuda
Jack
are
in.
coming through turn. That's the last corner. So here we go. So Martin
Jack's
Buchan
staying in and he's hyping himself up. You might have heard that.
Martin
with the door
Buchan
open.
is going to take the lead. Purple helmet. Any second now would have thought for this fuel up all the way. 45, 46. Looks like to be a full length stop.
Yeah.
50. Well, Avanti felt they could save 5 seconds.
Well,
Jack
let's
obviously
see
felt that
what
was
this
wrong. Maybe
gap's
wasn't
gonna be.
thinking.
I
So
think it's going to be around 20 odd seconds. It's not going to be ridiculously big.
I think it might be a bit more than that.
Yeah.
The
okay.
chase is on.
Yeah, because he's got to leave the pit lane.
He's
Yeah,
left the
yeah.
pit exit
I
now,
tell you what,
and
yeah,
we'll have to
Martin's
wait.
coming near to the end of sector 1,
We'll
so
have
it could
to
be about
wait
27 seconds.
until we get the end of sector 1 for Jack Ashton, about 20-25 seconds
Yeah,
time,
I mean,
and
Martin
we will then have the
is-
gap.
Yeah, I
Martin's
think-
Buchan's coming through turn 8.
yeah.
So we will wait for second time and the gap. What is the magic number going to be that Jack Ashton's got 43 minutes to chase down? Just coming through turn 4 now, so we'll come to the sector 1 line. The gap, I think it's 26.1 seconds.
Wasn't far off. So 27,
Wow.
so it's not bad. But yeah, so let's see what happens now then. So Martin just has to eke it out.
So let's think
So
about.
I'll tell you what.
I need
How
to,
many laps are left?
This is the maths I'm trying to do now.
because
So
I can run out and see what
it's going to
Martin's
be.
telling him
He's
to
going to do 4 laps every 7 minutes. Yeah, that's right. There's going to be 6 sets of those. So he's got to do a bit. It's going to be about another 24 laps in my reckon. I reckon. That means, and the gap's 25.8. So Jack's got to take out, on average, about 1.1, 1.2 seconds a lap, on average for the rest of the race. That's quite close, I think. I mean, you never know with Jack on a charge. I'm expecting some 44s now. I heard a bit of clapping. I did wonder what it was. He's pumped. Oh, wow, turn 2. Buchan's pushing. And he lost the time to track limits there. If you are just joining us, go nowhere for the next 3/4 of an hour, because this is going to be amazing. So Martin Buchan is leading, but he's trying to stretch this last stint out and fuel save an alternative strategy. Jack Ashton's made his last stop. He's going to be fast on the rampage. The gap is 25 seconds, and he's got, we reckon, about 23 or 24 laps with 41 minutes left to make it up. So Jack, we reckon, needs to take out 1.1, 1.2 seconds a lap. Jack is now onto his first flying lap since he's out of the pit, and that will give us a barometer of how much he's catching. He's made up 7.75 of a second in the first sector alone. But Jack will obviously be pushing hardest now on the fresher tyres. He will find it harder and harder to find that time later on in the stint. You're going to have a car limited by fuel and a car limited by tyres. Yeah. He's taken 1.4 seconds out of Martin Buchan in the middle sector alone. Buchan's done a 46.5. Ashton's done a personal best for the middle sector of the race. This is going to be what? I think a low 44. His best lap of the race is 144.006. He's just coming up to the line now. And does a 43.7. It's his first time in the 43s in the entire race. The gap's down to 22.4 seconds. He will make it if the tyres last long enough. If he doesn't make a mistake, there's so many variables at play. By the way, Napa have come into the pits again, and I think they've made a driver change. I think they're pushing on to see how many laps they can do it. I think that's John in the car. So I can see Adam's out of it. John needs to back in the car, and they're just going to try and see how far they can push and get faster rather than keep whacking soft. I can't blame them. At least try and have some fun and yeah, absolutely. So, last time round, the amount of time that Jack Ashton took out of Martin Buchan was 2.8 seconds. The gap was 26 when he came out the pits. It's down to 21.5 already. I think we probably need to get the lap intervals back on the timing tower so that everyone can see for themselves. Grant, is your mic on? So you've been listening through me for several minutes. Thanks, Colin.
Sorry.
Yellow in sector 1.
Well, it's not either
No, it's not either of the leaders.
I know that's horrible to
Just a
say.
quick mention about the third place. Avanti got 22 seconds.
And they're putting in
only
personal
go
bests
for the
as well.
gap, and they are going quicker. So, barring mistakes, Avanti I think are on for their first ever podium.
So I'm just going to fix it onto the gap to next. And
Martin's lost another lap for track limits. He's had a few now.
Martin.
It's not for the want
But
of trying.
is it a case of knowing how many points he's got and just thinking I can push it?
Now Jack's done a 44.8 there, came down by a second.
Yeah, but there's no way he'd be able to do 43.
Yeah, I think he's got the calculator out. I think he's worked out.
Okay,
what
so
he needs to do.
37 minutes to go. Well, just on 38. How many laps to go? Do you think? And I will have a look and see what Martin's car
think
says it can
about
do.
22.
I'll
At the
let
pace they're doing about 22.
I'll let you know what Martin's car says it can do.
Right, Grant's going to go and do the Carol Borden impression, so he'll do that shortly. Jack Ashton's taken another nearly 9 tenths out of him in sector 1 alone. Yellow in sector 3. It was orange apex called the yellow. We had sector 2. They lost a lot of time. They're not under any pressure for Napa for position. The gap is down to less than 20 seconds. So you think what Martin's saying?
That's what his car
Would that
is
go up as
estimated.
his fuel saving? That based on his current
It
amount?
would go up in fuel saving, but I don't think it's enough.
We think there's about 22 laps to go, 21, 22 laps, and it's saying it's only gone up to 19.
Yeah.
And the gap's really coming down.
Yeah.
Not looking like it. Orange apex in the pit, not going to make a huge difference. They look like they're going to take next place. So it seems they're holding it, the race has come towards them.
It has. It really has. I mean, Jack's just absolutely blitzing the lap time board at the
There are
moment.
so many little things that happen in this race. They both had a drive through. Martin had the spin when he got behind Mark Carver's ball. Carver got out the car about an hour ago. There's 9 seconds lost there. We've had a few slow pit stops. Obviously, Martin did force this strategy. There's so many little things. If 1 or 2 of them had gone the other way, who knows where we'd be now with 36 minutes left. Last time round, Buchan 46.5, Ashton 44.3. But as Grant alluded to there, at the moment on the display that Martin Buchan's got, is not suggesting that he has got enough. It looks like he's going to come up about 2-3 laps short.
Which means it will be like one of the shortest pit stops of all time, but it's he doesn't have a gap. So P2 I would say is 100% safe for him, but
yeah, Manti Racing in third are a lap down, and obviously Will Richardson's driving kind of with one eye on his mirrors to make sure. And that gap they've got and only go to the gap is increasing.
And I wonder if they'll get if Martin gets to a point where he stops fuel saving because he's like, you know what, I'm not going to make it, so let's just I don't know, because it looks like the throttle inputs are getting a little more aggressive now. Like,
Barracuda, Nathan's caught him up.
Yeah.
He's not gone away.
No. But he's not going to want to slow Martin up at all. I think he'll just play the team game here because they're a lap down on Cam Sport. So, you know.
Yeah, I mean, the battle for first and the battle for third are the only close battles in the field now. Everything else is not a gap basically the lap now, so these are the battles to watch.
I would say
John Dean Smith on the soft tyres for Napper's on a 44.2, which by Adam's standards frankly is rubbish. Because Adam did a 42.4.
Depends on how much fuel they've got in this time.
Not a lot, I would imagine. The gap's down to 15 seconds. Wow, 3.5 seconds on that lap alone. 47.6 for Buchan, 44.1 for Ashton. 15 seconds now.
We've seen so many times though when the car's got the rear end and then lost it. Will we see that again? Because I think we're going to see it happen before the end of the race. I think that this rate or not, it's very soon.
If you Orange Apex have been in the pit for 3 minutes now and they've lost 8th place to Napa.
I think they may have had it on.
Well,
yeah, look at the steering wheel. It's
they did lose about 20. They did have a yellow flag in sector 2. We didn't see what it was. Obviously, they have had quite a major off.
Yes. Apologies, we are very excited about this lead battle, so we are just trying to keep an eye on.
So excited that Dane's going to join us. No, that's it. Dane's coming up. Just. Wow. Major suspension and steering damage then for them. Only Cam Sport are in for their last stop. They are, as they have been for several hours now, in 5th place.
Yeah. 5th place has just been their stronghold for basically the whole race. Like, I mean, it could have gone a lot worse for them. I think they qualified P7, is that correct?
Another 1.6 seconds for Ashton, by the way. The gap's down to 13.3.
If he keeps doing this, he's going to catch him very soon.
Well, yeah, it's going to be another 6-7 laps. So.
And then our Barracuda's thinking, well, we've got a rear gunner in the Barracuda car, which is not making a move on Martin, despite being faster.
You're not getting Mexican Ministry of Defence vibes, are you?
A little bit. Which would be harsh, because they're a lap down.
Also,
it would be penalised.
Not only be penalised, but the rate at which they're catching.
But you can't penalise Martin for that.
No, but they can't hold him back for that long.
No.
It's still the gap down to 12 seconds now. He's catching really quickly.
I think it's
There's still more than half an hour to go.
I personally think it's a case of let's not waste Martin's time overtaking him. I think that's all it is. So I think they're just going to pace.
No, I don't think Nathan would be up to
We don't think
business.
Martin, he has started fuel saving. It's about 2-3 laps short.
You think?
So, but he's still fuel saving. In fact, I'm seeing a bit more throttle from him now than I have been.
So let's see. It's coming to the end of the lap now. So we're on screen coming towards the last corner. We'll have a look at his lap time. He's lost 7 tenths to Ashton in the first sector, 5 in the second. So let's have this might be back in the 40s. Maybe he might be back in 46s or something. Coming to the line now, and he's done a 46.4. That is a bit quicker.
Yeah. We also have to remember to take into account that he's absolutely shattered at this point.
Yes. For those of you who just joined us, Martin Buchan is driving alone, so he's been in at it constantly now for 7.5 hours of driving. So he did a 46.4 and Ashton did a 44.9. So another 1.5 seconds there, and the gap is now less than 12 seconds.
It's not going to be long till we see him in the background.
Looking behind the timing tower there, Grant, to see at 12 seconds. on that shot towards
Well,
turn
Jack's
4.
just exited turn 2, so that gives you a sort of visual representation of the gap.
Not sure if you were able to hear Dane there. Orange Apex did have a major accident spinning at turn 4, major steering suspension damage, took a good few minutes to repair, which is why they've now rejoined their in 9th place and they are 1 minute behind the Napa car, despite what doing in pursuit of fastest lap and a bit of fun at the end of the day.
Yeah, so yeah, Napa just lucking out a little bit there, it must be said.
Yep, bit of a present for them, but I know.
Well, Orange
I know
are
how
back
to
on the
now.
track now.
Yeah, they are back out, which is good.
I mean, hopefully this puts them in a good mood. They got the fastest lap of the race. They're having a lot of fun, and they just gained a position without even trying. So
I know how sort of seriously they do take this now. Committed they are to it. This isn't the position they want to be in. But equally, I know how frustrating they've found this car to drive.
Oh, Barracuda car in the
big off.
barriers hard. There
Nathan
in the background of the Boo car. So we'll just pan back. Nathan recovers. He's going to recover not far in front of the King Charles helmet guy. In fact, yep, right in front of him. So hopefully Nathan will just stay right. Yeah, that car is severely damaged. Look, it's
Ashton flashing the light.
yeah,
Let him
Nathan's
the
staying off
corner.
the line. Nathan's doing the right thing. Look, he's stopping the car basically to
Well
let him
done.
go.
Yeah,
so,
I
fair
wouldn't
play.
expect anything less from Nathan.
No.
So it's an uncharacteristic error, to be honest.
Yeah,
He's had a
massively
couple
so.
today.
And now, I just saw on that camera shot, you could just see the rear end of Buchan's car.
The gap's down to just over 10 seconds. Another second and a half has been taken out.
Easily done, by the way. So we're not judging anyone for spinning or crashing. It's so easy
Martin
to do
Buchan
that
will
around
begin
here.
to see flashes of not Barracuda purple, the purple helmet's purple in his rear view mirrors, and the walk to the gallows might begin, unfortunately. What an effort.
Yeah, he's given it.
Taking nothing away from what Martin Buchan has tried to do here.
I mean, he could still do it.
Don't know. I mean, the way this race has gone.
Yeah, I know it's like crazy to say that, but
unlikely. But
we've
that
seen.
could be it for all we know.
Yeah, he could get up behind him and do exactly what everyone else has done. Get a little bit overexcited coming out of turn 2 and just lose the rear end.
I'm wondering, Barracuda here, they're in the pit. I'm just looking at Quater. Quater has just come across the line, so they're 1 lap behind. So if Barracuda are in the pit for another minute and a half, 63 Quater are going to inherit 6th place here. And there might be a fair bit. Oh no, they're coming back out now. There could have been that much damage then.
No.
They, I think, can either fortunate or he's just going to soldier on with it to try and protect the position.
Yeah,
it's still going to have well over a minute.
Yeah, so 168 seconds to.
Quater only just came over the line.
Seems a bit weird. That. I'm going to let that update.
No, it's because of Quater has just come through sector 1, so they'd unlapped themselves.
31.5 for Onid Camsport, the personal best first sector, and a 30.47.0 for the Orange Apex guys. I think they are now playing soft tyre.
46.3. Ashton, we're going to have to wait that long for the time now.
No.
45.3. The gap is 9.3 seconds. Are you going to see him in the background on that shot? There he is.
I think now if you're bucking, you just stay out, you just commit. I don't know.
I wonder if he might come in if he's been overtaken, which is starting, unfortunately, to look more like a when than an if.
I don't know though, it's hard to overtake. It's so hard to overtake. And Martin's not just going to let him through.
But fuel saving and that kind of speed advantage.
But Martin's not just going to let him through, and he's going to be off the pace if he's defending. There's so many variables. And if
27 minutes to go.
And if Jack bins it and drops another bit, he can fuel save like crazy.
Let's just hope it's clean. I think that's all we can say at this stage. Let's have the clean fight that this race deserves.
Yes. It's definitely shaping up. I mean, we've got 26 minutes to go now. We can see Jack in the back of that picture there, just getting very close, and that's just going to egg Jack on even more, let's be honest.
Could he lose it to the top? There are so many things that could happen and make this not a foregone conclusion. Wow. The Great Endurance Series never fails to disappoint. Never disappoints.
I think it's been
double negative there.
I think it's been the best series we've ever had. Genuinely, every race has been a mystery of who's going to win. It's always come down to the final hour.
Every time I've come here, I keep thinking, what on earth are we going to talk about 4, 6, 8 hours? But I've not been involved with this one. And every time, it's always been something to do. Fred Brown, personal best 44.4.
Very
Assuming
nice.
he's on the throttles over there. He picked it quite recently, so I'll spend time a bit of fun as well in
Yeah.
that. Very low place. Barracuda's lead over Quatermass, 1 minute 26. Lap time since the out of the pit looked fine, so I think actually Nathan might have been quite fortunate there, and they didn't pick up too much damage from that
he
off
got
turn
quite
12.
lucky.
That could have been a lot with Orange Apex Racing. That could have been a lot worse.
Yeah, definitely. That gap down to 7.6 seconds now, by the way. So. Getting very close now. 6.7.
Nearly 9/10 in the first
Martin
sector.
is really blue saving there. Like, he's totally off throttle.
So, I'm going to do the maths in my head about how many more laps we've got. I reckon it's about 14.
Yeah.
1 minute 45 means 4 laps every 7 minutes. So that's 3.5 times what we've got left. So yeah, that and 14 laps to go.
Are we going to get a lap across the line just, or do you think we're going to...
I can't do that calculation to that. I'm good at maths in my head. I call them a
It's going to be
calculator
close.
for a reason.
It's going to be close.
Once we get down to about 15 minutes to go, if that's still important, then we'll have that conversation.
Yeah.
So, I know, sorry, the mathematics, so 20 people.
Because obviously, you know, if, let's say, there's like 1 second to go, and then Martin has to do
what,
another
is this
lap.
the last corner here?
Yes.
Actually, possibly, then. Possibly.
Well, then there might
If
be
it's
one...
145 a lap, then 14 times that would be 24.30, and he's just come across the line at 24.21. So the answer to that is quite possibly.
Yeah.
However, the gap now
is
6 seconds. He's going to be there in 3 or 4
It's a
laps.
big performance differential. Those lap times aren't super quick now, though, for Jack. They're quick, but they're not.
Yeah, I mean, it's been over 20 minutes.
Martin...
45.0 for Jack on
Martin's
that level of time
upped
is
its
about
pace.
right.
Martin has upped its pace as well to go
Yeah,
into 46 again.
46.5.
And I
well
think
done,
a lot of
47.
this as well is fatigue. You know, like, we've seen Martin in the 45s a lot. We've not seen him in the 45 for a while.
Yeah, I think Colin said it well here. Regardless how this finishes, take a bow, Martin.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
100%.
The 1.1 seconds in sector
What a
1
drive.
alone, down to less than 5 seconds now.
Like, whoever wins this race deserves it. Like, it doesn't matter who wins it, they just deserve it. They thoroughly deserve it. And looks like another, no, not a personal best from Cam Sport. I thought they were going to put in a personal best. They had 2 personal bests.
44.6.
We've got a yellow.
Nathan Burton's done a 44.8 there, so yeah, that car isn't damaged.
Nice.
Orange Apex done a 44.8 as well.
I think they're all soft.
Yeah, well done. Looks like Stanley's back in the car.
Yeah.
Well done, Stanley.
He does like a good hot lap.
Yeah, that's their best lap of the race. That's
It is.
144.8. Orange Apex, they're still
Yeah.
a minute behind Napa.
Good job. I personally think they've done a good job. I know they're 9th place, but in all honesty, it's difficult. It is difficult to jump.
And we've had this conversation with new teams that come in the first few races. It's the same with the touring cars. And I mean, I've done Alpines as well, and yeah, these are not. I don't want to put people off entry because they're great championships to do, but the level is high at the front.
You can't expect to be super quick.
No.
On your debut, you have to just get through it and learn from it. So we've seen very good pace from that team. Like, I think they're kicking in. I think they thought through as well. So the last lap was 159.
I mean, John's great.
Oh no, there was a yellow. So
John's a great example of that. Relative, this is his first season of Sres racing. He's got a good driver with him, and Adam's a very accomplished driver. And I think they came in quite confident. And yeah, they've got. It's a learning process. I'm not saying they will get there, but they have got a way to go to be up there.
Yeah.
Right at the front of the field, and that's going to be a long-term thing.
Yeah, I thought they'd be battling for podiums. To be fair.
Yeah,
so.
I think they thought they'd be a little bit closer than they are as well. But yeah, they're learning to yeah, if you want to be at the front, it's possible. Doesn't mean it's easy.
Okay, so 21 minutes to go. So we're getting there.
Yes, it does make you sound like you're so solid, Drew. I've been waiting for that, because you said 27, I've been waiting for that for 6 minutes now. So the gap, sorry John, the gap is 3.1 now.
It is. 47.3 for Martin last lap, 45.0 Jack Ashton.
I've been out, honestly, fizzing with anticipation now for about the last 25, 30 minutes. Since it became a power going on.
very big difference in pace though, so this could be quite an easy overtake.
Yeah,
but
that's my concern.
We've also seen that
There's the gap.
completely like go the other way, because when Avanti got past one of the cars earlier in the race, it took them ages to get through, and then when they did get through, they pulled out 2 seconds after about a lap. So you can be that much quicker and still struggle to overtake.
You are about to see, I think, 44-1 by Nathan Baird. Soft on after taking that pit stop on the area, so no damage there. You are about to see probably the widest Glickenhaus you're ever likely to see. Martin Buchan, full safety, kind of stretching out the strategy, but Jack
yellow in
Ashton
sector
marauding,
2.
and now only 2.2 seconds behind him. Going to 2 there. Obviously, you can see not involving the leaders. Gap now to 2.1 seconds, 20 minutes to go. Turn 8 ahead of Buchan. That's good. Down into 10.
So if we take a little look at the crossing trace from Jack Ashton here, and you can see quite a big difference coming out of the corners. If you look, he's like a lot more aggressive at getting to full throttle than Martin is. He had to lift off a little bit there. There was definitely a big snap of oversteer mid-corner there.
Even the driver that comes back after will be feeling the nerves now.
Yes.
Definitely feeling the nerves.
Well,
now.
because he doesn't know Martin's fuel situation. Like, he won't want to know Martin's fuel situation, because
all of the lowest he's been making up 1 or 2 seconds lap.
because he probably is just saying, look, I'll try and catch him.
And Jack is a lot slower this lap. A lot slower.
Yeah, 47.8. That was a big twist.
I'm looking at the second time. So they're going to the line now. No, Martin's sped up. Martin's back in the 45s. Martin's on his time to go. He's back in 2 tenths quicker than Jack Martin. Now 45.8 for Buchan, 46.0 for Ashton.
But Martin's also got traffic now of the orange Apex Racing guys, so hopefully they just get straight out of the way for him. Hopefully they know there's a battle for the lead. Oh, he's got to get past him soon, otherwise he's going to lose so much time.
I reckon there's about 11 laps to go. So, of course, if Martin had a teammate, that would be the John Top walking down the pit wall. Would you mind awfully making sure he can't do it, can he? Unless, you know, unless
I feel at that point King's going to step in.
Knowing Kingy, I'll be surprised if he's ready.
Yeah.
We don't know who's winning.
No. I mean, it's fair.
Yeah?
Like, you would, wouldn't you? I would. Like, Sean looks very nervous, I'm not going to lie. I can see him from here. He's stroking his beard with anticipation.
1:45. That's a minute before, so 10 laps to go will be 17:30, and they're not going to finish that lap run again, I don't think. So I think it's going to be 10 laps to go at the end of this lap.
So it was 4 tenths in sector 1 that Ashton has taken out of Martin. And the thing is, the problem is, the orange Apex car.
Is he going to let him through?
Yeah,
He's going to let him through,
he
right?
lost a lot of time there, 47.7. Yeah, but now Jack has to get through in a much easier place. Look at that.
That has worked in Ashton's favour.
Gained so much time. It's 1.8 is the gap now. I think that's cost him.
So by my reckoning, they're crossing the line this time with 10 laps to go.
Yeah.
And the gap is now what, about a second and a half?
Yeah. It's hard to overtake.
Over the line.
It's hard to overtake.
1.2 seconds with 10 laps to go of the 8 hours of Bahrain. That's all we've got time for. It's been an eventful race. We had an abortive start, we've had drive-through penalty, we've had spin, we've had collisions, we've had unsafe rejoins, and we've got 2 very different strategies converging in the final laps of this race, where find a place to get past Martin Buchan solo 73 hours. We go on board with actually Buchan ahead. Let's just take this in for a minute. Moment for Ashton, sorry to cut in there.
Yeah, we both made exactly the same noise at the same time on there. That was a huge moment, but I
And
mean,
I'll tell you what, Grant, you said it, you called it yourself, you're absolutely right. Catching up is one thing, passing, even with the pace differential, is easier said than done for a driver.
I mean, maybe in the dirty air it is. I mean, maybe Colin was right. Maybe in the dirty air, out of those slower corners, it's just that much more loose. Maybe you just lose so much downforce because look at that, it's back up to 1.6 seconds again.
Yeah. And I think that's exactly right. Take a lap or two, deep breath, have another go.
He'll
Round, last corner.
He's going to be patient, but a 48.3 middle section for Jack. That's
Bucken's in.
Bucken is in.
Bucken's
yeah,
in.
that's it.
Bucken's in, and that, unfortunately, is the race. Barring anything maybe the good. And Martin, after a valiant effort, has realised that he cannot get to the end of this race with the fuel that he's got. He's tried to stretch it out, and he's coming for a splash and dash. Softs?
It must be softs, yeah.
Softs and the biggest rampage. I mean, if you can do 42s on softs, 11.5 seconds stop. That's fuel only, surely.
Yes.
So still on the hard tyres, but I mean, Jack's coming through sector 1 now. The gap's going to be 30, 35
We've got
seconds.
a yellow in sector 2
on a charge.
and a penalty for Boo Barracuda. He's sped in the pit lane.
So eager to try and get the gap, he's sped in the pit lane. Oh, what a...
Unless that's a delay. Maybe that was track limits. It's an 11-second stop. Maybe it was a stop-go for track limits.
That was a stop-go penalty.
Potentially.
It's Damon, you need him.
Oh.
Oh,
well,
no.
we'll soon find out because he'll go back in the pits. He'll be furious with himself if he's just sped in the pit lane. I'll be shocked if I don't know, because we didn't see any laps deleted in the last few laps.
He had a few.
He did, but not for a while. And look at this, the Orange Apex car is like quite a bit faster than the Purple Helmets car at the moment. Quite a bit faster than the Purple Helmets car.
I want to see Jack's time now. I'm looking at sector times. Jack
48.
Jack's properly rolled it off.
Yeah.
Which is completely
He's
understandable.
probably just been told about the penalty.
I mean, he will have seen Buchan come in because he was behind him. That's all he needs to know.
Yeah.
He'll know what the gap is. He'll know he's got to lead 33 seconds. Jack has come through and done a 47.7. That probably was the slowest lap of the race. Jack does not need to take any more risks now. With
so our factor gives you 3 laps to serve. He could take the penalty at the end of the race, but it will be stricter if he does that. Okay, so Jack just had a big moment there following the Orange Apex car out of turn 2. I mean, I guess that's Martin's only hope now, is that driver error. Because
and Jack's going around 2
and Martin is serving the drive-through now, so
it was a splash and dash.
Yeah, it was a splash and dash.
And now he's coming for the drive-through.
Oh, imagine if he did it on the way in and he knew. Imagine if he knew on the way in that he'd done that. Oh.
However, Matt's coming for the fuel suggests that I think he was struggling to do it anyway.
I reckon he was closer. I think he just got to a point, so Vanti are now on the same lap as them. I think they're just going to let them go.
In fact, it's exactly a lap because they're the all together on track.
And Cam Sport's off there at turn 1.
I think Martin then getting out of the way.
Yeah, might be. So yeah, they've done the drive-through, so that was definitely a case of speeding in the pits.
But he did come up the moment. But he did come up the moment he came out the exit, which suggests to me.
Because sometimes it is delayed, but that was 51 seconds now. The gap first to second. So yeah, Jack's just gonna come completely off the gas now. 49.6 in the middle section.
That is slow, frankly.
Yeah, it is. Which I don't blame him. You know, he's given. I mean, to be fair, his tyres are probably not in the best condition
doing those
now.
43s and everything, they're not going to be good. So proper on 11.50 to go.
Yeah, 1:49.4. Not a super fast lap, is it?
No.
So he knows that
7 laps to go by my count.
Yeah. He knows he's just got to get to the end now. Fair play to him. He's done everything right. He's done the maths right. He gave it everything. He put the pressure on Martin. Martin did make that mistake of speeding in the pits as well. You know, fair play. Both drivers, well, both teams, I should say, you know, Mark and Jack have given it absolutely everything. Mark's previous stint was fantastic, getting them back in contention for the victory as well. So they've both done a fantastic job. No one can take anything away from the Team Purple Helmets team, and no one can take anything away from Martin Buchan. Yes, he's fed in the pit lane, but it's so easily done.
Just on one point, Matt, this last lap coming through after the drive-through, in sector 2, which is a long sector, Buchan was 1.8 seconds quicker. Just to underline how much Ashton has rolled off.
Yeah, I don't
think Buchan was particularly hard at this stage.
Because that, I think now he knows that P2 is, you know, it's position. He's not going to go for it, because if he bins it now and loses second, third, he's just going to be angry, and he's so tired at this point that he's just going to take it nice and steady, I think.
63 quates and us in the pit.
Another 49 second middle sector.
I mean, the closest gap now between two cars is third and fourth, and that's 26 seconds. So it doesn't look like, barring any misfortune, we're going to have any battles in the last 10 minutes.
No,
which is because we have had in both races so far.
Yes, but it was incredibly exciting. So we didn't know how this was going to pan out. A little sad how it panned out, but that is great.
And cross the line again. It's 10 minutes, 6 laps to go. Ratimus car 24. I think they're out sequence. I think they just need to get a bit more fuel.
I think that's
there's still 2 laps out of Napa, so they will remain in 7th place.
Martin's not completed until 32 seconds,
and yeah, we are.
I also wonder if he's double stinted those tyres, which we think he has. What is it, an 11-second stop? Probably doesn't have tyres. So
we're going through the motions now, aren't we?
Yeah. Yeah. You know, it's been a good race, so I think no one can say that it's not delivered. It's definitely delivered.
Probably a good time to remind you then of the race. Past Maximum Peter and Pata's Rumble, everything coming up at Simply Red. We've got 2 more Sres races this year. We've got 6 hours into Lagos in the GT3 cars. That is on September the 3rd. And then we have the 24 hours of Abu Dhabi in the GT1 car. That's going to be absolutely cracking. That is on the 11th and 12th of November. If you want to have a go at the 24 hours, there are ticket entries still available. So again, on Pro UK, give Grant and the team a call here at the centre of Milton Keynes and get involved. You never know what happens in a 24-hour race. It's plenty of time to feel your way in. So if you want to come and give it a go, you go. In the short term, the Championship is just around the corner. First race, Donington Park on Sunday, 20th of August, it's 5 weeks away. Simply Race 40 Challenge, as particularly on the undercard this year, replacing the Alpines. And I've had a go in the Porsche myself, and they are tricky cars to drive, but it's really rewarding to get them right. So I think this is some really good racing there as well. And as you can see there, get in touch with the social channel and at Simply Race. Get involved with the team and the drivers on Discord as well. 8 minutes to go. Jack Ashton 5 laps for him, and a second successive win.
Yeah, fair play. Great victory if it happens. I mean,
touch wood.
Happen, you know.
We don't want anything unfair outside of controls happening. I mean, Jack is in the 49 now. Buchan though only go to the gap is now the fastest car on track by a significant margin, but not enough to trouble the score as far as the podium is concerned. They're doing high 45s. Wait to Mass personal best first sector for Adam Mott. Now they've just pitted, flashing back. They're probably on the spot. So their best lap of the race is a 45.3. So chance to maybe get one well into the 44s. We're also having Christopher Napa racing in the UK with that glory run at the start. Final landed a 142. Wasn't that quick?
I think so.
Because I know they said poles in the 42s, but it's exactly what it was.
Double check. Let me have a look at that now for you.
And I think Nathan Burton's the glory run. There aren't any bonus points for fast stuff, are there?
No.
It's just for fun. Yeah, Nathan Burton's come back in to do the same thing. Might as well with all being a lap apart. Final result. The only left the gap at the moment there in 4th place with Aidan Carter at the wheel. Keeping on second time for 60 place, and I think that's what a good time to do. We've done personal best sector 1, personal sector 2. They can time that. This is a low 44. The line now. 44 dead. 44.008. Very, very good time that one, Admiral.
So pole position was a 1:42.648.
So Adam Christopher in the race has set the fast lap of the day. Just over a tenth quicker. Pole position 1:42.40.
Pretty good going. Cool. So yeah, best left, right, and centre. Well, not at the moment, but I'm sure there will be soon with little pit stops that we're seeing.
Yeah.
But yeah, what have been your thoughts on the race, guys? Get yourself commenting in the chat if things you've enjoyed, things that you might not have enjoyed. Maybe the little disappointment of the battle fizzling out at the end there. What are you looking forward to for the next round at Interlagos? I mean, we could talk about that as well, Dan, to be fair. Your summaries of the race, the high points, low points for you.
I've really enjoyed this last round, so just watching the scrum. We always say with these races that drags play out. Colin says, really good race to watch, now Dane like that, and it's beautiful Annabelle. So yeah, well done to the race. There had quite a bit to do at times, I think particularly early on.
Our Factor 2 has kept us on our toes today.
It always does.
I mean, although, touch wood, we've not had a hardware code 60 today.
About 4.5 minutes left.
I mean, it was about 5 minutes left.
Let's be fair, if it happens now, and with the gaps as they are,
nothing would change.
You just declare a result.
Yeah. Nothing will change, so yeah. I mean, we'd keep it rolling. We'd roll over the line.
Adam Lott's done a 43.7.
Nice.
Or someone went off there. I think it might have been Orange Apex. Someone went way straight on. That turned. Somebody.
Early in the lap there.
No, it might not be them. I'm sure it was a dark coloured car. I'm sure went straight on. Yeah. Might be the fancy,
The gap stayed the same.
See what second time from the sure. So it looked like this one turned to a 4.
Yes.
It was a Banty.
Yeah, 32. Will
Richardson went straight on. He lost about 5 seconds. It's not jeopardised that maiden podium for Banty. Jack Ashton has about 2.5 laps to go. I'm on with Mark Carver. They get back-to-back wins. They won the 6 hours of Estoril in the GT3 cars back in May after a Titanic fight with Bradmore's Motor 2.
A personal best sector 1 for Barracuda, personal best sector 1 for Clayton Ascot, not a great middle sector for them, a good middle sector for Barracuda though.
I think Nathan Burns about to a time well in the 43s, because if we look at those sector time, they're very, very good indeed.
Yeah.
He's behind Ashton on the road. They're just coming into the last corner. You have on screen here, 2 laps to go. Yeah.
Oh no, he's giving him 60. Look at that.
43.6.
Not bad. And Jack is like, yeah, you go through, mate.
If I was being cynical, I'd say there's a massive weight coming in. I know. Nathan is the last driver in the world.
Nathan respects like Jack. And that team so much as well, There's so much respect for the other teams in this room.
And Nathan's been there. He soloed to 4th place at Estoril, 2 hours short from this way, but it was still an epic achievement. He didn't really make any particularly big mistakes in that race either, which was especially impressive.
And I don't think Martin's giving up, like putting in 47 lap time in the lead.
But we've got a couple of minutes left. Let's have a quick word, get on the screen, a quick word on the Banty.
Yeah.
As they're going to get their first podium.
Absolutely.
Just coming across the line now, only a lap down.
On P2, yeah.
Well, a lap down overall, so we're about a lap and a half behind. But as we mentioned that an hour ago, these guys have been coming for a long time. They're a big group of friends. It is a bit of a rolling substitute kind of cars and drivers. We don't always have the same car with this team one race to the next, but they pulled it off today, it looks like. And they work hard. I think they're good drivers. They are quick, and they're going to get the podium and the trophy that they're great to see this number 7 car doing well. And a much sort of, in terms of the prototypes, a much better show than we saw from them, because I know they did struggle at Daytona.
Yes.
Did a lot better than the people at Estra, but it's been the things with the Van Walter Glickenhaus have definitely worked in their favour substantially, even though Edson said it's not a track.
I mean, it might not be his kind of track, but he's definitely driven well around it today and cementing their pace from Estoril, I would say.
Yeah.
Like, we were quite surprised by their showing in Estoril, and I think they're now here to stay as a constant top 3 challenge.
Yeah.
I mean, only to go for the gap earlier in the race, really put in a good challenge. I mean, they're now only 12 seconds off, and they are currently lapping 2 seconds a lap faster.
Credit to the left of the bar then.
So, everything, but we've only got 25 seconds to go.
We'll go back to Jack Ashton, who is now on his final lap. Through turns 5 and 6, sweeping downhill left to 7, hard on the way to turn it in deceptively tight right-hander of turn 8. Half a lap to go in the purple helmets. The clock started at 8 hours, eventually when he finally got going, and 8 hours later, he finally ticked down to north, now confirming that this is the final lap of the 8 hours of Bahrain. Avanti Racing are going to finish third. Boo Barracuda, Martin Buchan solo, led into the last 20 minutes.
Don't say Avanti's going to finish first just yet, because that gap is not big, so, you know.
Well, we'll wait and see. It's going to take something special, I think, to go for the gap.
No, I know, but a spin.
Through 11
I mean, they're very squirrely through there.
Keep an eye on that for you, just in case. They're going to turn 4 and 5 with a little bit of time until they get to the line. Here comes ultimate corner. One of the GT3s at Estoril in May, and now they're going to win in the hypercar at Bahrain, cementing their position as the team to beat in Sres in 2023. It's the checkered flag of the third race of the season, the 8 hours of Bahrain, with Mark Carver, Jack Ashton together, Team Purple Helmet, in Bahrain.
Great victory, fantastic show throughout the race. Nothing more could be said, really, just got everything right.
But very well done to this man. Next time you see him, buy him a pint. I hope someone buys him a pint tonight, so I think he's going to need it after like an 8 hours solo. Genuine contender for the victory. Had to try and fuel save. Didn't work out, and the drive-through penalty at the end of the pit lane that just unfortunately sealed his fate. But a second place in an 8-hour race alone is an absolutely phenomenal achievement. Well done. Take a bow, Martin Buchan, bringing Boo Barracuda home in second place solo. I know Stuart French been watching, and they'll be very proud of you. And we'll just wait for Avanti coming through the last corner. Will Richardson getting their first ever podium finish, Avanti P3, and they'll be absolutely delighted, I know.
And then just 10 seconds behind.
And not too far behind in the end, only go for the gap. I know Will Richardson have a knock, but I think he's managing the gap. In the end, the gap between them across the line is 9.5 seconds. Only Campbell across the line, 2 laps down in 5th. Boo Barracuda in 6th. 7th for the 16th place to Mascar. 8th for Apparatus UK, although Adam Fisher gets the small consolation of a glory run on fastest lap the last hour. Orange Apex Sport 9th, unfortunately had a off late on, which causing quite a bit of damage. A creditable effort by them and Quatermass Motorsport. Difficult day for Max Spooner, Michael Tyler, and Mavis Hyde with an hour to go. As we're watching Avanti's passable baby half left of the donuts.
Oh no, they were great until you looked.
Oh,
they were fantastic.
Sorry, well I was busy going through the results.
In fact, I'm pretty sure Jack's only just recovered from some. Have Transport ran out of fuel?
No, they came through the last corner.
No, I mean, I think they've run out of fuel after the line. Oh, okay.
Sorry, yeah, Dane's not on. I've just said that there are lots of people very marginal on fuel. So if you see Campbell top of turn 4 there, we think they, and there might some other zones that are down lap, have run out of fuel. The Quatermass 60, Martin's, I think Martin's gone home. But one of the other, the Orange Apex there, they've just pulled in. Whether that's just to stop them on fuel, I don't know. But an absolutely cracking race car.
Yeah, phenomenal. Really exciting final hour. We didn't know how that was going to play out. Massive commiserations to Martin, but yeah, no one can take it away from him. No one at all. So.
Well, I will leave you to wrap up, Grant. This is Dan McAdam at least signing off, and I will be back with you for the opening of the touring cars.
Well, we'll do the podium, and then hopefully we'll get our top 3 drivers in. So we'll do quick interviews with those, but we will do the podium ceremonies in just a few minutes. So just bear with us. Right.
Am I on now, or? Oh yeah, sounds like I'm on. Right, welcome back if you're still with us. Thank you all very, very much for joining us for this 8 hours of Bahrain today. I'm delighted to have some of the podium finishers are going to come and join us for an interview. Team Purple Helmets, Boo Barracuda and Avanti Racing, all with their own stories to tell. 3 very different races, 3 very different ways of approaching it. A second winner over Purple Helmets, Martin Buchan getting second place on his own, and Avanti getting their first ever podium. Jack Ashton is with us first. Many congratulations, Jack. Thank you very much for joining us. What was going through your mind with 45 minutes to go, thinking he's up the road? I mean, how much did you know about Martin and fuel saving and obviously the divergence in strategy?
I knew a lot. I mean, when I first went out, I wasn't scheduled to go out, but we needed to push. So Mark said, look, get in the car and just go. So I got in the car and just went full tilt without fuel saving and paid off. I mean, he did say, let's save another lap, please, which I didn't like, but we managed to save it, and I could see the gap just pulling down with the speed.
Yeah.
So I knew if I could just keep that pressure on, it might be enough to hopefully do something. I knew he had to do the extra pit stop. I knew it was going to be shorter pit stop, so if we kept the gap that we had, it wasn't going to be good enough, so I had to just push.
Obviously, there were times we were putting in really quick laps at the start of the stint, high 43s, low 44s, particularly in the last couple of hours. How much damage does that do to the tyres? Is it a trade-off? Does that make it harder to keep consistent later on in the stint?
No, actually, the tyres were the best out of the whole day. It's just because of the track temps. The track temps were so cool that you could push, and we were using the mediums as well to make the most out of it. So I think with the extra softer compound and cooler temps, I could really push the tyres and get away with it without having to, because as soon as the tyre temp just gets slightly hot, you can't get any pace out of it and you get no consistency. But it's lucky that I could do that. And I think obviously with Martin being in the car for such a long period, he's got a rhythmic feel to it.
Yeah.
And once you've got that rhythmic feel of hot temperatures for 6 hours, and then have the last 2 hours of cold temperatures, he's not really going to be able to push because he hasn't got that ability and he's bloody tired. So I think that was my prime opportunity to take advantage.
Okay, and just a word on Mark as well, because I remember when we spoke at Estoril, not got a huge amount of experience here, made a few errors, but he came through for the win. But he seemed to drive, from my point of view, absolutely superbly today. And obviously in his last stint, he was coming under a lot of pressure with Martin getting bigger and bigger in his mirrors.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, his pace today was really good, just unfortunate mistakes on his behalf and my behalf today, to be honest with you. We had a number of spins. It's just super hard. Like I said, as soon as them tyres get slightly warm, you can't lean on them, and then you just get a spin, instant. So it was really tricky, and we had a few of them today. And then you get a little bit frustrated with one, and then the next thing you know, you're having another, and then you're having another, and it just builds. And after Mark tried the double tyre stint, and he had multiple spins in that second stint, we were like, nah, this ain't happening. We pulled him in early, and luckily enough, that was actually the perfect time to pull him in, because we could then go flat out throughout the whole race without having to do the splash and dash at the end. So it actually timed it really perfectly.
Right.
Not intentional. Somehow.
It's just somehow worked out well in the end.
Yeah, so, but fair play to Martin.
Yes.
Hats off.
Special.
That is seriously good effort.
Thank you very much, Jack. Congratulations once again, second win in a row.
Thank you very much.
Let's see who else we can get to talk to. Thank you very much indeed. Another great effort. Back-to-back wins for Team Purple Helmets for Jack Ashton and Mark Carver. And now we are going to speak to, is it going to be, I think Will Richardson's going to come and join us. Avanti Racing. So we heard from Edson with about an hour to go. And now, so Will did the anchor leg and got them home for, after 6 years of trying, a well-deserved maiden podium. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Obviously you had a little bit of an off moment in the last few minutes and everything. Were you feeling the pressure?
No, it was a lapse. We're just sort of thinking about the glory that was coming, and then lost it a bit. So just a bit of a silly thing. But yeah, luckily we'd built up enough of a gap to not have to worry about it too much. But while I was heading towards the wall, I thought, please don't be a big one, please don't damage anything, and it was fine. So yes, it was just daydreaming a little bit.
But an eventful race for both your points of view, obviously with different strategies and everything, and people moving up and down the field. How hard is it when you're driving, or you're watching Edson drive, to keep track of what other teams are doing and what's going on around you?
It's something we try to do just so we have awareness. You know, when someone comes out in front of us, or if we're catching up to someone, just knowing where they are, whether you know to fight them or not to fight them. It's tricky to keep an eye on all of that, and also just checking that your teammate doesn't need you for anything. If there's an incident, you need to make sure you're with him so that he has someone to go speak to race control or the stewards or whatever.
And just obviously, I mean, your results have got better and better as each race has gone on this season. We've got Interlagos to come. You did very well in the GT3s at Estoril, got the 24 as well.
Yep.
What do you think you can achieve in the last 2 races?
Depends who's going to turn up for it, but I think top 5 is where we should be aiming for every race. At least I think we have had a bit of luck this time, which has helped. Previous races I think we've been about even, so as long as we don't have bad luck, I think top 5 is definitely possible.
Being the conversation maybe to get another podium.
Oh yeah, definitely. But now that we've tasted it, it'll feel more real and more possible in future, I think.
Brilliant. Well, thank you very, very much for joining us. Congratulations once again, and I will see if Grant can get the marathon man. Yeah, and Martin Buchan, I'm pleased to say, is going to come in and talk to us. We'll give him plenty of time because he's a little bit unsteady on his feet for understandable reasons, Martin. With a well-earned cup of tea. If you want to sit down, feel free. I mean, you've been sat down for a while, but I can see, because I know, because obviously I wasn't here at the start of the race. You want to grab hold of that, put it on if you wish. That you said you had a problem with your leg. I can see you're stretching your left leg out. I mean, what's the problem you've got, and how big an issue was it, particularly towards the end?
So my knee is very stiff now, and also the back of my back of my leg as well is very stiff. I would say it started about 4 hours in. I was like, oh, I'm going through a bit of a phase here, kind of thing. I was like, oh, maybe just try and get through it. Then by the time I got through it, I think when I was like, oh, wait, I can still win this. That spurred me on.
Yeah.
The last hour and a half, I just couldn't. I was hitting the pedal, and I could just feel that my foot could not keep the force to keep it on.
Well, I came out to watch you for a couple of minutes. It was just the point. Just thought you stopped that something rude, and I thought that's not normally like you. You like to keep cool under control.
No, I was losing it.
Talk us through sort of the race from a strategic perspective. I mean, how conscious was the decision to try and go out of sequence, and sort of at what point did you feel you had to commit to the fuel saving at the end?
I didn't feel safe at the end, though.
Did you not?
No, I had to splash. I thought I was alright, because I'll be honest, I thought Jack and Mark pitted too early. Because I knew Mark was having a couple of spins, and they've just said, oh, they just stopped anyway. It just a little bit of luck. It worked out. That was the right strategy almost, because I thought they were 20 minutes early. So I was kind of like, well, I'm all right here still. Surely they've got to stop, because I don't. But
is it harder to work that out when you don't have a teammate to help you?
Oh, it was impossible. I can't do the mental arithmetic in my head at best at times. And even at the end, I had to ask 3 times how much fuel I needed and still put too much in it.
And then obviously just desperate to try and get back out again, then I'm just incurring the drive-through at the end.
I just forgot. I totally forgot the limiter.
Was it on the way in or on the way out?
On the way out. I was going about 70 mile an hour.
Oh, you hadn't turned the limit on, you floored it?
I think because the last stops before I'd always been turning it off just to try and get out a bit quicker.
Yeah.
Marginal gains and all that, and I just went, oops. So yeah.
Would you do it on your own again, this long?
Never. No. If you give me a softer brake pedal, yes.
He says, looking at Grant.
Yeah.
I
Expectantly.
mean, did you see my delivery earlier in the day?
What? No. I don't know what you're talking about, Grant. So.
Maybe when your left leg's a little bit better, come back and try the improved brake pedal.
Oh, right. Oh, fella, now he tells me.
Now he tells you. Having watched you do 8 hours of torture.
Harder? Oh, no chance. I can't wait. I'll do 4.
And on that leg-breaking bombshell, thank you very much for joining us, Martin.
Cheers,
Congratulations once again. Yeah, sleep well and have a safe journey home. Thank you very much, and I think that pretty much wraps it up, doesn't it, Grant? Thank you all very, very much for joining us. Well done to DJ, to Annabelle, to to Dane, to Grant, to all the team and all the drivers that were here today. And that is the end of our broadcast. Thank you for joining us today as Bahrain. We've got Interlagos 6 hours coming up in September the 3rd, but in terms of live racing action here at Simply Race, we'll be back with the opening round of the touring cars on August the 20th. We'll see you then. Good night, everybody.